is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of Tales of Edgar Allan Poe, starring Joseph Schildkraut. We bring you one of the most extraordinary men of letters ever to put pen to paper in America. And we bring you three tales from his pen. First, Nosology, followed by The Cask of Amontillado, and finally, The Fall of the House of Usher. The author, of course, is Edgar Allan Poe, whose feverish dreams inspired tales both awesome and beautiful, tales which won for him a unique place among the greats of American literature. Here now is Mr. Edgar Allan Poe.
Men have called me mad. Perhaps I am. It has never been settled, really, whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. Let it be assumed, therefore, that I, Edgar Allan Poe, am mad, and that I'm about to entertain you with three products of my imaginative but eccentric mind. The first of these, a curtain raiser, I will entitle only A Comic Mask. Mr. Conductor, if you please, some comic music.
My name is, let's see, I believe it's Jones. Yes, that's right, Robert Jones. I am, that is to say, I was, a great man. I was born at a rather tender age in the city of Fumfudge, latitude 600, longitude 066. Perhaps you've heard of me? No? Oh, what a pity. Very well, I'll tell you about myself. When I was born, my first act in life was to take hold of my nose with both hands and pull vigorously, thus. This caused my mother, who naturally was present at my birth, to remark to my father,
Robert, look. Our boy is a genius.
My dear, I weep for joy. Believe me, I weep for joy.
Before I was 5 years old, I had chosen my career in life, namely, nosology. I pursued it avidly. Each morning, I gave my nose a strong pull. In the science of nosology, I soon came to understand that, provided a man had a nose sufficiently conspicuous, he might, by merely following it, arrive at a lionship, an honor much to be desired. My father, who had always been frustrated in his own ambition to become a successful mountebank, determined that I should achieve my goal. I remember distinctly how. Each evening, he would help me with my exercises.
1, 2, 3, tweak. 1, 2, 3, tweak. 1, 2, 3, tweak. Stop, my dear boy. Remember, these tweaking exercises give the nose plasticity, character.
Yes, Father.
Bear in mind, therefore, that the tweak must be vigorous and forthright. Thus.
Yes, Father.
Very well. We'll now practice turning up the nose contemptuously. Now, observe closely, my boy. Thus. 1, 2, turn up thusly. 1, 2, contemptuously. 1, 2.
Father.
What is it, son?
Father, I'm...
Well, what's the trouble?
One day, when I had come of age, my father asked me if I would step into his study, and this I did. You wish to speak to me, Father?
My boy, it's time that you and I had a serious talk.
Yes, Father.
Now, first of all, tell me, what is the chief end of your existence?
Why, Father, to master the science of nosology.
That is correct, my boy. And now, can you tell me What is the exact meaning of a nose?
The exact meaning. A nose, my father, has been variously defined by some 6,000 authorities. Let's see, it is now exactly 3 minutes before 12 noon. We shall have time to get through most of the definitions, I think, before midnight. To commence, then, father. The nose, according to Bartholinius, is that protuberance, that bump, that brow which precedes a man when he's getting himself into a lot of trouble. When I had completed the last of the 6,000 definitions, my father drew me to his side and said...
My boy?
Yes, father?
Your education is finished.
Thank you, father.
It's time now for you to go out into the world and scuffle for yourself.
Yes, father.
Tell me, my boy, you know what you must do, of course.
Why, of course, father. I must always follow my nose.
Exactly, my boy. Exactly.
And so, giving my nose a pull or two right on the spot, I marched out into the streets of Fumfudge to seek my fortune. As I made my way up the main thoroughfare, astounded citizens pointed at me with admiration and respect.
Is it possible?
Unbelievable.
Mommy, look, a rhinoceros!
Who is he?
What is he?
Oh!
Ignoring these peasants, I blew my nose loudly. And continued on my way until I reached a fine-looking studio bearing a sign which read, Signor Tintintino, portrait painter to royalty by appointment to the king and by rendezvous with the queen. I stepped inside, and there was the Duchess of Babalon sitting for a portrait. Behind her stood the Marquis holding her pet poodle. At her side stood the Earl supporting the Marquis. At an easel stood Signor Tintintino. I approached this great artist and slowly, very slowly turned up my nose.
Good.
Shocking.
What a nose, signore. How much you take for this nose? I must paint this nose, mamma mia.
1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds? Madre, turn to the light.
With pleasure.
Oh, I simply must touch it. May I?
Carefully, madam. This is really a very valuable piece.
You show she's quite original.
My dear Signor Tintintino, I assure you that I've raised this nose from a tiny little nostril.
Admirable. I give you 100 pounds.
Sorry, 1,000.
200.
Sorry, 1,000.
600.
Sorry, 1,000.
9.
Sorry, 1,000.
Very well.
Good.
She's done. 1,000 pounds, and I'm gonna paint her this very morning. This was indeed a stroke of genius. In a week's time, Signor Tintintino's portrait of my nose was hung in the Royal Academy. Overnight, I became a celebrity. I wrote a pamphlet on nosology, and I sent the Queen a first edition, enclosing a reproduction of Tintintino's masterpiece. Why, the Prince of Wales invited me to dinner, and what a dinner. The people who were there, why, every one of them a lion, a giant among men. As guest of honor, I, of course, was introduced around by the Prince.
Sir P. Peridot.
Your Highness.
I should like you to meet Mr. Jones.
Not the Mr. Jones, the author of Noses That Made History?
Yes, sir, the same.
I am honored, sir. You are a man who knows his noses.
Thank you.
Sir P. is being modest. He happens to be a modern Platonist and a lion among men. He's also a lion among women.
Charming fellow, but practically no nose, your princeship, no nose.
Here's another chap I should like you to meet.
Why, gladly.
Sir Delphinius Polyglot. Sir Delphinius?
Your Highness.
I should like you to meet...
Don't tell me. Let me guess. Pinocchio.
Droll fellow.
Yes.
And Cyrano.
Hardly.
Why, then this must be the Mr. Jones.
It is. Yes, indeed.
Indeed, it was quite a dinner. Even Signor Tintintino was there. He discoursed upon Latour and Chambertin. The president of Thunford University made a speech. The eminent archaeologist Ferdinand Futzelspar spoke briefly for several hours on internal fires and tertiary formations and things like that. And finally, of course, it was my turn to speak. My topic. You guessed it. I merely turned up my nose and I spoke of myself.
Marvelous.
Thank you.
Clever man.
Superb, absolutely superb.
Thank you. The very next morning, Her Grace the Duchess paid me a visit in my apartments. Somewhat plump, but a charming little woman. My heart went out to her at once.
You darling creature. I know you must simply be thronged with admirers. But I said to myself, I simply must meet this fabulous man. And here I am.
Why, I'm honored, Your Grace.
Don't you think it was rather daring of me to come to your apartments unescorted? But then, I've always been one to seize the bull by the nose.
And I have always admired a certain measure of boldness in women, Your Grace.
Oh, a charming man. You simply must attend the ball I'm giving tomorrow night. You will come, pretty creature.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had promised the Queen.
The Elector of Vladinov will be there.
The Elector of... I'm not familiar.
Not familiar with the Elector of Vladinov?
Why, no.
Why, my dear man, he is said to have the largest nose in all the world.
Oh, Your Grace.
In Europe, at any rate.
Certainly not in England, madame. Please, observe.
I'll admit it does look rather long.
Well, it is rather long.
Of course. If you come, we can compare your nose with the Elector's and settle the controversy once and for all.
Your Grace, I shall be there.
You definitely will come?
Why, Your Grace, with all my heart.
Oh, no, Mr. Jones. With all your nose.
Yes, with all my nose. I had heard of this fellow, there's Vladinov, a pretentious boor from the Low Country. Well, next night excitement ran high. At the Duchess's, the rooms were crowded to suffocation. Wagers were placed, duels challenged.
£1,000 on Vladinov by a nose.
Taken in double.
I say Jones by 10 millimeters.
Vladinov.
Jones!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present our distinguished guest from the Low Country, the Elector of Vladinov. And now, the British contender, our own Mr. Jones.
Look, she's going to introduce them.
Mr. Jones, the Elector of Vladinov.
You call that a nose? Pah!
Gentlemen, please.
Your Grace, I sincerely regret this incident, but the mosquito bite which this gentleman dignifies by the title of nose offends me.
Tausend Teufel!
Sir, may I tell you that you're a baboon?
Don und Blitzen!
That, sir, I will not countenance. Have at you. Oh, my second will call upon you in the morning, sir. There simply was no other way. His nose, alack and alas, was bigger than mine. Very well, we met next morning upon the field of honor. Our weapons, pistols at 30 paces. We faced each other. I gave my pride a twist and sounded my klaxon contemptuously. He blew his. A pitiful little blow, and the referee counted off the paces.
28, 29, 30. Fire!
Parbleu, the deed was done. I had shut off his nose.
was no one in the entire world with a nose equal my own. Ah, my pride, my joy of a nose. I returned to the palace and discovered that a reception had been prepared. Evidently, news of my victory over Blood-Enough had preceded me. I entered and approached the Duchess, but when I reached to kiss her hand, alas, she snubbed me. That's all she said. Your Grace, I don't understand.
There is nothing to understand, Mr. Jones.
But haven't you heard, Your Grace? I won the duel. I shot the Elector's nose right off his face.
Your presence is no longer required.
Well, won't somebody explain you, sir? What?
Dolt.
Perhaps you, sir.
Noodle.
No. But this reception, gentlemen, for whom has it been prepared?
For whom, sir?
Yes.
For whom but the Elector of Blood-Enough?
What? I was baffled. Nay, I was chagrined. My nose wilted, yet the facts were there. I had won. I was the uncontested nose champion of the entire world. Yet a reception of honor had been prepared for my defeated adversary, the Elector of Blood-Enough. Shunned, scorned, carrying my proboscis at a deflected 45-degree angle, I slunk from the court. I appealed to my friend the prince, but all he said was... That's all he said. Things went from bad to worse. My pamphlet on nosology no longer supported me. My portrait was sent back from the royal galleries, and finally, in utter defeat, I returned home to live with Papa. I am home, Father.
Yes, my son.
Father, I'm a failure in nosology.
I know, my son.
But why, Father? Why?
Sit down, my boy.
Yes.
That's better. My son.
Yes, Father.
You have learned a sad truth about life.
Yes, but what truth, Father?
You have learned that a man with a nose more conspicuous than others can be a lion among men until he overshoots his mark, as you have overshot yours.
Yes, but how, Father?
My boy, all men have noses, but the Elector of Blood-Enough has no nose at all. And with such, there's no competing.
Oh.
Surely men accuse me unjustly of being macabre and morbid. I have a delightful sense of humor. If you don't believe me, just listen to another of my tales. This one I have entitled The Cask of Amontillado.
On the coat of arms of my family, the Montresors, is graven Nemo me impune lacessit, meaning, no one harms me with impunity. The coat of arms itself is a huge human foot, done in gold against the field of azure blue. The foot crushes a serpent whose fangs are embedded in its heel. I tell you this only so you will understand why I had to act as I did. And while I'm telling you about it, have a drink. A drink of Amontillado, the real thing, too. I know. I know because I have the word of that connoisseur of wine, Signor Fortunato. My old friend Fortunato. The 1,000 injuries of this Fortunato I had borne as best I could through the years, but when he ventured on insults, I vowed revenge. It was at the height of the carnival season in Venice when I saw him in the crowd, dressed in the costume of a jester. I was genuinely pleased to see him. Hey, Fortunato! Fortunato! I beg your pardon, sir. Hey, Fortunato!
Ah, Montresor.
Well, my dear friend, I am glad to see you.
How goes it, Montresor?
Excellently well.
I'm having a most wonderful time. I'm in my second childhood, but I haven't seen you in weeks. I was afraid you were avoiding me.
Avoiding you never.
Good.
But, my friend, you are luckily met. Oh, come over here in this doorway out of the crowd.
Very well. What's on your mind?
Listen, Fortunato. Only today I have received a barrel of what passes for Amontillado wine.
Not really.
Well, I have some doubts.
Amontillado?
Well, as I say, I have some doubts.
Amontillado. Oh, when did I last taste Amontillado?
But I see you are having a little vacation, and therefore I will go to Lucchese. If anyone can tell a good vintage, it certainly is Lucchese.
Lucchese. Lucchese has the nose of a pig. Come, let us go.
Go? Go where?
To your wine vaults.
Oh, no, my friend. I couldn't possibly impose.
Oh, I insist.
No, the vaults are damp and you have a bad cough.
I will not be swayed.
But the vaults are very deep.
Your arm, sir.
You insist?
I insist.
Very well, my friend. Let us go to the vaults of Montresor. Careful, my friend. These steps are rather slippery.
Your vaults are very deep.
Oh. Tell me, how long have you been troubled by that bad cough?
Oh, it's nothing.
Perhaps we should turn back.
I won't hear of it.
No, I really feel we should. You must be careful. You're a man to be missed, after all. Are you not rich and respected, beloved?
By some, my wife.
You see, for me it wouldn't really matter, but for you, no. I shall engage Lucchese.
Enough. I shall not die of a little cough.
Well, if you will not be deterred, at least let me offer you a drink of Médoc. Here, we will select one of these bottles. Look at that dust. 50 years old. Here, drink, my friend.
Good. Will you not join me?
Very well. I drink to those who are buried here.
Buried?
Yes, my ancestors used these vaults as a dungeon.
Oh, I see.
To your long life, my friend. Now come, let us proceed to the Amontillado.
One moment.
Yes?
Do I hear water?
Yes, we are under the river now. Why, is the moisture perhaps too much for your cough?
I shall survive. Montresor.
Yes, what?
What is that? Hanging, swinging slowly to and fro in the passageway ahead.
Oh, that? Nothing, just a skeleton.
A skeleton?
Yes, my ancestors, you see, very vengeful people. Careful now, careful, don't bump against it.
Is it much further to the Amontillado?
Just a few steps. Oh, bad cough. Come, through the archway ahead. Here we are.
This chamber?
Mm-hmm.
I see no Amontillado.
Patience. You shall, my friend. But first, permit me to point out the interesting architectural structure of this cell. As you see, it is circular, completely circular, with a very narrow doorway.
Yes. The Amontillado.
Yes, the Amontillado, in a second. And over there are chains stapled to the wall to fasten about the waist of the victims. Let me show you. Step over here, please.
Montresor, this is all very interesting, but...
Just a moment now, just a moment. Stand still. Thus.
Very interesting, but now, if you will remove them...
Of course, my friend, of course. I was merely demonstrating...
Of course.
Strange. This key here seems stuck in the lock.
Well, perhaps I can work it.
Wouldn't it be funny, my friend, if I had to get a locksmith now to saw you loose?
Montresor, for heaven's sake.
Now, don't worry. Here, why don't you have another drink of this Médoc?
No, the Amontillado.
Oh, yes, I forgot, of course. The Amontillado, of course. I'll fetch it. Wait, it's right out here. There. Taste it and drink. Well?
It is! Amontillado!
Amontillado. Drink up. Now, have some more.
No, really.
Nonsense. One more sip.
Perhaps one.
That's better.
Oh, it makes the head go round and round. Amontillado.
Doesn't it? Nothing like one last drink.
Last drink?
Before we leave.
Oh, but these chains I'm wearing.
Yes, I know. I'd forgotten.
Oh, wouldn't it be funny? If I had to stay here the rest of my life and drink up all of your Amontillado.
Very funny indeed. Tell me, you don't mind if I do some work while you drink, eh?
No. Go ahead.
Thank you.
What are you doing kneeling in the doorway, Montresor?
Oh, I'm just mixing up some mortar.
Like baking a cake.
That's right, like baking a cake.
When do you suppose I'll get these chains off?
Soon, my friend, soon.
No hurry. Nothing I like better than to sit here and drink Amontillado and watch you work. What you doing now?
Now, my friend, I am practicing the art of the mason.
Isn't that funny? I could swear you were laying bricks. Laying a row of bricks across the doorway. And I'll have to step over them when I leave. Whoops. Oh, my cup is empty.
Empty? Well, wait, I'll get you some more.
Oh, gotcha, amico.
Yeah.
Montresor.
Yes, my friend?
Tell me, why do you build a wall of bricks in the doorway?
To protect you, my friend.
Oh, but if you build a wall of bricks, how am I going to get out?
That is exactly the point, Fortunato. You are not going to get out.
Montresor.
You see, it's quite simple. In a little while, these bricks will come up to your waist, and then to your chest, and then to your eyes, and then...
Please, Montresor. I want to get out of here.
No.
Montresor!
Oh, nonsense. Drink, my friend. It'll do your cough good. Drink.
Oh, a very good joke, Montresor.
Isn't it?
Excellent joke. Oh, we shall have many a rich laugh about it at the Palazzo. Over our wine.
Naturally. Amontillado.
Oh, yes.
Amontillado.
Yes, Amontillado. But come, Montresor. Stop playing with those bricks and remove these chains from me.
Which chains?
Come, let us be gone.
Yes. Right. Let us be gone.
For the love of God, Montresor.
Yes, for the love of God.
Montresor!
Fortunato. Hey. Fortunato. Speak. You mustn't be dead yet. You mustn't. Speak. Don't cheat me like that. You couldn't. You couldn't cheat me like that. You couldn't cheat me like that. You couldn't cheat me like that.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Joseph Schildkraut in a radio version of Three Tales by Edgar Allan Poe. Today's broadcast is part of a series devoted to the classic works of Anglo-American literature. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Dr. Harvey Webster, Associate Professor of English at the University of Louisville. Speaking from Louisville, Kentucky, here is Dr. Harvey Webster.
It is the peculiar misfortune of America's first great writer of fiction that he has been reprinted, retaught, and reread so often at his mediocre or worst that few people of intelligence continue to take him seriously after they escape from high school or college. Somehow, Poe's name gets associated with the obvious horror of the telltale heart, with his too many, too unconvincing followers in pulp magazines, with an unhappy, thoroughly neurotic life. This is natural, unfortunate, and wrong. For Poe, at his very frequent and very frequently ignored best, has communicated some experiences more vividly than any other writer of English. His best stories, I believe, are those in which he communicates the pleasure of thinking, of, to quote, that moral activity which disentangles. It is beautiful to watch the minds his mind controls at work. Remember Monsieur Dupin's thoroughly logical explanation of how he knew his friend's unspoken thoughts. Legrand's methodical ingenuity in solving the cipher in The Gold Bug. The clever quickness with which the old man saved himself from the maelstrom. Anyone that enjoys mental activity has liked or will like these stories. Next best, perhaps quite as good, are Poe's stories of psychological horror. In these, too, the moral activity that disentangles is important, though here the disentangling is of abnormal mental states that are, after all, only exaggerations of what we consider normal. To a greater or lesser degree, we all know the second William Wilson. We have all felt something of the fascination with death and decay that becomes Roderick Usher. We have all been attacked by that imp of the perverse that propels the main characters of The Black Cat to self-destruction. Poe shows what Freud has demonstrated. The abnormal is the normal magnified. Poe's great accomplishment within a limited area makes us forget his faults and imitators. By a curious law of compensation, what was his misery is our gain. His great powers of intellect survive in spite of or because of his suffering in one of the most distinguished and uneven bodies of work that has been left by a writer of the first order.
Our radio version of Three Tales by Edgar Allan Poe, starring Joseph Schildkraut, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Edgar Allan Poe, have found life a long and weird catalog of miseries from which to select my themes. And of all these, the most awful, perhaps, is to be buried alive. Now, don't deny it happens. The boundaries which divide life from death are at best shadowy. Let me tell you a tale about such an interment. I call it The Fall of the House of Usher.
The day was dark and soundless, and black clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens. Toward evening, I caught a glimpse of something in the distance, and I spurred my horse toward it. As we approached, I could make out the hideous outlines of the House of Usher. The house was old, the masonry crumbling. It was built on a rock in the center of a deep tarn or pool of stagnant, rank water. Over all, there hung the atmosphere of a neglected vault, of the gloom of the dead. I dismounted from my horse and walked across the wooden bridge that led to the great door. I felt a vague terror rising inside me, a desire to turn back and ride away. As I fought the urge, I found myself reaching into the breast pocket of my coat where lay the letter which had brought me to the House of Usher.
My dear Hugh, this letter will be brief and perhaps somewhat confusing to you because I write from the depths of an upsetting illness. Whatever its merits, please, in the name of our former friendship, do not ignore its plea. I must see you, Hugh, as soon as possible. You are the only friend I can trust in this, my hour of need. I enclose a map directing you to the House of Usher. Your very dear friend, Roderick Usher.
And so I stood now before the huge door of the home of Usher. As I released the knocker, my eye caught a barely perceptible fissure, a crack, which extended from the roof down the wall in zigzag fashion to become lost in the sullen waters of the tarn.
Yes?
This is the house of Usher, is it not?
Who asks?
Sir Hugh Catlin, a friend of Sir Roderick Usher.
Come in, please.
Thank you. My horse
will be taken care of.
Thank you. Good heavens, is the whole house as dark as this?
Sir Roderick prefers the darkness, sir.
Well, that's strange. As I recall, he always detested the dark.
Yes, sir. This way, sir. You will be so good as to wait in this hall, sir.
Oh, thank you.
I'll tell Sir Roderick.
Thank you. I stood outside a dark carved door at one end of a long hallway. In the semi-darkness, as I stood there waiting, I felt eyes upon me. And then, as my own eyes grew accustomed to the dimness, I saw, standing only a few yards from me, a young woman in a white, gauze-like gown. For a long moment we stared at each other. And then, before I could speak, she turned and left, singing as she went.
I saw thee on thy bridal day, when a burning blush came o'er thee. Though happiness around thee lay, the world of love.
Sir Roderick will see you, sir.
Oh, thank you. By the way, is Sir Roderick married now?
Oh, no, sir.
Is anyone living here beside himself?
Perhaps you'd better let him answer that, sir. This way.
Welcome to the house of Usher, Hugh. You're looking well, almost 13 years, isn't it? How are you?
I'm fine, Usher. How are you?
As you see me. Come. Here, sit down beside me. Well, what do you think of my ancestral hall?
Beautiful, but rather dismal with all these hangings and thick carpets. Do you mind if I turn up the lamp?
Don't touch that lamp, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Forgive me, I have been suffering with an affliction of the eyes recently. A single ray of light burns my eyes like the noon sun.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. That explains the darkness, of course.
Will you have a glass of sherry?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Here.
Won't you drink with me?
I'd rather not.
Oh. That's good.
Well, come. How do you find me, Hugh? Am I not well preserved, still rather handsome?
Yes, time seems to have treated you very well, Usher. I find you...
Yes? You were about to say?
Nothing.
Yes, you were about to say you find me altered. Come.
Yes, I was.
How?
Different, somehow.
Different how?
Agitated, unnerved.
So, I tried so very hard to conceal it. I told myself I will act very casual and normal. When he comes, he'll never sense it.
What are you hiding, Usher? Your letter mentioned an illness.
Oh, nothing, just a slight nervous affliction. It'll pass over.
Why did you send for me?
Because you are the only person I could turn to, the only one who would understand.
Understand what?
Hugh, do you recall discussions we had once concerning euthanasia?
Mercy killing? Yes.
Exactly, yes. We spoke of it in school. You always said you were not morally opposed to it in extreme cases. Are you still of that opinion?
Why do you ask?
Can you not guess?
No.
Look at me, Hugh, please. Can you not see what's happened to me?
Only that you seem highly agitated.
Man, friend, are you blind? Can't you see I'm going mad?
Oh, nonsense.
Oh, no, not nonsense. This is a family affliction. Watched it destroy my father.
Fear of lights?
Not just light, my friend. Everything. Everything. All my senses have become unbearably acute. You see, the most insipid food, for instance, grates on my taste. A small little sound like the drop of water is thunder in my ears. My skin will tolerate nothing but the softest of silks. Odors. Oh, flowers. Flowers suffocate me. The closing of a door. Music. Why, you know how I loved music.
I remember you played the organ, and very well.
Well, the only musical sound I can possibly tolerate is this lute here, tuned very softly.
You've been like this very long?
So long I can scarcely remember when I first drew these curtains to shut out the light, or when I first hung these drapes to deaden the sound.
Usher, when were you last outside this house?
I have not set foot outside this house or seen daylight, my friend, for 13 years.
Good heavens, man. What you need is to breathe fresh air and see daylight.
Oh.
This morbid atmosphere is enough to induce melancholy in a clown. It's like living in a tomb. I'm sorry. I know your problems will not be solved so easily.
What would you say of a man who cannot take a step outside his own house?
I'd say he was...
All right, say it. Insane, say it.
Usher, there must be some cure for
Yes, one.
What?
Death.
Death? No.
Remember your philosophy.
You've thought of suicide?
I haven't the strength. I'm even afraid of that. And that's why I asked you to come.
I don't understand.
I think you do. I asked you here because of your views on euthanasia.
You're not asking me to kill you.
Exactly.
You're mad.
I admit that.
You're worse than mad.
You, if there's an ounce of pity...
Usher, listen to me. This desire, this need to destroy yourself is caused by something. Perhaps it's something you've done. You wince at that. Here, tell me, let me help you.
Too late.
It's never too late. Confession will be the first step in your cure.
You really want to know?
I do.
You do. Very well. Then follow me.
Where do you take
me? To the tower wing. It isn't far.
What's there?
There, my friend, is the curse. The curse and the blessing of Sir Roderick Usher. Here. Madeline?
Who is it?
Dear, I want you to meet someone.
There is no one to meet.
Come here, dear.
No.
Please, Madeline. It's all right, really. Hugh, this is the Lady Madeline.
How do you do?
They're prettier in springtime.
I beg your pardon?
My violets. They've shrunk. It's the darkness. Darkness always kills living things. Do you find it so in Eulalia?
What? Oh, well, yes, I do.
Good. Then I'll sing you a song.
By all means.
Would you like a purple one?
Oh, any color you say.
The blue ones last longer.
Yes.
Shall I sing for you?
Do.
I saw thee once on thy bridal
Oh, come, Hugh, come.
When a burning glow.
Well?
Who is she?
Isn't she lovely?
She's mad. Is this house filled with nothing but madness?
I told you we are cursed from birth.
She's your wife?
No. My sister.
I see.
Do you?
I think I do. How long has she been thus?
It came upon her gradually. Please come, let us go down.
Yes.
You see, Hugh, when I went away to school, she was just a delightful little golden-haired child. Why, she worshipped me always. When I returned, she was a woman and I was a man. Hugh, I swear to you our relationship was innocent, and yet that strange love between... Oh, God, forgive me.
Control yourself.
For 7 long years, I've watched her becoming progressively worse, and then my own affliction began.
Usher, Where there's no sin, there should be no guilt.
Tell me, Hugh, is it possible that a man can suffer thus for an uncommitted sin?
Such things are not unknown.
Now you see why I turn to you.
But I am no doctor.
I don't want healing. I want punishment.
No. If men were punished for their evil thoughts, we would all turn on the rack. Usher, let me spend a few days here with you. We'll read and talk as we did in school. I remember your poetry was very exciting. Have you written anything lately?
No.
Well, then, recite the old ones for me and play for me. Come, we shall fight this melancholy, you and I, and together we shall triumph over it.
Thank you.
Bravo.
You really like it?
Oh, it's really very beautiful. You've improved, really.
Thank you.
Why do you stop?
Because I realized that I just now smiled for the first time in years.
You see, you're getting better already. Go on, though. Recite another.
Very well. You really want one?
Of course I do.
All right. I call this one here The Haunted Palace. In the greenest of our valleys by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace reared its head. Banners yellow, glorious, golden on its roof did float and flow. All this was in the olden time, long ago. But evil things in robes of sorrow assailed this fine estate. Oh, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon it desolate. And travelers now within that valley through red-litten windows see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while like rapid ghostly river through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever and laugh, but smile no more. No. Someone is coming.
Well, I hear nothing.
Yes, come in. Well?
Sir Roderick, you'd better come at once.
Come where?
The tower room, sir. It's the Lady Madeline.
Good. Madeline, what's wrong?
I don't know, sir, but you'd best hurry. I'm afraid something terrible has happened.
Well, Usher? Why do you stand and stare?
She's dead.
What?
Dead.
But that's impossible. Why, only a few days...
A cataleptic seizure. She's had them before. This time it was fatal.
My dear Fran. Is there anything I can do?
Yes.
You've only to name it.
Please, help me bury her.
After the Lady Madeline had been encoffined, Usher and I alone bore the body to its last resting place. Usher led the way down a long passageway, down beneath the castle, and then along a reeking stone passageway. Every few hundred paces we would stop, and Usher would unlock a huge copper-sheathed door. As we passed through door after door, I noticed that the walls were covered with the remnants of the chains and bolts of the Inquisitor.
We are here.
What place is this?
The lowest vault beneath the house.
The floor has a strange ring.
Yes, it is sheathed in copper. This was once used as a storage room for powder. Please lower the coffin.
Very well.
Help me raise the lid.
Usher, in heaven's name.
One look, please, one look. Oh, isn't she lovely? See how, even in death, a faint rose tinges the cheeks. Farewell, sister. Beloved sister. Farewell, daughter of Usher. Fasten the lid.
Will you not pray?
I cannot pray.
Then I shall pray.
If you wish, but not for her.
For whom, then?
For me, my friend. Please pray for me, that her image may never return to torture my poor brain.
For some days after the burial of the Lady Madeline, a change came over Roderick Usher. He roamed the padded halls of the House of Usher, his head to one side, as if in an attitude of listening. It seemed to me as if his mind were laboring under some horrible, oppressive secret which he was struggling to tell me. His attitude, his listening for some imaginary sound, began to infect me. I found myself doing the same. And as the days went by, I too succumbed to the somber influence of the House of Usher. It was on the 8th day after the entombment of the Lady Madeline. A storm had been brewing. That night I could not sleep. I was overpowered by a sense of impending horror. Then on my door there came a rapping. Who's there? Who is it? Speak up!
You, I'm afraid. I'm afraid as no man has ever been afraid before.
Usher, you've been living in this morbid house so long you've become like it. So have I almost.
Hugh, I hear something.
No, I hear nothing. Now, you must relax.
Hugh, please read to me, will you? It may take my mind off the storm and off this house.
Of course it will. Now, you just sit there. Listen. I'll read from the Tryst of Sir Launcelot, all right?
Yeah.
Are you listening?
Yes, go on, please. Go on.
And Ethelred, seeking entry into the hermit's house, uplifted his mace, and striking at the door, made room for his gauntleted hand. And now, pulling sturdily, he ripped it asunder, so that the noise of the dry and hollow-sounding wood reverberated through the
What's the matter, Hugh? Why do you stop?
I thought I heard something. This atmosphere must be upsetting my nerves. Oh, go on. What was... Oh, reverberated through the forest. Now, entering the door, Ethelred saw a dragon of scaly and prodigious demeanor. And Ethelred uplifted his mace and struck the dragon, whereupon it fell with a dreadful shriek. Merciful heavens! Usher, did you hear that?
Read.
You did hear that, didn't you?
Read.
And now the champion approached the wall of the room, whereon hung a great brass shield, which in sooth tarried not for his coming, but fell at his feet with a mighty and terrible ringing sound. He was... Usher! Usher, did you hear that? Answer me, did you hear that?
Hear it? Yes, my friend. Yes, I hear it, and I have heard it long, many minutes, many hours, many days. I have heard it and dare not speak. You know why? Do you know? I'll tell you. My friend, because I have put her living into her tomb. Didn't I tell you my senses were acute? Now I will tell you that I heard her first feeble movements in her hollow coffin. I heard them 8 days ago, yes. And then I heard the rending of her coffin, the grating of the iron hinges of a prison, her poor struggles in that copper archway of the vault. No. And now she comes.
You're insane.
She comes, no. She comes, I tell you. Haven't you heard the footsteps on the stair? I tell you, this very instant she stands outside that door.
There's no one there.
I tell you, she stands outside that door. Her hand is on that latch. Don't you see her? Turn that latch. What? Sister. Beloved. Madeline!
For a moment she stood, trembling and reeling to and fro upon the threshold, blood upon her white robes. And then, with a low, moaning cry, she fell upon her brother and bore him to his death at my very feet. From that mansion, I fled aghast. The storm was at its fury as I crossed the bridge. I turned. The radiance of the blood-red moon was shining through the widening fissure that cracked the walls of the house from roof to base. And suddenly, there came a fierce whirlwind, and the entire orb of the moon burst into my sight. The mighty walls rushed asunder, and there was tumultuous sound like the voice of 1,000 waters. And then the deep, dank tarn at my feet closed sullenly, silently, eternally over the fragments of the house of Usher.
You have been listening to Tales of Edgar Allan Poe, an NBC University Theater production starring Joseph Schildkraut. Next week at this same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, selections from the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa, Kansas State Teachers College, and Washington State College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to the NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas, or the University of Tulsa at Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'll repeat that. For information, write to the NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas, or the University of Tulsa at Tulsa, Oklahoma. The Tales of Edgar Allan Poe were adapted for radio by George Lefferts. Our intermission commentator was Dr. Harvey Webster. Starred was Joseph Schildkraut, internationally famed star of stage and screen, who was heard as Robert in Nosology, Montresor in The Cask of Amontillado, and Roderick Usher in The Fall of the House of Usher, which co-starred Barry Kroger. Lester Sharp was Fortunato in The Cask of Amontillado. Our cast included Stanley Waxman, Georgia Backus, Stephen Chase, Miriam J., Don Diamond, Parley Bear, Tony Barrett, Shep Mencken, Jack Crucian, Margaret Brayton, Lynn Allen. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of The Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens, starring Edmund Gwenn as Mr. Pickwick. Today's NBC University Theater production of the Tales of Edgar Allan Poe came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of Charles Dickens' immortal Pickwick Papers, starring Charles Coburn as Mr. Pickwick. In the past, the radio adapters of Charles Dickens have concentrated mainly on his highly dramatic works, notably A Tale of Two Cities, Great Expectations, and David Copperfield. Today, however, we tap another resource of the brilliant English novelist, his humor. We draw our script from the book known as The Posthumous Papers of the Pickwick Club, and particularly from that section which deals with the trial of Bardell versus Pickwick, one of the most celebrated legal actions of all literature. And to portray Mr. Pickwick, we have invited an actor of major stature. Here now is Charles Coburn, starring in The Pickwick Papers.
That punctual servant of all work, the sun, had just risen and begun to strike a light when Mr. Samuel Pickwick burst like another sun from his slumbers. He threw open his window and looked out upon the world of London. And then, with a fond sigh, he took up in his hand, a hand which time and feeding had made more fleshly than firm, his brilliant paper entitled
Speculations on the Source of the Hampstead Ponds, with some observations on the theory of the tittlebats.
Having given vent to this beautiful expression, Mr. Pickwick summoned young Tommy, the small son of his landlady.
Will you be a good lad, Tommy, and take this message to Mr. Samuel Weller?
Whereupon Mr. Pickwick proceeded to put himself into his clothes. What a study for an artist. Mr. Pickwick in his tights and gaiters, which, had they clothed an ordinary man, might have passed without observation, but which, when Mr. Pickwick wore them, if we may use the expression, inspired voluntary awe and respect.
Oh, Mrs. Bardell.
Good morning, Mr. Pickwick, sir.
It was, in fact, an extraordinary morning, for Mr. Pickwick had come to a momentous decision, which he now undertook to communicate to his landlady, the widow Bardell.
Mrs. Bardell.
Sir?
Your little boy is a long time gone.
It was you, sir, who sent him on an errand.
Ah, very true, so it was. To Mr. Samuel Weller. Mrs. Bardell, do you think it a much greater expense to keep two people than to keep one?
La, Mr. Pickwick. La, Mr. Pickwick, what a question.
Well, but do you?
Well, that depends a very great deal on the person. Whether it's a saving and careful person, Mr. Pickwick.
Very true. But the person I have in my eye possesses these qualities, and has, moreover, a considerable knowledge of the world.
La, Mr. Pickwick.
Mrs. Bardell, I have made up my mind.
Dear me, sir.
You may think it strange I never mentioned this matter before, until I sent your little boy out this morning.
Oh, yes, yes.
Well, what do you think, Mrs. Bardell?
Oh, it's so kind of you, Mr. Pickwick, to have so much consideration for my loneliness.
Ah, to be sure. When I'm in town, you'll always have somebody to sit with you. To be sure you will.
Oh, I'm sure I ought to be a very happy woman.
And your little boy will have a companion.
Oh, bless your heart. Oh, you dear, you kind, dear man. I could kiss you. I will kiss you.
Mrs. Bardell. My good woman. Please, madam. Pray, consider. Oh, dear me, what a situation. If anybody should come, should find us like Mrs. Bardell.
Oh, let them come. I'll never, never leave you. Dear, kind soul.
No, Mrs. Bardell, you are choking me. Oh, don't bless my soul. Someone's coming. I entreat you, my dear madam, disengage me. It's a mistake. Oh, mercy upon me. She's fainted.
Heavens above. A woman in his arms. Mr. Pickwick.
What a situation, my dear listener. There stood the innocent Mr. Pickwick with a lovely burden in his arms, speechless, motionless, gazing vacantly on the countenance of Mr. Tupman, Mr. Winkle, and Mr. Snodgrass, his dearest friends, his incredulous friends.
I cannot conceive.
You cannot conceive?
I cannot conceive what's come over this woman.
I'd say she's fainted.
Why, Mr. Pickwick?
Yes, Mr. Pickwick. Why, indeed?
I'm sure I don't know, gentlemen.
Yes?
Well, I merely announced my intention of keeping a manservant, Mr. Samuel Weller.
And she falls into this
extraordinary paroxysm?
Gentlemen, I assure you...
Oh, nothing at all, my dear Pickwick. If you will allow us, we'll remove Mrs. Bardell to a, shall we say, more suitable place?
Oh, thank you, my dear Tupman. Thank you, Mr. Winkle. Mr. Snodgrass.
Oh, don't mention it. Glad to, sir. There's a man waiting in the corridor.
It must be Mr. Weller.
We'll send him in. She's rather heavy.
Gently, my dear Snodgrass, gently.
Here I am, sir.
Oh, yes, of course.
Queer start, that air. One too many for you, she was, won't she? Up to snuff and a pinch or two over.
I do not care to go into it.
Good enough, sir.
I want to speak to you about something else, Mr. Weller.
Sam, sir.
Thank you. Will you sit down, Sam?
Thank you, sir.
Your hat, Sam.
Oh, yes. Not a very handsome hat. Yet every hole lets in some air, sir. Good for ventilation.
Now, with regard to the matter on which I sent for you.
That's the pint, sir. Out with it, as the father said to the child when he swallowed a shilling.
Oh, yes. I should like to know, Sam, whether you have any reason to be discontented with your present situation.
Before I answers that air question, I should like to know whether you're going to provide me with a better.
Yes, Sam. I have half made up my mind to engage you myself.
Have you, though?
Indeed I have.
Wages?
£12 a year.
Clothes?
2 suits.
Work?
To attend upon me and to travel with me and my friends.
Take the bill down. I'm let to a single gentleman, and the terms is very acceptable. Mr. Pickwick, Sam Weller is your man.
Thus, on a single eventful day, my dear listener, no less than an epoch in the life of Mr. Pickwick and in this history, Mrs. Bardell fainted with ill-conceived anticipation, and Mr. Samuel Weller found a position. We shall leave Mrs. Bardell temporarily, even as Mr. Pickwick and his friends take steps to leave her permanently.
Easy with the baggage there.
He did it. Look, it's heavy.
Sam.
What is it, Mr. Tupman?
Shh. I don't want Pickwick to hear.
Oh, what is it, sir?
Snodgrass and I've decided that Mr. Pickwick must leave.
But he is leaving the widow Bardell, sir.
Shh. But she's in London.
Eh?
He must leave London, Sam.
Oh.
Painful memories, change of scene.
Where to, Mr. Tupman?
No, just the place for him. Town of Eatanswill. Election on, great excitement. Slumkey versus Fizkin. That's where we're going. Eatanswill. Slumkey versus Fizkin.
Certainly not.
Mr. Pickwick.
Yes, Mr. Tupman?
Who is Slumkey?
I'm sure I don't know.
But you cheered him.
Did I, Mr. Tupman?
You did, sir.
Well, on these occasions, it's always best to do what the mob do.
But, Mr. Pickwick.
Yes, Mr. Tupman?
Suppose there are 2 mobs.
Why then, Mr. Tupman, shout with the largest mob.
It is pleasant to turn from contemplating the strife and turmoil of political existence to the peaceful repose of private life. Mr. Pickwick had a visitor.
Persons are waiting, sir.
He's not from...
The widow Bardell? No, sir.
I was afraid. And the person wants me, Sam?
He wants you particular, Mr. Pickwick. No one else'll do, as the devil's private secretary said when he fetched away Dr. Faustus.
Is he a gentleman?
A very good imitation of one, sir.
Mr. Pickwick, I presume.
permit me, sir, to shake your hand.
Certainly, sir.
Mr. Leo Hunter.
A great honor, Mr. Hunter.
My wife, sir, Mrs. Leo Hunter, is proud to number among her acquaintances all those who have rendered themselves celebrated by their great talents. Permit me, sir, to place in a conspicuous part of the list the name of Samuel Pickwick, Esquire.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Tomorrow morning, sir, we give a public breakfast, a fete champêtre. May we have the gratification of seeing you there?
With great pleasure.
When I inform Mrs. Hunter that remark fell from your lips, sir, she will indeed be proud. Poetically proud.
Oh, your wife is a poet?
Oh, she dotes on poetry, sir. Have you met with her ode to an expiring frog?
No, I don't think I have.
You astonish me, sir. Permit me. Can I view thee panting, lying on thy stomach without sighing? Can I unmoved see thee dying on a log, expiring frog?
Beautiful. Very beautiful. You may tell the lady I shall be there.
Barring the widow Bardell, sir.
Eh? No nonsense, Sam. Mr. Hunter, pray inform your wife we can hardly wait for tomorrow.
What is it?
Mr. Pickwick, ma'am.
What? Where?
Here, my dear Mrs. Hunter.
Oh, is it possible I have really the gratification of beholding Mr. Pickwick himself?
No other, madam.
Mr. Pickwick, I must make you promise not to stir from my side the whole day.
To be with the authoress of The Expiring Fog. The pleasure is mine, madam.
You flatter me, my dear Mr. Pickwick. Oh, Count! Count!
Ah, you want me, madame?
Mr. Pickwick, I have great pleasure in introducing you to Count Smalltalk. Count Smalltalk, Mr. Pickwick.
What do you say, Mrs. Hunt? Pig-wig or big-wig?
No, Count. A Pickwick.
I see. Pick, Christian name, Weeks, surname. Good, very good. Pickwick's. How do you do, Weeks?
Quite well, I thank you.
The Count is gathering material for his great work on England.
Yes, music, picture, science, politics, all things.
The word politics, sir, comprises in itself a difficult study of no inconsiderable magnitude.
Ah, very good. Fine words to begin a chapter. Chapter 47, politics. The word politic suffices by himself. Mr. Pickwick.
What is it, Sam?
A letter, sir.
A letter for me?
Called at the post office just now and found this here letter, as has laid there for 2 days. It's sealed with a wafer and directed in a round hand. Here, sir.
I don't know this hand. Mercy on us. Oh, no. Oh, it must be a jest. No, it can't be true. Mr. Tupman, Mr. Snodgrass.
What's the matter, Mr. Pickwick?
Oh, Tupman, read this. See for yourself.
Freeman's Court, Cornhill, August 28th, 1830. Sir, having been instructed by Mrs. Martha Bardell to commence an action against you for a breach of a promise of marriage.
Oh, never.
For which the plaintiff lays her damages at £1,500.
What?
We beg to inform you that a writ has been issued against you in the suit in the Court of Common Pleas, and request to know by return of post the name of your attorney in London who will accept service thereof. We are, sir, your obedient servants, Dodson and Fogg.
It's a conspiracy, Tupman.
Yes.
A base conspiracy.
Indeed it is.
Between these two grasping lawyers, Dodson and Fogg. Mrs. Bardell would never do it.
No.
She hasn't the heart to do it.
Of course not.
She hasn't the case to do it.
Ridiculous.
Of course. Very fine, sir. What are you going to do?
Do?
I thought so. Very well, sir. I'll pack your things for London.
Hot water and brandy for the gent. Pint of porter for you, sir.
Thank you, me good fellow. To your good health, Mr. Pickwick.
Sam?
Yes, sir.
There's a stout gentleman, an elderly gentleman at that table. He seems to know you. Why, he's coming this way.
I wouldn't believe it. Samuel,
Samuel, my boy.
Why, it's the old one.
The old one, Sam? What old one?
Mr. Pickwick, my father, sir. Mr. Anthony Weller, Mr. Pickwick.
How do you do?
How are you, sir?
It's been a long time, Olden.
Why, Sammy, I
Have old codger. How's stepmother?
I'll tell you what, Sammy. There never was a nicer woman as a widow.
Shh, father, hush up.
But I've done it once too often, Sammy. I've done it once too often. Take example by your father, my boy, and be very careful of widows. What's the matter with him, Samuel? Has he got a widow?
That's what I've been trying to say, Olden. He's got him a widow, all right.
Oh, so that's it. Who is he, Samuel?
Mr. Pickwick is my employer.
Eh? Oh. I beg your pardon, sir. I hope you've no fault to find with Sammy, sir.
None whatever, Mr. Weller.
Very glad to hear it, sir. I took a good deal of pains with his education, sir. Let him run in the streets when he was very young and shift for himself. It's the only way to make a boy sharp, sir.
Sharp? That's what's happening to us, Olden. Mr. Pickwick is being took by a pair of sharp lawyers.
Lawyers, is it? Very bad. Generally fatal.
Come now, Mr. Weller. I shall call witnesses to attest to my character.
Pardon the expression, sir.
Yes, Mr. Weller?
I'd like to hand you a bit of advice about character.
Do you, sir?
I'll do that. My advice is, never mind the character. Stick to the alibi. Well, I'll raise me glass to you, Mr. Pickwick. Very best luck in the trial.
Bardell against Pickwick. We are come, my dear listener, to the 14th day of February 1831. A fateful day. The galleries are crowded with spectators. A numerous muster of gentlemen in wigs are in the barristers' seats. Mr. Justice Sterley is nodding peacefully on the bench, and the 12 honest men and true dozing in the jury box. And Mr. Pickwick is deep in conversation with the estimable Mr. Weller.
Sam.
Yes, Mr. Pickwick?
Why are you staring at the jury?
Well, I hope that Herr Foreman has had himself a good breakfast.
Bless my soul. Why do you hope that, Sam?
A good breakfasted juryman is a capital thing to get a hold of, sir.
Is that so, Sam?
Yes, sir, it is. A hungry jury always finds for the plaintiff.
But, Sam, what difference does that make? I'm entirely innocent.
Begging your pardon, Mr. Pickwick, too innocent. I still hopes they's been very properly breakfasted.
Silence! Silence! His Honor, Mr. Justice Sterley.
Bardell against Pickwick. Who is appearing for the plaintiff, Mrs. Bardell?
I am, my lord.
Sergeant Busford. Very good. Who is with you, Sergeant Busford?
Mr. Skimpin, my lord.
Very good. Who is appearing for the defendant, Mr. Samuel Pickwick?
I appear for the defendant, my lord.
I see. Anybody with you, Brother Snubbin?
Mr. Funky, my lord.
Very good. Sergeant Buzzfuzz and Mr. Skimpin for Mrs. Bardell, and appearing for Mr. Pickwick, Brother Snubbin, and Mr. Monkey.
I beg your lordship's pardon. Funky.
What I said, sir. Monkey. Sergeant Buzzfuzz?
Yes, my lord.
Is counsel for the plaintiff ready?
We are, my lord.
Then kindly proceed, sir.
My lord, gentlemen of the jury, this is an action for a breach of promise of marriage in which the damages are laid at £1,500. The plaintiff, gentlemen, is a widow. Yes, gentlemen, a widow.
Counsel.
Yes, my lord.
How did the plaintiff become a widow?
Through the decease of her husband, my lord.
The jury will note that fact. Proceed, counsel.
And so, gentlemen, the widow Bardell shrunk from the world and courted the retirement and tranquility of Goswell Street. And in her front parlor window, she placed a written placard bearing this inscription.
Can the jury read the inscription?
No, my lord.
Read it for them, counsel.
Yes, my lord. This inscription, gentlemen: apartments furnished for a single gentleman. Enquire within.
The jury will note that fact. Go on, sir.
I entreat the attention of the jury once again to the wording of this document. Apartments furnished for a single gentleman. I ask you a question now. What was Mrs. Bardell's opinions of the opposite sex?
Very important point, Counsel.
Thank you, my lord. Her opinion, gentlemen, confidence. She had no fear. She had no distrust. She had no suspicion. All was confidence and reliance.
A very strong statement, sir.
But susceptible of proof, my lord and gentlemen of the jury. Why? Because the late Mr. Bardell was a man of honor, a man of his word. And Mr. Bardell was once a single gentleman himself.
The jury will take note of that fact.
Yes, by all means, gentlemen, take note of it. Take note of the fact that Mrs. Bardell said to herself, I, a widow with an orphan child, I, Mrs. Bardell, will look for protection, for assistance, for comfort, for consolation. And from whom? From whom do I ask? From a single gentleman. For that was what Mr. Bardell was when he won my young and untried affection.
Silence! Silence! Proceed, Counsel.
Actuated by this beautiful and touching impulse, among the best impulses of our imperfect nature, gentlemen, this lonely and desolate widow dried her tears, furnished her first floor, caught the innocent orphan to her maternal bosom, and put the bill up in her front parlor window. And, my lord,
yes, Counsel,
the serpent was on the watch. A being, oh, gentlemen, a being erect on two legs and bearing all the outward semblance of a man, knocked at the door of Mrs. Bardell's house. He inquired within. He took the lodgings. He entered into possession of them. And, gentlemen of the jury, this serpent, this monster, was the defendant who sits there, that villain, Mr. Pickwick.
I can't keep silent.
Sit down, Mr. Pickwick. In the name of heaven.
That gentleman is a foul liar.
My dear Mr. Pickwick, do you wish to address the court?
You contemptible slanderer, I shall have you.
Sit down, sir. He's trying to provoke you into contempt of court. Please sit down. That's better. For heaven's sake, Mr. Pickwick, if you have to writhe, writhe in silence.
Call Elizabeth Clappins.
The nearest usher called for Elizabeth Tuppins. Another one at a little distance off demanded Elizabeth Jupkins, and a third rushed in a breathless state into King Street and screamed for Elizabeth Muffins until he was hoarse. Finally, Elizabeth Clappins took the stand and was questioned.
Do you recollect, Mrs. Clappins, being in Mrs. Bardell's back stairs on one particular morning in July last when she was dusting Mr. Pickwick's apartment?
Yes, my lord and jury, I do.
What were you doing on the back stairs, ma'am?
My lord and jury, I will not deceive you.
You better not, ma'am.
I was there unbeknown to Mrs. Bardell.
Indeed.
I'd been out the little basket, my lord, to buy £3 red kidney potatoes, which was £3, twopence halfpenny. When I see Mrs. Bardell's street door on the jar.
My dear madam, on the what?
Partly open, my lord.
She said on the jar.
It's all the same, my lord.
A likely story. Well, resume, madam.
I walked in, and there was a sound of voices.
And you listened, I believe, Mrs. Clappins.
I would scorn the action, sir.
Of course, Mrs. Clappins, you were not listening, but you heard the voices.
Yes, sir.
Did one of these voices belong to Mr. Pickwick?
It did, sir.
And what did he say?
Well, now, mind you, I wasn't listening, but I heard the gentleman say...
Mrs. Bardell, do you think it much greater expense to keep two people than to keep one?
La, Mr. Pickwick. La, Mr. Pickwick, what a question.
Well, but do you, Mrs. Bardell?
Well, that depends a very great deal on the person. Whether it's a saving and careful person, Mr. Pickwick.
Very true. But the person I have in my eye possesses these qualities.
La, Mr. Pickwick.
Mrs. Bardell, I have made up my mind.
Oh, Mr. Pickwick. It's so kind of you to have so much consideration for my loneliness.
I'm afraid it looks very bad, Mr. Pickwick.
But you know she misunderstood me.
They'll never believe it.
They must, sir. I meant only that I was engaging a manservant. I was employing Sam Weller.
Silence! Silence in this court!
Thank you, Mrs. Cluppins. If the court pleases, my associate, Mr. Skimpin, will continue the questioning of the next witness.
Come forward, Mr. Skimpin.
Thank you, my lad.
Who is your next witness, sir?
Call Nathaniel Winkle.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Charles Coburn in a radio version of the Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, the distinguished critic and professor of English at Columbia University, Mark Van Doren. Speaking from New York, here is Mr. Mark Van Doren.
The Pickwick Papers was Dickens's first great book. Published in 1837, when he was 25, it sounded like the work of a much older man. But this is always the case with master artists, who must discover their worlds early or not at all. The famous world of Dickens is already in this joyous book. It will never be any larger, though it is doomed to be darker with human evil. Even here there is evil and suffering, or as Dickens puts it at the close, there are dark shadows on the earth. But for his hero, Mr. Pickwick, as well as for himself, its lights are stronger in the contrast. Some men, he says, like bats or owls, have better eyes for the darkness than for the light. We have no such optical powers. Both the darkness and the light increase as Dickens goes along. Intended as a humorous novel to be published in parts, the Pickwick Papers more than makes good its intention. It creates at least two immortal characters in Mr. Pickwick and Sam Weller, and thus becomes a comic masterpiece. Mr. Pickwick, commencing merely as one of several eccentrics who form a club, soon outgrows this role. Mr. Tupman, Mr. Snodgrass, and Mr. Winkle remain what they were, but their benevolent, plump friend is transformed by experience into a distinguished person whom we deeply love. Doubtless he is helped in this by the companionship of his wonderful servant, Sam Weller, whose infinite impertinence never hides the fact that he is faithful and wise. He is helped, too, by the friendship of Mr. Wardle and his daughters, not to speak of Mr. Wardle's fat boy, Joe. So is he helped, though in reverse, by the knaveries of Mr. Jingle and the downright villainies of Dodson and Fogg, lawyers for Mrs. Bardell. In prison, where he stays for months, he makes acquaintance with human misery, at the same time that he realizes the depth of Sam Weller's devotion to him. He emerges not less, but more benevolent than before. His goodness of heart is henceforth pure, unmotivated, and complete. So he transcends at last the entire rich population of his book. This population includes Bob Sawyer and Benjamin Allen, Job Trotter and Sergeant Buzzfuzz, the elder Weller, Mrs. Weller, and Mr. Stiggins. All have their fascinations, but the god of the Pickwick Papers is Mr. Pickwick himself, who shines forever as the sun does, on good and evil, angel and fiend alike.
Thank you, Mr. Van Doren. Our radio version of Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers, starring Charles Coburn as Mr. Pickwick, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Nathaniel Winkle sat in the witness box and was duly examined by Mr. Skimpin. fool being a promising young man of 2 or 3 and 40, and anxious to confuse a witness notoriously predisposed in favor of the other side, began as follows.
Now, sir, you have the goodness to let his lordship and the jury know your name.
Winkle.
What's your Christian name?
Nathaniel Winkle, sir.
Daniel, eh? Any other name?
Nathaniel, sir. My lord, I mean.
Nathaniel, Daniel, or Daniel Nathaniel?
No, my lord. Only Nathaniel. Not Daniel at all.
What did you tell me it was Daniel for then, sir?
I didn't, my lord.
You did, sir. How could I have got Daniel on my notes unless you told me so, sir?
My lord, Mr. Winkle has a rather short memory. Now, Mr. Winkle, attend to me, if you please, sir. I believe you are a particular friend of Pickwick, the defendant, are you not, sir?
I have known Mr. Pickwick now as well as I recollect at this moment.
Come, sir, yes or no, if you please.
Yes, I am a friend of Mr. Pickwick.
Yes, you are, and why couldn't you say so at once, sir? And now have the goodness to tell the gentlemen of the jury whether you also know the plaintiff.
I don't know her, but I've seen her.
Well, then, did you see her on one particular morning in the month of July last?
Yes, sir.
Under what circumstances, Mr. Winkle?
I was calling on Mr. Pickwick with my friends, Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass.
Are they here?
Yes, they are. They're over there.
Pray attend to me, Mr. Winkle, and never mind your friends. Now, sir. Tell the gentlemen of the jury what you saw on entering the defendant's room on this particular morning.
Must I?
Out with it, sir.
Well,
Come, sir, we must have it sooner or later.
Must we?
Let the gentlemen of the jury take note that Mr. Winkle is a reluctant witness.
Mr. Winkle, answer the question put to you.
Yes, my lord. The defendant, Mr. Pickwick, my lord.
Louder, sir. Don't tell me, tell the jury.
Yes, my lord. I entered the defendant's apartment with Mr. Tupman and Mr. Snodgrass and found Mrs. Bardell with Mr. Pickwick.
Ah, Mr. Winkle. How did you find them?
Must I, my lord?
You must, Mr. Winkle. Out with it.
Mr. Pickwick, on this particular morning, appeared to be conversing with Mrs. Bardell in a most unusual manner. Yes, a most unusual and express.
Well, what do you think, Mrs. Bardell?
I'm sure I ought to be a very happy woman.
And your little boy will have a companion.
Oh, bless your heart. Oh, you dear, you kind dear man. I could kiss you. I will kiss you.
Mrs. Bardell, oh, my good woman. Oh, please, madam, please, pray consider. Oh, dear me, what a situation. Pray consider if anyone should come.
Oh, let them come. Let them come, Mr. Pickwick. I'll never, never leave you. Dear, kind soul.
Mrs. Bardell, you're choking me. Bless my soul.
And where were Mr. Pickwick's arms, Mr. Winkle?
Around Mrs. Bardell.
Where, Mr. Winkle? Around where?
Around her waist, sir. But she'd fainted, sir.
Irrelevant. His arms were around her waist.
But I tell you she had fainted, sir.
I didn't ask that. Now, Mr. Winkle, be careful.
Yes, sir.
Will you undertake to swear that Pickwick did not say on the occasion in question, "My dear Mrs. Bardell, you're a good creature. Compose yourself to this situation," or words to that effect?
I didn't understand him, sir.
Will you swear that Mr. Pickwick did not make use of the expression I have just quoted?
But he didn't, I'm sure.
Sure enough to swear he did not, Mr. Winkle?
No, I can't swear to it, of course, but...
That's enough. My lord and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Winkle will not swear that Mr. Pickwick did not use the words I have just quoted.
Great excitement. Mr. Winkle left the box unhappily with a dismal glance at Mr. Pickwick, while the court called Samuel Weller.
What's your name, sir?
Sam Weller, my lord.
Do you spell it with a V or a W?
That depends upon the taste and fancy of the speller, my lord. I spells it with a V.
Quite right, too, Samuel. Put it down a wee, my lord. Put it down a wee.
Who is that? Who dares address the court? Usher, bring that person down here immediately.
Sorry, my lad. The person is not to be found.
Mr. Weller, Do you know who that was, sir?
I rather suspect it was my father, sir.
If he's found, I shall have him committed instantly. Counsel, take your witness.
Now, Mr. Weller.
Now, sir?
I believe you were in the service of Mr. Pickwick, the defendant in this case.
Yes, I am in the service of that gentleman. And a very good service it is.
Oh, little to do and plenty to get, I suppose,
Oh, quite enough to get, sir. As the soldier said when they ordered him 350 lashes.
You must not tell us what the soldier or any man said, sir. It's not evidence.
Very good, my lord.
Do you recollect anything particular happening on the morning when you were first engaged by the defendant?
Yes, sir, I do.
Aha! Have the goodness to tell the jury what it was.
I had a regular new fit out of clothes. That was a very uncommon circumstance with me in those days.
You'd better be careful, sir.
So Mr. Pickwick said at the time, my lord. I was very careful of that suit of clothes, my lord.
Mr. Weller.
Yes, my lord.
Never mind. Proceed, counsel.
Do you mean to tell us, Mr. Weller, that you saw nothing of this fainting on the part of the plaintiff in the arms of the defendant, Pickwick?
Certainly not. I was in the passage, not in the room.
Ah, attend me, Mr. Weller. You were in the passage, and yet saw nothing. Have you or haven't you a pair of eyes, Mr. Weller?
Yes, I have a pair of eyes, and that's just it.
Yes?
If they was a pair of patent double-million magnifying gas microscopes of extra power, perhaps I might be able to see through a flight of stairs and a door. But being only eyes, you see, my vision's limited.
Got you there, counsel.
Mr. Weller?
Yes, sir?
Never mind, Mr. Weller. You must step down.
Would any other gentleman like to ask me anything?
There were no further questions for Mr. Weller. Counsel for the defense then addressed the jury and eulogized Mr. Pickwick. Counsel for the plaintiff did likewise and villainized Mr. Pickwick. Then Mr. Justice Sterley read as much of his notes as he could decipher and explained that if Mrs. Bardell were right, it was perfectly clear that Mr. Pickwick was wrong. Upon that brilliant summation, the jury retired to their private room to talk the matter over, and the judge retired to his private room to consult a mutton chop and a glass of sherry. Mr. Pickwick sat meanwhile with an agitated countenance and a quickly beating heart.
Gentlemen, are you all agreed upon your verdict?
We are, my lord.
Do you find for the plaintiff, gentlemen, or for the defendant?
We find, my lord, for Mrs. Bardell, the defendant.
But I am innocent. This is an outrage.
Silence, Mr. Pickwick, or I shall have you committed for contempt. Gentlemen of the jury, what damages have you brought in?
£750, my lord.
I shall not pay. I have not a single farthing. I shall pay nothing. I tell you, Winkle, I stand on my rights as an Englishman. I shall not pay a farthing.
But, Mr. Pickwick, they'll throw you in debtor's prison.
I don't care. I shall stand on my rights as an Englishman.
But you're a rich man, sir. You can afford £750.
I cannot afford to abandon a principle, Mr. Snodgrass.
Too much character, Mr. Pickwick, and not enough alibi. Why won't there alibi, sir?
Mr. Pickwick.
Don't argue with me, Sam.
I'm not arguing, sir. There's a gentleman outside.
Well, I'm ready for him. I made no promise to Mrs. Bardell. I breached no promise to Mrs. Bardell. I shall pay no damages to Mrs. Bardell. Show the gentleman in. I'm ready.
Oh, I want their alibi.
look who's here! Look at the dog coming into Fleet Prison!
So that's why you came to the old one, eh, Samuel?
That's why, Father.
Poor critter. He can't stop there by himself without nobody to take his part. It can't be done, Samuel. It just can't be done.
Of course it can't. I knowed that before I came.
Or they'll eat him up alive.
Yes.
It oughtn't to be, Samuel. No.
Don't you see any way of fixing it?
No, I don't, Samuel. It's no thoroughfare, Samuel. I'm stopped.
Well, I'm not. If we can't bring him to me, we bring me to him.
What's that?
Father, I'll trouble you for the loan of £5.20.
What good'll that do?
Perhaps you may ask for it 5 minutes afterwards. Perhaps I may say I won't pay.
Huh?
And perhaps you won't think of arresting your own son for the money and sending him off to the Fleet Prison, will you?
Oh, Samuel, it's a smart head.
Well, what are you sitting there for? Where's the money?
Come in. Sam Weller, what are you doing here?
A vey with melancholy, sir, as the little boy said when his school missus died. Welcome me, Mr. Pickwick. Welcome me to the college.
What's this nonsense?
As the lady said to the doctor, I'm confined.
What's that?
I was arrested this very afternoon, Mr. Pickwick. Arrested for debt.
You, Sam? You arrested for debt? Bless my heart and soul.
Yes, sir. Arrested by a malicious, bad-disposed, worldly-minded, spiteful, vindictive creature for the debt of £25.
Well, we must pay it back at once.
Very much obliged, sir. But he don't deserve it.
I can't have you stay here.
And I can't have you stay here.
But, Sam, I'm here for a principle.
So am I. If you stay, I stay. That's my principle.
But, Sam...
Beg your pardon, Mr. Pickwick. You're a wasting wind. Sam Weller leaves when Mr. Pickwick leaves. And not afore.
A few mornings after his incarceration, Mr. Samuel Weller, having arranged his master's room with all possible care, betook himself to the prison taproom, bestowed a platonic wink on a young lady peeling potatoes, took a refreshing draught of beer, opened his newspaper to the police reports, looked at the young lady, and, since she was still there, found it an act of common politeness to wink again. In this state of abstraction, he heard his name unmistakably proclaimed.
Weller! Hi! Weller! Weller!
Who wants him? Has an express come to say his country house is afire?
It's me, Samuel.
What are you roaring at? You looks like an aggravated glass blower.
Samuel, I'm afeard I shall laugh myself into an apoplexy.
Have you got a pain, Olden?
In the bosom, Samuel. Samuel, I've got a plan to get Pickwick out.
Quick, what is it?
Samuel, me and a cabinet maker's devised a little plan for getting Mr. Pickwick out of prison. All it needs, Samuel, is a piano.
Say that again?
A pianoforte, Samuel. One as won't play, Samuel.
Are you drunk, Father?
No more than usual, Samuel. No more than usual. But are you awake?
I don't know what you mean about a piano that won't play.
There ain't no works in it.
No works?
Empty.
Then what's the good of it?
Can't you see? It'll hold him easy, even with his hat and shoes on. The legs is made holler, and he'll breathe through the legs.
But he'll never consent.
It's all very properly planned, Samuel. He'll take passage to America.
America?
Right, sure, Samuel. The American government will never give him up when they find out how he's got money to spend. Then when Mrs. Bardell is dead, or the lawyers is young, he can come back and write a book about the Americans, insulting them good and proper. It'll pay all his expenses.
No go, Father.
But it's a lovely plan, Samuel.
Very lovely. But Mr. Pickwick can leave tomorrow if he wants to. All he has to do is to pay the verdict.
And why in capital H, don't he?
Principle.
Principle. There it is, Sam. What he needed was less principle at the trial and more alibi.
Well, anyhow, it's no go. Something else will have to be found. And pray the Lord it's soon.
Aye, the gentleman is looking badly, Samuel. Very badly.
Gentlemen, Father, is that what you said? He's an angel. A blooming angel in tights and gaiters. It's a break in my heart. Something's got to be done.
Do you believe in Providence, dear listener? At this very moment, Providence is riding in a hackney cabriolet in the person of a certain Mr. Jackson, riding to Goswell Street and the residence of the widow Bardell.
Why, it's the gentleman from the lawyers. Come in, Mr. Jackson. Won't you please come in?
Thank you, Mrs. Bardell. I will.
Surely Mr. Pickwick can't have paid the damages.
No, Mrs. Bardell.
Offered marriage?
That he hasn't, madam. An important matter has come up, Mrs. Bardell, very urgent. Can't be postponed on any account. There's a coach waiting at the door.
How very strange. Won't you tell me what it is that's so urgent?
In the carriage, Mrs. Bardell, if you don't mind.
Very well. I'll go.
Now, Mrs. Bardell.
Yes, Mr. Jackson?
A sad thing about my firm, madam.
Sad, Mr. Jackson?
Very sad, madam. They've been put to a good deal of cost in the matter of Bardell against Pickwick.
Have they?
They have, madam. Your bill of costs, I mean.
I have no bill, Mr. Jackson. My case was accepted on speculation. Why, you must get a loss now and then, you know.
Madam.
Yes?
After the trial, you signed a certain paper.
Why, of course. I signed it, a matter of form.
Certainly, quite a matter of form. Driver, you may stop here.
But this isn't the address of the law firm. This is...
Fleet Prison, madam.
Mr. Jackson, what is the meaning of this?
Have the goodness to step out, Mrs. Bardell.
How dare you?
Madam, you signed the paper, did you not?
Yes, but...
Did you read the form, madam?
No, but they told me I...
Madam, in that little paper, you bound yourself to pay the cost of the trial in the event of non-collection from Mr. Pickwick.
Mr. Jackson, you can't possibly do this to me. Please, Mr. Jackson.
The law is the law, madam. Oh. In my hand, I have an execution on cognovit for costs. Madam, Fleet Prison.
Oh.
Even as the gates of Fleet Prison closed on her, Mrs. Bardell started violently. And there, witnessing the sight, stood Mr. Samuel Weller taking his nightly allowance of air. I am ashamed to say, dear listener, that Mr. Weller for once was ungentlemanly. He took his hat off with mock reverence.
You there. Don't bother the woman. She's just come in.
I like to bother her. She's come to gloat over Mr. Pickwick.
No, she's come to stay.
Say that again?
She's come to stay. She's a prisoner.
A prisoner? What for? Speak up, man.
Dodson and Fogg. Execution on cognovit for costs.
What do you know? Turnkey, I'd like to send a little message. Why, it's Lawyer Perker. Very glad you looked in accidentally, sir. Mr. Pickwick, gentleman to see you.
So there is, Mr. Pickwick.
Perker? Glad to see you. But what are those papers, Mr. Perker?
The papers in Bardell and Pickwick, sir.
Well, why are they here?
They form the subject of our conversation, sir.
Mr. Perker, I prefer that subject to be not mentioned.
My dear sir, it must be mentioned. The plaintiff in the action, namely Mrs. Bardell, is within these walls.
Sam has told me so.
And you know why she comes here? At whose suit?
Yes, at least I've heard Sam's account of the matter.
I'll venture to say his account is a perfectly correct one.
Well?
I ask you, Mr. Pickwick, whether this woman is to remain here.
To remain here?
To remain here.
Why do you ask me? It rests with the firm of Dodson and Fogg.
It does not rest with the firm of Dodson and Fogg. It rests solely, wholly, and entirely with you.
With me, Mr. Perker?
With you, Mr. Pickwick. Her speedy liberation or perpetual imprisonment rests with you and with you alone.
Oh, no.
Hear me out, sir. Nobody but you can rescue her from this den of wretchedness, and you can do that by paying the cost of this suit, both of plaintiff and defendant.
Never. Never, 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 Mr. Perker.
Mr. Pickwick, I have seen the woman this morning. By paying the cost, you can obtain a full release and discharge from the damages of £750.
But I'm still convicted of breach of promise of marriage.
You were wrong there.
What?
I have in my hand Mrs. Bardell's signed statement that this entire business was fomented, encouraged, and brought about by these men, Dodson and Fogg.
Mr. Perker, are you sure?
Here is the statement. Read it. She entreats me. Mr. Pickwick, she entreats me to intercede with you and implore your pardon.
Yes, if I pay costs for her. A valuable document indeed.
No if in the case, my dear sir. Whether you pay or not, she absolves you.
I don't know what to say.
Then trust your heart, sir.
But, Mr. Perker...
There can be no buts. Not when you have an opportunity of placing yourself in a much higher position than you ever could by remaining here.
But there is a principle involved.
Oh, people who don't know you would impute it to sheer, dogged, wrong-headed, brutal obstinacy.
Brutal, Mr. Perker?
Nothing else, my dear sir, believe me. Can you hesitate to avail yourself of this way out? Can you hesitate to liberate your faithful servant, Samuel Weller? Will you doom him to imprisonment for the whole of your life?
You make it very difficult for me, Mr. Perker. I want...
Revenge. Then take a magnanimous revenge and release Mrs. Bardell from this scene of misery.
Mr. Perker?
Yes, Mr. Pickwick.
Will you call Sam, please?
No need to call. I'm standing right behind you all along, sir.
You always stand behind me, don't you, Sam?
God willing, sir, I always will.
Some of this is your doing, isn't it, Sam?
I ain't a-saying.
Yes, Mr. Pickwick. Sam sent for me.
I thank you, Sam. I hope I never forget.
Don't say nothing whatever about it, sir. I only assisted nature, as the doctor said to the boy's mother after he'd bled him to death.
Very well, Sam. Very well, Mr. Perker. I'll do what you both desire. Mr. Perker, you may take the necessary steps.
Mr. Perker took the necessary steps for Mr. Pickwick and Mrs. Bardell, and Anthony Weller took the necessary steps for Sam Weller. Sam instantly invested his whole stock of ready money in 25 gallons of mild porter, which he himself dispensed to the debtors on the poor side of the prison, hurrahing in divers places until he lost his voice, and then quietly relapsed into his usual collected and philosophical condition. Then in burst Mr. Tupman.
Welcome to freedom, Mr. Pickwick.
And also Mr. Snodgrass.
We've missed you, Mr. Pickwick. Missed you terribly, sir.
And also Mr. Winkle.
You look so pale, sir. But we'll fix that.
We will indeed. Sam, are Mr. Pickwick's things ready?
All ready, gentlemen, including Samuel Weller.
Then what are we waiting for?
Mr. Pickwick, allow me, sir. My arm.
Ah, Mr. Anthony Weller. Good of you to come to see us.
Well, it's been months since you was released from prison, sir. It came in my mind to pay you and Sam a little visit.
A coincidence. Had you not come, I should have sent for you.
What's that?
Mr. Weller, did you happen to see a young girl when you came in just now?
Yes, I see a young gal, Mr. Pickwick.
Candidly, Mr. Weller, what did you think of her?
I thought she was very plump and well made, sir.
So she is. And what did you think of her manners?
Very pleasant, sir.
Mr. Weller, that young person is attached to your son.
To Samuel Weller?
Yes, Mr. Weller.
Oh, Samuel must be careful. Very, very careful.
How do you mean, sir?
Very careful he ain't led away in an innocent moment to say anything as may lead to a conviction for breach. Yes, sir. I was married that way myself, sir. And the consequence of that little maneuver was Sammy.
You misunderstand me, sir. That young person is not only attached to your son, but your son is quite attached to her.
This here's a pretty sort of thing to come to a father's ears. Oh, here's the lady
A widow?
No, Mr. Weller. The young lady is not a widow.
Oh? Huh? Well. Very well, sir. Seeing as how the lady's not a widow, you may tell him they has Tony Weller's blessing.
God bless you, Mr. Weller. You have made me very happy.
Let us leave our old friend in one of those moments of unmixed happiness which cheer our transitory existence. There are dark shadows on the earth, but its lights are stronger in the contrast. Some men, like bats or owls, have better eyes for the darkness than the light. We, who have no such optical powers, are better pleased to take our last parting look at the visionary companions of many solitary hours, when the brief sunshine of the world is blazing full upon them.
You have been listening to The Pickwick Papers, an NBC University Theater production of the Charles Dickens novel starring Charles Coburn as Mr. Pickwick. Next week at the same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, The Marble Faun by Nathaniel Hawthorne. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Washington State College, and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to the NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. I'll repeat that. For information, write to the NBC University Theater in care of the University of Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Pickwick Papers were adapted for radio by Morton Wishengrad. Our intermission commentator was Mark Van Doren. Starred as Mr. Pickwick was Charles Coburn, who will soon be seen in the Universal International production The Western Story, co-starred with Yvonne DiCarlo. Our cast included Ramsey Hill, Norma Varden, Grace Stafford, John Frazier, Tom McKee, Nelson Welch, Whitfield Connor, Booth Coleman, Donald Morrison, Eric Snowden, Pat Ahern, Crawford Kent, Queenie Leonard, Ben Wright, Carl Harbord, Raymond Lawrence. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Marble Faun, starring Lynn Barry. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Here's Morgan, for goodness sake, on NBC.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of the history of Henry Esmond, Esquire, by William Thackeray, starring Edmund O'Brien as Henry Esmond. Thackeray was a British novelist in the grand manner, a storyteller and high stylist of the mid-19th century. He worked in terms of fine ladies and gentlemen, and of rogues who weren't, but would that they were, of gracious manners and high intrigue in London ballrooms, and flashing duels midst old English trees. His Vanity Fair has been done often on radio, his Henry Esmond seldom, though it is generally considered his capital work. It's a fascinating historical tale set in the time of Queen Anne and related by its hero. Here, then, is Henry Esmond, portrayed today by one of Hollywood's most persuasive romantic leads, Mr. Edmund O'Brien.
It has always seemed to me that the muse of history encumbered herself with too much ceremony, busying herself only with the affairs of kings. Therefore, I, Henry Esmond, writing in the colony of Virginia in the year 1730, shall tell the events of this my history as they occurred, and in a manner familiar rather than heroic. My earliest clear memory, then, was of a village called Ealing, near London, where I lived in the house of a weaver, whose wife gave me many a beating, I knew not why. But when I was perhaps 8 years old, a great coach drew up one day before the weaver's house and carried me away.
He seems middling tall for his years, Father Holt. Did they treat you well in that house, Henry Esmond?
Well enough, sir. But I am called Henry Thomas.
No more, Henry. You are Henry Esmond now, and you must call the Viscount of Castlewood my lord.
Needs manners. But he'll get them soon enough when my lady has boxed his ears a few times.
Who is that, my lord?
Lady Isabel Esmond, boy. Viscountess of Castlewood.
Yeah, you're to live at Castlewood now, Henry. It is a very great house.
Ask him some questions, Father. See if there's anything in his head.
Can you read and write, boy?
Yes, sir.
Can you sing?
Oh, yes, sir. Almighty fortress is on...
We of the true church do not sing that song, Henry, but we will try to teach you a better one.
Indeed, sir. My lord. It was what they taught me. I meant no harm. I will try to learn whatever you tell me.
I present to your ladyship your kinsman and page, Master Henry Esmond. Make a bow, boy.
Yes, my lord.
So this is the child. You disgraced me by bringing him here, my lord.
Oh, gently, my dear, gently. The boy's not to blame for his birth.
Well, come and kiss my hand, boy. What are you staring at?
Why does my lady have all that red and white on her face?
Impudence.
That will earn you no kindness, Henry.
Take it away, my lord. Give it to Father Holt, and see that it learns to perform its duties, and holds its tongue.
It was a lonely life, those first years at Castlewood. My only friend was the good Father Holt, and to him I poured out all my childish heart, and gladly received those teachings, both scholarly and religious, which he gave me. But my friend was often away on strange business, dressed in strange clothes. It was on one such occasion, when I thought him away in London, that I awoke in the night, hearing a noise in his room, which was opposite to mine.
Who's there?
Silentium. 'Tis I, my boy.
Father, I thought...
Hush. Come in here quickly now you're awake. Needn't let this smoke all through the house.
I don't understand, Father.
Say nothing to anybody. Come, let us burn these papers. They have meaning to some they don't concern, and those gentlemen will be here soon enough.
Father Holt, is someone going to harm you?
Oh, I'll come back again in a few days. Is that the last of the papers, Harry?
Yes.
Stamp them out, then. It's a black day, Harry. A Dutchman mounts the throne of England now, and we who love the Stuarts will never rest until our good King James returns. Enough. You can't understand. I must be away before the port is stirring.
Won't he let you out, Father?
He doesn't know I'm here. Watch, and I'll show you a trick. See this barred window? You see? I touch the spring, and down it goes, bars and all. I'm in and out, and none the wiser. Go back to your room now, Harry, and forget that I have been here.
Indeed, James II was gone, and the Prince of Orange was King William of England. Father Holt returned by the front gate this time, but soon he and my lord were off in King James' service, and there were soldiers in the house.
Young man, tell your mistress we would speak to her.
My lady is ill abed.
Oh, indeed? And how long has she been so?
I don't know.
When did my lord go away?
Yesterday night.
With Father Holt?
With Mr. Holt.
Henry? Is that the doctor?
Enough of this. Out of my way, boy.
Who is that? Ah! Leave this room, sir.
Madam, my duty is to arrest the person of Thomas Viscount Castlewood and of Henry Holt, a Jesuit priest. I am also to search the house, and I trust that you will help me in every way.
In my condition? La, what would you have me do, sir?
Begin by getting up. I must examine the bed.
Get away. Get away. Don't you dare to touch me.
Aha. I knew it. This pillow's full of papers. Now we'll see. Aha. What have we here? Yes, here's a list in Father Holt's handwriting, I believe. Gentlemen of the county friendly to King James. Letters from all of them. Here, what's this? A letter from Holt. Asks about young Henry Esmond. The Viscount's mistake, as he calls him. Well, this will serve Colonel Esmond's cause very well.
If you've quite finished, sir?
Not quite. I am sure that your ladyship can rise now and go as far as Hexton Castle. You are King William's prisoner.
I'll go. Consign me to a dungeon. Strike off my head. And with my dying breath I'll cry, God save King James!
You sent for me, Captain.
Yes, Henry. Tell me, did you ever see Colonel Francis Esmond?
Only once, sir.
Did he say anything to you?
He said something touching my birth, sir.
And did you love your father, my Lord Castlewood?
I'll wait until I know my mother, before I can say, sir.
Henry, my lord has been killed fighting at the Boyne for King James.
I'm glad my lord fought for the right cause.
You can be glad he died on the field like a man and not on Tower Hill. But his cousin, Colonel Esmond, has the title now. You're in the hands of heaven and fate, boy. And Francis Esmond.
This is the yellow gallery, milady. All the family portraits. Oh, you're here, are you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this our little kinsman?
On your knees, boy.
No. What is your name, kinsman?
My name is Henry Esmond, milady.
His name is Henry Esmond, sure enough, milady. You'll notice the late Viscount's portrait there.
Oh, yes. You may go now. Young Henry can show me the rest of the house.
Yes, milady.
Don't be afraid, Henry, dear. This is still your home, and I want you to be happy in it.
Oh, thank you, milady. Thank you.
Well, Rachel, what do we hear?
This is our kinsman, Francis, young Henry Esmond.
So, this is the little priest, is it? Welcome, kinsman.
Thank you, my lord.
Papa, why is he on his knees?
Francis, the poor child has no one but us.
He shan't want for friends. Shall he, little Beatrix?
No, he shan't. And I shall give him a kiss.
I fear he's too old for you, my little one, as I am for your mamma.
You know I'd do anything to please you, Francis. I promise I'll grow older every day.
Don't call Papa Francis. You must call him my lord now.
What little tricks? Giving yourself airs already?
He shall sit beside me at supper.
I always eat with the housekeeper.
No more of that. Can't refuse a lady, you know, even if she's only 4 years old.
You'll eat with us, Henry. You're one of the family now.
And I'll wager you can call King James's health in as loud a voice as any man. Come along, my boy.
My lady, the new Viscountess, was herself a child, only 19 when she came to Castlewood, and her gentle graciousness won my heart. It was a happy household in which I grew from a child into young manhood. But alas, the lamp of love too seldom burns forever. By my 18th year, my lady was no longer mistress of her husband's heart.
She found out about that girl at Hexton, Harry. Me hanged to them and told her. Keep clear of women, Harry Esmond. When I married my lady, you could have pleased her with a sixpenny doll. She was such a baby. And now, high-tea, high and mighty. Oh, well, passes the tankard. All women are jilts in their hearts, boy. Never see a woman as handsome as an old cinder-faced bedmaker. That's my counsel.
Beatrix, look. It's old Harry Esmond come home. And he's grown a mustache.
Harry!
Beatrix, how tall you've gotten.
Why not? You've been away 3 years, and I'm 13.
Harry, how's Cambridge?
Oh, fine, Frank.
But why don't you have a peruke, like my Lord Mohun?
My own hair will serve. Who's Lord Mohun?
He's a fine gentleman. He's been with us ever so long. But you know, I think Mamma doesn't like him.
Oh, that's enough of it, Rachel. He's my friend and he stays.
But there's something I don't trust about him, Francis. Harry, don't you see it?
Indeed, my lady, I only met the gentleman last night.
He rides a horse ever so well.
Rachel, I never liked man, woman, or beast, but what you were jealous of it.
My lord, I'm not jealous, but you're at cards every night until midnight. Our estate can't bear that extravagance.
Oh, poor Rachel, your ladyship doesn't know the world. I can handle my own affairs. Oh, shh, hush now. I hear moan coming.
Well, good evening, my lord. And lady. Mr. Esmond?
Your servant, my Lord Mohun.
And how is my beautiful Mistress Beatrix?
Indeed, my lord, I am well enough.
I think your child is not fond of me, Castlewood.
Little minx doesn't know a good fella. Beatrix, when thou'rt old enough, thou shalt marry Lord Mohun.
I shall not. Indeed, I think my lord would rather marry Mamma than me. He's waiting until you die to ask her.
Beatrix.
Beatrix, go to your room.
Indeed, I meant no wrong. But one night Mamma talked to my lord for ever so long, and sent us out of the room, too.
Get out of the room, you little viper.
Ask Lord Mohun what I said to him, Francis. Ask him.
Mamma. Oh, dearest Mamma, what have I done?
Come away, Beatrix, come away.
Lord, I'm sure Lord Mohun can explain.
Explain?
I'll tell you what your wife said to me, Francis. She begged me to stop playing cards with you. You know whether or not that was for your good.
Oh. Of course, Mohun. Of course. You are a model of a man. Everyone knows what a saint you are with women.
I am no saint. But your wife is, and I can answer for my actions. As other people must for their words.
And you shall, my lord. Please to draw.
My lords, I beg of you to stop. You cannot doubt my lady's honor for the idle words of a child.
In the name of heaven, my lords, this must not be. Lord Mohun, I would like a word with you.
Ah, you honor me, Mr. Esmond.
You claim it's a gouty foot that keeps you at Castlewood?
As you see, sir, I must wear this bandage.
I believe your foot would improve speedily, my lord, if you threw off the bandage and put on a boot.
You recommend boots, Mr. Esmond?
I do. And I'm sure your lordship would rather have claret than gruel at night, even if gruel keeps your head cool for the cards.
Stetson, are you saying I don't play fair?
I'm saying you're cool while my lord is drunk.
You young scoundrel, no man can say I play false.
You play for awful stakes in my lord's house. You play for the honor of my family.
What do you mean, sir?
I mean your lordship has no more gout than I have. And I mean fairly that you'd better go away from Castlewood.
Well, Henry, what are your plans for these 2 days in London?
I bow to my lord's wishes, since you were kind enough to accompany me on my way back to Cambridge.
I have business of my own in London. With Mohun.
Mohun? Oh, I thought he'd gone to Paris.
He's come back at my invitation. We have accounts to settle.
Accounts? Oh, I pray you, sir.
Well, it is the money I lost to him. £2,000. I scraped it up, and now it can be paid.
I'm sure you're deceiving me, my lord. I'm sure you have another quarrel, and I can tell you you're mistaken.
You've not been asked.
There's been nothing between Mohun and my lady, sir. She's as pure as an angel.
There'll be no question of my lady's honor. You quarrel about something else.
Sir, if you're determined, let me go with you. Or better, let me fight him for you.
By George, Harry, you're a good lad. I can fight my own quarrel.
But you will let me be there to see fair play?
Yes, lad. God bless you. You shall be there.
When's it to be, sir?
'Tis arranged thus. We shall go to supper at the Rose, where we shall meet Mohun. We'll call for cards, quarrel over the play. Then God help us. Either a wicked villain shall go out of the world, or a poor, worthless devil that doesn't want to remain in it. It's time, my boy. Let's be gone.
That hand is mine, Castlewood.
It is mine, but I'm not fairly warmed up yet.
I beg my Lord Mohun to let me try my hand at the play.
Oh, sure, you can't play these stakes, Esmond. You're too young.
Who dares to say it? Is your lordship afraid?
Afraid? Why, you young puppy.
Enough. Hold your tongue, Harry. Mohun, 10 crowns on the next play.
Done. But more wine first. Innkeeper. Innkeeper?
Aye, my lord.
Another tankard here.
Yeah, I'm just bringing it, your lordship.
You can set it here. I'll move this candle.
The deuce take you, Mohun. You knocked over the candle. How damnably awkward you are.
Say you so. That's a damned awkward expression. Town gentlemen don't use those words.
I'm a country gentleman.
Indeed, your manners show it. Innkeeper, you heard that insult.
I did, your lordship, but I must ask you not to quarrel in my inn. You'll find the yard more convenient just through that door.
Once more, Castlewood. Will you recall your words?
I'm hanged if I do.
You heard him, Henry Esmond.
My lord, consider
I call God to witness. I gave you your chance.
Have it, you, Mohun.
My lord. Oh, my lord. Are you badly hurt?
I think I'm a dead man, Harry.
Oh, no. Oh, good, my lord. We shall send for the surgeons.
Oh, it's no use. I love thee, Harry. Thou'lt watch over my son.
Yes, my lord. That scoundrel Mohun has fled. Would I had killed him.
Forget him. Harry, my boy, I must make thee a confession. Ah, poor lad. I have wronged thee sorely.
Never, my lord. You've been all kindness to me.
A great, great wrong. It has weighed on my soul. Listen, Harry Esmond. Thou art the true Viscount of Castlewood.
My lord is delirious.
Oh, not so. Your mother was a poor country lass, and Thomas, your father, met her in Belgium and married her when she was with child. Thou knowest that Isabel Esmond carried the title from her father. Thomas left his wife to marry her. But thou wert his true heir.
My lord, is this true?
True as I hope to see heaven.
My dearest lord, I want it not.
'Tis yours, Harry.
No one shall know. I will not bring shame on my lady or rob an innocent boy. Your son is Viscount of Castlewood.
Henry? Oh, Henry. God bless you, my dearest boy.
My lord. Oh, my lord. And my poor lady. A curse upon this evil night.
Lady to see you, Esmond.
This is where I see you, Henry Esmond. To this you have brought me.
My dearest lady, do not reproach me. My grief is enough as it is.
Would they could send men to prison before a duel, not after it.
My lady, I tried my utmost to prevent him.
You stood by at midnight and saw him murdered. You, that he loved and trusted. My husband lies in his blood, murdered for defending me. My good, generous lord. And you, Henry Esmond, you were there, and you let him die. Welcome to Chelsea, Henry Esmond. You have grown tall.
It's been 10 years, Viscountess. It is most kind of you to take me into your house now.
Well, since Francis' widow has turned you out, someone must see to you. You may salute my hand, cousin.
Nephew, at least, madam.
Eh? What mean you, Harry?
A great wrong has been done, my lady. To you, to me, and to my poor dead mother.
So Castlewood told you before he died. Before heaven, Harry, I was guiltless. It was your wicked father
who brought dishonor on our family. I know it well. But I shall disturb nothing, madam. I mean never to speak of this matter again.
Well, you're a noble fellow, Harry.
I won't quarrel over a title with those for whom I would give my life away. What matters who has it?
You're doing it for that little prude of a Rachel. What is there about that woman? And Mohun killed Francis over her, I know it. Tell me, was there anything between them?
My lady's virtue is like a saint's in heaven.
There are a good many saints in heaven with a deal to repent of, Harry. Are you still of the true church?
I have taken of the Church of England, madam.
For Rachel, I vow. At least, she hasn't turned you against the king.
No, madam, no one will ever turn our family against the Stuart cause.
Harry, my husband died for King James II, and I ask only one thing before I die. That I may see King James III brought back from exile and drink his health.
Queen Anne may live a long time.
And do you think Anne is ruling the nation?
Is she not?
Not she. 'Tis her favourite, that fury of a Sarah Churchill, Duchess of Marlborough. It's enough to give one a headache.
She's a cousin of my Lady Viscountess, I believe.
Oh, yes, she's been kind to Rachel. Beatrix is to be taken into court. My Lady Duchess can afford to be generous.
What mean you?
La, have you not heard? Marlborough's to be general of all the armies.
Oh?
By George, Harry Esmond, that's what we'll do with you. We'll buy you a commission. As long as you're in the family, boy, you might as well make a name for yourself.
And so I went with my Lord Marlborough's forces against the French king. And by the time I had seen Cadiz and had one ship go down under me, I had forgot my loneliness and my melancholy in the pleasure of new experience. And I was a soldier and a man.
was a year before I saw England again. At once I sought out my dear lady at her house at Walcott, where she'd retired after my lord's death. I hoped that time had quieted her anger, and I was not disappointed.
It was kind of you to come back to us, Henry. I thought you might come.
You had only to ask, my lady, and you knew I would be here.
Dearest old Harry. And you've been to the wars. You'll take me next time, won't you?
You're scarce tall enough, Frank, even if you are my Lord Viscount now.
Nonsense. I can't wait to be away. I tell you, I'm going with the next campaign. So's Blandford. If he can tear himself away from Beatrix.
Blandford? Marlborough's son?
He has a lock of her hair. And the Duchess caught him on his knees to her and boxed his ears.
Shh, Frank. There is talk, Henry, but they're both children. And Sarah Marlborough would never allow it.
Well, Trix must be a fine lady.
See for yourself, cousin.
And this was the child I used to carry on my back?
Oh, you mayn't carry me now. I'm grown too big. You mayn't kiss me either. But I'm glad you've come.
Drop him a curtsy, Trix. Show the new red stockings.
Hush, you silly child. Harry, stop looking at me and look at Mamma. Isn't she lovely? Oh, I'm an old woman, dear. I can't hope to look as you do.
Pooh, Trix'll never look as good as you do. If she lived to be 100.
Is that true, Cousin Harry?
No, I'm no better than your mirror, my dear. That can't flatter you.
Nonsense. You're a fine fellow. All that scarlet and silver. And where did you get that neck piece?
Some of my Lady Isabel's lace. She gave it to me.
Lady Isabel isn't such a bad woman. She's not so red as she's painted.
I'll tell her you said so, Trix.
She'll know you hadn't the wit to say it, my lord. Children. We won't quarrel the first day Harry's home.
Come in.
Henry, what are you doing?
Packing, my lady.
So soon? But you've been here only 3 days.
It's best that I go.
I knew you were going. You're leaving because of Beatrix, aren't you?
My lady, I am a poor fellow with no right to my name.
And you've fallen in love with my daughter.
And your daughter is a princess.
In beauty? Yes. But you're right. It is better that you go.
As I have said.
Not because of you. Because of Beatrix. She has a headstrong will and a jealous temper. And no prayers of mine will cure them. Go away, my son. And think kindly of us. My daughter will make no man happy who loves her.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Edmund O'Brien in a radio version of Henry Esmond by William Thackeray. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Mr. J. Donald Adams, noted critic and author of the Speaking of Books column in the New York Times. Speaking from New York, here is J. Donald Adams.
You and I live in a period when the historical novel, popular though it is, has fallen into critical disrepute. We have seen just a few too many high-bosomed hussies flaunting their charms on the jackets of books which were written to a cheap formula. But it's good to remember that some of the finest products of the novelist's art have been in the field of historical romance and historical realism. Perhaps the most notable example of the first is the novel which is being dramatized for you today, just as Tolstoy's War and Peace stands foremost in the second. Although Henry Esmond is definitely a romantic story, we cannot overlook the fact that it was written by a man who was also a realist, by a writer who, as he watched the human comedy, was ever conscious of the vanity of human wishes. looking at the snobs, and the rascals, the phonies, and the gentle and the good who made up his world, even as they make up ours. His mind played over them with a caustic and satirical wit, while at the same time his heart filled with compassion. Henry Esmond is not only a great story, written with superb craftsmanship, it is also one of the most remarkable tours de force in any literature. Here we have an author, writing in the middle of the 19th century, so immersing himself in the manners and the speech of a century and a half earlier that we seem, as we read his book, actually to be living in the reign of Queen Anne. He told his story to the last intonation, precisely as a man of the early 18th century would have done. Another great Victorian, Anthony Trollope, once told Thackeray that Esmond was far and away his best book, and Thackeray answered, "That was what I intended, but I failed. Nobody reads it, and after all, Edmund was a prig." But we, reading the book now, say, yes, Edmund was a bit of a prig, but he was also a gentleman in the finest sense of the word, and no specimen of that nearly extinct species was ever more skillfully drawn. But Esmond's story is also that of Beatrix. Now, when Thackeray drew a good woman, like poor Amelia of Vanity Fair, he made her a milksop. Becky Sharp and Beatrix are both hard as nails, but they are two of the most vital women in fiction. Never did he succeed in drawing a woman of spirit whom we could wholeheartedly admire. Unlike most novelists, he dealt more kindly with his own sex. Be that as it may, he knew life, and his picture of it lives.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
After my visit to Castlewood, I went back to the wars. Donowit, Blenheim, Ramillies. Under Marlborough, I saw them all. Surely history has told enough of the greatest general and the wickedest man the world has ever seen. Fire and sword, pillage and plunder, death and destruction. The stately muse that sings the valor of heroes has never yet spoken a word of their true employment, which is murder. And the pretty maidens who tumble at the call of fife and drum to kiss the homecoming victors have no thought of the work of the batteries, which is vomiting flame and death. It was after Ramillies, the famous 23rd of May, 1706, that I had first-hand news of those who were ever in my thoughts.
Harry! Harry Esmond!
Who called?
Harry, here in the garden.
Frank, my boy.
Good old Esmond. Here, sit down. Bring a tankard there for my friend, Captain Esmond.
Frank, so you've really come for a soldier.
Yes. Just look at the medal I got off a dead musketeer today.
Huh?
I'm in His Grace's suite, you know.
Marlborough's?
His wife, the Duchess, is pleased to be fond of me. And His Grace has given me leave to go home for the winter. You'll come too, won't you?
Why, Frank, what is there for me in England?
Well, you could see Mother. And Trix. Oh, Trix is a wonder, Harry.
I can believe that.
The toast of London. I can't make her out, though. She cares for nobody but herself. She threw over a young baron for an old earl, and then traded him for a duke.
She'll never have eyes for a poor captain.
Well, I tell you, I wouldn't marry her, even if her eyes were twice as big. But do come to London.
No, Frank, no. You go and have your fill of hijinks. Brussels will do for me. So I passed the winter with my regiment in Flanders and saw all the famous sights of that neighborhood. But being one day in the church of Saint-Gudule, I found myself less interested in the architecture than in the face of a Prussian officer who was kneeling at a side altar.
In Dominem est omnis inter...
My father.
What? I do not understand. My English is not good.
I should know Father Holt in any garment.
Hush! I am Captain von Holtz, in the service of the Bavarian Elector.
Well, Captain von Holtz, your very humble servant.
I've kept track of you, Harry Esmond. You changed your coat too, I hear.
Well, I tried to believe in saints and miracles once. You almost had me persuaded. But I cannot, and that's that. What have you been up to, my father, these many years?
Will you have done with that name? Do you want me hanged? I've told you. I'm in the service of His Electoral Highness, negotiating exchange of prisoners with His Highness of Savoy.
That's for the world to know. And for me?
Well, Esmond, my business is between the King at Saint-Germain and his loyal subjects here in the army.
There are many of us, I know.
Enough, Esmond, that when Queen Anne dies, we can hope to keep the throne away from that Protestant fool, the Elector of Hanover.
Then I shall hope to see your eminence out of jackboots and into red stockings at Whitehall.
You're always with us, I know that. So was the late Lord. And so is the young Viscount.
And so is my father before me.
I knew you'd touch on that subject. I've been in touch with the old Viscountess. I admire your sacrifice, Henry.
Father, can you tell me anything about my mother?
I can do better. She was of this very town. Come with me, my son. I will show you her grave. It was in this convent that she died. The superior remembers her still.
Sister Mary Madeleine.
Yes.
How many poor creatures have taken that name?
You may thank God that her sorrows are long past.
Long past. Mother, requiescat in pace. Three years passed. Oudenarde and the siege of Lille and the horrible battle of Malplaquet were over. And England being weary at last of carnage, the Great War was coming to a close. I was a colonel now. Furthermore, the good old dowager, Lady Isabel of Chelsea, had quitted this world and left me all her possessions. And having thus some position and a little money, I returned at last to England with renewed hopes of finding favor with Beatrix. But I was too late.
Can you not be glad for me, cousin? Lord Hamilton is the finest gentleman in England.
Yes, Beatrix, yes, I am glad.
I hope you'll be a good wife to Hamilton, Beatrix. I'm afraid for you.
You needn't be, Mother. His lordship wants my beauty. I want his name. We shall both be contented.
Beatrix, Beatrix.
I'll be Lady Hamilton, and I'll be the finest lady in the land.
How fine you look, Beatrix.
Does she not, Harry?
My lord is coming from London. I must look my best. Like my shoes.
They grace the prettiest foot in the world. Now, I have something for you. A wedding gift.
Oh, Harry, what is it?
My father's widow left them to me. They are good enough for a duchess, though not for you.
Diamonds. Oh, Mother, look. Harry, put them on me.
I'm not much of a hand with necklaces.
Oh, here, I'll do it. Thank you, cousin. Thank you 1,000 times. Oh, I could kiss you.
Pray, do.
His Grace, the Duke of Hamilton.
Well, this is a nice family scene.
Look, my Lord Duke.
Diamonds. Very pretty.
They're a present on my marriage.
From the Queen? Her Majesty is very good.
From my cousin Henry.
I have not the honour of knowing the gentleman. Lord Castlewood had no brothers.
My cousin Colonel Henry Esmond, my lord.
Then I pray you restore them. The Duchess of Hamilton receives no diamonds, but from her husband.
Beatrix may receive a gift from our kinsman and benefactor, my Lord Duke.
Kinsman and benefactor? I know of no kinsman, and my wife shall not have for a benefactor.
My lord.
I'm not here to bandy words. The Duchess of Hamilton receives no presents from gentlemen who bear a name they have no right to.
The name is as old and honourable as your grace is, and Henry Esmond has the best right to it of any man in the world.
Indeed, madam.
He has been the truest of benefactors. He tried to save my husband's life from Mohun's sword. Is that no benefit?
I ask the colonel's pardon, but I repeat, my wife receives no presents from him.
Enough, my lady, if his grace does not wish to have me.
It is not enough. My daughter may receive presents from the man to whom we owe everything in the world. 'Tis we who have no right to our name, for our title is his.
My lady, who has told you this?
Henry, dearest Henry. Lady Isabel told me before she died.
Mother, what is this?
My Lord Duke, Henry Esmond gave up his name at my dying husband's side. Gave it up for my children.
It's a family secret, my lord, but I have a perfect right to resign my title.
I should have told your grace everything in private this very day.
I humbly ask your lordship's pardon.
There is no need, your grace.
I spoke in ignorance. Please to command any service I can perform. And I shall esteem it as a favor if my lord will give away the bride.
And I should esteem it as a favor if he will take the usual payment in advance.
My dearest Beatrix.
Henry, why didn't I know you before? I would have loved you so.
And so the proud and beautiful Beatrix made ready to be a duchess, the one position in the world she was perhaps best suited to fill. But the poor girl's ambition came once again to naught. For in a paltry quarrel over a piece of land, the evil Lord Mohun, who had killed my dear Viscount, perished, but not before bringing to his death James Douglas, Lord Hamilton, the greatest peer of the realm.
You had best take these with you when you leave, Henry. I have no need of diamonds any more.
Beatrix, will you wear these at your marriage after all? You said you had not known me. You know me now, what I have forgone for 10 years.
Fie, cousin. A price for your constancy?
Beatrix, listen. I have a plan.
Plan for what?
Never mind. But if I do something you dearly wish, something that shall make me a name to give you, will you take it?
I cannot say.
Hear me a year hence. If I do what you desire most, will it not win your heart?
What is it, Henry? What mean you?
Ask no question. But if I bring back what you long for, what I have 1,000 times heard you pray for, will you not reward me?
Henry, if I understand you, may God speed your mission.
Put away the diamonds. I swear a day shall come when there shall be a feast in your house, and you shall wear them with pride.
It's a daring scheme, Harry.
Now, don't let your hopes run too high until we reach Paris, Frank. They may not even agree.
Oh, they must agree. Why, it's the one great chance. Listen, I know he and I are of the same age, but what about the rest?
I've heard it said you're of the same height and colouring.
Mother's been begging me these 5 years to come back to England. Now she can be glad I wasn't there.
That's our hope, that no one has seen you in so long. We've given it out in London that you're coming home in poor health and must live very quietly. How is your health, Frank, my boy?
Never better, my dear Esmond.
And the fortifications you were studying all these years in Flanders?
The fort fell. I marched in with flying colours and out again, may I say.
Young scoundrel, I'm only afraid that he whom you resemble may resemble you too much.
What mean you?
You've been drinking and chasing wenches all over Flanders, and they say he's been doing the same in France.
Well, it is his right. Is he not the king?
A king should have more kingly pursuits.
He shall have them when we bring him home to England. To England, Esmond. St. George and King James for England.
Quiet. Will you tell all to the coachman if this gets out?
Oh, have no fear on my account. Tell me, is Queen Anne really ill?
Her Majesty has scarce left her chamber in a month. She may die at any time.
And when we've brought her own brother to her side, why, can she help but name him her successor?
The Elector of Hanover has strong friends, my boy.
But ours are stronger. Esmond, I tell you, it cannot fail.
Harry, has there been any word?
They will be here within the hour.
Is all well?
All is well. The king travels as Viscount Castlewood and Frank as his servant.
I had rather received His Majesty at Castlewood.
No, we must keep him in London. Won't do to have him too far from the palace. Where's Beatrix?
Still dressing. I've never seen her so happy. Oh, Harry, if only my husband and your father and all our brave kinsmen could have lived to see this day.
So many brave souls, so many battles, all for this boy.
They can rest now. All England will be at his feet, and at yours.
It may be so.
Look where my girl comes.
Do the diamonds become me, Cousin Harry?
They are outshone, I think.
Your prophecy has come true, cousin. The day has come when I can wear them with pride. And you, Harry, you have brought it to pass.
The Viscountess Castlewood.
He is here.
Henry, I am faint.
Calmly, dear one, show nothing.
Madam, my dearest mother, it gives me much joy to be in your house.
Welcome, my son. 1,000 times welcome. Welcome home to England.
Aha, a good dinner and good wine.
Your Majesty is kind to praise our house.
There is not a finer in all my kingdom.
I beg your Majesty to lower your voice. The servants will hear.
Oh, pest on you, Esmond. Oh, Dieu, I will not look upon your frowns when I can observe the smiles of the Lady Beatrix.
Your Majesty honors me.
Oh, not at all. Tell me, when I am king, what will your ladyship be, huh? You have only to name your place.
I will be your most loyal subject. And long live His Majesty, King James III.
Oh, Beatrix, do not kneel to me. With such beauty, it is rather my place to kneel to you.
I don't know what to make of him, Harry. He's not like a king.
You've seen it, too?
He doesn't seem to realize what stakes we're playing for. Do you know, on our way here, he wanted to stop at Canterbury to run after a barmaid.
I wonder, Frank, whom I have served in bringing him here.
It's hard on Mother. For generations, we've given everything for the divine Stuarts. But this Stuart is only a man, and not a good one.
I'm anxious for a reason closer to home.
Beatrix?
Yes.
The way he looks at her, and she at him. No good can come of it. You're older than I am, Harry, and wiser and better. And you've done this. But I wish the end of it were come.
Why are you all looking so solemn? Is this a family conclave?
It's time for one, Beatrix.
Now that we have you a moment away from the king.
What has His Majesty to do with it?
I do not say you are too free with him, dear.
Thank you, madam.
But I might say so if I could speak such words to your father's daughter.
Eh? Mon père was no better than other people's fathers.
You weren't speaking French a month ago, or speaking ill of your father either.
I've enough of your sermons, Henry. I learned French to honor the king.
And did you learn in your mother's presence, or with him alone?
How dare you? You insult me.
You have asked to be insulted, Beatrix.
Beatrix, His Majesty is here for a great purpose. He has no time for folly, and you are better off in the country.
So, that's it. You three, you have judged me.
We are protecting you, dear.
Did I bring him here? Didn't I do as you told me in making him welcome?
I would take temptation out of the prince's way, Beatrix.
That's all I am, is it?
You don't expect to marry him, do you? He's got to marry a princess, and you know it.
Beatrix, he can only insult you and your family.
Let us go to Castlewood, Beatrix. You and I. It will be better, dear.
Very well. We will go tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. Today. I've ordered the coach for 1 o'clock.
No. No. I won't be dragged around like a prisoner. Since you can't trust me, I'll leave you, but I'll go alone.
Beatrix left us, and His Majesty, from whom we concealed her hiding place, was furious at her absence. but we were too occupied with plans for his kingdom to have a care for his anger. Never was a greater company of noble gentlemen embarked on a higher and more daring venture. And on that fateful day of July 30th, 1714, everything was in readiness.
Colonel Esmond.
Dr. Atterbury, how does your royal patient?
Esmond, now or never is the time. My Lord Castlewood, where is His Majesty?
I haven't seen him all day. He sleeps, I believe.
Go and tell him to be ready at once.
Yes.
Esmond, it is the hour. The Queen is very low. 50 of the nobles who follow the King are assembled at the Greyhound. Let him come now and present himself with their strength behind him, and we carry the day.
Harry, he's gone.
You're mad, boy. If we lose an hour, we lose a kingdom.
He's gone, I tell you. I found this paper. Beatrix got a message to him from Castlewood. He's gone to her. Harry, pray God she's safe.
He must have left London at dawn. He had 8 hours start of us, but we'll soon see. Come on.
Harry, where the devil are you going? This isn't the gate.
You don't think the porter will let us in, do you? He thinks Lord Castlewood's already inside.
Well, then what are you going to do?
Help me here. Oh, this ivy's grown thick.
But it's a barred window. We can't get through there.
We can. If I've remembered the right window after 25 years. Now, yes, where's that spring?
By George! The whole window slid down, bars and all.
It's a trick I learned from an old Jesuit master. Come on, climb through, quickly.
Harry, he's here. He's sleeping in this room.
Then all may be well.
Who is there, I say?
It is the Viscount Castlewood, come to welcome His Majesty to his house.
Esmond? What do you do here?
I wish to report on happenings in London. The opportunity has come and passed, which may not come again.
Death? No, it cannot be true.
It is true. Had His Majesty not chosen to ride to Castlewood, he might have slept at St. James.
I talked to the doctor yesterday. He told me that I might not hope to see the Queen.
It has happened otherwise, and the Queen may be dead by now. Everything was ready. There was only one person who failed us, Your Majesty's gracious...
Monsieur, you give me too much majesty.
We shall take care not to offend that way again.
What mean you, my lord? Why have you put me in this snare?
It was not our snare. We did not invite you here. We come to avenge our family's dishonor, not to bring it about.
On the honor of a gentleman. No, my lord.
No harm has been done, Frank. You see? Here on the table. His Majesty has begun some verses. Had the gracious lover been happy, he'd have passed no time in scribbling.
What would you with me, gentlemen?
I am here to tell you, you will please to remember that our family has ruined itself in devotion to yours. That my father and my grandfather died for the Stuart cause. I renounce that cause. Here is my sword. I break it and deny you. And before heaven, had you completed the wrong you designed for us, I would have driven it through your heart.
And I am with him. You're no king, but you might have ruled if you hadn't come running after Beatrix.
And so, gentlemen, I have lost a crown. I have lost the loveliest woman in the world. But worst is to lose the loyalty of such hearts as yours. Oh, my friends, no. I can never recover your friendship, but I beg of you one embrace of forgiveness.
It is granted, Your Highness.
And so, no more majesty, huh?
And why no majesty?
Beatrix.
Charming lady, these lords have come a horseback from London. My sister is very ill, and her successor makes himself desired. I trust you will pardon my escapade of last evening and lend us your coach.
You have done this to me, Henry Esmond. You have ruined my last opportunity. And there is nothing in store for Beatrix Esmond but shame. If I did not love you before, cousin, only think how I love you now.
We have made good time. Good time, Esmond. It has seemed like a journey of 3 nights, not one.
We're nearly at the palace.
But why are we slowing? Tell the coachman to whip the horses.
There's a great crowd around the gate. We shall never get past.
But we must. What is there?
Horse guards and a herald.
God save His Majesty. By the grace of God of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, God save King George!
With the sound of the trumpets of George I, all the vain hopes of the young pretender were blown away. And in that night vanished also all my desire to possess the wicked heart of that beautiful woman whose honor I had seen could be bought by the glance of a prince's eye. Ever after she held all of us, her family, as enemies, and followed James to France, to what a fate I disdain to tell. As for me, I turn to the heart which has ever shown me such loving tenderness. With my dear Rachel as my wife, I came here to Virginia, where we have built a new Castlewood, and in the autumn of our lives are grateful for the sweet sunshine and peace of our new home.
You have been listening to Henry Esmond, an NBC University Theater production of the William Thackeray novel, starring Edmund O'Brien in the title role. Next week at the same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Washington State College, and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to the NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Henry Esmond was adapted for radio by Clarence A. Ross. Our intermission commentator was J. Donald Adams. Starred as Henry Esmond, Edmund O'Brien, who appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of the Michael Curtiz Technicolor production, My Dream Is Yours, starring Jack Carson and Doris Day. Our cast included Crawford Kent, Pat Ahern, John Ramsey Hill, Doris Lloyd, Queenie Leonard, Ramsey Hill, Marlene Ames, Jerry Farber, Whitfield Connor, June Jeffrey, Terry Kilburn, Grace Stafford, Ben Wright, Donald Morrison. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of Charlotte Bronte's exciting novel, Jane Eyre, starring Deborah Carr. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of Herman Melville's classic story of the sea, Moby Dick, starring Mr. Henry Hull as Ahab. We bring you a story of the whaling vessel Pequod and of the men who sailed her in pursuit of the white whale Moby Dick. We bring you one of the richest classics in American literature, with roots in New Bedford and Nantucket and in the whaling grounds. A story of a man obsessed and a man destroyed. And to play the part of the mad Captain Ahab, we bring you one of America's ablest actors, Mr. Henry Hull. Here now is Moby Dick.
Oh, Shenandoah, I love to hear you. Away, you rolling river. Oh, Shenandoah, I long to hear you. Away, I'm bound to go across the wide Missouri.
Call me Ishmael. Some years ago, having little or no money in my purse and nothing to interest me on shore, I thought I'd sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. Whenever I find myself growing grim about the mouth, whenever it is a damp, drizzly November in my soul, then I count it high time to get to sea as soon as I can. For there's magic in the sea, and all men know that water and meditation are wedded forever. Nantucket Island, there went I to ship aboard a whaling vessel, down to the wharves where the whaling ship Pequod lay snug against the quay. She was small, long-seasoned, and weather-stained in the typhoons and calms of all four oceans. A noble craft, but somehow a most melancholy one.
Oh, when I was a little boy, oh, so my mother told me, we'll haul away, Joe. That if I didn't kiss the girls, my lips would grow all moldy. We'll haul away, Joe.
I climbed up on the deck, and there I spied a man all brown and brawny like most old seamen. He talked with the antique speech of the Nantucket Quaker brethren, and his eyes were set about with wrinkles and scowls from a lifetime of looking to windward in continuing gales.
Well, man, what would they?
Is this the captain of the Pequod?
Supposing it to be. What then?
Well, sir, I was thinking of shipping.
Thou wast thou? But flukes, man. What makes you want to go a-whaling?
Sir, I want to see what whaling is. I want to see the world.
Want to see what whaling is, then? Have you clapped an eye on Captain Ahab?
Oh, are you not the ship's captain?
Nay, I be Captain Peleg, the owner. You clap your eye on Ahab, and thou will find he has but one leg.
His leg was lost at sea?
Devoured, chewed up, crunched by the monstrous Parmaceti whale that ever chipped a boat. So now, would you still go a-whaling? Art thou the man to pitch a harpoon down a live whale's throat and then jump after it?
I'm still bound to make the voyage, sir.
Aye, then thou mayest as well sign the book. 3 years it is. 3 years at sea.
I know. There. Signed for the voyage. Now, if I may see Captain Ahab.
Dost thou want of Ahab? He's a good man. Not a pious man, but a swearing good man. And yet, since that last cursed voyage when he lost his leg by that devil whale, he's been moody. Desperate moody and savage.
Well, it was a cruel loss.
Thou canst not see Ahab now. But be forewarned. Ahab's above the common. He's Ahab, boy. And Ahab of old, thou knowest, was a crowned king.
Now there was a great activity aboard the Pequod. Sails coming on board, coils of rigging, boats, spars, lines, harpoons. For a whaling ship demands a 3-year stock of spares aboard, for she frequents lonely seas without hospitable harbors. Then, when the last supplies were laid away in the deep hold...
Mr. Starbuck.
Aye, sir.
I'll go ashore now. Luck to you, Starbuck. This day, 3 years from now, I'll have a hot supper smoking for you in old Nantucket.
Goodbye, Captain Peleg. Now, strike the gangway. Man the capstan there. Jump now. Spring, blast you, spring. Up anchor, man, and away. Here's Shiny Man.
Aye, sir.
A good rhyme to heave to. Spring, blast you.
We'll man the good captain and run it around. Way-Rio. We'll heave up the anchor to this jolly song. For we're bound for the Rio Grande. Then fare ye well, my bonny young girls. For we're bound for the Rio Grande.
Now the ship was under the charge of the mates, for Captain Ahab stayed below hatches as we sailed south along the coast.
Well off there, spring, man, spring!
Chief among these was Starbuck, a native of Nantucket and a Quaker. A steadfast man, an honest man, with a deep natural reverence. Courageous, but no crusader after perils.
I will have no man in my boat who is not afraid of a whale. A fearless man is more dangerous than a coward.
The second mate was Stubb, a Cape Cod man and cheerful. He presided over his whaleboat as if the most deadly encounter were but a dinner, and his crew invited guests. Now south we sailed, leaving the merciless winter behind us. Then came a lowering, gray, gloomy morning. And as I mounted on the deck at call of the forenoon watch, there on the quarterdeck, his form black against the graying sky, stood Captain Ahab.
Starbuck! Mr. Starbuck! Aye, Captain. Send everybody aft. The whole ship's company, sir? Aye, send everybody aft. Mastheads aloft, come down! Aft! Aft! All hands aft! There you stunts now. Jump, you lazy codfishes. All men here, Captain. Now, men, do you see this Spanish ounce of gold? Aye, pure gold. See it gleams in the sun, men, like heaven itself. Starbuck, hand me your hammer. Aye, sir. Now, I'll nail it to the mast. Listen well. Whosoever ye raises me a white-headed whale with a wrinkled brow and a crooked jaw, whosoever of you raises me that white whale with 3 holes punctured in his starboard fluke, then he shall have this ounce of Spanish gold. A white whale, men, skin your eyes for him. Look sharp for white water. If you see but a bubble, sing out.
Captain Ahab, that white whale must be the same that some call Moby Dick.
Aye, Moby Dick. Do you know the white whale, then?
Does he fantail a little curious before he go down?
Has he a bushy spout and mighty quick?
With 3 harpoon irons all twisted round in him?
Aye, the harpoons lie all twisted and wrenched in him. Death and devils, men. It is Moby Dick you've seen. Moby Dick. Him that sheared off my leg. Him that dismasted me. I'll chase him round Good Hope and round the Horn and round the Norway Maelstrom and round Perdition's Flame. That's what you've shipped for, men. To chase that white whale across the sea till he spouts black blood and rolls fin out. What say you, men? Will you splice hands on it?
Aye, a sharp eye for the white whale.
A sharp lance for Moby Dick.
Good. Go draw the great measure of grog. Grog for all hands this day. What's his long face about, Mr. Starbuck? Will thou not chase the white whale? Nay, Captain Ahab. How many barrels of sperm oil will thy vengeance yield thee in Nantucket market? Money's not the measure, Starbuck. Vengeance on a dumb brute that smote thee from blindest instinct. Madness, Captain Ahab. Blasphemy. Starbuck, each thing on earth is but a mask. And how is man to be free unless he pierce that mask? Break through the wall. To me, that white whale's the wall across my soul. What if there's naught beyond it? I see in him outrageous strength, inscrutable malice. That thing unknown, that's what I hate. Talk not of blasphemy to me. I'd strike the son of it insulted me. Not so, Captain. Take off thine ire, Miss Tarbuck. So thou palest. My heat has melted thee to anger glow. Starbuck, now is mine. Thou canst not oppose me now without rebellion. Drink, men, drink deep death to Moby Dick. Swear me his death, ye harpooners.
God keep me. God keep us all.
Through the days and nights, mad Ahab brooded on the deck, his soul reaching greedily for the wavering call from the masthead that would signal sight of Moby Dick. He piled upon the whale's white hump the sum of all the general rage and hate felt by his race from Adam down, and then he burst his hot heart shell upon it. Now it was a cloudy, sultry afternoon. High aloft in the cross trees was Tashtego, the gay-head Indian harpooner, scanning the desert of water for the mist spout of the sperm whale. Suddenly, from the clouds, his voice soared and dropped like a plummet.
There she blows! She blows! Where away? On the lee beam, 2 miles off. A school of them. They'll go flukes.
Stand by to lower boats. Spring. Jump, lassie. Let go the davit. Straight, you molly-livered. Boy, fetch the captain.
I'm on deck, Mr. Starbuck. I'll take the first boat.
But the captain keeps the ship.
Not this one. I'll be first to sink a harpoon in any whale.
But it's not Moby Dick, sir.
Nay, but each heart of spilled black blood takes me nearer to him. Lower me a boat, Mr. Sub. Get that boat to water, Starbuck.
Aye, sir. Lower away.
Away it is. Mr. Starbuck, spread out. Give way to leeward. Keep the boat separate.
Aye, sir. Now, out oars. Now, pull. Lay back. Pull. She blows again, dead ahead. Pull. Pull. Fight. Fight into the water. Start out your eyes. Spring. Spring. It's not the white whale, but the sperm oil and profit. That's the chase. Wait. Give over rowing. He's sounded. Now, Quickweg, stand up. Spy me out that whale. Sing out if you see but the shadow of a bubble.
Aye, sir. He down to bottom.
There she blows in not 50 paces. Pull now. Pull. Roar and pull, my thunderbolts. Pull till you burst your hearts and your livers. There, now, give way. We're on him. Steady. Now, Quickweg, stand up. Harpoon ready?
Aye, sir.
Now, that's his hump. Give it to him. Start all for your lives. He started. What's the line? Wet it, man. Wet it down. Haul in, men. Haul in. Ha! We're off on a Nantucket sleigh ride.
Through the whirling foam of the sea, the monster towed the frail boat. And then, hauling in close, Starbuck churned his long razor lance into the fish. And at last, gush after gush of clotted red gore, warm blood like our own for all his 70 feet of length, shot into the frightened air, and falling back, ran down his flanks into the sea. His heart had burst.
He spout black blood, Mr. Starbuck.
Aye. He'll spout no more. He's dead.
But now our monster corpse must needs be dragged back through the pounding waves to the Pequod. Hour after weary hour, the men strained the long oak oars, towing the slaughtered Leviathan through the sea till long after the sun dropped from the sky. 3 lanterns tied to the Pequod's mastheads were our star, And through the night we toiled until the whale lay chained by the head to the ship's stern and by the flukes to the bow.
King Louis was the king of France before the Revolution. We'll haul away, Joe, until he had his head cut off, which spoiled his constitution. We'll haul away, Joe.
The next day was the Sabbath, but whalers are notorious Sabbath breakers, and soon the enormous cutting tackles and blocks were hoisted to the maintop. The chains are run to the capstan amidships, and the blubber hook rammed into the bleeding, oily hide of the sea monster.
All right, aboard there. Take her away. Heave!
Because they have no comb. Heave away, heave away. They comb their hair with codfish bones. Heave away, my bully, bully boys. Heave away, heave away. Heave away, my bully, bully boys. We are bound for Australia. We are bound for Australia.
The ship heels over as the tackle takes up the strain. Then, with a swift snap, the strip of blubber rises into the air, peeled off the revolving whale like the skin of an orange. Hoisted aloft, then dropped into the yawning hatches below to the blubber room. All the day goes this weary work, and by the light of smoking lanterns, into the night.
All in the chains. Let the carcass go astern.
The peeled white body of the beheaded whale floats slowly astern, the water round it torn and splashed by insatiate sharks, and the air above vexed by the flights of screaming seafowl. Beneath the unclouded azure sky on the fair face of the pleasant sea, the great mass of death floats on and on, till lost in infinite perspective. Now only the giant head hangs from the Pequod's yards, half dipped in the sea. Silence reigns over the deserted deck. An intense copper calm unfolds its noiseless leaves over the ocean. Ahab stands alone upon the quarterdeck, his mad eye fixed upon the black and hooded head.
Speak. Speak, thou vast and venerable head. Speak, mighty head, and tell us the secret thing that is in thee. Of all divers thou hast dived the deepest, where unrecorded names and navies rot. There in that awful waterland was thy most familiar home. Thou hast slept by many a sailor's side, where sleepless mothers would give their lives to lay them down. Oh, head, thou hast seen enough to split the planets and make an infidel of Abraham, and not one syllable is thine.
Sail ho! Sail ho!
Where away?
3 points on the starboard bow.
Aye, Captain, a whaler by the look of her, and bringing down her breeze to us.
Look at her broad beams, Tarbuck, where the whale boats are swung.
Aye, Captain. Shattered boats. Splintered planks like the skeleton of a horse.
And omens, Tarbuck. Down helm, we'll hail the vessel.
Ahoy, the Delight!
Ahoy! The Pequod has seen the white whale. Moby Dick, do you see the shattered whale boat on the beams? Aye, we've seen Moby Dick. Has killed him. The harpoon is not forged that will ever do that.
You lie! Look, you Nantucketer. Here in this arm I hold his death. I swear to plunge harpoon in that place behind the fin where the white whale most feels his accursed life.
Then God keep the old man.
Where away the white whale?
10 leagues hence, north and northeast.
Brace forwards, Tarbuck. Up helm.
Captain, the oil in the hold is leaking.
So?
We must up hatches and break out the cask.
Up hatches and break out?
Aye.
Moby Dick is sighted. Would you have us heave to here for a week to tinker a parcel of old hoops?
Either do that, sir, or waste in one day more oil than we can hope to make good in a year.
Let it leak. Soul's hull leaks. Yet I don't stop to plug it. But who can find it in a deep-loaded hull or hope to mend it in life's howling gale? Starbuck I'll not heave to.
What will the owners say, sir?
Let the owners stand on Nantucket Beach and out yell the typhoon. Owners! Owners!
But, sir, the
Look
owner...
here. The only real owner of anything is its commander. And hark ye, my conscience is in this ship's keel. Down, dog, to kennel.
Captain Ahab, a better man than I might well pass over in thee what he would quickly enough resent in a younger man. Aye, and in a happier.
Devils! Dost thou then so much as dare to question me? Be gone!
Nay, sir, not yet. I do entreat. Shall we not understand each other better, Captain Ahab?
Starbuck, seest thou this pistol?
Captain.
There is one God that is Lord over the earth, and there is one captain that's Lord over the Pequod.
Nay, put up thy pistol, Captain. Thou hast outraged, not insulted me. But for that I ask thee not to beware of Starbuck. Thou wouldst laugh. But let Ahab beware of Ahab. Beware of thyself, old man.
Brave Starbuck, brave. Yet still obey. Most careful bravery, that. Ahab, beware of Ahab, aye. There's something there. But Moby Dick is sighted. The whale within my grasp at last. I'll clutch his heart and see him spout black blood. Unfurl the topgallant, shake out the reefs. We sail for Moby Dick.
Now into the green Pacific, the mastheads crying out at every spout. Lower away, black blood and flukes. And then the butchery of cutting in. The shrouds were sooted with the smoke of the tripods as the blubber passed through the fire to the oil casks. Oh, think of that, ye landsmen, when you burn your lamps. Think of the whaler in the icy sea facing death in combat with the monsters of the unknown deeps. Think well and count the oil you burn, more precious than the rarest jewel. Now, on the quarterdeck, old Ahab paces, his ivory leg echoing sharply in the cabin beneath. And in the sunset, it seemed as if his brain beat hard against a steel skull.
Try heat upon my brow. Oh, time was when, as the sunrise nobly spurred me, so the sunset soothed. But no more. His lovely light, it lights me not. All loveliness is anguish to me, since I ne'er can enjoy. Gifted with a high perception, I lack low enjoying power. Damned most subtly and most malignantly, damned in the midst of paradise. I thought to find one stubborn at the least, but they take fire from me in search of Moby Dick. Oh, hard, that to fire others the match itself must needs be wasting. What I've dared, I've willed. They think me mad, but I am demoniac. Madness maddened. You cannot swerve me, Starbuck. Nay, the path to my fixed purpose is laid with iron rails, whereon my soul is grooved to run. Moby Dick, Moby Dick, the monster whale of awesome white. Yet will I see thee roll fin out. Yet will I clutch thy heart. Mr. Starbuck, down helm. We sail for Moby Dick.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Henry Hull in a radio version of the Herman Melville novel Moby Dick. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. Today, in place of the intermission commentary normally heard on NBC University Theater, we bring you a special message from Dr. John W. Taylor, President of the University of Louisville. Here now is Dr. Taylor speaking from Louisville, Kentucky.
During the past 8 months, more than 5,000 listeners to NBC's University Theater from every state in the Union have worked and worked hard as students enrolled in the radio-assisted correspondence course in Anglo-American fiction, offered by the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of Louisville. Some of these students are working for credit toward a college degree, others for self-enrichment and self-advancement. I am here today to congratulate the first 50 students from throughout the nation who have completed their work in this course and passed their final examinations. Students registered for credit have received certificates of performance, equivalent to those granted students who are regularly registered and in residence at the University of Louisville. May I specially congratulate the 3 students who, because of their exceptional diligence in carrying out the correspondence work, have achieved the highest grades in this group. These students are, first, Mrs. Olive Olcher, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Second, Mrs. Beulah Cadwell, Dinuba, California. And third, Miss Gilda Green, Providence, Rhode Island. And in recognition of outstanding scholastic achievement, each of these students is being awarded a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica. It is my firm belief that only by bringing college education into the homes of the people through radio, supplemented by correspondence between the student at home and the instructor at the university, can millions of Americans for whom the facilities of a university are not easily available secure an education at the college level. For this reason, NBC's College by Radio courses, developed in cooperation with the University of Louisville, and now in operation at Washington State College, the University of Tulsa, the University of Southern California, the University of Chicago, and Kansas State Teachers College, have created an important milestone in the history of American education. I know that every listener joins me in thanking the National Broadcasting Company for this outstanding public service.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Our dramatization continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Oh, Shenandoah, I love to hear you. Away, rolling river. Oh, Shenandoah, I long to hear you. Away, I'm bound to go. Cross the wide
And now, in the summer cool weather of the Pacific, Perth, the blacksmith, begrimed and blistered, set up his forge on deck, lashed to ringbolts by the foremast. And surrounded by an eager circle, he mended boat spades, pike heads, harpoons, and lances.
Blacksmith? Blacksmith!
Aye, Captain.
What wert thou making there?
Welding an old pike head, sir. There were seams and dents in it.
And canst thou make all smooth again, blacksmith, after such hard usage as it had?
I think so, sir.
Thou canst smooth seams and dents, no mind how hard the metal?
Aye, sir. All seams and dents but one.
Looky here, then. Here. Can you smooth out this ribbed seam of madness in my brow? Huh? If thou couldst, blacksmith, glad enough would I lay my head upon thy anvil and feel thy heaviest hammer between my eyes. Answer, canst thou smooth this seam?
Nay, Captain. That is the one dent that defies blacksmith's hammer.
Aye, Perth. It is unsmoothable. For though thou seest it here in my flesh, it is worked into the bone of my skull, deep. But no more pikes and gaffs today, blacksmith. Look ye here. The gathered nail stubs of steel-shoed racing horses.
Oh, Captain, thou hast here the best and stubbornest stuff we blacksmiths ever worked.
Aye, Perth. And from these thou must forge me a harpoon. One that 1,000 yoke of fiends couldn't part. A blade that will stick in a whale like his own fin bone.
Captain, is this harpoon, then, for Moby Dick?
Aye, blacksmith. Forge this blade, and I will have his life and spill his blood into the sea. Now, blow up thy fire and hammer, man. Hammer! Forge me my harpoon.
'Tis done, Captain. It needs but tempering. Would you pass yon water cask?
No. No water for that. I wanted of the true death temper. Ahoy there, Testigo. Queequeg. Ahoy, you pagan harpooners.
Aye, Captain.
Aye, Captain.
What say ye? Will you give me enough blood to cover this barb?
Blood?
Blood, aye, blood. For a blade as sharp as the needle sleet of an icy sea. Blood, man, are you willing?
Aye, Captain, I'm willing.
And I.
Your arm, then. Now, Queequeg, your knife. There. There now, harpoon. Baptized in the name of devil. In thy keen edge I hold death for Moby Dick.
Further into the great Pacific fishing grounds swept the Pequod, lowering at every spout, the men rocking in the tiny whaleboats as the soft waves purred against the gunwales. These are times of dreamy quietude, when beholding the tranquil beauty and brilliancy of the ocean's skin, one forgets the tiger heart that pants beneath it. Now steals the golden hush o'er the waves, so that the mariner will all but swear that wearied children lie sleeping in these solitudes. Now, gazing far down from his boat's side into that same golden sea, is Starbuck.
Loveliness unfathomable, as ever lover saw in his young bride's eye. Tell me not of thy teeth-tiered sharks and thy kidnapping cannibal ways. Let faith oust fact. Let fancy oust memory. I look deep down and do believe.
What warmest climes but nurse the cruelest fangs, skies most effulgent but basket the deadliest thunders, and from out that cloudless sky burst the direst of all storms, the typhoon.
Stop! Hey, Mr. Starbuck. See to the lashings. Hey, that wave has a start around the world to meet me, and I can run but across the deck. Me father was the keeper of the Eddystone Light.
Avast, thou art a brave man, thou hold thy peace.
But I am not a brave man. I sing to keep up my spirits.
Belay stuff.
Nay, Mr. Starbuck. There's no way to stop my singing but to cut my throat.
Madman, look through my eyes if thou hast none of thine own.
What is it, Mr. Starbuck?
Look you there, Stubb. Mark Ahab's boat.
Hey, stove in.
Aye, stove in the stern sheets where he stands. Now jump overboard and sing if thou must.
Nay. What's in the wind?
The gale that now hammers at us to stave us. We can turn it into a fair wind to drive us home. Yonder to windward all is blackness of doom. But to leeward, homeward, see how the light shines the way to Nantucket and home.
Mr. Starbuck!
Aye, Captain.
Turn her a point to leeward. Drive into it.
Nay, sir, look now, aloft. Look. The corpusants. St. Elmo's fire on the yards.
Aye, the masthead burn like tapers on an altar.
The corpusants have mercy on us all.
See, it burns. It burns and destroys not. Aye, look. Mark it well. The white flame leads the way to the white whale. The lightning flashes through my skull. My whole beaten brain seems to be headed and rolling on some stunning ground. Thou foundling fire, thou hermit immemorial, leap! Leap up and lick the sky! I leap with thee, I burn with thee, defyingly, I worship thee!
God is against thee, old man, forbear. Let me square the yard while we may and make a fair wind of it homeward.
Starbuck, your oaths to hunt the white whale are as binding as mine own.
But we must send down the main topsail yard. Shall I strike it, sir?
Strike it. Strike nothing. Lash it. If I had skysail poles, I'd sway 'em up now.
Sir, in God's name,
my masts and keels he takes me for the hunchback skipper of some coasting snack. Send down my main topsail yard? No. Loftiest trucks were made for wildest winds. and this brain truck of mine now sails amid the cloud scud. Shall I strike that? Oh, no. None but cowards send down their brain trucks in tempest time. Nay, Starbuck, strike nothing, but lash everything aloft.
Some hours after midnight, the typhoon abated, and the crew set to work cutting away the splintered spars and shredded canvas. Then down below went Starbuck to report to Captain Ahab. The swaying cabin lamp was burning fitfully and casting fitful shadows on the old man's door. The loaded pistols in the rack gleamed in the swaying light.
He would have shot me once. Aye, there's the very pistol. Loaded, primed. With this, he would have killed me. I and all the crew. Shall this crazed old man be tamely suffered to drag a whole ship's company to doom with him? Murder. He sleeps beyond this door. Sleeps. But soon will wake again. I can't withstand the old man. Thou sayest we're all Ahab. Great God forbid. I stand alone with 2 oceans between me and law. Ahab's hammock swings within. His head here. A touch, and Starbuck may survive to hug his wife and child again. Oh, Mary, Mary, and my boy. And if I wake thee not to death, old man, to what unsounded deeps will Starbuck's body this day sink? Great God, where art thou? Shall I?
Stern all! Stern all!
He mutters in his sleep.
Stern all! Oh, Moby Dick, I clutch thy heart at last.
Oh, God. God, help me. I cannot. Sleep on, old man, and wake to bring us all to death.
Now, from the east, her skysail showing white against the blue, the whaler Rachel bore down upon the Pequod. The Rachel's captain put off, and soon his boat hook clinched the Pequod's main chains.
Ahoy there! Have you seen the white whale? Aye, yesterday. Give me a hand up there.
Here's up.
Have you seen a whaleboat adrift? My own boy was in it. Boat towed out of sight by that white demon.
He lives. Moby Dick still lives.
Aye, but yesterday he towed away the lead boat. Captain, let me charter your boat to search. For 8 and 40 hours only. You shall.
His son is lost. What say you, Captain? We'll save his son?
You too have a boy, Captain Ahab. Will you do it? You'll save my boy. There! Run, men! Stand by to square in the yard!
Touch not a rope yarn. Captain, I will not do it. Moby Dick is in my reach. I'll not lose time. Mr. Starbuck, in 3 minutes from this present, brace forward and let the ship sail on.
No, Ahab, no, I beg.
Goodbye. God bless you, men. And God forgive me, too. But I must sail on for Moby Dick.
Soon the 2 ships diverged their wakes, and by her halting course and winding, woeful way, you plainly saw that this ship that so wept with spray was truly Rachel, weeping for her children because they were not.
Starbuck?
Sir?
It's a mild wind and a mild-looking sky.
Aye, sir.
On such a day as this, I struck my first whale. A boy harpooner of 14. 40 years ago. Not 3 of those years ashore. Oh, weariness, heaviness. 40 years on dry, salted fare. Fit emblem of the dry nourishment of my soul.
Aye. while the poorest landsman has fresh fruit to his daily hand.
Away, whole oceans away from that girl wife I wedded past 50. Nay, not wedded. I widowed that child when I married her, Starbuck. Old Ahab, more a demon than a man. A fool, a 40 years fool. Starbuck, do I look so old, so very old? I feel bowed and humped as though I were Adam, staggering beneath the piled centuries since paradise.
Captain, there's a fair breeze to Nantucket.
Starbuck, stand close. Let me look into a human eye. So is it better than to gaze on God? I see my wife and child in thine eye. No, stay on board the Pequod when branded Ahab gives chase to Moby Dick. That hazard shall not be thine.
Oh, Captain, lower not for that deadly fish.
Oh, Starbuck.
Away with me. Let us fly these deadly waters. Let us home. How cheerily would we bowl on our way to old Nantucket.
God crack my heart. Mockery, bitter mockery.
Come, Captain, let us away to wife and child. See my Mary on the hill waiting for her husband's sail. Come, Captain, come.
What is it, Starbuck? The nameless, hidden Lord and Master that commands against all natural longing. Is Ahab? Is it I, God, or who that lifts this arm? By heaven, man, we are turned round and round in this world like yonder windlass, and fate's the handspike. But, we'll sleep at last, Starbuck. Aye, toil how we may, we'll sleep at last.
So, Captain, shall I square away the yards? Home to Nantucket? The word, Captain, but say the word.
There she blows! She blows! Right away! To leeward! She blows! A hump like a snow hill! It's Moby Dick!
In stunsails! Down the gallansails! Stand by to level boats! Mr. Starbuck, stay on board and keep the ship. Helm there, luff a point. So. Steady as she goes.
Aye, sir.
All ready, the boats there. Lower me, Mr. Starbuck, lower.
Stand by to lower boats.
Let go.
He blows to leeward, Captain.
Aye, Starbuck. Stay down on board and keep ship. Now, men, ship oars and pull. Pull, men. Pull. Reach me on his snow hill hump. Row and pull. I see thee now. Pull. I have thee now. Pull. In this hand I hold thy death.
Look! He's down, Captain!
Aye, and now he'll stay below. Easy off, men. But then must he come up to light where Ahab's lance can reach.
Nay, Captain! The birds! The seabirds! They come this way!
They've keen eyes. Look down, Captain.
Aye,
Look down.
Aye, the birds see. Stern all, 'tis Moby Dick. Pull! He comes up towards the gate. Pull!
Jump!
The boat! It crushes! He takes my boat as a cat to mouse. Monster! Demon!
Captain!
Into the boiling sea spilled Ahab as the whale's great jaws closed upon the gunwales of the whaleboat and sheared it in twain. Now at the edge of the maelstrom of swirling planks and cedar chips and struggling men lay Moby Dick, slowly feeling with his giant flukes from side to side. And whenever a stray oar, a bit of plank, the slightest crumb of one of the boats touched his skin, his tail drew swiftly back and came sideways, smiting the sea. But soon, as if satisfied that his work was done, he continued his leeward way at a traveler's methodic pace. And as the whale drew off, down came the Pequod to fish her children from the foaming sea.
Here, Captain. Here, my arm.
Harpoon. My harpoon. Is it safe?
Aye, sir.
Any missing men?
5 oars, 5 men.
Help me, man. I wish to stand. So there I see his spout to leeward still. A leaping spout. Starbuck. Set sail and after him.
Hark ye, Captain. Your wrecked boat. The thistle the ass refused. It pricked his mouth too keen, eh?
What soulless thing is this that laughs before a wreck? Neither groan nor laugh should be heard before a stove boat.
Aye, sir, it is a solemn sight. An omen and an ill one.
Omen?
Aye.
If the gods think to speak to men, they'll speak outright, not giving old wives hint. Begone. Ye two are opposite poles. Starbuck is stub reversed, and Stub is Starbuck. And ye two are all mankind. And Ahab stands alone among the millions of the peopled earth. Nor gods nor men his neighbors. Cold, I shiver, How now? Masthead aloft there!
Aye, sir.
Do you see him? Do you see Moby Dick? Sing out for every spout, though he spout 10 times a second.
Stacking her canvas high, the Pequod bore down in the leeward wake of Moby Dick. At methodic intervals, the whale's glittering spout was chanted from the mastheads, until the night fell close upon the sea. Then, when morning came, again the shout went up from aloft.
There she blows!
Aye, blow, whale, and split your spout.
She breaches! There she breaches!
Aye, breach your last to the sun, Moby Dick. Thy hour and thy harpoon are at hand. Down, all of you! The boats, stand by!
Great God, but for one single instant show thyself. Never wilt thou capture him, old man.
Away, Starbuck!
Oh, sir, it is impiety and blasphemy to hunt him more.
Starbuck! Ahab is forever Ahab. This whole act's immutably decreed. 'Twas rehearsed by thee and me 1 billion years before this ocean rolled. I feel strained, half stranded as a passing hawser. But ere I break, Starbuck, you'll hear me crack. 2 days has Moby Dick defied me. He'll rise once more to spout his last. Lower away, boat!
Captain, noble heart, go not.
Stand by the crew. Starbuck, keep the ship. Pull, my men. Pull.
Heart of wrought steel. Oh, my God, what is this? Mary, girl, thou art grown dim. Starbuck, stave it off. Oh, Ahab, beware. Beware of thyself, old man.
The whale had sounded. Down went he to his green world below. And the boats lay rocking gently, grim Ahab's hand upon the harpoon, waiting till Moby Dick should rise and blow again. Suddenly a low rumbling sound was heard, a subterraneous hum, and a vast form shot lengthwise from the sea.
Pull! Here but my arms, my legs. Pull! Closer! There now, slack away.
We blew, Captain.
One more pull. There. He's off. Hold steady. Now my harpoon.
Aye, Captain.
Now, Moby Dick, I fling my curse. Steel blade and curse. Sunk to the socket.
He rolls.
The line! Mark the line!
The line is parted. Parted. What breaks now in me? Some sinew cracks. Oars, quickly and on him. I grow blind with spume. Cry him out. Where is he?
He swim on the ship. The ship!
Oars, hope oars. Let Ahab drive this last time on his mark. The ship, dash on me, men. Will you not save my ship?
Straight upon the advancing prow of the Pequod bore Moby Dick, smiting his jaws amid fiery showers of foam. Upon the bowsprit stood Starbuck and Stubb, new fished from the wrecked whaleboats.
Up helm, ye fools! The jaw!
Oh, Ahab, lo, thy work. Steady, helmsman, steady! Lay up helm again, he turns to meet us. His prow drives on. Oh, my God, stand with me now.
The solid white buttress of the whale's forehead smote the Pequod's starboard bow. And through the breach they heard the waters pour as mountain torrents down a flume. Diving beneath the ship, the whale ran quivering along its keel and then away. Slowly, the Pequod settled in the water. And now the whale lay quiet within a few yards of Ahab's tiny, tossing boat.
I turn my body from the sun. Thou death-glorious ship, must ye then perish, and without me? Oh, lonely death, thou lonely life. From all your furthest bounds pour ye in now, ye bold billows of my whole foregone life, and top this one piled comber of my death.
She's low again, Captain.
Aye, Moby Dick, toward thee I roll, thou all-destroying but unconquering whale. To the last I grapple with thee, from hell's heart I stab at thee. For hate's sake I spit my last breath at thee. Let me die still chasing thee, still tied to thee, thou damned whale. Thus I give up the spear.
Captain, the rope, the line, it's foul.
Catch it once round the log ahead.
Watch out, the loop, the loop.
Captain, die!
Ahab, caught by the flying turn of line around the neck, shot from the boat into the sea, down through the green silence, past the shadows of the sun and waves, down into the black unknown dove mad Ahab, tied for eternity to the white whale, still in death, pursuing Moby Dick, down to the quiet darkness and eternal rest of the ocean deeps. And now concentric circles seized the lone boat itself, and all its crew, and each floating oar, and every lance pole, and spinning, animate and inanimate, all round and round in one vortex, carried the smallest chip of the Pequod down out of sight. The drama's done. Why then here does anyone step forth? Because one did survive the wreck. I, Ishmael, lay floating in the wreckage. Clinging to a shattered spar, I floated on a soft and dirge-like main. On the second day, a sail drew nearer, and picked me up at last. It was the Rachel, that in her retracing search after her missing children, only found another orphan.
You have been listening to Moby Dick, an NBC University Theater production of the Herman Melville novel, starring Henry Hull as Ahab. Next week at this same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain. And the following week, Samuel Butler's great novel, The Way of All Flesh. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Washington State College, and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Moby Dick was adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Starred as Captain Ahab, Mr. Henry Hull. Ishmael, the narrator, was High Aberback. John Beale was Starbuck. Our cast included Stephen Chase, Donald Morrison, John Daner, Ralph Moody, Lester Sharp. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of the delightful Mark Twain novel Huckleberry Finn, starring Dean Stockwell. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of the Thomas Hardy novel, The Mayor of Casterbridge, starring Reginald Gardner as Michael Henchard. Today, one of England's giants of literature, Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge. Its setting is that part of England known as Wessex. Its concern is with grain and weather, with strong men in conflict, and with women fully dependent. Thomas Hardy was a vigorous dramatist, yet he rarely chose up sides. Rather, he was a determinant, a man of suspended judgment who recorded the workings of fate and law with a deep compassion. He was also a poet of the English countryside, a celebrator of the heath, the woods and the fields, and the village with its peasants. No condensation can preserve all the elements of a complex novel, but we feel that the essence of Thomas Hardy is well represented in today's radio adaptation by Max Ehrlich. Here, then, The Mayor of Casterbridge, starring Reginald Gardner as Michael Henchard.
This is the story of a man of character, strong and yet weak, turbulent yet calm, hard and yet sentimental. He lived by his deeds and died by them, and was judged for them. And his name was Michael Enchard. One evening of late summer, some 100 years ago, a man walked along a dusty road in Upper Wessex. He was shabbily clad and powdered with the thick dust of a long and weary journey. He carried the tools of his trade with him, and his measured walk was the stride of a skilled countryman. And then, at a turn in the hedge-bordered road, he spied a man owing turnips, and hailed him.
Ho there! Thou!
Aye? What is it?
Any trade doing in that town up ahead?
What kind of trade?
Well, you see me hay knife and basket, don't you? Is there anything in the hay trussing line?
Well, there's always a trade for a strong and sober man.
Well, as to that, Michael Henchard will match muscle and stack hay with the best of them. And I've sworn by the Holy Book never again to touch a drop for 20 years. If it's strong and sober they want, that's me. What might be the name of the town ahead, then?
Why, everyone hereabouts knows it.
I'm not from hereabouts, and where I come from or what I was is the business of none but myself. Tell me the name of the place and I'll go about my business. What town is it?
Why, yonder town is CASTERBRIDGE.
"18 years passed. Michael Enchard rose to be the richest, most powerful man in Casterbridge, the foremost dealer in corn and wheat, and finally the mayor of his adopted town. And now, as he sat at the council table, he was under attack.
Mr. Enchard, you're mayor of Casterbridge, aye. But you're also the corn factor. It's your responsibility.
Yes, well, Grubbins, come to it. Come to the point.
You've always done big dealings in wheat, barley, oats, and the like, and always well done. But this year you've supplied bad wheat in your contracts.
Aye, why, the wheat is so grown out it's almost like mold.
Aye, and the bread it makes has a list at the bottom of the loaf as thick as the sole of my boot.
Well, now, sirs, I'm an honest man, and I admit the wheat turned out badly. But you'll have to believe me when I say I was taken in as much as the millers I sold it to.
Aye, and so were the poor folk of Casterbridge, Mr. Enchard.
The good wives and their poor children.
Aye. That's what they...
Gentlemen, you must make allowances for the size of my business.
What allowances?
Aye, Mr. Mayor, what allowances?
It's so big I can't look after it myself. That's why the bad wheat slipped my eye, gentlemen. That's why I've advertised for a thorough good man to manage my grain department.
Well enough, Mr. Enchard, well enough. But are you going to pay us for the bad wheat you sold us? Will you take it back again?
Gentlemen, if any of you men of wisdom will tell me how to turn grown wheat into wholesome grain, I'll take it back with pleasure.
Well, now, Mr. Enchard, there's a Scotchman newly arrived in town. Farfray's his name, Donald Farfray.
Aye, and he says he has a process to renovate the grain.
Oh, he does, eh? Well, there's a long draft between saying and doing, but any chance is better than none. Where is this Scott Farfray? Where can I find him?
You'll find him at the Three Mariners Hotel, Mr. Enchard.
Aye, and if he's a sound man, possibly he'll be staying in Casterbridge.
No, Mr. Henchard, I'd not thought of stopping long in Casterbridge. I'm on my way to Bristol and from there to the New World to try my fortune in the great wheat-growing districts of the West.
Well, to America, eh? Well, well.
But hearing of the trouble you're in, I can't resist offering my services.
Aye, I'm in trouble indeed, sir, dire trouble. And if your renovating process is what you say it is, I shall be glad to pay you handsomely.
Oh, no, sir, I'll take no pay. After all, this new process of mine will be no good to me in a foreign country where the wheat climate is more constant than here.
Still, you'll be doing me a great service.
I'm delighted to be of help. And now, Mr. Henchard, let me show you how this process works. You see here. Now, I take a few grains. Well, Mr. Henchard, there's your wheat, as good as new.
Aye. Aye, you've done it, lads, you've done it.
The process is yours, sir. Free and clear.
Aye, lad, hearken to me. You've saved me from a world of trouble and anguish this day. Forget your boys to the new world and come work for me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Henchard.
Look, if you'll accept the place, you shall manage the corn branch entirely with salary and commission besides.
You're a liberal man, sir. Very liberal, but... No, I've got my mind set on America.
Mr. Fabry, reflect and consider. I'm a lonely man without wife or child, and have been for years. And you've struck my fancy. You're the kind of lad I could look upon as my son. For when I like a man, I like him hard, and that's the way of Michael Henchard.
Well, believe me, sir, I'm honored.
I hate to be persistent, Donald, but you were sent to me by Providence and meant to stay. I'm not a man to let a cause be lost for want of word. Come, stay with me, and name your own terms. For hang it, Donald, I like thee well.
Mr. Henchard, Well, there's much in what you say. Perhaps it is Providence, as you say. But I, too, like thee well.
Then you'll stay, lad. You'll stay?
Yes, I give it much thought. Should anyone go against Providence? Now, will you not have a drink with me, Mr. Henchard, to seal our new association?
No, lad. I'd like to, but I cannot. I've sworn an oath to forsake drink. A long time ago, it almost ruined me.
Then here's my hand on it, sir.
Done.
Done, sir.
Thus, Michael Henchard took into his life a young man whom he loved as a son. Dreaming of the future, he little knew that the ghost of his past was already rising up to plague him. At that moment, in the distant Wessex town of Weydon Priors, a fair was in full swing. Among the stalls for tailors, osiers, linen drapers, and coopers, through the roundabouts and high flyers, walked two women. One of them was a girl of 18 called Elizabeth Jane, and t'other was her mother, dressed in the mourning clothes of a widow. And her original name was Susan Henchard.
So this is where you first met Father?
Yes, Elizabeth Jane, 'twas here. And on a day like this that Richard Newson and I met.
Poor Father. To think that he's gone from us now, drowned at sea. But, Mother, why have we come here at all?
'Twas here that I last saw the relation I'm looking for.
Mr. Henchard?
Yes.
I suppose he never knew me.
No, Elizabeth Jane, he never really knew you. Now, I must go over to that tent.
The one where that wrinkled old woman is stirring the pot?
She I wish to speak to. Elizabeth Jane, you stay here.
Oh, but why?
I want to speak to her alone.
Good furmity sold here. Good, nourishing, hot furmity. And only halfpenny a cup.
Good evening.
Eh? You speak to me?
Yes. We've met before. 18 long years ago.
I don't recall it.
Can you not call to mind the sale of a wife by her husband in your tent 18 years ago today?
I've seen so many things. But ye say a man sold his wife?
Yes, a hayrigger named Henchard. I was his wife, and there was a child with me. He was in his cups, and he sold us to a sailor named Newson for 5 guineas. You recall the man now?
Aye, now I do. He came back to the fair the following year.
He did? Why? Tell me why.
Looking for his lost wife. And he told me quite private-like that if a woman ever asked for him, I was to say he'd gone to...
Yes? Tell me where.
Oh, I'm an old one, I am, ma'am. And my memory's creaky. If I had a wee bit of encouragement, maybe...
Here's a shilling.
Now I mind. Aye, 'twas Casterbridge. That's it. He's mayor of a town called Casterbridge.
And so it was that the mayor of Casterbridge received a letter from the wife he had sold some 18 years before. And shortly after, he met her by night the place called Budmouth Road.
Michael. Michael.
There now, Susan, my dear. There's no need for tears. We're together again.
I was afraid you wouldn't see me.
I not see you? Susan, my dear, since the day I shamefully sold you, I've wanted you back. It was the rum that made me do that terrible deed, that old hag's furmity. And since then, I haven't touched a drop. You hear me, Susan? For 18 years, I've kept my oath.
Michael, what can I say?
I searched high and low for you and for my daughter, for Elizabeth Jane. I traveled, advertised, did all I could. Finally, I decided that you and the child must be dead. Susan, why did you keep silent so long? Why?
Because of Newson? I thought I owed him faithfulness. And now I meet you as his widow. I consider myself that, and I have no claim on you.
No, Susan, you meet me as my wife.
Michael.
As my lawfully wedded wife. I brought with me here the wedding ring you threw into my face when I took the 5 guineas from Newson. Will you wear it, Susan? Will you wear it again?
Oh, Michael. Michael.
Now then, what does our daughter know about us?
Nothing, Michael. I didn't dare tell Elizabeth Jane. She despises us both.
Aye. Well, we must keep our secret dark and yet get matters straight in spite of it. Two cannot return to my house as the wife and daughter I once treated so ill. It wouldn't look well for the mayor and her church warden.
Perhaps it would be better if Elizabeth Jane and I went away.
No, Susan. I want you here, and here you'll stay. Wait a moment. I have it.
Yes?
You and Elizabeth Jane can take a cottage in town as widow and daughter. In due time, I'll meet you, court you, and marry you.
And no one will be the wiser?
No one. Susan.
Yes, Michael?
There's one thing you haven't told me plain and out. Do you forgive me? Do you, Susan?
Michael,
I don't blame you. It was a cruel and miserable thing I did. And if someday you can find room in your heart to truly forgive me, Susan, you'll make Michael Henchard a happy man again.
Michael Henchard was a man of strong conscience. Ends to his wife and daughter would go far toward wiping out the shadow which had haunted him for many years. But Susan's arrival had aggravated another problem. So now, in a rush of confidence, he told the whole story to Donald Farfrae.
Now, Donald, see what injury a man may cause around him. By doing right with Susan, I wrong another innocent woman. Lucetta Templeton.
You propose marriage to Miss Templeton, Michael?
Aye. Before I knew Susan was still alive, and she accepted. She was planning to travel here from her home on the island of Jersey.
That's a problem, to be sure. Since you can't marry both of them, you must bitterly disappoint one.
Aye, that's the curse of it, Donald. And my first duty is to Susan. There's no doubt about that.
I agree.
Donald, hearken to me. You've seen how I've spoke my heart to you on a personal family matter. You can see my trust and faith in you as if you were my own son.
Yes, and I'm honored, Michael.
Well, what shall I do, lad? Advise me now. How shall I resolve what I've done?
Why, I think it's plain, Mr. Henchard.
Then tell me, Donald. Tell me the path.
You'll have to write to Miss Lucetta Templeton. Tell her about Susan and beg her forgiveness and your release.
Aye. 'Tis the honest thing to do, though cruel. But, Donald, as to the letter...
Yes?
I'm a poor hand at letter writing. Will you draw up an explanation and break it to her as gently as you can?
I'll be glad to, Michael, if you wish me to.
Thank you, boy. Thank you, lad. You're a blessing and a comfort to me. It was a lucky day for Michael Henchard when you stopped by in Casterbridge.
Lucetta Templeton released Henchard, and he married Susan. Meanwhile, Michael and his young assistant, Donald Farfrae, were inseparable, and the great corn and grain business flourished under the young Scot's able direction. But then, a seed began to take root and sprout, and finally to cleave the foundation of their close friendship. At first, it was merely the kind of talk that was heard at the Three Mariners Inn.
No, you take this young man, Farfrae. A fine, upstanding lad he is. A catch for any woman, mark you. If I were 10 years younger...
I'm Mrs. Cookson. Begad, a popular one he is around Casterbridge. A credit to the mayor's business he is.
True, Griggs, true. Where would the mayor be without the Scot?
Nowhere, Christopher, nowhere, says I.
Strike me if it's blasphemy. But I say that of the two, Farfrae's the better man.
The lad'll cut Henchard out one day, mark me.
Shh! You fools, not so loud.
Eh?
What is it, Mrs. Cookson?
Lower your voices. Can't you see? That's Albert Jopp, Henchard's foreman, sitting in the corner.
Oh.
Like as not he's heard you. And he's a fine one for carrying a tale.
Gossip, Jopp. Malicious gossip. Fools in their cups chattering.
All right, Mr. Henchard. Have it your own way. I'm only telling you what I heard at the inn. And not only at the inn, but at the town hall itself.
What? What do you mean, Jopp?
I mean there are those who say you've been mayor and corn factor long enough. They're talking of Mr. Farfrae.
That's a lie.
Is it, Mr.
Blast
Henchard?
you for a meddler, Jopp. Why, Donald Farfrae's like my own son. He wouldn't... Come in.
Be you Mr. Farfrae, sir?
No, what is it, boy?
Please, sir. Me aunt sent me. We have a farm in Durnover, and they be wanting Mr. Farfrae to come out and buy our haystack.
Mr. Farfrae's away, boy. I'll come and look at it myself.
But me aunts be wanting Mr. Farfrae to come to the farm.
Why, Mr. Farfrae? Mr. Farfrae, Mr. Farfrae. Why do people always ask for him?
I suppose it's because they be liking him so. That's what they be saying.
Oh, they do they?
Well, what did I tell you, Mr.
Silence, Jopp. I've had enough of your tongue. Look here, boy.
Yes, sir?
I suppose they want Mr. Farfrae to come because he's cleverer than Mr. Henchard. Is that what they say, lad?
Aye. That be it, sir. Leastways, some of it.
Oh, so there's more, is there? Well, what else? Come, boy, what else do they say? Come, here's a sixpence, if you remember.
Well, sir, they do say Mr. Farfrae be better tempered. The better man by a long chalk. And they be saying they wish he was the master and mayor, too, instead of Mr. Henchard.
Oh, they do they? They wish he was master, eh? Well, we shall see about that. Yes, we shall see about that very soon.
The malicious seed sprouted and grew and became a thing of nettles, and at last came into the open. It happened on a day when Henchard went into an employee's house to discipline a wagon driver who'd overslept.
Here, you Abel Whittle, get out of bed, you lazy lout. Begad, I've stood you being tardy for the last time.
Oh, Mr. Henchard, I don't know how it happened. Last night I just closed my eyes and...
4 o'clock and the crew's waiting to go to the fields and you're abed. Rot me, I'll mortify your flesh, see if I don't. Now get out and start moving down Back Street.
But I've got to put my breeches on first.
Breeches? No, you'll go out without 'em, Whipple. You'll drive all the way to Blackmore Vale without 'em. I'll teach you a lesson.
But I'd be disgraced. They'd be laughing.
Out of the door and down the street. Come on, out of the door when everyone can see you.
Oh, Abel Whittle. I was just coming to your eyes here, and I... Why, what's this?
Mr. Farfrae, sir, if you'd only try to make Mr. Henchard relent, I cannot face the shame of walking about unclothed.
I said I'll mortify you, Whittle, and I will. Get out into the street.
Oh, just a minute now. Abel.
Aye, Mr. Farfrae.
You get back into the house and put on your clothes and come to work like a man.
Yes, sir. God bless you, Mr. Farfrae.
Look here, Farfrae. What are you up to?
I'm up to nothing, Michael, but if this is a joke, it's being carried far enough.
It's no joke. I was disciplining Whittle, and I brooked no interference.
Oh, come, Michael. Such conduct's too small for a man of your position. I mean, no criticism, sir, but it's not worthy of you.
What? You dare to speak to me like this?
No, I speak only to your reason, sir. Abel Whittle's a man, and he needs his dignity.
Now, look here, Farfrae. I've had enough. Either Whittle does as I say, or I'll get myself a new manager.
I have taken a position, Michael, and I cannot honorably retreat.
Indeed. In that case, Mr. Farfrae, I have no further need of your services, and you are no longer my manager. Elizabeth! Where is that girl, Elizabeth?
Yes, Father.
I've heard about town that you've been seeing something of Donald Farfrae. Is that true?
Father,
Answer me, child. Is it true?
Yes, it's true.
Well, from now on, that's over. You're not to see Donald Farfrae again. I forbid it.
Michael, what is it? What do you forbid?
It's your daughter, Susan. She's taken up with that young whelp of a Scot, and I won't have it. Do you know what he's done, Susan?
What, Michael?
Why, he's opened up a corn and hay business and set up a trade of his own on Durnover Hill. The gall of that young devil. Why, I befriended him. I helped him make a living, called him friend, called him my son. I'd have given him my last crust of bread, and now he's trying to cut my throat in competition.
Father, Donald means nothing personal. It's the business he knows best.
Ah, do you take me for a fool, Elizabeth? I know what he's up to. He's out to harm me in any way he can. But I'll have a tussle with him, I will. I'll show him what it means to stack up to Michael Henchard.
The rivalry of the two men flared, and they closed in mortal commercial combat. 'Twas northern insight against southern doggedness, dirk against cudgel, rapier against heavy saber. Henchard fought savagely with every trick he knew, trying to beat Farfrae into bankruptcy. But the young Scot took every blow and kept on coming. Then tragedy struck in Michael Henchard's home. His wife, Susan, died of a stroke. And then, and only then, did Michael Henchard reveal to Elizabeth Jane the story of his past. And that he was her real father.
Now, child, don't cry. I can't bear it. I won't bear it. Why should you cry?
I can't help it.
I'm your father, and I'm here, alive. Is this a cause for sorrow, child? Am I so dreadful, so hateful to you?
No.
Oh, listen, don't hate me for what I've done, Elizabeth Jane. I'll be kinder to you than Richard Newsom ever was. Don't you see, daughter? You're all I have in the world, all I love.
May I say good night now, Father?
Of course you may. Go to bed, child. It's been a difficult day.
Good night, Father.
Good night, Elizabeth Jane.
Ironically, a few days after the funeral, Michael Henchard found a letter written by his dead wife to himself. He took it to his room, and there he opened it.
Let me see. My dear Michael, when you read this, I shall already be in my grave. This is a confession of a secret I have kept from you till now. Forgive me, Michael.
I thought it was for the best, but now I must tell you. You see, Michael, Elizabeth Jane is not your child, the child who was in my arms when you sold me. No, she died 3 months after that, and Elizabeth is really Richard Newsom's daughter. I christened her by the same name as the other, and she filled the ache of my loss. Michael, I might have held my tongue, but I couldn't. Please try to forgive, if you can, a woman you once deeply wronged, as she forgives you. Susan Henchard.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Reginald Gardner in a radio version of Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, the distinguished author of The Great Tradition and John Reed, The Making of a Revolutionary, Mr. Granville Hicks. Speaking from New York, here is Mr. Hicks.
The Mayor of Casterbridge was published in 1886 when Thomas Hardy was 46 years old. It was preceded by The Return of the Native, and followed by Tess of the D'Urbervilles and Jude the Obscure, these four being his greatest novels. After the appearance of Jude the Obscure in 1895, Hardy refused to write another novel, chiefly because his work had been criticized as immoral. He lived on, however, for more than 30 years and added greatly to his reputation as a poet, which eventually surpassed his reputation as a novelist. As you have noticed, the Mayor of Casterbridge is concerned with a group of men and women who can be called the victims of circumstance. In 1885, while he was working on the novel, Hardy thus defined tragedy in his notebook. A tragedy, he wrote, exhibits a state of things in the life of an individual which unavoidably causes some natural aim or desire of his to end in catastrophe when carried out. This is, of course, what happens to Michael Henchard. Not only are his sufferings out of all proportion to his mistakes, they rise often enough out of his good impulses. Because of his emphasis on undeserved suffering, Hardy was generally regarded and often ferociously attacked as a pessimist. In a way, he deserved the epithet. The Mayor of Casterbridge, for example, hastily passes over the rise of Michael Henchard in order to concentrate on his fall. If Hardy had chosen to reverse the emphasis, the same materials could have given a quite different impression. He was not, however, a pessimist in any absolute philosophical sense. He called himself not a pessimist, nor an optimist, but a meliorist. That is, one who believed that things could be made better, and, as far as possible, should be. In one of his poems, he wrote, "If way to the better there be, it exacts a full look at the worst." Many critics have insisted that Hardy looked at the worst rather more fully than he needed to, but the fact remains that he was genuinely concerned to find a way to the better. When you are reading one of Thomas Hardy's tragic novels, you may feel that this is not the way life really is, but you do have to confess that this is the way life sometimes seems to be. Man is not always master of his destiny, whatever we like to think, and no one has shown more poignantly than Thomas Hardy the tragic moods of human defeat.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Our radio version of The Mayor of Casterbridge, starring Reginald Gardner as Michael Henchard, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Michael Henchard wrote Lucetta Templeton, the woman he had loved before Susan had reappeared. He asked Lucetta to come to Casterbridge, and she accepted, taking up residence in High Place Hall. Henchard's plan was to marry Lucetta as soon as Susan was decently cold in her grave. As for his attitude to Elizabeth Jane, he turned from a tender father to a hostile stranger almost overnight.
If you'll bide where you be a minute, I'll get you your breakfast.
Bide where you be? Good heavens, girl, what manner of speech is this? Are you fit to carry wash to a pig trough that you use such words as those?
I'm sorry, Father. I mean, stay where you are.
Elizabeth Jane, come here.
Yes, Father?
Did I see you help Nancy Mockridge carry a load of firewood into her house?
Why, yes. She's such an old woman, and the wood was so heavy.
You're the mayor's daughter, understand, and I'll not have you lowering my position by lending a hand to every clodhopper you meet, where the whole village can see you. Well, Elizabeth, where have you been dawdling this time? Where's my supper?
I'm sorry. I was just at the churchyard visiting my mother's grave.
Will you stop calling me father?
But aren't you?
Aye, but there's no cause to harp on the word father. Father. Begad, it's beginning to hurt my ears, and I'll thank you not to use it so free.
Michael?
Aye, Lucetta?
I met your daughter, Elizabeth Jane, in the churchyard today.
She's no daughter of mine, Lucetta. I've told you the story.
Yes, but you've treated her harshly, Michael. It was no fault of hers.
I know. I've tried to be kind to her, but the fury won't let me. I'd like to get rid of her, Lucetta, if you must know the truth.
In that case, let her come in service to me at High Place Hall.
To you?
Why not? The girl has no one to love her. Being a woman, I know what misery that can be. I think she's lovely and charming, and I'd like to have her in my house.
Now, look here, Lucetta. What's the real reason you want to take Elizabeth Jane in service?
You men are so simple. Can't you see? Your wife has only recently died, has she not?
Aye, but...
And as mayor of Casterbridge, it wouldn't look right and proper to visit a lady so soon after your good wife's death, would it?
No, to be sure it wouldn't.
Well, then, what could be more proper than to visit your daughter? And if she lives at my house, what then? Who can object if a father comes to see his daughter as a father should? Now, do you see, Michael?
By gad, Lucetta, I take off my hat to you. Aye, you're a clever minx. I see it plainly now.
Now, it so happened that Henchard, after finding that Elizabeth Jane was really the daughter of Richard Newson, had written Donald Farfrae, giving him permission to resume his courtship if he wished. Vaguely, Henchard hoped that if Donald married Elizabeth Jane, that would be one way to get rid of her. And so it was that Donald Farfrae was calling at High Place Hall. Elizabeth Jane was out, but Lucetta Templeton received him with particular grace.
You know, Mr. Farfrae, I find you a very interesting young man.
And I find you, Miss Templeton, a charming and beautiful lady.
You speak of amenities, of course, but nevertheless it's pleasing to hear them.
Oh, I wouldn't call them amenities. No, not exactly.
But what else could they be, sir? We've only just met.
That's true, Miss Templeton, but I am a man of quick judgment and on the serious side, and I put a good deal of store by first impressions. Still, I have not the right to say things like these.
And why not, sir?
Well, let me put it this way. A struggling hay and grain merchant like myself should limit his thoughts to those in keeping with his station. And you, Miss Templeton, are a woman of wealth and position.
But above all, I am a woman. Never forget that, Mr. Farfrae.
Miss Templeton, I cannot help but read a certain significance in what you have just said.
I want you to.
Then I may come another time?
Of course. Come and see Elizabeth Jane as often as you like.
I'm not referring to Elizabeth Jane, Miss Templeton. I'm referring to you.
Mr. Farfrae, I cannot say any more than this. The doors of High Place Hall are open to you whenever you choose to come.
Donald Farfrae chose to come often, and the friendship between Lucetta and himself deepened and grew serious. And Michael Henchard, who saw Donald admitted to High Place Hall again and again, grimly forced the issue.
Look here, Lucetta. You came to Casterbridge to resume our relationship, did you not?
Yes, I did, Michael, I did.
Oh, very well, then. I'm ready as soon as custom will permit to give you my name in return for your devotion. I leave it to you to fix the time and date.
I don't know, Michael. Marriage is such a serious affair. Perhaps you ought to regard me just as an acquaintance for a time, and...
Oh, I see. So that's the way the wind blows, is it?
Michael, what are you trying to say?
I am saying that there is another man, and his name is Donald Farfrae.
Michael, please.
Enough, Lucetta. What manner of fool you take me for? Now then, choose. Who'll it be? Farfrae or myself? Oh, never mind. I don't wish to hear the word from your mouth. I can see it in your eyes.
Michael, for the love of heaven.
First the whelp tries to steal my business. Then he tries to steal my woman. Aye, before I'd let him take them from me, I'd crush you both. Do you hear, Lucetta? I'd crush you both like worms under my heavy shoe.
Michael, I've never seen you like this. I didn't think you were capable of...
Oh, you haven't, eh, Lucetta? Well, hearken to me and hearken well. If there's one man I hate in this world, it's Donald Farfrae. Marry him. Only marry him, I say, and you'll find out how Michael Henchard can hate.
battle hinged on one thing, the weather. Everything in Wessex depended on the weather. A bad harvest would double the price of corn, and good prospects lower it as much. During the early weeks, Michael Henchard forecast the weather with uncanny luck. Later, he became nervous, and to reassure himself, he visited a local forecaster called Wido.
Is it true that you can charm away warts?
Without trouble. Without trouble.
And cure the evil fever?
Aye, if they wear the toad bag by night and by day.
Well, now then, answer me this. Can you forecast the weather?
With labor and time, and, for a consideration.
Then take this. It's a crown. Now then, what is the harvest fortnight to be? Will it be fair or foul?
You asked me, and now I will tell you. By the sun, moon, and stars, by the clouds, the winds, the trees, and the grass, the candle flame and the swallows, the smell of the herbs, likewise by the cat's eyes, the ravens, the leeches, and the spiders, the last fortnight in August will be rain and tempest.
You're sure of this? You're certain?
Aye, as certain as anyone can be, in a world where all's unsure.
Look you, Maggie, another hot and fair day.
Aye, husband. And the mare's choked with corn.
And the market going down, and corn cheaper every day.
Why, it is sure to be a good harvest, and poor Mr. Henchard will be having to sell his grain at many shillings a quarter cheaper than he bought it.
Aye, Maggie, the weather's fair, yet played him dirty. He called the turn of the flood and got the turn of the ebb.
Did you hear, Mrs. Cookson? Did you hear?
No, Christopher. What?
It's all over town. Mayor Henchard's losing a fortune day by day.
And young Mr. Farfrae?
Ah, he's the shrewd one. He must have a magic glass to foretell the harvest. He bought little and saved his capital.
The sun mocked Henchard, burned him within. He shook his fist at it, cursed it. For weeks it shone with the hue of tin, and later assumed the color of a topaz. And not a rain cloud appeared in the sky. The forecast had been wrong. Now Michael Henchard decided to unload his grain at a staggering loss. Then, one morning in the marketplace...
Oh, Michael! Michael!
What is it, Farfrae?
Well, they tell me the market's put you in a bad corner.
Well, what have you come to do, make a holiday of it?
No, Michael, no. I come to express my sympathy. Believe me, I'm sorry. And I hope that you recoup.
You do?
With all my heart.
Why? Why do you express these sentiments to me?
Because we were friends once instead of rivals. And because I would renew that friendship if I could.
I see. Well, listen to me, Farfrae. What we were never can be again. And don't be too sure of circumstances. It's true I've had a setback, but I've still capital left, and you'll feel the weight of it in time to come.
Then, almost on the eve of harvest, Farfrae suddenly switched into a buying mood, picking up grain at rock-bottom prices. And as if by a signal, the sun was blotted out and the heavens opened in rainy tempest. The price of grain shot up, and Farfrae made a killing. But Michael Henchard stood in the fields and stared up at the wet sky, dazed and heartsick.
Go on, rain! Aye, the forecaster was right. I should have held me grain a little longer. I'd have made the profit, not Farfrae. But now I'm ruined. Now even the heavens are laughing at me. My fortune's turned and the Scot did it. He's taken my money and he seeks to take my woman. And he'll try to steal my position. Aye. Now he'll try to be mayor of Casterbridge. But Michael Henchard is not through yet, do you hear? I'll fight him as long as there's any fight in me. To the bitter end.
In this, Michael Henchard had the power of prophecy. The next day, he appeared in High Place Hall.
Why, Bob, Mr. Henchard.
Aye, Elizabeth. I should like to speak to Miss Templeton at once.
Oh, she's not in.
Then where can I find her?
Why, she's gone to Port Brady with Mr. Farfrae.
With Farfrae? With him? Why, girl? Answer me, Elizabeth Jane. Why? Why did they go to Port Brady together?
To get married, Mr. Henchard.
But the bitter cup was not yet full. The next morning, Michael Henchard, as mayor and town magistrate, sat as a judge in petty sessions. Filthy old woman was up for trial, and just as Henchard was to sentence her, the old hag spoke up.
You cannot sentence me. You up there in the judge's seat? You have no right to sit in judgment upon me.
I have no right, you say? And why not, old woman?
Because you know better than I. And I can be judged only by my betters. You laugh, do you? Well, listen to me, then. 20 years ago, I was selling a pharmacy in a tent at Wadham Fair.
We don't care to hear your life's history, old woman.
Wait, clerk. Let her speak. Old woman, you say you sold pharmacy at Wadham Priors?
Aye, Judge. A man and a woman and child came into my tent. The man, being drunk, sold his wife and child to a sailor for 5 guineas. A scandalous affair 'twas. And the man should be hung for it. Judge?
You know this man now?
Aye, I know him. It was you, Your Honor. You were the man what done this foul deed. And you have not the right to judge me now.
Amid the roar of the courtroom, Michael Henchard, his face a mask, tore off his judicial robes and walked out. News spread like wildfire through Casterbridge. Idlers in front of the town hall, merchants along High Street, the toilers in the fields, they all buzzed with it. And finally...
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. By popular vote, counted by the commissioners of the town council, it has been ascertained that the new mayor of Casterbridge is Mr. Donald Farfrae.
Michael Henchard. Wait a moment.
Oh, it's you, Farfrae.
Yes, I've heard that you're leaving town.
Aye.
What will you do? Where will you go?
I came to Casterbridge as a hay trusser. I can leave us, Farfrae, and make my humble way. I still have my knife and wimble and basket, and no man can take them from me.
Michael, listen. I must ask you a question, man to man. I ask you to forget your pride and what has gone before, and believe me, I do not speak out of pity.
Well, what is it, Farfrae?
Will you stay in Casterbridge and work for me?
Work? For you?
Yes, you'll do much better with me than for strangers, Michael. And whatever happens, you still know grain.
No. No, it's kind of you, but I cannot.
You must, Michael. In a way, you owe it to me.
How?
You remember when I first came here? I wanted to leave, and you persuaded me to stay and work for you.
Aye, I remember.
Well, I stayed against my will and later was happy. You can do the same. Michael, I ask you again, will you stay and work for me?
Very well. Very well, Donald. I'll stay, and thank you for it.
So Michael Henchard stayed and worked as a laborer in the barns and granaries which once he had owned. He felt a momentary gratitude to the Scot, but now the humility of his position preyed upon him, and his old hatred returned.
There he is, Elizabeth Jane. There he is, sitting in my old place, the mayor's chair, and living in my house with the woman I was to marry, and laughing at me working in the hayricks.
Father, you misjudge Mr. Farfrae. I'm sure he isn't laughing at you.
No? Well, then he pities me. And to a man like me, that's worse. Well, it'll only be 12 days more. Only 12 days more, and there'll be an escape.
Father, what do you mean, 12 days more? What escape?
You'll see, Elizabeth Jane. You'll see.
12 days later, the denizens at the Inn of the Three Mariners were startled to see Michael Henchard enter the door and advance to the bar. There was a grim, set look in his face and a wild flame in his eyes as he smashed his heavy fist upon the bar.
Whiskey, keeper! Whiskey, and be quick about it!
Whiskey for you, Mr. Henchard? But you've never taken a drink.
Aye. Michael Henchard is a man of his word. I swore on oath never to take a drink of spirits for 20 years. Now that time is over, and my oath is done. Well, keeper, what are you standing there for? You heard me, did you not? Whiskey!
Yes, Mr. Henchard.
That's it. That's what I needed for 20 years. That's what I need to stand me up when I do him in.
Do who in, Mr. Henchard?
Donald Farfrae. Who else? Well, what are you fools staring at me for? Did you think I'd stand by and see him take everything away from me? Did you? By heaven, no. I'm still a better man than he is. Aye, better than he is. I'll break him like I broke that glass upon the floor. I'll break him, mark you, if it's the last thing Michael Henchard ever does. Whiskey, keeper! More whiskey!
Later that night, Donald Farfrae received a message that someone wanted to see him at the North Granary on a matter of urgent business. Message was unsigned, and as Farfrae entered the semi-gloom of the big barn...
Oh, is anyone here?
Aye, I'm up here in the loft.
Oh, where's you, Michael? What are you doing up there?
Come up the ladder, Farfrae. I want to talk to you.
Very well. All right, now then, Michael, what are you doing up here? What's wrong? I received a message concerning some business, and
Aye. It's business, all right. You and me are going to square accounts, Farfrae.
What do you mean by that?
Now we stand face to face, man to man. Your money and your fine wife no longer lift you above me, and my poverty does not press me down.
What are you getting at, Michael?
You see this loft, Farfrae? It's 4 square and about the size of a wrestling ring. There's the door, open, and it's 40 feet down to the barn floor.
Michael, do you mean that you...
Aye. One of us is going to throw the other out of that door down to the floor. The master, the better man, stays inside.
You're out of your mind. You're daft.
Aye. Daft to hear your bones crack when I toss you through that door. Put up your hands, Farfrae!
The two men fought silently like animals. They traded blows till the blood ran, rocked and writhed like trees in a gale. First one had the advantage, then the other. Then, finally, Henchard slammed Farfrae to the floor so that his head hung over space, through the open door.
Now, Farfrae, I've got you. One little push, and down you go.
Aye. You've the advantage.
This is the end. My revenge. Your life.
Well, then, take it. Take it, Henchard. You wanted it long enough.
Donald, No, it isn't true. Once I loved you as my own son. As no man ever loved another.
Oh, enough of your lying words. Throw me down and have done with it and be cursed to you.
Donald, I cannot. I came here to kill you, and I thought I could, but now I cannot. Here, I release you. Do what you will. Only in this, Donald, be charitable, be kind. Never tell Elizabeth Jane what I've done this night. She'll leave me.
Aye, but it doesn't matter whether I tell her or not, Henchard. She'll leave you soon anyway.
What do you mean? What are you talking about, Farfrae? Tell me, man, what is this?
A sailor came to the town hall today, Henchard. He inquired of Elizabeth Jane.
A sailor? A sailor? Was...
Yes. His name was Richard Newson. And they thought him lost at sea, but he wasn't. And now, Henchard, he's come to Casterbridge to claim his daughter.
And so it was that Michael Henchard trudged out of the town of Casterbridge, carrying the tools of an A-trusser, just as he came into it many years ago, down the same dusty road. He walked towards the distant horizon with a slow and dragging steps, and with half-muttered words on his lips.
Here and everywhere, folks are dying before their time, like frosted leaves, though wanted by their loved ones, their families, and their friends. While I, Michael Henchard, who was once mayor of Casterbridge, I, who am an outcast, wanted by none and despised by all, live on against my will.
They found him later, dead upon the road, and buried him at its side. And inscribed upon the stone was Michael Henchard's own last testament and will, written by him as he was dying. And there, standing on the Wessex earth, which Henchard loved so well, Elizabeth Jane read the inscription.
This be my last testament and will, that none be made to grieve on account of me, that I be not buried in consecrated ground, that no
sexton be asked to toll the bell, that nobody is asked to see my dead body, that no mourners walk behind me at my funeral, that no flowers be planted on my grave, and that no man remembers me. To this I put my name, Michael Henchard.
You have been listening to The Mayor of Casterbridge, an NBC University Theater production of the Thomas Hardy novel, starring Reginald Gardner as Henchard. Next week at this same time, we will bring you another classic of Anglo-American literature, The Red Badge of Courage by Stephen Crane. The present semester of the NBC University Theater is devoted to the classics of Anglo-American literature from the time of Henry Fielding to that of Henry James. If you wish, you may learn more about these authors and their works by enrolling in the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. The University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Washington State College, and Kansas State Teachers College have now completed their plans for offering such a course in the coming months, thus joining the University of Louisville, whose established home study plan is already serving listeners in another area of the nation. For information, then, as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these courses, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, Washington State College, Pullman, Washington, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Mayor of Casterbridge was adapted for radio by Max Ehrlich. Starred as Michael Henchard, Reginald Gardner, who appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the Technicolor picture Beautiful Blonde from Bashful Ben, starring Betty Grable. Our cast included Ramsey Hill, narrator, Pat Ahern, George Pembroke, Tudor Owen, Eric Snowden, Ben Wright, Eileen Erskine, Margaret Brewster, Norma Varden, Phyllis Morris, Whitfield Connor, John Ramsey Hill, Donald Morrison, Naomi Stevens. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original music score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of the Stephen Crane novel, The Red Badge of Courage. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
And the wind shall say, here were decent, godless people. Their only monument, the asphalt road and 1,000 lost golf balls.
From the NBC University Theater, a radio first, a dramatization of J.P. Marquand's latest novel, Point of No Return. Our star on this occasion, Mr. Kent Smith. For more than a decade now, J.P. Marquand has been writing some of America's most civilized novels, such estimable works as Wickford Point, The Late George Apley, H.M. Pullum, Esquire, and B.F.'s Daughter. His latest book, Point of No Return, has been heading the bestseller lists for several months now. We're proud to bring it to you in a radio version by Milton Wayne. We bring you also an editorial comment on the writings of J.P. Marquand by one of America's most distinguished editors, Mr. Edward Weeks of the Atlantic Monthly. His commentary was recorded earlier and will be heard at intermission. Today's adaptation of Point of No Return focuses on the contemporary aspects of the book and stars one of Hollywood's most mature performers, Mr. Kent Smith. Here then, Mr. Kent Smith as Charles Gray in Point of No Return.
The day begins at 7. Life begins. Life begins at 40, so they say. But what about 43, Mr. C? What happens to a man's life at 43? The life in question being that of myself, Charles Gray, husband, father, homeowner in Sycamore Park, Connecticut. Also one of the assistant vice presidents of the Stuyvesant Bank on Upper Fifth Avenue, New York City. I know what happens. And I don't like it a bit. I've been seeing it like a trailer for an unpleasant coming attraction. Nothing's changed yet. Probably won't till Friday. 4 days from now. 43 years against 4 days. Everything's still the same, but now summing up different, because something different in me. I'm off my heels now and all tiptoeing, uncertain as the pitch of a $10 trumpet. Charlie, my boy, let's face it square and say it right out to ourselves. We're afraid. Suddenly I'm afraid. Often that way before an unhappy thing. It's been a long and fairly merry flight, but now it's here. I've come to it. The point of no return.
Charlie, wake up.
Oh, I'm awake. Nancy, what's it doing out?
Raining.
Terrible morning, isn't it? I have a headache.
Oh, if you'd only remember not to drink after dinner.
Oh, I hate sitting around with a lot of people just talking after dinner.
Oh, darling, who was it who wanted to go to the Cliffords?
Well, she gets me down, and I can't help feeling sorry for Brad.
Oh, everybody's always sorry for him. We should start feeling sorry for yourself.
I do. And right now.
And I wish you'd feel sorry for me.
I do, for you and for everybody else who lives in this bedroom town. And, in fact, for everyone else in the world. That's the way I feel right now.
Darling, don't be so broad-minded. You'll make me cry.
All right.
And don't go to sleep again. I have to go down and cope with the coffee.
All right. Still raining?
Hard now. The windshield wipers on the car hardly ever work.
Well, that's swell. That makes it just swell. It's nice it's come to our attention.
I thought that might get you up. You'd better wear your herringbone suit. It's been cleaned. I've put your discharge button on it.
Oh. Well, take it off, will you? I'm not running for any office.
Oh, yes, you are. Don't you keep forgetting it. You're right in there polishing apples. Hear me?
All right. Most of my life's been spent polishing some apple or other. If you have to earn your living, life's a series of apples. I guess I'd better get dressed.
Now, don't forget, wear the herringbone. And don't take that thing out of the buttonhole. No matter how well Roger Blakesley looks, he hasn't got a duck.
Nope, that's right. He was too bright to get one. And maybe he's just bright enough to get the vice presidency.
Which reminds me, we're going to the Burtons Friday night. Now, don't forget to tell Mr. Burton you're looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it, all right. I think it'll be D night.
What's that?
D for decision.
Darling?
What?
You know, it's nice driving you to the train again. It's sort of like coming back to where we started.
Yes, I know what you mean. It's funny, but when I came down to breakfast this morning, the whole place seemed ready-made.
Ready-made?
Yes, just as though I'd never done anything about it.
Oh, I know. I'm too efficient.
That isn't what I mean.
Well, it's all right, as long as you don't mind. I wish I could stop coaching from the sidelines, but I can't help it, can I?
No, of course you can't.
You know, someday you're going to say you don't like it. I'm afraid of that. Darling, why don't you ask Tony Burton what the score is? Aren't you tired of waiting?
It'll get over. Everything does.
Well, if we just had the cards on the table, if you just said to him...
Now, don't tell me what to say to him, because I'm not going to say anything.
Oh, I hope Roger Blakesley likes it. Do you know what Molly told me yesterday? She said, Roger's so glad you're back at the bank and settled down.
Well, that's swell. I just wish Roger'd get over acting as if I'd just gotten out of the service and was still adjusting. If the officers and directors want him for the job, they'll take him.
And you'll have to resign. Didn't Walter Gibbs once tell you, if they don't like you well enough to move you up, it's time to get out? You'll have to get out.
The next thing you'll be asking me to think of the children.
Well, what's so funny?
Not funny, just contrived. Like something out of Tennyson or a Victorian novel. The little woman kissing her husband goodbye. Everything depends on this moment. He must get the big job or Junior can't go to boarding school. And what about the payments on the new car? So goodbye, darling, and don't come back to me without being vice president of the trust company. That's all I mean.
Don't say that.
Why not?
Don't say it. Because maybe you're right.
Now, wait.
Because if you say that, if you mean that,
Well, maybe it isn't much, but it's all we have. Maybe it isn't much, but then maybe we aren't much. And if you feel that way, why, there won't be anything anymore.
Now, listen, Nance. Let's not get so emotionally involved.
Involved with what?
With each other. Let's get some sense of proportion.
Oh, don't talk about proportion. There isn't any time. If you're not taking the 5:30, call me up. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'll make the 5:30 all right.
Morning papers.
Times.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Why, hello, Charlie.
Hello, Roger. Lousy morning.
The radio says it'll clear up by noon. Hope so. Hey, listen, Charlie, will you have any time in your hands today?
Not much. How about lunch?
Oh, I can't make it. I have a date with Tony at the University Club. After that, Mapes is coming in. But we've got to check up on that Catlin thing before we meet with the attorneys.
We can go over it on the train if you want to. I've got the papers here.
Boy, I simply can't. Tony wants me saving me a seat.
There's a lot more to banking than you think, isn't there? It's an art, isn't it?
Oh, Charles, you're always so subtle in the morning. Well, I'll see you in the studio.
All right. Don't mix your colors wrong, Roger. Roger doesn't answer. He's already bounding up the steps of the third coach. He's always been quick on his feet, and this sort of thing's been going on long enough for me to understand all the shades of meaning. I'd give odds that Tony Burton, coming down from Stanford, hadn't asked Roger to sit with him. And I'm not even completely sure that Tony Burton asked Roger to lunch at the University Club, though Tony tries to lunch there when he can on Tuesdays. Find a seat by a window and open the Times to the financial page. In this corner, weighing 172, wearing rimless glasses and a blue Brooks Brothers pinstripe number, and carrying a degree from the Harvard Graduate School of Business Administration, Roger Blakesley, my fellow assistant vice president in the trust department and my mortal competition. We've both worked almost everywhere in the bank. Very bright boys, both of us. But I just shade Roger, and Tony Burton undoubtedly knows it. I guess. I hope. Tony Burton. It was a great day for the Charles Grays back there just before Pearl Harbor when he made the great suggestion.
Look here, fella. Why not cut out this sir business? Why not just call me Tony?
Great joy and relief. Mostly relief. And after only 11 years in the bank, too. I could hardly wait to tell Nancy.
Darling, we ought to have a drink of something, shouldn't we? I knew it would happen sometime. Oh, I'm pretty proud of you, Charlie.
A week later, we found out that Mr. Burton had also asked Roger Blakesley to call him Tony. And we never did find out which one of us he'd asked first. Bubble, what's on the agenda?
Nothing on your calendar before the meeting. But Mrs. Whittaker has just called you.
All right. Get her for me in 5 minutes.
Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Tony.
I didn't see you on the train.
I didn't see you either. Mrs. Whittaker is after me.
Well, as long as she's after you and not me. We'll see you at dinner Friday, won't we?
You can count on it, absolutely.
Yeah, I suppose we can, Charlie. You boys getting together at 11, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be there.
Did he just weigh every word the way I did? Why should he have? But maybe it was there between the lines and I muffed it. No. Just a bland, routine conversation. Friendly, all right, nothing more. What else could it be with Roger's desk right beside mine? Forget it.
Mrs. Whittaker's on the telephone now.
Good morning, Mrs. Whittaker. This is Mr. Gray.
Oh, Mr. Gray. It's so nice to hear your voice. Hewitt and I are so dreadfully worried, Mr. Gray.
Why, I'm sorry. What have you to be worried about?
Well, we have to sell something, Mr. Gray, and right away. We literally haven't got a cent of money. We simply don't know what to sell. Everything shows a profit.
Well, most of our friends like it better that way. Let me see. You have a number of short-term governments.
Oh, Mr. Whittaker doesn't want to sell those. His father always said, you mustn't be a bear on the United States. He says we must back up the government no matter what it does. I believe that, don't you?
Well, I wouldn't say it would be disloyal to sell. Short-term governments are about the same as cash.
Well, suppose we try to think of something else.
Yes. I'd better get a picture of the whole situation. If you're not well enough to come in yourself, I could send Mr. Joyce over to see you.
I don't think Mr. Joyce has the experience, do you? And, Mr. Thingamajig, what's his name? The one Mr. Burton turned me over to last time when you were out. He was indefinite, too, and besides, I thought he was a little chétif. Oh, that round-faced pussycat man with the glasses.
You don't mean Mr. Blakesley, do you?
Yeah, that's it, Mr. Blakesley.
I know him pretty well. I wouldn't say he was a pussycat.
It's a compliment to you, Mr. Gray, that Hewitt and I both want you to help us. And we simply have to find $100,000 somewhere.
All right. I'll see you at 5, Mrs. Whittaker.
Goodbye, Mr. Gray.
Mr. Gray, there's a gentleman to see you.
Oh, good morning.
Well, if it isn't Charlie Gray. Charlie, don't you remember me at all? Come on, I could tell you anywhere. The child is father to the man.
Did I know you when I was a child?
No, you didn't. You knew me when I was 32 and you were 22. Listen, Charlie, I'm Malcolm Bryant.
Malcolm? Well, I'll be a son of a gun.
You're looking fine.
Here, sit down.
Yeah, I just dropped in to cash a government check, and the cashier asked if anybody could identify me. I looked around, and there you were.
Oh, let me have it. I'll initial it. Joe, yes? Will you get this cash, please?
Right away, sir.
Well. How's Jessica?
I don't know. I haven't seen her for quite a while.
What? Well, didn't you marry Jessica?
No.
Well, how's Clyde?
I don't know, Malcolm.
Aren't your family still living there?
Well, my father's dead, and my mother's living with Dorothea in Kansas City.
Oh, so Dorothea's married.
She married a man named Elbridge Stern, a metallurgist. He's in Kansas City now.
Oh, yes, Elbridge. What about the old house?
I guess it's still there. We sold it. I haven't been there for a very long time.
Mm-hmm. Massachusetts ghost town. A vital sort of ghost town. That's the way I described it in the introduction.
Introduction?
Haven't you seen my book on Clyde?
No.
It's the best thing the Foundation ever got out. I'll give you one.
Why, thanks, Malcolm. What's it called?
Yankee Persepolis. That's what I called Clyde.
Why Persepolis?
Well, that's where the Persians worshipped memories. I stopped off there in 35 on my way to India. I was studying some dog worshippers there.
So you're still on primitive man, are you?
Yes, but don't forget, all man is primitive. Well, you ought to know that. You're primitive.
Yes, I suppose I am.
And so is Clyde. Primitive like any other social structure.
Here's your cash, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Joe. Yes, Miss Marble?
It's 11 o'clock, Mr. Gray.
Oh, thanks. Here's your wampum, Malcolm. You better count it.
Well, it's only paper and has less intrinsic value than shell money. It's symbolism. Where are you going?
I have to go to a meeting.
Well, how about lunch? Come on over to the Harvard Club.
Miss Marble, have I a luncheon engagement?
Why, no, not today, Mr. Gray.
I'll see you there then at 12:30. Goodbye, Charlie.
Ready to go down for the meeting, Charlie?
Just let me get these papers away, Roger.
Now, this matter of the Eastern loan, gentlemen. Are there further questions or suggestions?
Why didn't he go to his own bank? Not that it's any of my business.
May I say something on that, Tony?
Why, go right ahead, Roger.
It's because I met him first, Charles, and I'm selling him on the personal service of a small bank. I met him playing golf. I've seen quite a good deal of Godfrey Easton. He's a friend of Sam Summerby. You know him, Tony, Sam Summerby from Baltimore.
You made a good point there, Roger. A very good point, old boy. Maybe it's my imagination. Maybe I'm getting as sensitive as a knock-kneed maiden, but it seems they're all watching Roger and me. He didn't have to say it, but nobody's missed it that he's promoted a nice piece of business with us Stuyvesant, which is more than I've done lately. And he did it because he gets around and sweetens contacts and plays golf with people like Samuel Summerby. And nobody here's missed that Roger as good as said it's too bad Charlie plays such a rotten game of golf. They're waiting. I've got to say something. Are you on a first-name basis with him, Roger?
Well, of course I am. I've known Godfrey Easton for a year. Everybody at the club knows Godfrey.
Well, I rather liked him myself. He's breezy, but he has an agreeable personality. But Charles has put the finger on it. Why should he come around to us?
Because he liked us, Tony. He told me he liked you very much personally.
Why shouldn't he? I'd love Tony myself if he'd lend me $300,000. That's the way it is. Love and money.
You're so right, Charlie.
As a matter of fact, gentlemen, Easton's putting up enough collateral. There's only one security I question. Now, here's an unlisted company from a place called Clyde, Massachusetts. The Nickerson Cordage Company. But has anyone ever heard of the Nickerson Cordage Company? Oh, wait a minute. Clyde, let's see. Let's see, Charles, don't you come from a place called Clyde?
Yes, sir. I was born there, but I haven't been there in quite a while.
Well, what about the Nickerson Cordage Company?
They used to make rope and twine and fishnets. I didn't know the firm was incorporated. Must have grown.
Well, if Godfrey Easton has money in it, it must be good.
Well, gentlemen, we'll leave this for now. It's getting on toward lunchtime.
What am I doing in this conference room? How did I get here? Do I really want to be here? I guess we're all here by some sort of accident because banking is dignified and fashionable, and there isn't much else but business when you finish college. 12:10. Out of here soon, and that's a break. Roger's getting a little difficult. Both of us assistant VPs and showing off before the bank officials like college boys bucking for manager of some team. Doing it in a nice way, of course. Both of us justified. It's warfare every minute. Maybe I'd better join the bunch around Tony Burton and show some eagerness and zeal. Not too much. Just the right touch of each.
Well, you can't always tell beforehand. It may sound a little strange, but when I was a sophomore at Yale, I studied Greek. And, gentlemen, I can tell you that Greek verbs have taught me more about corporate figures than anything else I ever learned at Yale.
It's pretty clear, as you've often said, Tony. Everything fits into banking somewhere.
Exactly, Charles, everything. Banking, basically, is only knowing how to use extraneous knowledge, for it deals with all the most fundamental hopes and aspirations of human beings. In fact, honestly, I don't. I don't like to think of banking as a business or even as a profession, but as an art. The last of the arts, perhaps, but the oldest of the professions. Let's get some lunch, gentlemen.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Charlie. Let's go in the dining room and have some lunch. I see you've been looking over my opus.
Yeah, I was just glancing through it while you were on the phone. It's funny, I never heard of it before.
Oh, well, it's a professional sort of book. Everybody has to publish something.
There's a lot of facts. But it doesn't sound much like Clyde.
Oh, well, good Lord. It isn't meant to be Clyde. It's only meant to represent a characteristic social unit. Charlie, let's not wait on ourselves. Let's get a table at the end.
All right, Malcolm, you're paying for it. I can't. I'm a likable Dartmouth boy.
Oh. So you read that piece, did you?
I just glanced at it. There wasn't much time.
Oh. Well, what'll you have? Order anything you like.
Oh, the regular lunch is fine, thanks. I hadn't much time.
That book. I thought everything was pretty well scrambled in it, but you picked yourself up, didn't you?
Yes. The Smith family.
I'm afraid it made you sore. Well, you get it out of your head that it's personal.
I wouldn't say I was sore, but of course it's personal, and I can't say I like the idea.
What idea?
Well, you know, you might have put our family in the middle upper classification instead of the lower upper. Did you ever get married? You were always talking about marriage.
No, never mind it. Women always forget me when I go away. What happened about you and Jessica?
Never mind it now.
All right. And what's happened to you since? I mean, since I used to know you.
Well, that's quite an order. Why do you want to know?
Because I always liked you, Charlie. And I'm interested in people, academically.
That's just it. Academically. You want to fill in the end of a case history about likable Tom Smith of Dartmouth. I don't mind. I rather like being part of a case history.
You've got a tough mind, Charlie.
I have to have one. I've cultivated it, I suppose. There are a lot of tough minds in New York.
No. You haven't cultivated it. You've always had a tough mind, Charlie, and a sensitive disposition. Clyde was full of minds like that.
Well, never mind Clyde. Go ahead and ask me some questions.
All right. Never mind Clyde. Well, what have you been doing, Charlie?
Well, in 30, I got a job in the statistical department of the Stuyvesant, and I did it well enough, so I held it through the Depression. Married a girl who worked downtown in a law office. We have 2 children. We built a house in Connecticut that I'm still paying for. And now there's a vice presidential vacancy at the bank. It rests between me and another man who has a tough mind, too. That's about all I've been doing.
Oh, well, of course, you haven't filled in many details. For instance, do you love your wife?
I thought you'd ask that. And the answer is yes. I love my wife. I love my home and my children.
I thought you would. You're an essentially monogamous type. Ah, so you've been to the war.
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten about the button.
Yes, I was in 2, OSS.
I was with the 8th Air Force. Only good for staff work.
And now that you're back, don't you ever feel restless?
No. I'm not restless. I didn't like the Army. Most civilians don't.
Well, let's put it another way. Don't you ever get to wondering what everything's about, whether everything is worthwhile?
It's a little tough to answer that one. I'm just Tom Smith from Dartmouth trying to get along. Someday you ought to take a trip to the USA and do a study on the race of bankers.
That's not a bad idea at all. What are they like?
Well, my father used to say that it was as easy for him to spot a banker as a clergyman. They have a slightly antiseptic, sanctimonious look, he said. And yet they don't look like lawyers.
And what do you say?
Well, I can only speak about the employees of the Stuyvesant. We're all specialists in understanding rich clients. We know all the pains and drawbacks of being rich, although we're not rich men ourselves.
Well, let's hear some more.
You find yourself spending the working day discussing investments of hundreds of thousands of dollars, only to get home yourself and worry because the butcher bill is up $20 over the last one, and whether you can afford to have your kids' teeth straightened. In time, this gives you a split personality. In time, you can't ever change from being a banker. Stuyvesant's president likes to talk about the banker's responsibility to society. Personally, I've never felt like a social worker, but I do feel that responsibility. Oh, it's 2:15. I've got to go now.
Oh, no, not yet. We've only just begun to talk.
I wish you hadn't made me talk about myself all the time.
Charlie, you've got a lot of guts.
How do you mean, guts?
Saying what you do, doing what you do. It takes guts to be your type these days. Goodbye, Charlie. Good luck.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Kent Smith in a radio version of J.P. Marquand's Point of No Return. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC University Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the end of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, the editor of the Atlantic Monthly, Mr. Edward Weeks.
I think John Marquand is a novelist who gets better with every book. In 1943, Secretary Stimson sent Mr. Marquand on a series of missions to Africa and Italy. And in 1945, he went out again as a war correspondent in the Pacific. He lived aboard some of our big carriers. He flew a good many thousand miles to report on the islands which we'd liberated from the Japs. I mention this war experience of John Marquand's because of its bearing on his new novel, Point of No Return. In his bull sessions with the officers and men in Europe and in the South Pacific, Marquand observed the impact of the war on men of middle age, men only a little younger than himself. Our army was made up of civilians, and every one of us know of married men who have come back from the war, intent on finding something better, something bigger to do than they were doing before they went into uniform. That's the theme which Marquand is revealing to you in Point of No Return. Charles Gray, the hero of Point of No Return, is in his early 40s, working in a New York bank. At his age, he didn't have to go into the army. His wife thought he was a fool to sign up. She thought he'd lose his chance to be the head of the bank. But Charles went out. He saw action with the Army Air Force in Africa and Italy. And now, as the story opens in the year 1947, Charles is back in the bank, but much more quizzical about himself and his job. The war, you see, has given him a fresh hold on himself and a fresh, disquieting slant on his old values. Now watch the skill with which Marquand brings his hero, Charles Gray, to the point of decision, the point of no return. The story begins on a Tuesday in April, and all that day, we see Charles going through his human, rather exasperating routine at the bank. We meet Charles as he goes to work that Tuesday morning. And then on Friday, he and Nancy, his wife, are to dine with the president of the bank, and Charles knows that he's to learn his fate that evening, whether or not he's to be made the vice president. Tuesday to Friday, just 4 days in the life of a middle-aged banker. Yet in that time, Charles has grown deeply into your affections. You see him against the ironical background of the bank. You see him at the country club dance. You see him squabbling with his wife. You see him at the dinner party, and you see him alone. I think it's one of the best stories of the wear and tear of being on a payroll and of trying to get ahead that I've ever read. I think the characterization of Charles is lifelike and endearing and identifiable. I know a good many veterans who feel the way Charles does. And I think the 3 women in the book, Nancy, the girl he married, Jessica, the girl he should have married, and Mrs. Burton, that dreadful dinner party at Mrs. Burton, I think those 3 women you won't soon forget.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks. Our radio version of Point of No Return, starring Kent Smith, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Seelig?
The matter that Mr. Burton asked you yesterday to handle. He's not back from lunch.
Which makes it natural to Mr. Seelig, we hope, that I do the dusty work.
Here's the memorandum.
Thank you. Bert J. Seelig is part owner of the Teddy Club and the La Casita nightclub, owns real estate at Palm Springs, also Miami. He was indicted for income tax fraud, but indictment was quashed. Oh, what's the use of going on? It's all decided. It could have been handled by letter, but Tony Burton disapproves of anything so permanent. Tony Burton approves, and Tony Burton disapproves. A jaunty, white-haired guard at a roll-top desk, indefinite about yes or no, very positive about maybe.
Excuse me, Mr. Gray.
It's all right, Joe.
Mr. Seelig, this is I, Mr. Gray. He will take care of you.
I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Gray.
Mr. Burton asked me to see you. I have all the details. Won't you sit down, Mr. Seelig?
Nice little place you have here. Very nice.
It's just a small bank.
Well, that's what draws me to it, Mr. Gray. I know some lovely people banking here, some of my best friends. Well, I suppose you've looked me over. I hope I've passed through the lineup by now. I'm used to being looked over in my position.
Anyone in business gets looked over.
That's right. Now, what's the story? Do you people want my account or don't you?
Well, our officers have been over the question very carefully. We would value your account in a great many ways, Mr. Seelig. But we really feel you'll be better off in another bank. I hope you'll understand, Mr. Seelig, sorry as we are to turn away profitable business. Mr. Burton asked me to tell you personally that this is a purely business decision.
So the answer is no, is it?
I'm afraid so. We're very sorry.
So I'm not a nice enough guy to play with your crowd. Is that it?
There's nothing personal intended. We often find the needs of some depositors are better filled by other banks.
I'm not used to being given the runaround. Why didn't they say that the first time I came in?
I'm sorry you put it that way. Mr. Burton was impressed by your references.
So you're fronting for the crowd, are you? How much do they pay you? 10 grand a year? Guys like you fascinate me. How would you like 25 grand a year?
What for?
For what you're doing here. Fronting for the crowd.
Thanks. I'm afraid I couldn't use it. But I appreciate your asking.
You guys fascinate me. Money everywhere and you don't want money.
Maybe we get too used to it. Maybe we get tired of seeing so much of it around.
Well, that's just what fascinates me. All of it around and you don't take it. Well, no hard feelings?
Oh, no. Not at all. We're very sorry, Mr. Seelig.
Yeah, that takes poise. I wouldn't have the poise.
I wouldn't call it poise. I'd call it temperament and timidity. Goodbye. We're sorry, Mr. Seelig.
was he, Charlie?
A perfect gentleman, Roger. He asked me if I was fronting for the crowd.
Oh, Charlie, is Seelig called?
Oh, yes, Tony. He's just left.
Well, I'm glad I missed him. How'd he take it?
His feelings were hurt, but then mine would have been, too.
Oh, there aren't any complications then?
No, Tony, I don't think so.
Oh, this sort of thing always worries me.
Oh, Mr. Burton.
Yes?
Have you got time to see me for a minute?
Yes, if it's only for a minute, Roger.
Easy now. Stop sweating inside. Keep yourself blank and busy. But it might have implications. Why should Roger ask to see him now? Why didn't he just go over to his desk without any appointment? We always do. He wants to see Tony privately. Maybe Roger's getting tired of waiting, too. How many times have I dreamed of doing it in the last few weeks? He'll step right over and ask right out, how about the vice presidency? And on good grounds, too. This sort of waiting, Tony, is bad for general morale. All right, so he does it. What's the point of getting my stomach all knotted and hanging by my fingernails? What use is it? But what else? Nothing. No way to stop it. It might be different if Tony knew somebody else wanted me for the same salary. Instead, he knows the times are tight and uncertain. And Tony's stalling. 6 months now, and Tony's mulling and weighing, balancing, vacillating.
Speak to him, Charles. Ask Tony the score.
Poor Nancy. That would tear it, but good. Still, it's something to think about. To walk right over and be upright, downright, straightforward. Listen, Tony, let's face the facts. Maybe you're removed from office politics, but everybody here in the bank knows you're considering proposing either Roger Blakesley or me for this vice presidency. They're making bets on it in the washroom. It isn't dignified. We're both making monkeys of ourselves, running around and polishing apples. You know everything about me, Tony. I've been around here long enough. I know it's hard to step on somebody's face, but this thing's been going on for months, and I'm tired of staying awake at night. And Nancy's getting tired, too. How about it, Tony? Yes?
Mr. Gray, Mr. Burton wants to know if you can see him for a moment.
What? Oh, yes. I'll be right over.
Oh, sit down, Charlie. Have a cigarette and relax.
Well, what's on your mind, Tony? Say, that's a handsome cigarette case. To America's most representative daddy, Gladys Olivia Babs.
The girls gave it to me on Father's Day. I didn't know I was a representative dad.
I didn't know you were either. But it must be nice to know.
Well, I don't like being representative of anything.
Sitting where you are, you've got to represent.
Well, I was thinking the other day that you're pretty representative yourself, Charlie.
Well, I hope I am, Tony. I try to be in business hours.
Well, speaking of representatives, how did you represent things to Seelig?
I told him he'd be happier elsewhere.
Why didn't you tell him we'd have room for him in the quite near future?
Because he wouldn't have believed it.
Well, he has a lot of good connections. That's the trouble with life these days. There's no pattern. You don't know where you're at anymore. My girls keep going to La Casita, but we can't handle Seelig's account. Oh, well, let's forget it, Charlie. There's one other thing.
Yes, sir?
About the loan.
Which loan, sir?
Oh, the one we were discussing this morning. That cordage company. You said you were born up there. What's the name of the place?
Oh, you mean Clyde?
Yes, that's it, Clyde. Now, somebody ought to see that company, and it just occurred to me, since you lived up there and know the background, you'd better go up for a day or two and look things over. Just quietly. Oh, I envy you getting away for a while. You're looking a little tired, Charles.
Do you mind if I ask you a question, Tony?
Why, no. Of course not, Johnny.
Did you think up this idea yourself?
Why, no. Now that you mentioned it, it wasn't entirely my idea. I suppose Roger ought to go. It's his responsibility, but he doesn't know Clyde. Let's see. You'll be back by Friday, won't you? Remember, you're coming to dinner on Friday.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, well, relax and have a good time, Charlie.
Well, that's the second time you've told me to relax.
Well, then do it. I'll see you Friday. Just you and Nancy are coming. You and I'll have a good long talk about the whole situation here on Friday.
Hello, Cyril.
Charles.
Mind if I cut in? I'm going to take Nancy off your hands.
Give him the devil for being late, Nancy. Have fun, Charles.
Thank heavens you've come. Been dancing with him for ages. Is there any news?
Nothing much. I can't talk about it here, Nancy.
Well, what have you been doing all day?
I was stuck in the Whittaker's apartment.
Oh, Whittaker's. Did anything else happen? Did you say anything to Tony Burton?
No, not exactly.
How do you mean, not exactly?
Just that, not exactly.
Roger Blakesley's here tonight. Have you seen him?
Not yet, but I've seen him all day.
He looks exuberant.
Oh, does he?
You look a little tired, darling.
Well, I am tired.
Did the children get you your supper?
Yes. Thanks for leaving the car.
Charlie.
Yes?
Before we go, be sure to dance with Molly Blakesley.
Aye, aye, sir. Well, to answer you truthfully, Molly, no, I don't know what Roger was saying the other night.
Roger was saying how fond everyone is of you at the bank. And he was saying how wonderful it was that we were all such good friends. And he hoped we always would stay friends, no matter what happens at the bank. Well, you know what I mean. It's so embarrassing, isn't it?
Well, it needn't be embarrassing, Molly. Roger and I are grown up.
You know, I think the war did you a lot of good, Charlie. Roger thinks so, too. I think it was pretty splendid of you, with a wife and 2 children, to give up everything and go to war. Roger thinks so, too.
It was just a sort of compulsion. It wasn't wise, and I wasn't much use when I got there.
May I cut in?
Well, see you later, Charlie. Perhaps we can do something Sunday. Roger would love it if we could.
Charlie, it's a lovely house. Our house.
Yes. It's a swell house.
Oh, I know it's got odds about it, but don't forget one thing. You and I did it by ourselves, without any so-and-so to help us. I suppose you think it's a corny thing to say, but that's why it's a nice house. Now come in. See what a nice job they did waxing the living room floor. We ought to use this room more, shouldn't we? I wonder why we don't.
That's easy, because we're afraid of it.
Well, let's not be afraid of it. Charlie, take off your coat. Sit down on the sofa. I'll get rid of my slippers. There. Now, don't say we're afraid of this room. I don't like it.
Why not?
Because I don't like being afraid. I don't mean that I'm afraid of anything. I only mean I don't like the idea. You know what I mean.
Nance, we didn't used to be afraid.
Oh, are you afraid too? Well, you might have told me.
It's all relative.
What's relative?
The more you get, the more afraid you get. That's all I mean. Maybe fear's what makes the world go round.
Not love. I used to hear that it was love.
Everyone's afraid of something. Afraid of living, afraid of dying. Maybe it's better than being afraid of losing money. That's what the boys are afraid of downtown. Do you know what I wish? I wish we weren't always being pushed around. I'd like for once in my life to be able to tell someone where to go.
Darling, basically, you have the most expensive taste. You better just tell me where to go and let it go at that.
But it isn't the same thing, is it?
Maybe not. But I'm awfully glad we're afraid of the same thing. It's healthy to have things in common. I'm awfully glad we're in the same boat, darling.
That's what Roger said tonight. Oh, wait, there's something else I've got to tell you. I'm taking the plane to Boston first thing in the morning. I'm going up to Clyde for a day or two on business for the bank.
Oh, how did Clyde get into it?
Why do you always get edgy whenever I mention Clyde?
Well, you know very well why. Clyde makes you difficult. It's a queer place, full of ingrown people, and you say so yourself.
I can't help it if I was brought up there, and I didn't ask to go up there now.
Roger will make time at the bank while you're away.
I don't think it'll make much difference. I think Tony Burton's about made up his mind which of us he wants.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, why doesn't he tell you instead of letting us just...
Because perhaps he doesn't like to do it. Tony's quite a nice guy as far as anyone like him can be nice. I think we'll get the news Friday when we go there to dinner. He almost said so. Besides, maybe it's just as well for me to be away. Tony knows Roger worked it. At least I think he knows. Maybe Roger will try a little too much. Tony's rather bright sometimes.
If he picks out that darn fool, he isn't too bright.
I only said that he's pretty bright sometimes.
If you'd only get mad.
You were just saying it's a luxury. There's no use getting mad at a system. We're part of a system where there's always someone waiting to kick you in the teeth in a nice way.
What'll you do if he takes Roger?
Nance, let's not think about it now.
Why not? Let's dig in. It has a nice, ironic flavor. After years of proud work, you become specialized. You become used to the ways of one organization. You become too old to start again in a new one. You've seen plenty of men your age looking for a job. There. I haven't solved anything, but at least I've said it.
Sure. Why not?
Well, guess we'd better go to bed.
You go ahead. I'll be up in a little while. Good night, Nance. Don't, Nance. The show isn't over.
I'm sorry, darling. I'm all right now. You always hate having me cry, don't you?
Yes.
Are you sorry you married me?
Of course not.
You sorry we had the children?
No, of course I'm not.
They were my idea more than yours. Are you sorry we built the house?
Listen, Nance, it happened like the children. Now go on now.
What are you going to do, just sit here and worry? Because if you are, we might as well do it together.
I'm going to read. I'm pretty well worried out tonight. Good night, Nance. I'll be in the library.
Don't be long. Won't be able to get to sleep till you come up.
Let's see. Where's that book? Yankee Persepolis, a social study by Malcolm Bryant. A final and considered summation of a study made some years ago of a typical New England town, its culture and its social implications. Typical of a lower-upper family are the Henry Smiths, father, mother, son, and daughter. Like other lower-upper families, they dwell on a side street, yet are received on Mason Street. Mr. Smith, with investment interests in Boston. Mr. Smith, alias John Gray, father of Tom Smith, alias me. Father, the big-time stock market operator at the end, and on his way to $1 million and finally quitting. But that was October of 29, and he was just a week too late in getting out. I found him asleep forever, in the Bible and a bottle of sleeping pills in the chair by his bed. Father, I loved. Father, I never wanted to be like, and yet I am.
You can't beat the system, Charlie.
What system, Father?
One under which we live, the order. There's always some sort of order. There's always the bundle of hay out ahead for any ass that wants to get on. And they make it look like a very pleasant bundle.
Who are they?
Well, that's an intelligent question, even for a recent Dartmouth graduate. They are the people who own the hay. They're the people who run the system. They tell you there's plenty of hay for anyone who can get it. But the main thing, Charlie, is they don't really want you to get it. Might be some of their hay. If I were you, I wouldn't try too hard for the hay. You might be disappointed, Charlie.
You were right, old man. I didn't have what it took to beat the system. That said, there's a Grand Canyon between Spruce Street and Johnson Street. We should have remembered we were Spruce Street, and I should have remembered Jessica Lovell and her father were Johnson Streeters. Why do I think of it now? Why can I still be hurt by Jessica's father?
I've thought this over carefully, Charles. I've been over it thoroughly with Jessica. We've been most unhappy. It's an impossible situation, Charles. We must end it. It can't go on.
And here I am in Clyde again, walking the streets in the rain, reviving old ghosts, and yet enjoying their presence.
You've got to beat the system, Charlie. The harder you pursue happiness, the less liberty you have. If you pursue it hard enough, it might ruin you.
I never did beat the system called Johnson Street. Never did catch up with the happiness called Jessica Lovell. The old small-town story. A likable lad trying to climb higher and being snapped down nicely. I got up off the canvas, hurt and ambitious, and left Clyde to beat the system.
It was all very good for you. It's made you into a very nice guy. Maybe it's made you too nice.
And now I'm back here in Clyde, 17 years later, still trying to move from lower upper. But now there's no stopping and no turning back. I'm the airplane pilot on a long flight, steadily approaching the point where it takes more gas to get back than to go on to my destination. Distant as it is and stormy, I've passed my point of no return.
Well, tell me about it, Charlie. What was it like back in Clyde? Was it good?
It was quite an experience. Jackie Mason's got everything now.
Who?
Jackie Mason. I told you about him. He used to live next door to us.
Oh, yes, of course. What about him?
Well, he's a director of the Dock Street Savings Bank, a trustee of the library, and he's in the Tuesday Club. And he's going to marry Jessica Lovell.
Well, you could have done all that, too.
I'm glad I didn't. But at the same time, he hasn't got anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
Who hasn't got anything?
Jackie Mason.
Oh, to the devil with Jackie Mason. He hasn't made a touchdown.
All right. Never mind it, Nancy.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I just can't concentrate. Let's stop trying to talk as though we both weren't thinking about the same thing.
Yes, I know.
Charlie, what's the matter?
Oh, Lord. I wish everything weren't so contrived.
Contrived? What do you mean, contrived?
Just that. The bank president and the big job and what will happen to Junior and whether a boiled shirt will help. The values of it are childish. It hasn't any values at all. Oh, Nance, don't be so tense. This isn't as important as all that. I've done everything I can. Now, let's change the subject.
You're acting licked already. I hate it when you act that way.
All right. Maybe I am licked, and maybe I don't give a rap. Roger Blakesley's pretty fast on his feet. Faster than I am.
Charlie, if... What are you going to do? Haven't you even thought what you're going to do if Roger...
I'm sick of thinking.
It isn't fair. It isn't fair.
Never mind, Nance. Never mind. It doesn't matter if we're late.
I'm all right now. I didn't mean to let you down.
You haven't let me down.
I'm all right now. We'd better be on time at the Burtons. Don't look at me, Charlie. Don't say anything. And darn everybody.
Tony, I don't know what you're talking about.
Perhaps I'm being cryptic now, Althea, but all I'm saying to you and Nancy and Charlie is that I wish we might all be friends.
Well, of course. We'll always be friends, Tony.
I really hope we can be, in spite of anything that may happen in the future. That's all I'm trying to say. Now, if you girls will excuse us, I'm going to take Charlie into the library. Charlie and I want to have a little talk, but we'll be back as soon as we can.
Now, don't stay too long and don't get too interested.
Come along, Charlie.
Can't we be friends? Ever since we came in, he's been harping on that. The needle's all the way in now. This is the bad news. It's all ending now in this little walk across the hall. Well, I can sell the house. Real estate's still high. Of course, there'll be money enough to educate Bill. But I'll never again be where I am. I'll have some commercial value as an educated wheel horse. And if I'm nice and know my place. But I'll never have to try so hard again. It's over. Thank God. It's over.
This friendship in business. It's always bothered me. They shouldn't be mixed together.
Well, they don't mix together. Don't try to make them, Tony.
And yet they must mix. None of us can help it, Charlie. If you see somebody every day, if you have any human instincts at all, you get interested in him. Now, take Blakesley. What do you think of him, Charlie?
What do you want me to think?
Well, it isn't what I want. You and I are alone here. You don't have to be so careful. I want your opinion. Do you like him or don't you?
All right. As long as it doesn't matter anymore, Tony. He's conscientious, energetic, and well-trained, but I don't like him much. Why should I?
Well, I rather like him. He's been on my conscience lately. He's so very anxious, so very much on his toes. He's always in there trying.
What else do you expect? I've been trying pretty hard myself.
Yes, but not in the same way, Charlie. You're subtler. You've developed. You've matured.
Thanks. But I wouldn't say I've been very subtle.
Oh, of course, I'm out of touch with things, being where I am, but... Well, it seems to me that Roger's got some idea we're considering him for the vice presidency. Do you know anything about this?
Lord. Oh, good Lord. Well, what did you think Roger was considering?
Well, I didn't give it much thought until about 10 days ago. I'm glad it amuses you. It doesn't amuse me. When anyone gets ideas like that, it's a problem what to do with him later. He was useful while you were away, but he's not the right material. It had never occurred to me you'd have any doubts about it. Your name's coming up before the directors on Monday. Now, what do you think we'd better do about Blakesley?
Well, you'd better tell him something, Tony, instead of teasing him to death.
Oh, I'm sorry about the whole thing. Perhaps he'd better resign. That was all I meant in the dining room. Now that we'll be working together more closely, Charlie, I hope that we'll always be friends. Yeah. Well, we'd better join the girls. Well, I don't suppose this comes as any great surprise, Nancy.
No, I can't say I'm surprised. But it's nice to know definitely, Tony.
As long as we're all in the family. I was just telling Charlie that I've been worried about Roger Blakesley. Do you suppose he really may have thought he was being considered?
Well, now that you mention it, I think perhaps he did. A little.
Here it is, Charlie. You're a vice president now. It's what you dreamed of long ago. And yet, it's a strangely hollow climax. I suppose it was written in the stars, and I couldn't have changed a line of it, being what I am. At least Nancy will be pleased. We'll sell the house at Sycamore Park and get a larger place, turn in the Buick for a new one. The children will get their sailboat. No. May not be what you dreamed of, Charlie, back in the Clyde of your father and Jessica Lovell. But it has its compensations.
Oh, Charlie.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying, Tony?
I said I don't think I've ever seen you smoke a cigar before.
I don't often, but I rather feel like it tonight.
You have been listening to Point of No Return, an NBC University Theater production of the novel by J.P. Marquand, starring Kent Smith. If you wish to expand your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you write to the NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Next week, be with us again at the NBC University Theater for a dramatization of one of the richest flavored books of our time, Richard Llewellyn's How Green Was My Valley, starring Donald Crisp. And the following week, an engaging period piece, F. Scott Fitzgerald's first novel, This Side of Paradise, starring Guy Madison. Point of No Return was prepared for radio by Milton Wayne, starred as Charles Gray, Kent Smith, who will soon be co-starred with Helen Hayes in Good Housekeeping for the Theater Guild. Our cast included Lynn Whitney, Frank Gerstle, Ted Von Eltz, John Daner, Larry Dobkin, William Lally, Lois Corbett, Stephen Chase, Margaret Brayton. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was Edward Weeks, whose commentary was recorded. The prologue to the broadcast was from Choruses from the Rock by T.S. Eliot. The original music score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. From the NBC University Theater, a radio version of one of the most sensitive English novels of the past decade, Elizabeth Bowen's The Death of the Heart. Our star, Miss Maureen O'Sullivan. We bring you a book that has been a literature's delight for the past decade. An English book with a London setting. Elizabeth Bowen's The Death of the Heart. 3 sections comprise the book: the world, the flesh, and the devil. All 3 have been brought to radio in today's adaptation by Richard E. Davis. At intermission time, we will bring you a commentary on the writing of Mrs. Bowen by Diana Trilling, literary critic and author. Here then, in dramatic form, The Death of the Heart, starring as Portia, Miss Maureen O'Sullivan.
This is the story of an innocent girl in a world where innocence so constantly finds itself misunderstood that inwardly innocent people learn to be disingenuous. They find it difficult to communicate with others and understand them in the harsh terms of the everyday world. Incurable strangers to the world, the innocent are bound to blunder and cause the less innocent to suffer. The innocent are so few that 2 of them seldom meet. When they do meet, their victims are strewn all around.
Thank you so much, Anna. Good night. Hello. Who are you?
My name's Portia.
Oh, my name's Eddie. May I ask what you're doing holding my hat?
I was passing on the stairs when I saw you leave the drawing room, so I thought I'd get your hat for you.
Uh-huh. How very thoughtful. How did you know it was my hat?
You were wearing it last week when you came to tea with Anna. I saw you through the upstairs window.
Goodness, we are thorough, aren't we?
I would have known anyway because the other gentleman who's still having tea with Anna, you know, the literary gentleman?
Oh, you mean St. Quentin Miller?
Yes. You see, he doesn't wear a hat.
How lucky for me. Otherwise we might never have met. What did you say your name was?
Portia. Portia Quayne. Anna's married to my brother Thomas.
Good heavens, so you're Anna Quain's sister-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she said you'd come over from France, but I never imagined that a sister-in-law could be so lovely. Oh, young.
My brother Thomas is many years older than I.
Why weren't you at tea?
I just came in from school. Now I'm late. Well, it was nice meeting you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I do hope we meet again, Portia.
Huh? Dear me, she can't be a day over 16. I wonder how Anna's taking this. Huh?
More tea, Anna?
No, thank you, St. Quentin. I've had quite enough.
When Eddie left, didn't I hear someone come in the house?
It was Portia.
How are you getting along with Portia these days?
I thought I was doing quite well until I read her diary.
Oh? She showed it to you?
I ran across it by accident. I didn't mean to read it. I wish I hadn't now. She's like a spy.
Of course. All diaries read like spy reports.
She watches every move Thomas and I make. She writes down every word we say, or so it seems. And the sum of it all is that she doesn't really care much for Thomas and me.
And how does Thomas feel about Portia?
He's been a constant source of embarrassment to Thomas all his adult life. St. Quentin, do you realize that Portia was born when Thomas was in his second year at Oxford? His whole college knew the scandal about Thomas Quain's father divorcing his mother, running off to live in the south of France with his mistress.
Sounds quite romantic, I must say.
In a novel, perhaps. But in real life, it was dingy, especially when Portia was born.
Why did Thomas ever take her in?
Well, after Thomas's own mother died, and a year or so before his father's death, the old man wrote him a letter asking him to care for Portia if anything happened to the woman. So when she died in Switzerland this winter, Portia was sent to us.
I see. Did you want Portia?
No.
Oh, how very awkward this must be for all of you. Will she join us at tea, do you think?
Yes, but not until she drops down to see my housekeeper, Matchett. You see, I know her habits very well. Matchett was her father's housekeeper before he ran off. I think they have secrets. They're very fond of each other.
How good everything smells, Matchett.
I was just making my own tea, Miss Portia. Close the door behind you.
Came to say hello before I went up to tea.
That was nice and thoughtful of you. Watch now, don't be putting your frozen hands over the radiator. That's the way to give yourself chilblains.
I wasn't thinking.
Give me your hands. There. These fingers want rubbing.
Ooh, ow.
I never saw a girl so tender to cold.
Oh, please, Matchett, don't be angry. When people are angry with me, it makes it feel as though it was my fault having been born.
I remember the day you were born, when the news came from France.
Do you really, Matchett?
Yes, I was folding linens, and I said to myself, if the little girl had to be, she had to be. No doubt there's a reason and a purpose for her.
I wish I was sure there was a reason for me. That's what's so terrible with Anna and Thomas. That's why they're always watching. They'd forgive me whatever it was that's wrong if they knew what my reason was. Since I just sort of happened, I don't know what I'm supposed to be.
Now, don't fret yourself over the past.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to. Fingers are better now.
Good. Now get on up to tea. She'll be expecting you.
Wish I could have my tea with you, Matchett.
A lot she'd like that. When you go up, be sure to take your school books with you. She saw some here yesterday and she didn't like it at all.
Oh, dear. Anything else been wrong?
Well, she wasn't pleased about your bedroom.
Golly. Matchett, what was Anna doing in my room?
Oh, I suppose she just took a fancy. It's her house, you know, like it or not.
But she always says it's my room. Has she touched things?
How would I know? You didn't ought to have secrets at your age.
But I should be able to tell if she's touched things. Birds know when you've been at their eggs. They desert.
And pray, where would you desert to? You'd better forget such silly notions and get upstairs. She don't like it when you're late for tea.
Well, look who's here.
Hello.
What a pleasant surprise. How are you, Portia?
Well, thank you, Mr. Miller.
Did you just get back from school?
Just now, Anna. I've been washing.
How dirty lessons must be.
Did you have a nice day?
Oh, yes, we've been doing constitutional history, musical appreciation, and French.
I'm sure it's very fascinating. I can't offer you any tea now because you're much too late.
Why don't you sit down, Portia?
Oh, not on that stool without a back.
Oh, but I like this particular stool. It's friendly.
Have my chair, Portia.
I was quite distressed with your room today.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to straighten it.
I don't mean to keep after you all the time, but we do our best around here, Portia, even though we can't all be perfect. I have it. Hello? Oh, hello, darling. You're in the study. I see. Yes, I'm here. St. Quentin's with me at the moment. Very well, darling. That was Thomas. He's just come in. He doesn't feel like tea. Portia, dear, why don't you go down to Thomas in the study?
Oh, did he say for me to? Did he ask for me?
I don't think he knows you're in, but you can go down and tell him. He'll be ever so pleased, I'm sure.
All right, I'll go.
Be sure to give Thomas my love.
All right.
You did not do well, Anna, raving about that room.
I couldn't help myself. Maybe I was just being what she thinks we are. What, I'm not sure.
A couple of cads, if you ask me. What a high forehead Portia's got.
St. Quentin, all the better to think about you with, my dear.
Very clever.
Dearest Diary, February 6th. This has been a most unhappy tea time, except for meeting Eddie. I couldn't go to Thomas's study. He didn't want me. He never wants anyone in his study. He just sits there and never talks unless you talk to him. Thomas looks past you, but never at you. The only person Thomas ever looks at is Anna.
Well, Thomas, where's Portia? I sent her down to see you.
Why? So she wouldn't disturb you in St. Quentin?
As a matter of fact, he was just about to leave when Portia came in for tea. She was dreadfully late. It upset me. I wish I could manage to like her better.
Or love her even?
My dear Thomas, love is not a thing one can mean to do. You either do or you don't. And meaning to has nothing to do with it.
You might try.
Would you really like me to love her? To get wrapped up in Portia? To wait for her to come in? Oh, no, you're too selfish for that, Thomas. You'd only like to seem to love her. Only I'm not good at seeming. I was horrid to her at tea, but I had my reasons, I must say.
Anna, you don't have to remind me that you don't like this.
Please don't get worked up. We should be getting ready for dinner. We have a guest.
Oh, must we have a guest? We haven't been alone in weeks.
Well, we can't just all sit around this house alone together.
Why not?
Because we can't all three sit around. It gets me down. You don't seem to know what it's like with that girl staring at us.
But she goes to bed at 10.
Well, never is 10, as you know. I cannot stand being watched, and she watches us, Thomas. She makes us not alone.
Anna, we could be alone tonight. I mean, after 10.
Let me go, Thomas.
Oh, Anna, I'm never with you, never.
Thomas, if you don't mind, I've had a very trying day.
It's a wonderful life we have together, Anna. We're minor in everything but our passions.
Wherever did you read that?
Nowhere. I woke up and heard myself saying it one night.
How pompous you were in the night. I'm glad I was asleep.
No, let's forget it. Oh, by the way, who's dropping by after dinner?
No one you know. His name's Major Brutt. He just arrived in London. He got me through a friend.
A stranger? Who does know him?
I do, or did, after a fashion. Major Brutt spent an evening many years ago with me and Robert Pigeon.
Oh, dear Pigeon. You think you'll ever forget that gay Lothario?
If you're sincerely jealous, your language fails to measure up.
Perhaps Brutt brings a message.
That's not fair. Brutt hasn't seen Pigeon in years. When he called, he thought Pigeon and I had married. Didn't know we broke it off. He was upset when I told him.
Nothing like the fidelity of the vicarious lover who's once seen a kiss.
He saw several kisses, if that's what you're after. If you don't care for the idea of his coming, ring him up and tell him to stay in his hotel. He was only coming for a drink.
No. Let him come. I should like very much to meet Major Brutt.
There you are, Major. Irish whiskey and soda.
I must say this hospitality is very kind of you all.
Oh, nothing really. A friend of Pigeon's is always welcome. Oh, tell me, Major, what sort of a chap was this Pigeon?
Oh, he was an exceptional chap. Not steady, but brilliant.
I never met him, alas.
Is Robert Pigeon dead?
Oh, bless me, no, Miss Portia. He's a clever chap with a charmed life.
Oh.
Never sits still. He would never have met an ordinary fellow like me at all if it hadn't been for the war. We both took it on the Somme and met in the hospital.
Was Pigeon badly wounded?
In the shoulder. It was an ugly scar.
Pigeon was versatile. He could write and paint and play the piano like a professional.
What I always remember is that he could balance an orange on the rim of a plate.
Oh.
Did he do that very often?
Very often indeed.
Yes. Well, tell us about yourself, Major.
Well, there's nothing much to tell. I have an army pension, 20 years, including 10 in Malaya. I have several irons in the fire.
Are you looking for a job?
I have hopes of realizing some sort of a position. The only trouble is I've got a bit out of touch.
Oh, yes?
I stuck out there abroad too long, it rather seems. I'd rather like now to be in touch for a bit.
But in touch with what? What do you think there is, then?
Well, I know there must be something all you people get together about.
Well, there may be, but I don't think there is. I don't think we really get together. You know, that's one of the tragic things about life. People always believe that other people are in touch with happiness. But it's a false idea.
My father and mother always believed that the people in England were very happy.
Portia, I don't want to spoil the party, but it's 12:30.
Golly, it is. Well, I'd better say good night. Good night, Major Bratt.
Good night, Miss Portia. I do hope we'll meet again.
I'm sure we will.
Portia, when you go up, look in the drawer in the hall table. Letter came for you just before dinner by special messenger. I completely forgot.
Oh, a letter for me. How very nice. I'll get it on the way up. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Portia.
It must be nice to have a sweet little kid like that to keep one cheerful. How old did you say she was?
16.
16. She must be wonderful company for you, Mrs. Crane. She's so very sweet.
He sent me a letter. Eddie sent me a letter all for myself. My dear Miss Portia, my dear Miss Portia, I feel I must write and tell you how very pleasant it was when you gave me my hat after Anna's tea. When you appeared in the hall, all lovely and sweet, carrying my hat, the thought occurred, I hope this isn't presumptuous of me, that perhaps you had actually been waiting for me. I was waiting, but I must never tell him. The thought that you might have been waiting for me made me feel quite in heaven. You and I seem to be rather alone people. With you, that is just chance, of course, while with me I expect it is partly my bad nature. Oh, Portia, I do wish that you and I could be friends. And so I'm asking you to have tea with me on Saturday at Madame Tussauds. Oh, dear. Come in?
Good evening, Miss Portia. I saw the light.
Do sit down on the bed, Matchett.
Oh, I haven't time to sit and talk. I just came in to say good night. I'll turn your pillow.
No, it's really quite all right the way it is.
Oh, nonsense, girl. You'll sleep better for it if I turn the pillow. Oh, what's this you've got under here?
Well, it's only
now,
a letter.
What have you got?
It's only a letter.
And who's been writing you a letter, may I ask?
Matchett, please give it back. It's only from Eddie.
Ah, so it's from that Eddie.
Well, it's only because I got him his hat.
And he saw fit to thank you kindly for getting his hat. That's the first manners Eddie's shown around here. Popping in and out like a weasel and making up to her. The job he's got with Mr. Thomas's firm, she baked out of Mr. Thomas for him. That Eddie's no class, Portia.
I've only met him once, and he was very nice.
You'd be wrong to trust him. He reminds me of that Pigeon fellow that went with Anna when she was your age.
Did you know Pigeon?
I know of him, and he was quite the one, they say.
If Anna loved Pigeon, does that mean she doesn't love Thomas?
I'm sure I don't know. But I do know that Eddie is Pigeon all over again, and that Eddie's always up to something. and he makes free. You don't know.
Oh, I know when I'm happy. I know that. And Eddie made me very happy. Oh, I can hardly wait till Saturday.
Oh, Portia, when you laugh, you remind me of a sweet, beautiful angel.
Oh, Eddie, people will hear.
But I want them to hear.
Well, then let's talk about you.
Very well. I shall reveal intimate details.
Mm-hmm.
As a child, I was afraid of the dark. I now own 36 neckties. My favorite foods are jellied consomme and cheese straws.
Now you're being silly.
Madam, I was never more serious in my life. I've a passion for jellied consomme and cheese straws. I invite you to invite me to dinner and find out.
Oh, I wish Anna would let me have a dinner. Just for the two of us.
Oh, she will someday when neither of us has an appetite. Anna's such a cynic, with always depraved reasons for doing the nicest things. I'm really several degrees worse since I started to know Anna. I wish I'd known you sooner. How old are you, Portia?
16. How old are you, Eddie?
23.
We're terribly young.
But old enough to know when we're happy. Most people rattle me, but you seem to understand me. You're the only person I need do nothing about.
What do you mean, Eddie? Do nothing about?
Well, all the other people I know make me feel that I've got to sing for my supper. Darling, would you think I was vain if I said I was good-looking?
No, you are very good-looking.
Well, I am, you see. I've got all this charm and I can excite people.
Yes.
That's why Anna invites me to tea, because I'm diverting, amusing. Sometimes when I talk to people, they jeer in their minds and think I'm dramatic.
They do?
Well, why not? I am dramatic. The whole of Shakespeare is about me. All the others, of course, feel that way, too, which is why they're all dead nuts in Shakespeare.
Oh.
But because I show it when they haven't got the nerve to, they jump all over me. I'm sorry, Portia. I didn't mean to bore you, but...
Oh, no, you didn't bore me, Eddie. Well, except for Matchett, this is the first real conversation with anyone I've had. Since I came to London, I mean. Oh, this is much more the sort of conversation that I have in my head and put in my diary.
Oh, do you keep a diary?
Yes, very private diary.
Then be sure you hide it well. Lock it up. Hide everything.
You talk as if we were part of a plot.
We are a plot. We must keep plotting all the time. That's our life. The whole pack are against us. So hide. Hide everything. Especially from Anna.
Do you think Anna would really harm us?
Yes, there's nothing Anna'd enjoy more than putting a low interpretation on our friendship. She loves making a low person of another person. But she'd never dare to be a low person herself.
I don't mean to criticize you, but I don't see how you can say these things when I'm certain that you like Anna.
Well, I suppose I do. But then we must have a villain of some sort. There's always a villain, you know. That's why you must be careful of that diary of yours in the future.
There may be no diary in the future.
Oh? You mean you're going to stop keeping it?
Well, now that there's you, Eddie, I may not want my diary so much. Now that I can tell my thoughts to you.
But we may not meet often enough for that.
Oh, I could keep my thoughts for you, Eddie. Telling you would be so much better than writing them in a book.
But you could write your thoughts down and show them to me.
That wouldn't be the same thing.
Well, why not?
Well, up until now, I've written just for myself. And if I'm to keep writing the same way, then I shall have to imagine that you don't exist. You make me different, Eddie.
How do you mean?
You make me, not alone. When I first came to London, I was the only person in the world. But now I have you, Eddie. Someone to whom I can talk. Someone to trust and who'll understand me. Someone to write about in my diary.
Portia, darling.
March 17th, Saturday. Dearest Diary, I am to have tea with Eddie on Sunday, while Thomas and Anna are away in the country. That will be tomorrow. I like a day when there's some sort of tomorrow. Dearest Diary, I shall just put Sunday. Eddie prefers it that way. I love him very much. Monday. A picture puzzle came from Major Brutt. He's a dear. I was glad for the puzzle because I'm lonely. In a new sort of way for me. Until I went out with Eddie, I didn't feel like this. Unless I felt like this without knowing. Thursday. Thomas and Anna are going away to Capri for a holiday in April. They can't take me, but do not know where to leave me in England because I can't stay here. Matchett will be cleaning the house. I wonder what they will do with me. March 26th. Another Sunday with Eddie. We went to his flat. He said what a pity we're too young to marry. No one has ever wanted to marry me before. I do hope Eddie can come down and visit me when Thomas and Anna are away. They are sending me to live for 2 weeks with Anna's old governess. Her name is Mrs. Heckham. Her husband is dead. She has 2 grown stepchildren, Dickie and Daphne. Eddie says he will come for a weekend. He says he loves the seaside.
Don't trip, Portia. The skates are heavy.
I'll hold on to you, Eddie.
If Anna knew what a time we're having, she'd fly right back from Capri. The mean old cat.
Oh, Eddie, be careful what you say. Mrs. Heckham will hear you.
How can she when she's sitting up there in the gallery?
Well, Daphne or Dickie might hear, and that's the same thing.
Dear Mrs. Heckham. See, she's watching us now like an old hen.
That's because she's been wanting you to skate once with Daphne. And you really should, you know.
What care I for Mrs. Heckham's Daphne when 'tis you I love, my love.
Oh, my dearest Eddie.
Uh-oh, there's Daphne now, stopping up ahead with Brother Dickie. They're signaling for us to pull over.
I say there, how about chucking this for now and going to the late movie?
What do you say, Dickie?
There's a musical picture with Annie Neagle. Would you like that, Portia?
Sounds wonderful.
Good, then we'll all go. Dickie, you skate over to the gallery and tell Mumsy. She won't want to go, I'm sure.
If we're separating, then I think I'd better go over and say goodnight to Mrs. Heckham.
Sure, why don't you do that, Portia? You go over with Dickie. Eddie can stay here and help me take my skates off. You don't mind, do you, Eddie?
Very good picture, eh, Portia?
Yes, very.
I say, do you mind if I smoke?
No, not at all.
Thank you. I light up. Oh, so the match won't hurt your eyes. Look the other way. Good heavens, Portia. What's happened?
Oh, no. Oh, how could he do it? How could he do it?
Who is doing what?
Eddie. Eddie. He's holding Daphne's hand. He's holding her hand.
Oh, Portia, what a silly question. How do I know why I held Daphne's hand?
Please, Eddie. Eddie, they'll hear you all over the house.
Oh, nonsense. Dickie was half asleep when we got out of the movie, and Daphne told me she sleeps like a log. And what if they do hear me? Holding hands isn't misbehaving.
Oh, I know it isn't really. Only you were my friend, and I was so proud of you.
But holding Daphne's hand didn't mean anything.
But it did to me, Eddie.
Portia, you're such a little girl.
No, I'm not such a little girl. You once wanted to marry me.
Only because you were such a little girl. I thought you were different, that you understood me. Now you're just like any jealous girl at the seaside, watching and judging, trying to piece me together into something that isn't there. Don't make me hate myself, because then you'll make me hate you.
Oh, please, please don't hate me, Eddie. Oh, I'd rather be dead than be a disappointment to you. Please. Oh, you're my whole reason to be alive. I promise. Please, please, I promise to try and understand you.
But you never will understand. I can see that.
Well, it's not really important whether I understand or not. I promise never to be stupid like this again, even when I don't understand.
Shut up. You make me feel like such a bully. If only you could stay as you were, not change.
Oh, but I can't stay as I am. I feel everyone waiting, everyone getting impatient, wondering how I'm going to turn out. They'll all expect something in a year or two more. And I don't know what to be to please them. And now you say you won't love me when I grow up.
Stop putting words in my mouth. Oh, I should have known this had happened. It always does with women, old or young. It's happening now.
No, Eddie. Eddie, don't let that expression come into your face. Let me kiss it away. Off your mouth. Off your cheek. Your chin. Oh, you're my perfect Eddie. Open your eyes. Oh, I can't bear you to look like that.
Go away. In the name of heaven, go away and be quiet. Oh, Portia, don't look at me like that, and don't tremble like that. It's more than I can bear.
I can't help it.
Something awful is going to happen to us. I cannot feel what you feel for us. I'm shut up inside myself. All I know is that you've been so sweet. Oh, it's no use holding on to me. I shall only drown you. Portia, you don't know what you're doing.
I know that I love you.
Darling, I don't want you.
Eddie.
I've got no place for you in my life. Eddie. I only want what you give. I don't want the whole of anyone. When I try and tell you the truth about myself, I fill you with despair. Oh, life is so much more impossible than you think. You want the whole of me, only the whole of me isn't there for anybody.
Don't say that.
Let go of me. Let go. Take your arms away.
Eddie, what's to become of me when you stay alone inside yourself?
I don't know. You and I are enough to break anyone's heart. How can we not break our own? We're as drowned in this life as though we were in the sea.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Maureen O'Sullivan as Portia in a radio version of Elizabeth Bowen's The Death of the Heart. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC University Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, since our commentator Diana Trilling, literary critic and author, is unable to be with us today, here are her comments on Elizabeth Bowen's novel, The Death of the Heart. With The Death of the Heart, published 10 years ago, Elizabeth Bowen established the literary reputation which has since been sustained and enlarged by her short stories, her critical writing, and her most recent novel, The Heat of the Day. An Anglo-Irish woman, Miss Bowen belongs in the tradition of literary sensibility, which began with Catherine Mansfield and reached its highest development with Virginia Woolf. In critical esteem, she holds a place similar to that of the American writer Catherine Ann Porter. Preeminently feminine, sensitive, precise, a very conscious stylist, Miss Bowen, like Miss Porter, is concerned with the subtleties of human relationships rather than the large drama of social conflict. Yet, so far from being remote from the realities of contemporary society, everything Miss Bowen writes bears closely upon the current social, even political scene. It is simply that her approach to social problems is subjective and symbolical, not polemical. Art, in Miss Bowen's practice, is an exceedingly fine filter to life. But what she sifts so delicately is some of the crudest stuff of our contemporary situation. And thus, while The Death of the Heart may at first glance seem a merely personal story, an account of an often exaggerated emotional response of an adolescent girl, on a deeper level, it is to be understood as a story of modern England, indeed, of the whole of modern civilization. Anna and Thomas, unsympathetic sister-in-law and brother of Miss Bowen's heroine, represent, if you will, the moral decline of 20th century culture. Thomas is in the advertising business, that peculiarly modern profession. He and his wife are literate, sophisticated, but grown too wise in worldliness and self-protection. They're not bad people. They're merely mechanical people who can no longer trust such feelings as remain to them. Portia, Miss Bowen's young heroine, is the innocence which in our time lives so embattled. Too young to have learned the defensive ways of the world, she yet has growing emotional strength because she lives by her heart until her heart is broken by experience. The meanings in The Death of the Heart are very compressed. Miss Bowen writes with a high charge of intellect, but her own heart, her feeling for even the ostensible villains of the story, save her novel from ever becoming bitter. It is only tragic in its comment on the unhappy direction the world is traveling. That concludes Diana Trilling's commentary. Our radio version of The Death of the Heart, starring Maureen O'Sullivan as Portia, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Gracious, Matchett, you have got everywhere clean. Gracious, Matchett, you have got everywhere clean.
Oh, so you've been looking over the house.
Yes, it's beautiful. Not that it isn't always.
Most likely you'd notice it coming back from the Hickhams. I know those seaside houses, all claptrap and must.
When I see the house so nice like this, it makes me wish that only you and I lived here.
Here, you ought to be ashamed to talk like that. I'm sure Mr. Thomas, for one, would be disappointed if he was to know you wished you were still at that seaside.
Oh, Matchett, you do fly off. All I said was that
Here, goodness, they have taught you to speak up. Anyone wouldn't know you. You've changed.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you go on at me because I've been away. After all, I didn't go. I was sent.
I dare say the sea air suited Mr. Eddie.
He was only there for 2 days.
2 days are 2 days at the seaside. I understood him to say he had a fine time there. At least those were his words.
When were they his words? Did Eddie call, Matchett? When?
5:30 yesterday, Mr. Eddie called to say he would be occupied for several days with business.
Oh, but Matchett, didn't he realize that I'd be back today?
What he realized or didn't realize, I couldn't tell you. Now clear away from my table like a good girl while I plug in the iron. I've got to do Mrs. Crane's black dinner dress.
Oh, that means she'll be staying home for dinner.
And when you go up, you might save me the stairs and take her this box of flowers that came. She's in the bath.
All right.
Who is it?
Portia, Anna.
Do open the door and sit down outside, then we can hear each other.
Just brought up a box of flowers that came.
Oh, how nice. See who they're from.
Right. The card says, Major Brutt.
Oh, no. That poor lost creature. He simply drips sentiment. Open the box and hold them up so I can see what he sent. No sooner are we home than he's at us again. Oh, what a horrid shade of pink. What are they?
They're carnations. Don't you like them?
They make me ill. Must be hundreds. He probably didn't have lunch to pay for them. Why did he send carnations to me?
He's a very nice man. Sends me puzzles. I'm sure he likes you, Anna. That's why he sent you these.
Most likely he's still looking for a job. Give the flowers to Matchett. They might do for her room.
You can cross the street now, little girl.
Oh, hello, Mr. Miller.
What a coincidence we should meet. I'm on my way to your house for tea and dinner, too, if Anne'll have me.
Oh.
We can walk back together.
I don't think I'm going back just yet. I came out for some fresh air.
Then I shall be late for tea and walk with you. If you'll have me.
Oh, yes. How's your new novel?
Very difficult. How's your diary?
What makes you think I keep a diary?
Oh, I didn't mean to frighten you, but I'm sure that you must have thoughts about life, and that's what make people things write down in diaries, although, of course, it's madness to write things down. Someone might read it and get the wrong idea.
What are you trying to tell me?
Well, in your case, if you had a diary, say, I wouldn't write about someone like Anna.
Did Anna find my diary and tell you?
Now, look, I thought we were just talking about a hypothetical diary, one that never really was.
I do keep a diary. Did Anna find my diary and tell you?
Portia, I think we'd better drop the subject.
Now, please, Mr. Miller, don't try to put me off. Did Anna find my diary and read it?
Yes. Anna did, as a matter of fact. She
How
did.
could she be so cruel?
Wait, Portia. Come back, come back!
Hello, Mrs. Quayne here.
Hello, Anna. This is Eddie.
Oh, you sound upset.
Portia's just rung me up to tell me that she had to see me at my flat. It seems that she's learned that you've been reading her diary.
Really? How distressing for her.
I don't think you realize what's happened, Anna.
And I suppose you do?
I can understand what a thing like this can mean in Portia's terms.
Really, Eddie? Well, it strikes me that you seldom really understand anything because you're much too busy wondering what to make of it. I hope you and Portia have a lovely interview.
Portia, darling, you mustn't let yourself become upset.
But, Eddie, why did you tell Anna about my diary?
I didn't really. Now, let me fix you a cup of tea.
Oh, I don't want any tea. I suppose you told Anna for a joke. Some part of the joke you're always having with her.
My poor excellent lamb, I didn't tell Anna. Anna told me.
But I told you, Eddie.
Well, she told me first. Anna's been at that book for some time. She really is an awful bounder, you know.
So when I told you, you already knew.
Yes, I did. But really, darling, you make too much of things like keeping this diary. It's ever so honest, and it's beautifully clever, and it's sweet, just like you. But is it so extraordinary? Diaries are things almost all girls keep.
If it mattered so little, why did you pretend it meant something to you?
Because I love to talk about it. I'm always moved when you tell me things.
Eddie, how could you know all this time and not tell me?
I didn't want to upset you. You don't think it was just for fun, do you?
Oh, I don't know. But you must have some sort of dreadful fun. You like despising more than you like loving. Oh, something terrible happens to you when I'm not with you, Eddie.
Please, don't put your arms around me.
Oh, but I want to kiss you.
No, don't kiss me now.
Why?
Because I don't want you to.
Oh.
Besides, it's time you were going home.
Oh, it's not home. And I'm not going. Eddie, are you Anna's lover?
In a way, I suppose. Although she's far too cautious and smart to have a real lover. I don't think Anna's got any passion at all.
Then why do you bother with Anna?
I don't know. Why do you try to get me all figured out in black and white?
Oh, I don't mean to be that way. I just want to understand you, Eddie. You once said we loved each other.
Well, perhaps we did. You used to be much gentler, much more sweet. I told you once that you were the only person that I could naturally love. But you're different lately since your visit to the sea.
And now you say that everything's over?
Portia, I've never meant to be unkind to you.
I've got no way of telling.
That's just it. I wish you had.
Oh, Eddie, you're the only person I've ever loved.
Well, that's what I mean. You don't know what to expect. To you, all the things I say seem never to have been said before. All the other women I've ever known knew the ropes. But you applied the same hopeless judgments to simply everything. Because I said I loved you, you expect me to be as sweet to you as your mother.
No, you don't love me anymore.
Portia, you don't know what you mean by love.
Oh, but I do.
We used to have such fun because I used to think we understood each other. But the fact is that now you're driving me mad.
Oh, I must make some people happy. I make Major Brutt happy and Matchett sometimes. Eddie, could you be as happy without me as you used to be with me when you thought I was different?
Yes. Yes, I certainly do feel that at the moment. You quite give me the horrors.
Well, thank you for seeing me. I'll go now. Only I haven't any money. Can you lend me 5 shillings? I'll send you a postal order for it in the morning.
All right. Yes. Yes, why don't you do that, darling? I suppose you can always get money from Thomas.
Thomas, did you look in Portia's room? She may have come in and not been heard.
I thought of that, St. Quentin, but Portia's not there. You know, Anna, no one but us would let a girl of that age run around London alone.
Oh, shut up, Thomas. Don't be so upper class. At her age, girls are typists and clerk and heaven knows what.
Nevertheless, it gives me a turn to find she's not in.
Well, then why don't we start to ring up the hospitals?
Before that, why not ring up Eddie?
Because, for one thing, he's never in, and also, why on earth should I?
Well, you quite often do. I grant that Eddie's not bright, but he might have some idea. After all, they are quite thick.
By all means, let's try everything, darling. Give me the phone.
You don't suppose Portia could still be down with Matchett, Thomas?
No, I've talked with Matchett. Well, what luck with Eddie?
He's probably gone out, as I imagined.
Anna, has anything special happened today? Has Portia been upset about anything?
How do I know what she's doing or thinking?
Well, maybe she's just decided to stay out.
Perhaps Portia hasn't much of a talent for home life.
Yes. I'm sure we all have our feelings.
What you both really mean is that I am not nice to Portia. How little it takes to bring things to the top.
You seem unduly sensitive.
Well, I'd better go if you're going to start a scene.
No, don't. We're not having a scene. There's no crisis yet. Won't be even nearly a crisis for half an hour. Meanwhile, it's 8 o'clock. The whole thing is, do we have dinner under these circumstances? I don't know, really. The sort of thing never happened before. Thomas?
We'll do as you wish, Anna.
Very well. Matchett.
Yes, Mum?
We won't wait for Miss Portia. She'll be a little late this evening. We'll have our dinner now.
Beg pardon, Major Bratt. There's a young lady to see you.
A young lady?
She's asking for you, sir, in the lounge.
But I'm not expecting a young lady.
In the lounge, sir. She said she'd wait.
That means she's here now. Good heavens. Tell her I'll be right out. Hello. Portia, what are you doing here?
I came to see you.
What? Such a long way from where you live at this time of the evening?
I don't know what time it is. Oh, Major Bratt, I've got nowhere to be.
Steady there, I've got you.
I've got nowhere to be.
Come, that's nonsense, you know. Just try to stay steady and try to tell me what's the matter. Then I'll take you home.
I'm not going back.
Oh, come now.
No, I'm not going back there.
Look, everyone's staring at us. Try sitting down, Portia.
No, they all make me do that. I don't want to just sit down. I want to stay.
Look here, Portia. I think the world of you. I don't know when I've met a young person I've thought so much of. But if you'll just think about me for a minute, you'll understand that this sort of thing can put me in bad with your people, who are my very good friends. A lonely bachelor like myself enjoys having good friends like Thomas and Anna where he can drop in. You wouldn't want to mess that up for me, would you?
But there's nothing to mess up. You're the other person that Anna laughs at.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I don't think you understand. Anna's always laughing at you, Major Bratt. She laughed at your carnations being the wrong color, then she gave them to Matchett. And Thomas thinks that because you've no job, you must be after something. Whatever you do, even send me a puzzle, he thinks that the more. And she laughs the more. And they groan at each other after you've gone away. You and I are the same.
Well, I have been a pretty blundering sort of fellow. I don't know what made me think they'd ever have time for me.
Major Bratt, do you like this hotel?
Yes, I suppose so. Why?
Well, what I mean is, if you had to leave tomorrow, it wouldn't matter. You could tell them I was your niece who'd got a pain and had to lie down or something, and then we could go and talk in your room.
You've got to go home, Portia.
Quickly, take me to your room. I'm starting to cry.
Steady.
Give me half an hour. 20 minutes, that's all. And then if you say I must go, I'll go someplace.
All right. We'll go to my room. It isn't a very pleasant room. You see, I live in the attic. It isn't a very big room, but they give me cut-price terms.
I would like to sit down now.
Oh, by all means. Have this chair by the fire.
Thank you.
Now, Portia, what is it that you're running from?
From them all. What they make happen.
I thought there was something special. I thought something had happened.
It has. Only it's been happening all the time.
Portia, have you and Eddie had a quarrel?
Yes.
So that's it.
No, it isn't just Eddie. Well, the sad thing about that is that I thought he was the person that I'd marry. Because of him, I felt safe with all the others. I always thought of it as Eddie and I together, against the others. But now I've found out that he was with them all the time. Well, that's only one of the reasons that I can't go back.
But surely blood is thicker
Oh,
than...
no, not mine and Anna's.
But what about your brother? Surely you and Thomas should stick together.
Well, Thomas is ashamed because of our father. And he's afraid the whole time that I'll be sorry for him.
Nevertheless, Portia, don't you think that going home would be best at the moment?
This sort of moment never really stops. I'm not going home, Major Brutt.
Then what do you mean to do?
Stay here with you. You do like me, don't you?
Well, yes.
Oh, you send me puzzles. You say you think about me. Anna says you're sentimental. Well, I could do things for you. We could have a home. You wouldn't have to live in a hotel. Tell Thomas you want to keep me and he could send you income from my money. I could cook. My mother cooked when she was in London.
Surely this is out of the question, Portia.
Why couldn't you marry me? I could cheer you up. I wouldn't get in your way. And we wouldn't be half so lonely.
What you say is very touching. I'm sure you will cook. I'm all in favor of it. But not for some years yet. And I'm afraid not for me.
Suppose I shouldn't have asked you.
Oh, no, I appreciate what you said. I feel pleased, but you think too much of me and not enough of what I'm trying to say. I must still ask you to forget this and go home.
But I can't.
It's not a question of doing the best you can do. It's a question of doing the only thing possible. I'll come with you, of course.
Do you want me to go now?
We'll telephone first. If you're not home soon, they'll be calling out the police and the fire brigades.
You may telephone and tell them I'm with you. But please don't tell them I'm going back. That will all have to depend.
Depend on what?
On what they mean to do about me.
Oh, thank you so much, Major Brutt. Would you give me the name of the hotel again?
Karachi, K-A...
I have it. I can spell it. Thank you. Thank you so much for calling. We've been so worried about Portia.
And you will call back?
Yes. Goodbye, Major Brutt.
Goodbye, Mrs. Crane.
Well, Anna, what did he have to say?
The lost is found at the Karachi Hotel.
Oh. Is he bringing her right home?
No, Thomas. He didn't even suggest that he bring her home.
Then what did he want?
He wanted to know what we meant to do.
What is the meaning of all this?
Portia doesn't want to come home. She doesn't like us.
Anna, what makes you say such things?
Because Major Brutt just told me as much. And I've read her diary.
Good heavens.
It's really very good, Thomas, but it's not very complimentary. Gave me a very disagreeable feeling about being alive. Or at least about being me.
I shouldn't wonder. Oh, this is deplorable, Anna. How are we going to get her to come home tonight?
Thomas, it isn't just a question of what we're going to do or say this night. It's far more complicated than that. It isn't just the diary. It's our whole miserable existence together.
Anna's right, Thomas. You're faced with the question of the three of you going on living here.
Nevertheless, Quentin, she must come home tonight, regardless of the situation.
It's a horrible, nasty situation, and she's created it.
Oh, no, Anna. Portia hasn't created this situation. By running off to Major Brutt, she's brought you all face to face with the impossibility of living. You see, Portia has a point of view.
That's no excuse, St. Quentin. Everybody has a point of view.
Well, the fact remains that if you're anxious to get Portia home and do the right thing, you'll have to try to feel as she feels.
That's a question. How do we feel about Portia?
Well, you're both jealous of the girl, but she doesn't know that you're jealous.
How do you mean?
She's not properly aware that she's enjoying all the things that you so envy. Her vitality, her keenness for living, and her youth.
Then if what you say's true, I don't deny it, why doesn't Portia enjoy these things while she has them and leave off from her wandering around Thomas and me trying to detect what is and is not and noting down clues in her diary?
Try to understand our position. No grown person can afford to be judged by an innocent half-child, half-woman.
We're not perfect, St. Quentin, but neither's Portia. Look at her relationship with Eddie. Throwing herself at Eddie.
Well, what did you do with Pigeon? but not much more than her age.
Why always bring that up?
Why always have it in mind?
Dear me, how I hate Eddie.
Yes, he's such a little rat. But Eddie serves to make us realize how upside down Portia's life must be.
How do you mean, upside down?
Well, it's so upside down that it's become quite natural that a little scab like Eddie should seem natural to her as anyone else.
Portia would have thrown herself at Eddie regardless. She wants to pity him.
Exactly. Portia sees Eddie as the victimized character, the desperate little man. There's something so showy about his desperation. He makes such a wonderful fuss. Yes, and it takes guts not to make a fuss out of your life. And guts is something that Eddie hasn't got.
I think you've both done a beautiful job on Eddie, but we've still got Portia on our hands.
Yes. How do we get Portia home, St. Quentin?
Well, if any one of us were Portia this evening, what would be the only thing you could bear to have done for you?
Something with no fuss. Something quite ordinary that wouldn't be embarrassing.
Obviously, then she won't want to see me or Thomas.
Well, what do you suggest, Anna?
That we send my housekeeper. Matchett.
Won't that be a little, cruel?
No. I think it's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Portia and Matchett are on very good terms because they both knew my father. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll ring.
Yes, Matchett will bring it off very properly. She'll scold Portia, but she won't analyze her.
Well, I better get my hat and be on my way. It's been a long evening. Oh, well, before I go, Anna, there's one question. If you were Portia, growing up for that first and only time, what would be your feeling?
Contempt. I would feel contempt for the pack of us who muddled our own lives and then stopped me from living mine.
Right.
I would feel boredom. Oh, such boredom with the secret society of grown-up people. That secret society about nothing in which you and Thomas and I and Eddie keep making meaningless signs at each other.
Yes, well, go on.
I'd have a contempt for all married people playing at the falsity of living happily ever after.
Yes.
And a contempt for unmarried people looking cautious and touchy because they're thinking only of themselves.
Oh, touché, Anna.
I'd have a frantic desire to be handled with feeling, and at the same time to be let alone. A wish to be asked how I felt, and a great wish to be taken for granted.
This is all quite new, Anna. How much of it is the diary, and how much is you?
Anna, does this mean that you and Portia can at least try to make a new start together?
No, Thomas. It can't be, even though we may both wish it very much. I shall always insult her, and she will always persecute me. I can never forgive her youth, and the things I can tell her she will not wish to believe.
You rang, sir?
Yes, Matchett. You will please get your coat and bonnet and fetch Miss Portia home. It seems that she's at the Karachi Hotel, visiting her friend.
Dear diary, Matchett came for me. She fussed a little, but it was all right. School tomorrow, and I suppose it will be my ordinary life again. When we lived in France, my father told me we could not have an ordinary life because we were strangers in a foreign land. He'd been away so long that somehow he thought it was the people in England who led ordinary lives and were happy. Once when he did come back to England on a visit in the spring and walked past Thomas's great house in London when the tulips were in bloom, it was all so beautiful that he felt quite sure that even Thomas and Anna were happy inside. He thought that people who did not do extraordinary things led ordinary lives. But if I were to meet my father again, I would have to tell him that there is no ordinary life.
You have been listening to The Death of the Heart, an NBC University Theater production of the novel by Elizabeth Bowen, starring Maureen O'Sullivan. If you wish to expand your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. These courses are offered by the University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Kansas State Teachers College, and the University of Louisville. For full information as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these home study courses, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Next week, be with us again at the NBC University Theater for a dramatization of one of America's finest historical novels, which, happily, is also one of today's bestsellers, A.B. Guthrie's The Big Sky, starring Bob Hutton. And the following week, a hard-hitting novel of the Second World War, Stephen Himes' The Crusaders, starring Cesar Romero. The Death of the Hards was prepared for radio by Richard E. Davis. Starred as Portia, Maureen O'Sullivan. Our cast included Dan O'Herlihy, Ramsey Hill, Monty Margetts, Norma Varden, Donald Morrison, Dennis Hoey, Queenie Leonard. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentary was written by Diana Trilling. The original music score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. From the NBC University Theater, an hour-length dramatization of Stephen Himes' novel of the war and after, The Crusaders. Our star, Mr. Cesar Romero. Herewith, one of the most significant novels to be inspired by the war against the fascists. Stephen Himes' intense work, The Crusaders. Radio adaptation by Ernest Kenoy. In the role of Lieutenant Yates, one of Hollywood's most persuasive actors, Cesar Romero. At intermission, we will bring you a recorded commentary on the writing of Stephen Himes by Dr. Harvey C. Webster, Director of Education by Radio courses at the University of Louisville. Here then, The Crusaders by Stephen Himes. Normandy, 1944. The last of the dead had been buried by the gangs of prisoners, and now the wind piled clean sand against the rows of crosses. An army jeep winds down the narrow road between the hedgerows, and in his seat, Lieutenant Davis shifts him comfortably, then turns to his driver, Sergeant Bing.
Why don't you drive around those holes? Look, Lieutenant, I just came back from questioning those German prisoners 2 days straight. My brain's fried. What the devil's wrong now? German prisoners.
Poor slobs. Look at their faces. They've sure had it.
You kidding? I hate them.
Get out of the way! Los, zero!
This is a scientific war, Bing. How can you understand the Germans if you hate them?
Don't worry, I can.
Well, perhaps I would if I were a refugee from Germany the way you were. But you've got to be detached.
Yeah.
Los, aufstehen!
You're very young, Bing.
This isn't your classroom, Lieutenant. Normandy isn't Coulter College.
Well, look at the other side of the question.
The other side?
Those Germans over there are doing the same things we're forced to.
They follow orders. They've got the same trouble. They're the victims of their politicians the way we are of ours. That's what we have to understand, don't we?
You talk like the German prisoners.
Listen, Sergeant.
I can shut up. Only someday, Lieutenant, you'll have something on the one hand and something else on the other. And while your hands are full, you'll get kicked in the teeth.
You're pretty clever, Bing.
I try. Oh, there, it's clear. What's the rush, Lieutenant?
General Farish. He wants a special leaflet with a load about justice, democracy, freedom.
What, old Brimstone Farish?
That's not the tough part. We've got to turn him down cold.
Why?
That kind of decision is for top levels. We can't decide the official Allied war aims in between hands in a poker game. Why should our unit crawl out on a limb?
Uh-huh. Keep your mouth shut and never volunteer. The Army.
All our outfit's supposed to do is tell the Germans if they raise their hands, they'll get a gutful of corned beef hash and Nescafe.
Maybe that's why we're still bottled up in Normandy. Too much hash.
Well, that's no skin off of us, Bing. But I wish the devil they'd send somebody else to turn down Farish.
What? You mean to tell me your superiors would refuse my request?
Well, it's not that, General Farish.
It's the best idea I've had. Morning of July 4th. 48 guns shooting 48 rounds. Then silence. Dead silence. They're waiting for the infantry, the tanks. But bang, we shoot over the leaflet. What the devil's wrong with that, huh?
Well, sir, there are technical difficulties. We don't have enough time before the 4th. Sergeant Bing here is our technician. He'll tell you there isn't time.
Listen, Lieutenant, I'm no talker, see? I'm a fighter. I want that leaflet as a weapon. Soften those krauts up and then smash.
General,
Well, Sergeant?
I think we can get your leaflet out by the 4th.
Bing, nobody asked. What the devil do you mean by...
There, by Godfrey, when Farish wants something done, it's done. You say what I'd say, Sergeant. Strong. Make 'em know what an American is, see?
General, why don't you get those steps fixed?
Well, Karen. Lieutenant Yates, this is Karen Wallace, reports for the Burke Syndicate.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Karen, I've got something for you. Thought it up myself. This boy here, Bing here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
He's going to put my thoughts in German for a leaflet. How's that for a story, eh?
Sounds good. Can I get transportation over to their unit?
I'll have Yates here drive you over. All right, Yates?
Of course,
But hurry back. Always like to have a lady around. A general's privilege. 48 rounds from 48 guns. Best blasted idea I ever had.
Lieutenant Yates.
What do you want, Abramovici?
They telephoned you were bringing the ladies, sir. Major Willoughby wants you to take her right in to see him.
Pulling rank already?
All right, Bing, get out. I'll put the jeep away. You get some chow. You've got a hard job ahead. You shot your mouth off, and now you've got to figure out for General Farish why we're fighting the whole stinking war.
Well, come on, Abramovici. We're late for chow.
I was on guard duty. It'll be cold sea ration.
I like sea ration. Abramovici, what are you doing in the Army?
Living? A war is absolutely no good for you unless you come out alive.
You mean all you want is to come out alive?
I'm honest. I want to live. I'm essential for the Army. I know English and German shorthand. I do just what it says in Field Manual 21-100. When I was a boy, I ran away from Romania so I wouldn't be in the Army. For America, I'm an essential soldier, so maybe I'm crazy. Well, here's the kitchen.
Hey, Dondolo.
Hold on here. Hey, you okay, please, you on your own time. Don't make no never mind of me if you work all night. What do you guys want?
Chow?
Chow? Abramovici wants chow. You get that fatso wants chow. You jerks drag over here at chow time, you get chow. Not now. This ain't no restaurant.
I got a right to chow. I got my mess kit ready.
You got a right. I'll fix your mess kit. I'll fix it good.
You got no right to do that.
For crying out loud, Dondolo.
Nobody eats without I say so.
I got a right to chow. I was on guard duty and I want...
All right. I'll give him something. I'll give him something good. Coffee. Nice, fresh coffee. Right in the kisser.
Why, you rotten two-bit louse. I ought to turn you in.
Come on, Bing. Come on and fight if you want to. Come on.
Wouldn't you like that? You'd be hollering for Captain Loomis like a stuck pig. Oh, no, I'm not getting busted for a scum like you.
Oh, you yeller, both yous yeller. Foreigners, you all yeller.
Let's go, Bing. I lost my appetite.
Wait a minute. Don Dolo, I want to ask you a question.
What do you mean? What do you want?
What do you think this war's being fought for? Why are you in it?
Me? I got nothing to do with it. I was drafted.
Did you ever think about the guns, Don Dolo? You can get torn apart like that.
I'm not gonna die. What are you bulling about?
You're afraid, aren't you? Afraid of dying. Maybe it's those 2 kids of yours. Are you fighting for them?
Shut up! Sure. Sure, I'm fighting for my kids, sure. It's because of people like you I had to leave them. A bunch of Jews get himself in trouble and the whole American army swims across the ocean. That Hitler, he ain't know what he was doing. We should be fighting with him on the same side. That's it. Yeah, that's it. We're fighting on the wrong side.
Sergeant Bing?
Oh, Miss Wallace. Well, how was dinner?
Oh, fine. How are you coming with the leaflet?
Well, I've been making kind of a poll, trying to find out why people are fighting the war.
Well, how about the 4 freedoms?
Pretty hazy. The Germans wouldn't bite.
How about the flag? Our traditions?
No, the Kraut's got more tradition and a darn sight more flags. Oh, I feel lousy.
Tired.
It's got me beat.
You know, when it gets down to wars, I suppose they're all alike. Some men fighting for their lives, some for dollars, and a few fools fighting for an idea.
No, that's not it. Look, take the mess sergeant, Don Dolo. He said we should be fighting on Hitler's side. As a matter of fact, he should. He's as much a fascist as anybody in the Nazi party.
War for democracy.
That's the point. Maybe this is what I want. Look, Don Dolo, he's the mess sergeant. It doesn't matter what he thinks. He's cooking chow for the unit. He slops out sea ration for me, and I write a leaflet about what we're fighting for. The war. The war, that's the right thing. One slimy louse can't stop it.
Well, I've seen a lot of lice, some a lot bigger.
Sure, but the army, the whole stinking army, it does what America wants it to do, see? A crusade.
Wallace. Miss Wallace.
Over here, Lieutenant.
Oh, you found company.
Sergeant Bing tells me we're on a crusade.
I suppose we are. I seem to remember that a great many of the original Crusaders were more interested in loot than the Holy Land.
But they couldn't have gone if there was no idea. Look, we've got crooks on our side, probably big crooks, but they're in the crusade. They've got to get their jobs done, too. Look at Farish. He's a dog, and I hate his guts, but he's the best blasted tank general in the ETO. He's in the crusade whether he likes it or not.
Well, there are 2 sides to all this, Bing.
Oh, sure, Lieutenant. There's always 2 sides.
Anyway, thanks for taking good care of Miss Wallace. Good night, Sergeant. Good night.
Wait, Lieutenant.
Major Willoughby is waiting for you at the party, Miss Wallace. Will you take my arm?
Oh, well, Miss Wallace. A drink? Yeah, we're all ahead of you. Scotch, rye, Calvados.
Scotch, thanks. I've been hearing about General Farish's leaflet.
Hey, what? Oh, yes, the leaflet. Mm-hmm. Colonel DeWitt is in London or he'd raise the roof. But in any case, Farish won't get it.
Has anybody told him?
This is off the record, Miss Wallace. Karen. But there won't be any leaflet. I've stopped all that.
What did you do, Major?
Well, you see, General Dorr in Corps Artillery is an old friend of mine, law school. A few words on the telephone about waste of ammunition. I expect by this time General Farish has given up his project. Well, shall we drink to the late lamented leaflet? Lieutenant Yates, go get the lady another drink.
Lieutenant Yates, I want to show you the leaflet.
The leaflet?
Yeah, I finished it before I heard the roof fell in. There's an English translation attached here. Salute to the 4th of July, to a nation of free men equal before the law, determined to govern themselves. For these rights we fought in 1776. For these rights we fight today.
You've a fine German style, Bing. I had a student once who...
I've got the punch at the end. If you want to save yourself, if you want to save Germany, there's only one way out. Stop the war.
Interesting. The question is, do you believe it?
Lieutenant, When I crossed you up with Farish, I didn't know why I did it, but I wanted to turn out the leaflet. I've been talking to a lot of men since then. Oh, some stink. They'd be guards in American concentration camps. But most of the guys, they'd say, "Who are you trying to push around? What are you trying to put over?"
Bing, the trouble with you is you still think this war is a bloody crusade. I almost wish I could think so. I've seen too many crusades on the campus at Coulter College, and I've seen the look in kids' eyes when they find out the idea's been sold down the river. I can't feel anything anymore. I suppose most of my generation is like that. Like a doctor with his hand on a patient's head, I can sense the fever, but I can't burn myself.
That's what I mean, Lieutenant. Crooks like Dandolo, they're in it, and they've got to do their share. Tired out intellectuals like you, you're in it too.
Well, thanks.
It's a necessary war, Lieutenant. It's a war America's for, and it'll be fought no matter what we do. You've got to push with it.
Well, don't get in a rash over it, Bing. The leaflet's been killed. It's an academic discussion.
Yeah? I wonder how academic it'll be when Farish finds out.
General Farish,
Some lily-livered weasel tipped off Corps.
General,
This morning I get a call. 4 o'clock in the lousy morning. Farish, he says. Farish, the 4th of July business is a waste of ammunition. It's out. All right. Who spilled his guts to Corps?
Well, we assumed Corps was behind your plan, General.
Well, they are now. I told that swivel chair buzzard.
There are enlisted men around, sir.
I don't give a hoot. I talked him into having the whole army in Normandy pull my stunt.
Oh, magnificent.
Who the devil are you?
Major Willoughby, sir. Colonel DeWitt's exec.
Willoughby, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, listen, what I need is this. I'll have to make Dorr eat his words. I'll need some guarantee that some crowds will come over with their hands up after we shoot over those leaflets. What can you do about that?
Well,
Major.
General, I'm afraid...
The loudspeakers.
What the devil's going on here?
I think we may be able to guarantee you results, General. Suppose we place a loudspeaker team at your disposal. They'll go into the line and they'll talk across to the Germans. We've had a great deal of success that way.
You did, huh? Loudspeakers.
There are a number of good men. Lieutenant Laborde in charge.
That'll do, Major. I'm not interested in your bloody details. Loudspeakers, huh? All right. Let's have one.
Sergeant Bing, we've got to get those loudspeakers closer to the Germans.
How about it, Captain Troy?
Listen, Lieutenant, that fool truck of yours is going to draw fire, maybe hit one of my men. I don't know where you've been with this psychological outfit, but my company's been on the line since the beach. Every day I got a report, killed and wounded.
See here, I got General Farish's orders.
Listen, Laborde, don't have me no trouble.
Look, Captain Troy, we're wasting time. Maybe we can find some place that won't draw fire.
Okay, come on.
Wait. Hey, what's that?
Dead cow, very dead. I can't have it buried. The other side of this hedge is under fire.
Suppose I set the speaker up here.
3 of our boys got killed out here the other day. Swelled up in the heat. You don't like to look at it. You can't help it. That lieutenant of yours, what's his name?
Laborde?
Yeah, Laborde.
He's eager, but I suppose that's okay.
The valor of ignorance. I read that somewhere.
Hey, what's going on over there?
Shut up and get down in that hole.
Want to get us killed?
Get that tin horn out of here! Blow!
I got the speaker set up.
Keep low getting back. Let's go.
Bing, hurry up there. We're late.
Now, why didn't you help instead of standing there with your thumb in your mouth?
Captain, I'll have you...
Look, Laborde, get started and clear out of here. They'll be bringing up mortars.
Okay, let's go.
Hurry, I don't want none of my boys hurt.
All right, sir. Here goes.
Achtung! Achtung! Deutsche Soldaten! Achtung! Achtung! Achtung!
Well?
I'm tired.
What happened, Bing?
Oh, let me alone, Lieutenant.
What happened?
We got 14 of them. Came right over with their hands up in the air holding the leaflet. 2 got it before they hit the cover.
12 live prisoners. Farish will like that. Did you get chow?
I don't want any.
If there's any trouble with Dondolo, I'll be glad...
Look, for crying out loud, Lieutenant, I couldn't eat.
What happened?
Tolachin.
Wounded?
Dead.
Tough. Good guy.
He didn't have to die. That slimy creep Laborde made him go out after the loudspeakers.
But they're expendable. We can get new ones whenever we need them.
Tell that to Laborde. Tolachin's dead.
Futile. There isn't much use in anything, is there, Bing?
I didn't say that. Neither did Tolachin.
Now, take it easy, Bing.
All right. All right, only I carried Tolachin back. He was ripped open, but he asked if we got the prisoners. Laborde, he may be futile, but not Tolachin. Now leave me alone, Lieutenant. Leave me alone.
Okay, Bing. Only you better get some coffee. 12 prisoners. Farish will like that.
All right, gentlemen. No more cameras. I haven't got time.
What's the next move, General?
A series of pincer movements. Surprise, gentlemen. Surprise. And the main push will be on Paris. The tanks will roll the same road Napoleon took after his victories. For Paris, gentlemen, is victory.
Yahoo! This is the life, huh, Yates? Paris!
Les Américains! Vive nos libérateurs!
Hey, lady, what's in that bottle? Whiskey? Here, you want cigarettes? Chocolate?
Non, c'est pour vous. Eau de vie pour l'américaine.
How do you like that? A bottle of liquor for free. Yates, this is the town. Paris. Yahoo!
Oh, l'amour de l'aime.
All right. That's all. You hear? Now cannon. That's all the garbage I got. Now beat it. Stinking pigs digging in the garbage.
They're hungry, my friend Dondolo. Paris, they're hungry city.
Yeah. You Frenchmen fight over the garbage, and them louses in the company complain I ain't giving them enough to eat. Well, Sir,
today I could use coffee and cigarettes.
No coffee. I got a bag of potatoes, bacon, and canned milk. How much?
4,000?
A pig's eye. I'd rather eat it myself.
Think of the poor people who have to buy this, Sergeant.
Don't worry. They'll pay. 5,000. Hand the dough over.
Careful, someone might see.
Bull. Nobody dares touch me. Listen, I ain't the only one you've been doing business with. You gotta go to Captain Loomis for the gas you've been selling on the black market. I ain't the only one. Paris means dough if you know your way around. You gotta know your way around.
Right this way, Major Willoughby. I was expecting you.
Thank you. You're,
my friends call me Prince Breskin.
Ah, yes. Well, you know, of course, that before the war, I represented the law firm of Coster, Brule, Regan, and Willoughby.
I understand.
Prince, suppose I come to the point. Now, your company, Delacroix, worked for the Nazis through the occupation.
Just a moment, Major. Are you speaking as the American Army, or...
Merely on behalf of our clients. We are interested in the place Delacroix will have after the war.
Major Willoughby, there are other factors. Investigating commissions, tribunals.
Yes, well, if we can make a preliminary agreement, Prince Breskin, then perhaps we can discuss methods of avoiding unfortunate investigations into Delacroix. Naturally, our arrangement will be confidential.
Oh, of course, Major Willoughby. You will find me the soul of discretion. It will be up to you, Major, to help us avoid interference. And I have every confidence in you.
There's the report, Lieutenant, like I said.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
I don't know, sir. But they've arranged to send those DPs we liberated back to the Delacroix mines.
Look, Bing, that's not my
For
department.
crying out loud, Lieutenant, these people are being sent back to the same stinking mines where the Nazis had them.
Well, after all, Bing, the mines have to be worked.
It's no good, Lieutenant. We free Hitler's prisoners and send them back to the same slavery. I thought you'd see it the way I do. You were behind me on that leaflet.
I stuck my neck out. What'll this get us? There's nothing one man can do.
That's easy to say, isn't it, Lieutenant?
All right. It's probably too late anyway.
It's not too late for people who are still alive, Lieutenant. Too late, that's easy to say.
All right, cut it out. I'll do what I can. I'll go see the head of Delacroix. Maybe I can find out something. Now, get off my back, Bing. Quit riding me.
Sure, Lieutenant. Oh, I've got the name of the Delacroix big shot for you. Bereskin. Prince Bereskin.
Okay. I'll probably get my neck out so far, somebody will snap it off. Colonel DeWitt's back from London, and he's boiling mad already. This little trip will put on the finishing touches.
Willoughby, I won't have it. I won't have it in my outfit.
Colonel DeWitt, I don't understand.
Look at this report. The MP's picked up a Frenchman peddling food from our kitchen on the black market. Named Serrier. Works for Prince Bereskin of the Delacroix Company.
I don't understand how I can...
Yates here tells me you visited Bereskin.
Well, I was seeing Bereskin about something else. Did Lieutenant Yates suggest I was involved in it?
No. He's got something else about DPs being sent back to the Delacroix mines.
Oh, that. Why, yes, we're having the mines reopened. I have a report for you, Colonel. We need the production and
Look, this is off the point. Willoughby, I'm leaving this up to you.
Oh, Colonel, if I could question this Serrier, maybe we could get the connection between Delacroix and the Nazis.
I'll take care of that, Lieutenant.
All right, Willoughby. But get the black market out of our kitchen. I'll give you till tonight.
Well, Yates?
Major?
What were you doing visiting Bereskin?
They're reopening those mines. The same poor devils the Nazis had in them.
That wasn't your job, Yates.
Are you protecting Bereskin, Major? There were rumors about him during occupation.
I'll be frank with you, Yates. My law firm takes care of Delacroix interests in the States. That's no secret. We're faced with an issue, Yates. We've got to get production started over here.
Under the same men who worked for the Nazis?
Now, you can't run mills without know-how. We don't want chaos and upheaval.
Well, no. There is democracy, though.
That's not the point, Yates. We've got to get production, and we won't get it without Bereskin.
That isn't the only choice.
Well, what is? It's easy enough to be a man of goodwill on a college campus, Yates.
Look,
but
Major...
you're over your head now. Your neck is way out, way out.
I'm beginning to think it isn't out far enough.
Yates, I'm trying to be reasonable. Stick to your duties. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, about this black market business, take that mess sergeant. What's his name?
Dondolo.
Break him. Get him out of the kitchen.
How about the Frenchman?
Turn him over to the civil authorities.
And Bereskin?
Be sensible, Yates. Prince Bereskin doesn't know every two-bit driver who works for him. Would Delacroix be interested in peddling potatoes by the 5-pound bag?
I guess not.
Yates, remember this war isn't over yet.
I know.
No, not by a long shot. It's going to be tough weather ahead.
It looks like rain now.
It's going to rain all winter. It's that kind of country.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Cesar Romero in a radio version of Stephen Himes' The Crusaders. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC University Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Dr. Harvey C. Webster of the University of Louisville.
Were they crusaders, or were they merely conquerors? That is the fundamental question Stephen Himes' most sensitive and sympathetic characters ask. To be only conquerors, like the Romans and many other powerful before, was not enough for Sergeant Byng, who had lived among the Nazis, knew how bad they were, knew how good America could be and how bad it might become, was not enough for Lieutenant Yates, who loved, with a diffident, hopeful skepticism, America's promise. There were others, as you have heard, of course, who wanted only to be conquerors, the victors to whom the spoils belonged. All that these others, Major Willoughby, Sergeant Dondolo, Captain Loomis, knew was what they egocentrically wanted. For them, America was promises to the strong who forced the weak against the wall. This dramatization, and the interestingly complex 600 pages of the novel upon which it is based, is, in other words, more than just a novel about war. It is about America, what it might lamentably or greatly become. For war forces the good and the bad in people and in the society they constitute into a kind of exaggerated clarity. The capacity for sickness or for health that is always there in peace breaks out into heroism, idealism, cowardice, and villainy when war happens. So war is, by a curious paradox, what peace has been making men become, what is making what the peace that follows will become. No good war novel, neither the excellent The Naked and the Dead by Norman Mailer, Irwin Shaw's admirable The Young Lions, Alfred Hayes' beautifully wrought All Thy Conquests, nor Mr. Himes' The Crusaders, is only a war novel. It is also a novel about society, the men in it, and the more muted warfare that seems to go on even when we are in periods of technical peace. When you read The Crusaders, as I hope this dramatization will impel you to do, you will discover that both I and the dramatization oversimplify, of necessity, the vivid complexity that is the book. Stephen Heim has already established his considerable competence in his two previous novels, Hostages and Of Smiling Peace. From his own war experience, he knows what war does and what the Army is like. If you were in the war, you relive it as you read. If you were not, you live it. You begin to share, or you share again, the fears and the horrors and the hopes. You become aware of what man can do and of what he too often badly does. You are shocked out of complacency, surely the gravest disease one can have in a democratic society. You begin to think hard about what our past has been and what our future may become, and you will be grateful, I think, to discover that The Crusaders is an American novel in which an American of goodwill and good skill has exerted the peculiarly American privilege of criticizing America.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. Our radio version of The Crusaders, starring Cesar Romero, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
December 14th, 1944. The enemy is capable of launching a powerful counteroffensive. It's bad news, General.
You're bloody well right, DeWitt. If those lousy Judases hadn't black-marketed my gas on the streets of Paris, we'd be across the Rhine now. How can I run tanks without gas?
It looks bad now.
Bad? Do you know what's happened? The Germans have broken through in the Ardennes. The 106th at St. Vith, the 101st Airborne at Bastogne, they're being cut to ribbons. It's a bulge, DeWitt, and the worst licking we've taken so far.
Hey, Trom.
Shut up and keep an eye on Sorelli.
I see him. This stinking snow. When do we head back?
We find out if the road's clear.
Hey, you hear something?
Artillery.
No, over there through the fog. Listen.
I don't know.
Holy! Tanks, a whole lousy panzer regiment.
We better get off the road.
Spread over the field. Pass the word. Get down.
Down! Down!
Don't let them go by, God. Don't let them see us.
Trom, shut up.
Open up! Open up! Get that AR off the trench! It's in the
Get your hands up, Hires. We're looking.
Only name, rank, and serial number. That's all we tell them, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
My arms are tired.
Well, keep them up. That crowd is coming over here.
Name, rank, and serial number. They can't do nothing to prisoners of war, can they?
Oh, I know. Keep your hands up.
Unteroffizier, kommen Sie hier. Jawohl, Herr Ober.
What are they saying, Traub? You speak German?
I can't hear.
Unteroffizier. Toten
No.
Sie alle.
Oh, no.
What is it, Traub? What's the story?
Oh, they can't.
Fire!
They can't!
Yates! Lieutenant Yates!
Captain Troy?
Yates, help me with this man.
Name, rank.
What happened?
That shield. That shield. You know where the rest of his platoon is?
Here, let me take him.
Easy. Piled up in the snow. 15 of them. All in one lousy heap.
He's hit bad.
Medic! Medic! They didn't have their weapons. Gave up. Prisoners of war.
Take it easy, Captain.
You know how it was? I go down on my knees, see? I dig in a pile. I'm the captain. I gotta find the dog tags. I'm the captain of a pile of dead men. They never had a chance. Before God, they never had a chance.
Medic!
15 men, my men, all in one lousy pile.
Easy, Troy.
Yates, I want you to do something for me. You question prisoners. There must have been witnesses. You find out who gave the orders to kill my men.
Sure, all right, Troy.
Medic! I'm a Christian man here, but before God, I'll... Yates, you find out who gave that order.
Another prisoner, Lieutenant.
Saxonsy.
I don't know no German.
They picked him up in this GI uniform, Lieutenant.
Listen, Lieutenant, I'm Sergeant Howard Bethune from Chicago.
He was picked up by a Negro company. The lieutenant sent a letter along. He sounded fishy. Didn't know who Popeye was or who won the World Series. Then he shot off his yap calling those colored guys names. Looks like they mussed him up a little.
This is a lot of bull. I ain't no spy. Here's my paybook and my dog tags.
Let's hear some of your Army record. Talk.
I was inducted at Fort Sheridan, basic training at McClellan in Alabama. Then I was POA to Repple-Depple in England.
Bing, what do you think?
I don't know, Lieutenant. Sounds fishy to me.
All right, Sergeant, one question. What's TS? What's TS? You tell me and I'll let you go.
I'm an American soldier. You can't do this to me.
All right, Sergeant, you've got 3. What's TS? 1, 2...
I know, sir. I just can't remember.
Tough situation.
I'm an American. My dog tags...
They shoot spies, soldier. Take them out and tie them to post and shoot them.
No, listen. I'm Sergeant Howard Bethune from Chicago. I'm an American.
Bing, go out and get me 4 MPs, the biggest you can find.
Yes, sir.
And tell them to bring their clubs.
What do you mean? What are you going to do?
And a bucket of cold water in case he faints.
Yes, sir.
And tell them to bring a bayonet, a sharp bayonet.
Right, Lieutenant, a sharp bayonet.
No. Nein, ich bin Deutscher. Ich hatte Befehl gegen Elfars zu töten.
There we are. Take notes, Bing. I'm a German. I had orders to kill General Farish. There it is, Major Willoughby. 400 English-speaking Germans in American uniforms loose behind our lines.
Yeah, good work, Yates. That's big.
We got the name of the man who trained them. Colonel Eric Pettinger of the SS.
Pettinger? Good. We'll send that name back to intelligence.
That isn't all. Pettinger has field command now. The 412th Panzers.
Well?
He was in command when those prisoners were shot down. Captain Troy's men. He gave the order.
Yes, that was a dirty business. I'll mention that in my report. You do fine work when you stick to your job.
You didn't think so in Paris.
Still chasing old stories, huh? Well, make your report in writing. We'll forget about Paris.
I don't think so. Back in Paris, you explained what you thought the war was all about. I saw your point. It seemed to me I could always see 2 sides to everything.
Huh?
Spent my life balancing 2 sides to every issue.
What are you blatting about, Yates?
About Pettinger. You told me it was easy to be a man of goodwill on a college campus. It was. I was always sure that the logical, rational, intellectual approach would win. But those 15 men piled in the snow, they surrendered. They were under the protection of international law, the Geneva Convention.
Look, Yates, this is no time for a Socratic soul-searching. I'm not at all interested in your inner torment.
I suppose not.
You write out your report, and I'll see that it gets to General Farish. You've done a good job on this, Yates. Don't stick your neck out any further.
All right, gentlemen, one more question. I'm late for staff conference.
General, what's the next move?
Well, you can say the German offensive power is broken. We have them in a tight ring, and we'll destroy every remaining unit. It's mopping up, gentlemen, just mopping up.
Bing! Sergeant Bing!
You want me, Lieutenant?
You going out again with a loudspeaker tank?
So they tell me. Me and Lieutenant Laborde.
Look, if you want me to speak to Captain Loomis, Laborde's crazy. He keeps going on lone wolf missions.
The valor of ignorance.
What?
Oh, you remember that infantry Captain Troy? That's what he said the day Tolakian was killed.
Suppose I have you replaced.
Ah, forget it, Lieutenant. Why worry about me all of a sudden?
I don't know. Maybe I learned something from you. That 4th of July leaflet. What this whole business is about. Bing, you always talk like you know. What's the answer? Those ideas of yours, how do they match up against Talachian dying? Against Dandolo and the black market? Against Willoughby and Prince Bereskin?
I am an optimist, Lieutenant. That whole crooked bunch, they try to get away with something, but in the meantime, they have to do their job. And in the long run, the job catches up with their own crooked deals.
But how about Talachian? How about the ones who get it through stupidity or just plain evil?
Lieutenant, you can't run a perfect army. The war gets fought. If you know what the score is, you've got to go out on a limb.
Stick your neck out? Willoughby says that. He warned me not to.
But listen, I'm not trying to make a missionary out of you, a crusader, a Sir Galahad with a silver bar.
What do you mean?
You're falling off the other side of the fence, Lieutenant. It's noble. Real noble.
Now what the devil's eating
you? Can't always just be a teacher interesting himself in the problems of the surrounding community.
You're crazy. You're all mucked up. What do you want from me? You ride me for 6 months to stick my neck out, to buck the whole stinking chain of command, and now... What do you mean?
You've got to work with people sometimes, Lieutenant. Not just for them.
Bing! Get on over here. Bing!
Listen, Bing, I don't understand.
Get on the ball, Bing. We're late.
What are you driving at?
Well, now, don't worry about it. The war gets fought. So long, Lieutenant Gates. Okay, I'm coming. Let's take off.
Now, wait a minute, Bing. Wait a minute. I don't understand.
So long, Lieutenant. You ain't too bad. You'll make out.
Here it is, Abramovici. Still burning.
Don't get too close, Lieutenant. There might still be live ammunition.
Not in those flames. Look at it. The loudspeaker's all twisted.
Stinks from burning rubber. Maybe we should call Graves Registration to take out the bodies.
Nothing left but ashes. The war gets fought. Well, come on.
Excuse me a minute, Lieutenant. For Sergeant Bing, it's right there should be a prayer for the dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose so.
It's a soldier's right, a prayer for the dead. Iska dalvi iska dash shmerabo, volmo tifrei chirusei viamlich malchusei.
The war gets fought.
Major Willoughby.
Sir.
My division had the best blasted record in the fighting. And now the war is over, I'm going to have the best record in the occupation. Cramen is my town, and I want it like my division. Spit and polish.
Yes, sir.
I'm putting you in charge. I want things in order. Streetcars running, sewers. I've had 4 lousy Kraut mayors already. You get me one who'll stick. Get Cramen in order. Clean, spit, and polish.
So, Herr Lamlein, you will take office as Burgermeister immediately.
It will be an honor, Herr Willoughby.
Herr Lamlein, I'll speak frankly. I realize, as director of the Rentellan Company, you had to work along with the Nazis to protect your holdings.
We are only businessmen, Major.
Yes. Now, understand, Lamlein. A wholly German-owned plant may be considered war potential. We might destroy it or use it for reparations.
Nein, schrecklich.
Yes. So I propose we discuss a plan where Delacroix of Paris might become interested in your plant as they were before the war.
But I bought them out.
When the German army was in Paris? Hardly a free sale. No, Lemline, no, you have no choice. If you want to keep your plant at all...
Well, the defeated must be practical.
Exactly. I will contact Prince Bereskin in Paris and my firm in New York.
But in the meantime, the plant will be in production.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have no trouble on that. Rentellan Works can roll as soon as we clean up the city. Herr Bürgermeister.
Listen, Yates, you gotta help me.
Something wrong, Troy?
Yeah, I'm security officer in Kremen. I'm supposed to run the racketeers out of town. Today I raided one place, a stinking hole they call the Lower Depths.
I know the place.
You know who lives there? The same people I liberated from Paula concentration camp. Come here, Professor.
Ja, Herr Hauptmann.
This is Professor Sekundorf. He lives there. Now, tell Lieutenant Yates what you told me. Did you get any food?
The relief agency is supposed to issue for us, but the relief commissioner is Herr Bendel. He was in office under the Nazis. He sends us to live in the lower depths.
You hear that? The same stinking Nazi appointed by that new mayor, Lamline.
You had great moral credit when you came, you Americans. You have lost it when you keep a Nazi in office.
What can I do? I got the professor out of that death camp. Am I supposed to let him rot in the lower depths?
If you could take us away. A big house for all of us. Light, trees, rehabilitation classes. If you could give us one of the biggest states.
There's an idea.
The Rintellan estate, for instance. Give us a chance to work. We work hard. We rebuild our lives if you give us the chance.
All right, Lamline, is that all?
Ja, Herr Willoughby.
You know, I'm letting you get away with murder. What's the idea of letting Bendel stay as relief commissioner? He was a Nazi party member.
He knows the job.
Well, Yates and Captain Troy picked him up. He's in jail. Look, Lamline, I'm not playing any games. I don't want any Nazis in the city government.
One has to be practical, Major.
Well, don't stick my neck out.
It is pretty far out now, Major. There's the tax.
What tax?
The 10% tax on all business licensed in Kremen. I hand it over to you.
Oh. Oh, well, be careful, Lamline, that's all. Be careful. Colonel DeWitt's in from Paris, and he's got a nose like a ferret. Be careful.
General Ferris tells me he's proud of you, Willoughby.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you. We all work together. Captain Troy's built a fine police force, and Lieutenant Yates runs the German newspaper.
I print your handouts faithfully.
Yates told me about your new mayor.
Lamline? Oh, fine fella. Good German organizer.
Vice president of Rintellan, but we're lucky he never joined the Nazi party.
I don't like your tone, Yates. We've got to work with people.
Ask Troy, then. A lot of men were killed, and Lamline made a lot of dough out of it.
Listen, Yates, you stick to your job. Run that newspaper.
Yeah, sure, but what can I print? Handouts, puff stories about Farish. There is a story I should print. What are we going to do with the Rintellan mills? And now about the lower depths. Stick around, Colonel DeWitt. You'll see.
Listen, Yates, you're heading for trouble. There's no place in the Army for that kind of loose mouth.
Here, stop it, Willoughby. Man's entitled to his opinions. If you don't like him, that doesn't make it loose-mouthed.
How about Captain Troy's request?
Are you behind that, Yates? If Troy bothers me once more, so help me, I'll break it.
Now, what's all this about?
Troy wants to confiscate private property like a wild-eyed radical.
That's not exactly it, Colonel.
Listen, Yates. I'm acting as General Farish's orders. There'll be no wholesale requisitioning. If you'll excuse me, Colonel, I've got an important meeting. Goodbye, gentlemen.
What is this hornet's nest, Yates? You've been talking pretty nasty. Willoughby showed a good deal of patience.
Troy wants to set up a training center for the DPs on the Rintellan estate. The fine German gentry don't like brushing elbows with the concentration camp scum. It embarrasses them. So they shoved him down in the lower depths. Colonel, there's no good reason why Major Willoughby should be protecting the Rintellan estates. There's lots of room out there.
That's a matter for the German authorities, Yates.
No, it's important to us. If I can print in my newspaper that the Rintellan estate's been turned over to the concentration camp victims, that'll spell out something to the Germans. No business as usual. That we mean it when we say democracy.
Well, I'll admit I can't figure Willoughby out. Nothing I can do now. He did take off in a hurry, didn't he?
His important meeting. Major Willoughby has a new interest in Kremen.
A new interest?
I saw her at the officers' club. Built, Colonel, but really built.
Look at the road.
With you around?
Look at the road, Liebling.
No. You're prettier. You know, It's a miracle that you lived through concentration camp without a mark.
Oh, I don't like to think about it, Clary. I still remember the Nazis. Somebody must have given orders that there was to be no marks on me. It was so terrible.
Oh, now, listen. Listen, honey, I've got a new dress for you down at the office from Paris.
Oh, a new one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Clary, when will I see it?
Tomorrow. It's cut sort of, you know. Oh, here we are.
Clary? Do you think it's all right for me to live here on the Rentellan estate?
Well, did Landline say anything? Or try anything? If he did,
No, nothing.
Oh.
But I don't think he likes me.
Well, he'd better. Marianne, in Kremen, I give the orders and Landline jumps. Well, I'll pick you up tomorrow at 6. Good night, honey.
Clary.
Who's there? Who's that? I'll fire.
No, Clary, it's all right.
What was that?
Just Erich Dane, Herr Lamlein's cousin.
Oh.
He was released last week from a prisoner of war camp. He lives here now.
Cousin, eh? Well, I almost put a slug in him. Anyway, it gives me another chance to say goodnight.
Clary.
Yates, you remember Professor Secondoff. He's got something for us.
Have you been getting on all right, Professor?
I wish to make a report.
What's up?
There is a girl, Marianne Bliefeld.
Marianne? Hey, isn't that...
Willoughby's playmate. She's an ex-concentration camp victim, isn't she, right?
No. That is it. She is not.
What's this?
Jawohl, she was at Polar concentration camp. I saw her there.
Well?
But she was no prisoner.
What?
She was the woman of the SS guards.
Yates. This is the break, Troy. You're sure, Professor? You can swear to this?
Yeah, she was the woman for the Nazis. And I have seen her. She lives where the American major has placed her, on the Rentellan estate.
Rentellan estate. There it is, Troy.
I think I'll ask the lady a few questions, Yates. Come on, we'll have a showdown.
Yeah, this is the woman.
You're sure, Professor?
It's a lie. A lie.
Lieutenant, you will see. She has no concentration camp number tattooed on her arm.
Yates, this is most presumptuous.
Well, Marianne, roll up your sleeve.
All right. All right, it's true.
Marianne.
I was arrested in Munich because I picked somebody's pocket. The SS man got me out of jail. Well, why shouldn't I get out of jail? Why shouldn't I have nice clothes and food now? You only go after me because I have no influence. How about Lamlein? How about that cousin?
Cousin? What cousin?
Lamlein's cousin. Shut up all day. Only going out at night.
What's all this got to do with me?
Have you seen this man, Major?
What is this all about? I've got nothing to do with this. She lied to me. Oh, sure, I kept her, but she double-crossed me.
Clary, please, Liebling.
Don't you come up to me now, tramp.
Tramp? You say that now? You'll throw me away? Send me back to jail? Now, I know you too well. Clary, mein Liebling. Ich weiß zu viel.
Shut up, you little gutter rat.
Nein, ich weiß zu viel. The 10% you get out of every business in Kremen. Herr Lamlein told me.
Lying little, you... Yates, you go out of your way to make enemies. If Lamlein's been grafting, it's news to me. You can't prove anything.
Maybe not, Major, but we'll try.
Hey, Kroll, send out a squad and pick up Herr Burgermeister Lamlein.
Then we'll see about that cousin.
Pettinger. Eric Pettinger, the man who ordered your men shot down right under our noses all this time.
I swore, Yates.
Lamlein's phony cousin. Troy, he's been out at the Rentellan estate all along. Willoughby didn't know anything about it. You can give him credit for that anyway.
Pettinger.
The war goes on, Troy, even now. Even with Willoughby pulling his deals, the war goes on.
Yates, I hope he won't give up. I hope he won't. 15 men in one lousy pile, you remember? Yates, I hope he doesn't give up.
What happened out there, DeWitt?
Bettinger's dead, General. Troy had to shoot him.
Good. Now, Willoughby.
General, it's...
Blast it, Willoughby. I won't stand for a crook under my command.
Oh, General, there's no proof. The word of one lying girl of a confessed...
Listen, you mealy-mouthed weasel. I can't court-martial you, but I can ship you out of Europe so fast your head'll swim.
General, if you'd only let
me...
Get
out. Get out of my office. Get out of my town. So help me, if I see you again in that uniform, I'll break my crop across your face. Now get out. Get out!
Yes, sir.
I picked him. So help me, I picked him. I put that crook in power.
He fooled us all, General.
But I should have known. I'm in command. Do it. So help me, I'd rather be back in Normandy pushing a tank against a hedgerow. I should have known. I'm in command.
You have quite a day, haven't you, Yates?
No, not particularly, Major.
Yates, you think you've won something big, don't you? You've got the Rintellan estate for your scarecrows, but I'm going back to the States through Paris.
Listen, Major, I'm not...
The business deal I'll finish in Paris.
Prince Bereskin?
Never mind. You think you've won, you and DeWitt, the rest of the Crusaders, but you haven't. I'm one jump ahead of you in war and peace, Yates. I always have been. Well, my Jeep's waiting. One jump ahead, and I'll stay there.
Well, Yates, quite a farewell speech.
Oh, I didn't see you, Colonel.
Willoughby's wrong, though. He's jumped his last jump.
His Paris deal?
Parrish nearly cried in there. Told me to clean up, and I will. I'm following Willoughby back to the States. There won't be any Paris deal.
The war gets fought.
Huh?
Bing said that. You remember that young sergeant? He said this war was using the crooks, that the crooks weren't using the war.
He got killed, didn't he?
He got killed. He told me that no matter how many deals and angles those few men figured, they had to do their job for the war. And in the long run, the job would catch up with them.
Well, they caught up with Willoughby. That was good work, Lieutenant, bucking brass that way.
I had my neck out, I guess. Way out. Funny guy, that Bing. He thought the war was a crusade.
I suppose it was. Still is.
I envy you going back to the States, Colonel. That's where the war will be finished.
Yates, it doesn't really matter where you are these days. We're still fighting the same enemy wherever he crawls out in the light. And if he ever won out in America, we'd all be in a concentration camp.
It'd be crowded, Colonel, that concentration camp. But I don't think it'll ever be built. I think too many men would say, who are you trying to push around? What are you trying to put over?
Who are you trying to push around? I suppose that's as good an answer as any. Oh, come on, Lieutenant. I got a pack. I'll give you a lift in my Jeep.
You have been listening to The Crusaders, an NBC University Theater production of the novel by Stephen Himes, starring Cesar Romero. If you wish to expand your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC University Theater. These courses are offered by the University of Tulsa in Oklahoma, Kansas State Teachers College, and the University of Louisville. For full information as to how you may enhance your knowledge through these home study courses, write to NBC University Theater, in care of the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky, the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. Next week, be with us again at the NBC University Theater for a dramatization of one of the most provocative books of this century, George Orwell's 1984. Our star at that time, Mr. David Niven. And on the following broadcast, a radio version of Mary Webb's great romantic novel, Precious Bane. The Crusaders was prepared for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Starred as Lieutenant Yates, Cesar Romero, who appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Come to the Stable, co-starring Celeste Holm and Loretta Young. Our cast included Wally Mayer, Charles Seal, Lynn Whitney, Shep Menken, Don Diamond, Sidney Miller, Tom Charlesworth, Jeff Corey, William Lally, Jan Arvan, Stan Waxman, Ken Christie, Norman Field, Maya Gregory. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was Dr. Harvey C. Webster, whose commentary was recorded. The original music score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Today's NBC University Theater production of The Crusaders came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, a full-hour drama based on one of the richest novels of American manners, Edith Wharton's The House of Mirth. Edith Wharton was, among other things, the social historian of a fascinating era, an era that she herself termed the Age of Innocence. She wrote of the later decades of the 19th century in and around the estates and mansions of New York, and she both defined and criticized the codes which prevailed there. We bring you today one of her most representative works, The House of Mirth, dramatized for radio by Alan Sergel. At intermission, we will bring you a brief essay on the writings of Edith Wharton by Isabel Bolton, author of Do I Wake or Sleep and The Christmas Tree. Herewith, The House of Mirth, by Edith Wharton.
It's a lovely estate, isn't it?
Yes. Pity these whole places have to go. I sometimes wonder if we have the real meaning of progress straight.
It was good of Professor Dixon to arrange this outing. He's so sweet when he talks of the past.
Oh, there he is now, mounting the steps.
Yes, he's going to talk to us.
Poor dear. He feels it worse than any of us. He's in fine arts, you know.
Shh. Good afternoon. I'm glad to see there are those of us left to whom the passing of an old estate like Belmont is more than the necessary inconvenience that precedes the construction of a new housing development. We are, of course, indebted to the Rosedale Management Company for this final opportunity to inspect the house and grounds. Now, before we make our inspection, I wonder if you join me. Take seats up here on the terrace while I tell you something of what I've learned of the real history and tradition of Belmont.
You hear that, sir? He's going to tell us something of Belmont's real history.
Oh, yes. Very good of him.
Aren't you going to join him?
No, thank you. I believe I'll just sit here on this stone bench a bit longer.
But surely, sir...
I find it quite comfortable here.
All the way from New York to sit on a stone bench?
The unspeakable whims of the elderly.
Huh? Oh... Well, if it's all the same to you...
Well, by all means, only hurry. Professor's about to begin. Don't want to miss a thing about the real history and traditions of Belmont.
There. All seated? Fine. Now to begin with, the, what you might say, high noon of Belmont took place around 1905. Guests would start out for here from the old Grand Central Station.
The high noon of Belmont,
Such famous names
1905.
The Duchess of Bestwick.
The old Grand Central Station.
Why, it's Miss Lily Bart.
What?
You look like you're in trouble, Miss Bart. A beautiful girl like you alone in Grand Central.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Rosedale?
It's 5 minutes past 3. That means you just missed your train to Belmont, don't it?
How did you know I was going to Belmont?
All you high societies go there for the first summer weekend. I keep up with these things. And the next train is not due till 5:30. Can I buy you some tea in the meantime?
Well, I'm afraid not. You see, my dressmaker, this is a perfect opportunity to get some fittings I've been putting off.
I'll take you there.
Why, no, I'd rather not. It's quite close. However, thank you so much.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure, Miss Bart. I hope you enjoy yourself at Belmont.
Thank you, Mr. Rosedale. Ooh.
Quite a close call, Miss Lily.
Lawrence Selden, I didn't see you.
I saw you and Mr. Rosedale. And if I'm to judge by the pantomime, you've just turned down one of his invitations.
To take tea. Do you know him?
He's my landlord.
Really?
And the landlord of many establishments far more impressive than mine. Poor chap. He's trying to beat down the doors of high society, as he calls it, with a fist of gold and a will of steel.
He's chosen his metals well. Still, I'm afraid I was sharper with him than I intended. I don't fancy him as an enemy.
Oh, you're safe, so long as he knows nothing about you. Nothing he can retail for a place in the social world.
You know, actually, I'm dying for some tea.
Then may I? I remember the next train for Belmont doesn't leave till 5:30.
Everyone seems to know I'm going to Belmont.
Yes, I was invited there myself. Only I'm not going.
The elusive Mr. Selden.
Then it's tea?
But where? There's no place close.
Well, that is a problem, isn't it? Of course, we could... no.
We could what?
Well, it was an impulsive thought. I was going to say that my own place is just off the station.
That was impulsive. Nice young ladies wouldn't. Would they?
Are you nice?
Am I?
Too nice for that vapid society you keep.
Well, the acts of a nice young lady cannot help but be proper, can they?
You mean you'll come? I'm not dangerous, you know.
You make it too tempting. Of course I'll come. How delicious it must be to have a place like this all to oneself. Oh, no, thank you. No lemon.
Well, your place at your aunt's is very nice.
That shows how seldom you come there. Why don't you come oftener? We get on so well when we do meet.
Perhaps that's the reason.
Oh, now you can't possibly think I want to marry you.
No, I suppose I have to absolve you of that. But why haven't you married? There must have been some with the requisite qualifications.
Well, you know, I'm horribly poor and very expensive. I must have a great deal of money.
Well, take heart. Perhaps you'll meet your capital investment this weekend at the Trenners.
Perhaps. Still, it's a pity you aren't coming. Mrs. Trenner is a special friend of yours, isn't she?
Jefferson Gryce will be there. He ought to suit your requirements admirably. Very dull, very shy, be rich.
Curious you should mention Mr. Gryce. Mrs. Trenner has invited him especially for that purpose. It's remarkable how eager she is to marry me off. Can you think why?
More tea?
Oh, no, thank you. Do you mind not being rich? I do. Terribly.
What do you take me for? A saint on a pillar? I mind horribly.
Enough to marry to get out of it?
Oh, heaven forbid.
Ah, there's the difference. A girl must. A man may if he chooses. Your coat's a little shabby. Who cares? Doesn't keep people from asking you to dine. If I were shabby, no one would have me. A woman is asked out as much for her clothes as for herself. We are expected to be pretty and well-dressed till we drop. If we can't keep it up alone, we have to go into partnership. Get married and... Oh, dear.
What is it?
The time I hadn't noticed.
What time is it?
5:30. My train leaves in less than half an hour.
Oh. I'll see you to the station.
Oh, no, please don't. And thank you so much. It's been delightful. And now you will have to return my visit.
Are you certain?
Certain? About returning my visit?
About seeing you to the station.
Oh, yes. Goodbye here, please.
Well, goodbye then. And good luck at Belmont.
Thank you.
What's the matter? Why do you hesitate?
Well, I've gotten suddenly worried.
Worried?
About being seen leaving. I mean by someone we know.
Oh, not a chance in 1,000. Here, I'll let you out. It's just down 3 steps and out the street door.
Thank you. Oh.
What? Oh, it's just the charm. Will you let the young lady pass, please?
Thank you again.
Goodbye.
Just down 3 steps. What?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Miss Bard.
Mr. Rosedale. It has been nice, hasn't it, Mr. Gryce? Our little talk here in the library this morning.
Yes, nice. Nice of you to, that is, put yourself out, Miss Bard.
Lily.
Miss Lily.
Put myself out? Why, it has been a delight discovering that we have such similar tastes in literature.
Yes, delight. So few young ladies these days show, show such an interest in my Americana.
Your what?
What we were discussing just now, my collection of Americana.
Oh, yes, indeed, Americana. And do you really enjoy reading your books on Americana as much as they say, Mr. Gryce?
Read them? Oh, I don't do that. I collect them.
Of course. So much more fitting. How fortunate that I happened in while you were here alone. Else I might never have learned of your endowments.
My endowment?
That is, your literary endowments.
Oh, yes, literary. Actually, Miss
Lily.
Miss Lily, actually, I've never dared hope you would be the one to take an interest in my endowments.
How ungenerous to yourself.
I had imagined you as being more partial to the type of, that Selden chap.
It's lovely out, Mr. Gryce. The Belmont grounds are always loveliest this time of year. Would you care to?
Oh, I'd care to a great deal, Miss Lily.
Lovely.
Of course, I shall have to go up for a light overcoat first. These early summer breezes, you know.
Yes, of course.
And a few other details. I always spray my throat this time of day, but I shan't be much more than an hour.
I shall wait for you here.
Oh, Miss Lily, you don't know what I...
Later. On the grounds.
Yes, of course. Later. Certainly not more than an hour and a half.
Lily Bard.
Carrie.
Well, I thought it must be you. Whatever in the world are you doing in a library of all places? I hadn't seen you about since bridge last night.
Where I so incautiously lost my last $300.
Oh, why is it we single women who can least afford it do all the losing?
Perhaps because we have nothing else to lose but our money. Certainly not our husbands.
Ah, but there are advantages to singleness, too.
Oh, you can speak in that way. You are single by choice.
Yes, by the choice of my 2 husbands who divorced me. Has our hostess been down to see you yet?
Judy Trenner? Why me?
Oh, you, above all others. It appears she invited Lawrence Selden for the weekend, but the gentleman has chosen not to present himself. She is scurrying around seeking the answer to the riddle in her guests, rather than in her own mirror. I wonder that Gus lets her go on so openly, except that really he is no better. Oh, where are the good departed days of dishonor with discretion?
They're still with us. But they exist now only for the single girl, who must also be careful not to pursue a course of honor with indiscretion.
I'm sure that's very profound.
However, none of those things will concern me shortly.
None of those things... Wait a moment. Jefferson Gryce. That was he I saw departing here with that uncommonly free air, like the lifting of dyspepsia.
Mr. Gryce was here, yes.
Lily, not you. Do you mean to say you've actually done it?
Oh, I only mean to say that Mr. Gryce and I are getting to be very good friends. I'm waiting now to take a stroll on the grounds with him.
Oh, Lily, how beautiful. You know, they say he has $800,000 a year and spends nothing except on some rubbishy old books. And his mother has heart disease and will leave him a lot more. Oh, Lily, do go slowly.
One never goes any other way with Mr. Gryce.
I shouldn't, for instance, be in any haste to tell him that he has a lot of rubbishy old books. And don't wear your scarlet crepe de chine for dinner. And, oh, dear.
What is it?
It's our host, Gus Trenner.
So it is. And he's bearing for here as though he really means to see someone.
Yes, and I've ceased to be someone with Gus Trenner since my first bloom and my second husband left me.
Ah, how do you do, ladies?
Hello, Gus. You'll excuse me. I promised Janie Van Osberg I'd join her to watch the tennis.
Certainly.
I'll see you this evening, Lily.
Yes, do, Carrie.
How are you, Miss Lily? Sorry I missed you last night.
But we've never had reason before to comment on missing one another, Mr. Trenner.
Truthfully, Miss Lily, I suppose I've always been more than a little afraid of you.
Oh, how needless. But what has happened suddenly to mitigate your fears, however groundless they may have been?
Well, perhaps it's just the way my affairs have been going. Did a neat stroke of business in town, thanks to a chap named... you may know him. A chap named Rosedale.
You're not doing business with him.
Oh, hang it, because he's fat and shiny and has a shoppy manner. Well, in a few years from now, he'll be in society whether we want him or not. Then he won't be giving away a $500,000 tip on the market in exchange for a dinner.
Tip on the market?
Yes. He's given me several. But that isn't why I came down here. Miss Lily, I've admired you for a great many years.
Yes, Mr. Trenner, I'd be happy to tell Mr. Gryce you were here looking for him.
Huh? Oh, hello, Judy. I didn't hear you. You were so quiet.
Hereafter I shall sound a klaxon.
You say Gryce is gone, Miss Bart?
Obviously.
Yes. Yes, of course. Well, you just tell him I was about. I've really got to hurry.
I had hoped when I invited you, you would prove amusing to the gentlemen. I see I've not been wrong.
Then it is to compliment me that you have sought me out.
I have sought you out to ask if perhaps you received a message in town for me.
From whom?
Lawrence Selden was to have been here.
Oh, he would have been a decorative addition. Your husband would have found him to be a charming smoking companion.
Did you find him to be that?
I have found him always to be what he cannot help but be. A gentleman.
I telephoned Mr. Selden this morning, and he was not in.
Then perhaps you ought to telephone him this afternoon. I am unable to comprehend, Mrs. Trenner, why you should regard me as the special recorder of Mr. Selden's whereabouts.
Perhaps I have reason to concede you that distinction.
Reason?
Miss Bart, I have been led to understand that
what
you
a
and...
propitious time for an entry in the midst of an understanding between ladies.
Mr. Selden.
Oh, I knew you would come. And now, how shall we inaugurate your weekend? Shall I show you the new blooms in the far conservatory, Lawrence?
Well, perhaps, Mrs. Trenner.
Or should you like a stroll by the brook, Mr. Selden?
I should love a stroll by the brook, Miss Lily.
But that's impossible. I was reliably told that Miss Bart was waiting here for someone.
Indeed I was, Mrs. Trenner. I was waiting for Mr. Selden.
Lily, why did you do it? Oh, these horrid suburban trains. Now you've practically been turned out of Belmont, and that's the least of it.
Oh, perhaps it was rash of me to go off with Mr. Selden.
Rash? The rashness was not going off with Mr. Gryce. Even Judy Trenner kept her hands off him, I will say that. Till Lawrence came down and you dragged him away from her. After that, she had a right to retaliate.
Oh, and retaliate she did. What was it she really told Mr. Gryce that made him run off on the next train?
Don't ask me. Horrors. She seemed to have raked up everything. Some story of your having borrowed money from old Ned Van Alstyne. Did you ever?
He's my father's cousin.
Well, of course you left that out. And something about your being seen coming out of Lawrence Selden's flat. That isn't true, of course, is it?
No, not in the way she meant it to be true. Gus obviously got the story from Mr. Rosedale and told it to Judy.
Oh, Rosedale. Well, that makes it all right.
All right.
Coming from a man like him, people are obligated not to believe it. Or at least not to let it matter. But, Lily, the worst is that Judy Trenner is not finished. And she's dangerous.
Dear Carrie, I'm sorry. Only don't reproach me further.
I have gone on, haven't I? Well, how did you fare with Lawrence Selden?
As I always do. He made me see that after struggling to get all the things I want, I probably shan't want them.
But did he offer anything instead?
Yes. He would marry me. Against his judgment, perhaps. Only, Carrie, I'm such a coward I couldn't go back on the life I want.
So now you may have lost Selden, too, along with Grice.
And I have another concern, the more pressing for my failure at Belmont.
Money?
I have $20 left after my bridge losses, besides a small income and a pittance my aunt allows me. But I have also the need for reestablishing myself socially now. Gowns, independence from the gifts of friends who will remember them at a time when they had best be forgotten. Yes, money.
And where will you get it? Single girls don't borrow, not for men. And women are ungenerous lenders. I know. Lily, it would ruin you utterly.
I shan't borrow.
But then how would you get it?
I've thought it out. There's one alternative.
And that alternative?
Gus Trenner. And I'm such a child about money matters, Mr. Trenner. That is why I conceived this reckless idea of visiting you at your office for counsel.
Oh, hang it all, not reckless at all. Very wise. Wish more women showed your good sense. But here now, it doesn't have to be Mr. Trenner, does it? We know one another well enough for you to call me Gus. Now, don't we?
Oh, indeed, I feel at the moment as though you are my truest friend.
Exactly. And no reason why friends shouldn't be just that, is there? I mean, well, you know, Miss Lily, you are...
I am poor. Yes, I know that.
Oh, that, hang it, that's only temporary. What I was trying
You see, I have a tiny income of my own, but I'm so ignorant of money matters that I don't know if my aunt's agent, who looks after it, is... Oh, but I didn't mean to stifle you with all this.
Not stifling at all, not at all.
Really? Well, then, I thought if you would perhaps take over my investments. As I say, I know nothing of such things. But you used once the word tips. Market tips?
Oh, yes, of course, tips. Well, you just trust me, Miss Lily, just trust me. I'll make you a nice, handsome sum of money. And now, if you'd like some tea...
Tea? Why, I'd love some tea. Gus. Carrie, oh, I'm so glad you could come. Oh, yes, of course. Continue smoking. My aunt is away.
Well, what is it, Lily? You seem so happy and moral. I always thought that to be a contradiction.
I am happy. Carrie, in the 2 months since Belmont, everything has worked round beautifully. Beautifully. I had to have you over to tell you of it. Why, just today. Oh, the ashes, behind the grate. They're sure not to be seen there. Today, Judy Trenner called.
Judy Trenner?
Yes. Apparently, they're in their townhouse for the week. She telephoned and invited me there late this evening, 9 o'clock.
Judy Trenner telephoned? Why didn't she write? Not customary with her to telephone. Not women.
Well, perhaps she didn't have time. Perhaps she was anxious to talk away our differences.
But it's so irregular for Judy. Generally, she's so formal in her invitations. Do you think Gus...
Oh, no. I'm certain it was all Judy's conception. Although Gus has been a great comfort. Do you know he has made me $9,000 already? It has lifted my worries entirely. Though he has grown a bit difficult of late. I believe he thinks me insufficiently appreciative. Yet I'm not at all. I appreciate it a great deal. Oh, but I haven't told you the most pleasant bit of all. Carrie, you must make a guess.
Your aunt has passed on and left you her estate.
Dear Carrie, Lawrence Selden has telephoned. I'm to meet him this evening.
Lawrence Selden? But I understood you were to visit the Trenners.
I told Judy of my engagement with Mr. Selden, and she has arranged that I can do both. You see, Mr. Selden is going to be at the Van Osburgh party until 10.
May I sit down?
Oh, how uncivil of me, of course. And now, perhaps, with my new independence, well, Carrie, Mr. Selden and I could conceivably make a match of it. Hasn't everything turned out beautifully?
Beautifully. Judy Trenner. Well, it sounds like a most Christian arrangement on her part, doesn't it?
Most Christian.
But for one disconcerting detail.
One detail?
Judy, my dear, is a pagan.
Oh, Miss Lily, what a surprise. Come in. Sorry to welcome you so informally, but the servants haven't come down yet from Belmont.
Well, where's Judy?
Judy? Oh, well, the fact is she's not well.
Not well enough to see me? Doesn't she want me to go upstairs?
Why, no. The fact is she's not up to seeing anybody. It came on suddenly, you know. You won't take a drop, just for sociability. I had a good deal myself. Here, where are you going?
Don't be absurd, Gus. I'm leaving.
Why must you go? Give me 5 minutes. If Judy had been down, you'd have sat gossiping till all hours. You can't give me 5 minutes. No, it's always the same story. I can't get near you. I go to those vulgar parties just to see you. There's everybody talking about you and asking me if I'd ever seen anything so stunning. When I come up and say a word, you never take any notice.
Gus, I must really ask you to ring for a cab.
And supposing I won't ring for one?
Then I shall call upstairs for Judy.
Call and welcome, my dear. I told you that bit about Judy being upstairs is the only way to get you inside the door. Judy isn't in. She's not expected.
You mean we're here in this house alone?
Yes. I've been waiting for a quiet time to talk things over. Now I've got it. I mean to make you hear me out. Lily, I want to know just where you and I stand. Hang it, the man who pays for dinner is generally allowed to have a seat at the table.
Gus, you must see that I can't stay here talking to you at this hour.
Why not? You go to men's houses fast enough in broad daylight. Strikes me you're not always so deuced careful of appearances.
You have brought me here to say insulting things.
Lily, I'm not asking payment in kind. Such a thing as fair play and interest on one's money. Hang me if I've had so much as a look from you.
Your money? What have I to do with your money? You advised me how to invest mine, and You mean it was your own money you gave me? Not the returns on my income?
That's all right, Lily. It still is. You're welcome to all of it and 10 times more.
Let me past. Let me pass.
Lily. Lily, where are you going? Come here. Lily. Lily. Lily.
This is it, driver.
It's so good of you to bring me to my door, Lawrence. Although I'm afraid you made me insist more than a lady ought. Still, it was a surprise, wasn't it? Meeting you at the Van Osburgh party.
Yes, it was. Indeed, no one had any idea you would be there.
Oh, please, don't open the cab door. Not just yet.
But I must. I promised... Well, that is, I told you I have another engagement in half an hour.
Just a few moments more. It's comfortable in here, and... Well, after all, we are friends, and...
Yes. Really, Judy, I've got...
Oh, only a moment more.
I can't understand your insisting so that I stay. Why do you keep looking out like that, as though you expect to see someone?
What? Well, I didn't realize I was.
By golly, there is someone.
Where?
coming out of your house. Did you leave anyone there?
Only Gus. He must have had a visitor.
It's a lady.
I knew I should surprise him one day. Can you recognize her?
Not just yet. I can't.
Well, what's the matter? Who is it?
You see who it is. Lily Bart.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a radio version of The House of Mirth by Edith Wharton. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, an essay on the writings of Edith Wharton by the celebrated novelist Isabel Bolton. Edith Wharton's contribution to American literature rests on her ability to write well and from first-hand knowledge about the world of fashion and extravagant society that prevailed at the turn of the century. She came of an excellent family. She had wealth and an unassailable social position. Like her master, Henry James, she was well aware of the change in moral values and the high tide of vulgarity that had, with the appearance of the great industrial barons and their newly created wealth, invaded the small, tight world of correct deportment and gentle breeding into which she was born. She leaned heavily upon Henry James in the formation of her style and the exploitation of her own perceptions. But she was incapable of acquiring the music and magic of his prose, a style incredibly flexible and sensitive that presents to the reader not so much an accurate picture of the society he describes as a series of retreating mirrors, one set against the other, and all of them subtly reflecting the master's moral and aesthetic response to every situation he creates. She evoked no magic. She was unable to do more than bow to his new and extraordinary techniques. Unlike her master, she was a very worldly person, and though this limited her in depth and impaired her sensitivity, it did enable her to contribute something which no other American writer had achieved as well, an accurate portrait of the society in which she moved. She had a precise and appraising eye, and, when she cared to use it with discrimination, a fine sense of satire and irony. She was more of a realist than Henry James, and her characters, her social gatherings, her houses and lawns and gardens seem somehow far more authentic than his. When, for instance, she wrote about a millionaire, she made him a very valid and believable person, not like some of Henry James' millionaires, an image of perfection, fashioned more on the need to make him good than on scrupulous observation of his living models. No, such mistakes Mrs. Wharton did not make. She was far less innocent than her master. The House of Mirth is, it seems to me, her most important book. Here, New York at the dawn of the century comes vividly to life, and the irony, implicit in her magnificent title, is made the sharper because of her sympathy for her heroine. She has created in Lily Bart one of those tragic spirits of fine and fastidious sensibilities, unable to withstand the corrupting influences of her environment, a truly Jamesian character. Yes, the shadow of the master seems to fall upon this girl. That concludes Miss Bolton's essay. Our radio version of The House of Mirth will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
I have told you a little, then, of what I, as a professor in the fine arts, have been able to deduce of the rich tradition and elevated existence that must have been lived out in this fine old house. This house, which tomorrow will give way to a housing project. But before going in to view this doomed monument to an ennobling past, I might tell you there was one year when Belmont was closed down, while its owners moved into New York. I believe the year was Let me see.
1906.
Huh? Ah, I see, sir. You've decided to join us on the terrace after all. 1906. Are you sure of that date? I don't seem to have it in my notes.
Yes, it was 1906. I had some slight occasion to be close to the occupants that year.
Indeed. How fortunate we are to have you with us. Then, am I right in saying, sir, that though the house was closed that year, life for this uncrowned aristocracy proceeded with its customary grace in town?
Yes, there was life in town. And a death or two. One death, certainly. And one that was certainly to affect the living.
Ah, dear Cousin Grace, do come in.
Cousin Lily, how sad to meet again on such an occasion. Your dear aunt, what an admirable woman. Have they read her will yet?
Not yet. Most of the others are already in the parlor. Shall I show you in?
Oh, no, please don't trouble. Oh, dear Lily, I know how your grief must unsettle you. I shall find my way.
Lily. Oh, Carrie, I'm so glad you're here to fortify me. I don't know how I should have faced all this without weeping, or worse, laughing aloud. You know, that is the first time Grace has spoken to me since I came to live here. Before this, I'm afraid she's always considered me rather sinful.
What a lot of expiation an imminent $400,000 can purchase. Have you decided yet what you should do with the money?
First, I shall repay the $9,000 I owe Gus Trenner. Then I shall settle the debts I still owe.
And after that?
After that, I shall submit the rest of my fortune as my answer to Judy Trenner's story. For this gathering today has convinced me that they don't wish an answer to indiscretion, real or alleged, but rather an assurance that one can afford to have been indiscreet.
But what of Lawrence Selden?
Lawrence Selden?
Cousin Lily.
Oh, yes, Gertie.
They've begun the reading of the will.
Oh, thank you, Gertie. Come along, Carrie.
May I?
Oh, you must. You are more family to me than all of them. Except perhaps Gertie.
Lily, it's frightening. I've never been to the reading of a will before. No one seems in the least... Oh, here we are. You see, he's finishing the part about the servants.
Mr. Kemp, my gardener, $750.
We'll take these seats back here. Thank you, Gertie.
To my second cousin, Jack Stepney, $1,500. To my cousin, Herbert Melson, $6,000. To my cousin, Millicent Stepney, $2,000. To my dear niece, Lily Bart...
Oh, Lily, it may come to more than $400,000 the way she stinted on the others.
To my dear niece, Lily Bart, $10,000.
Lily, what has happened?
Quite simple, my dear Carrie. I have been disinherited. So good of you, dear Gertie, to come help me pack on my last day in the house.
Oh, Lily, I had to come. Especially when I heard that Carrie Fisher was forced to leave for Europe and you were here all alone. She went as a social guide to those pushy Gormers, didn't she?
Yes.
Oh, Lily, it's unjust. It's cruel.
It is indeed. Carrie is worth all of them.
Oh, no, I mean you. What's happened to you? Having to leave this house, losing the money... And your aunt seems so devoted to you. She led everyone to see...
Gertie, be honest. The new will was made only 6 weeks ago. Obviously, she heard of that business at the Trenners.
Then if only Lawrence Selden were here.
But he isn't here. He left for France immediately following that night with Gus.
Lily, what happened that night? You've never spoken of it. What is the truth?
The truth? Where a woman is concerned, it's the story that's easiest to believe. In this case, it's a great deal easier to believe Judy Trenner's story than mine because she has a big house and an opera box, and it's convenient to be on good terms with her.
But what is your story? I want you to tell me exactly what happened. From the beginning.
From the beginning. Oh, dear Gertie. How little imagination you good people have. Why... The beginning was in my cradle, I suppose. And the way I was brought up and the things I was taught to care for. Oh, no. I won't blame anybody for my faults. I'll say it was in my blood. That I got it from some wicked, pleasure-loving ancestress who reacted against the homely virtues of New Amsterdam and wanted to be back at the court of the Charleses. The truth, Gertie. The truth about any girl is once she's talked about, she's done for. And the more she explains her case, the worse it looks. And now I wonder if you'll do me a favor.
Oh, of course, Lily.
This letter. On your way home, would you post it for me?
Oh, yes, of course. I should be...
What is it? Oh, you saw the name.
I didn't mean to look.
Gus Trenner. You wonder why I should be writing to him?
Why, no. No,
well,
but...
that envelope contains a check for the money I owe Gus. And indeed, everyone knows by now that I do owe him money.
But where did you...
Out of my legacy. The check is for $9,000, which is... Yes, Estelle.
I beg your pardon, Miss Bart, but there's a Mrs. Haffen to see you. She's come by the pantry entrance.
Mrs. Haffen? Do I know her?
I think not. And she won't say what she wants except that it's private.
Oh, perhaps I'd better go, Cousin Lily. I'll look in on you this evening.
You're kind, Gertie. Yes, show her in, Estelle.
Goodbye, Lily. And do try not to fret.
Goodbye, Gertie, dear.
Oh, I shan't forget to post the letter.
Oh, thank you. Mrs. Happen? Well, I can't think where...
Miss Bart.
What? Oh, thank you, Estelle. How do you do, Mrs... Haven't I... Aren't you the char lady at the Benedict? The place where Mr. Selden stays?
Yes, and I've got something here you might want to see.
You mean... that will be all, Estelle.
Yes, Miss Bart.
You mean, Mrs. Haffen, you have found something belonging to me?
Well, if it comes to that, I guess it's mine as much as anybody's.
I don't understand.
Miss Bart, my husband was janitor to the Benedict till the 1st of the month. Since then, he can't get nothing to do.
Well, I'm sorry you've been in trouble, but I still don't understand why you've come to me.
I'm coming to that. When we was at the Benedict, I had charge of some of the gentlemen's rooms. Some of them get the greatest sight of letters. Oh, I've never seen the like. Maybe having so many is how they got so careless. But Mr. Selden, he was always one of the careful.
Mrs. Haffen, are you sure this has anything to do with me?
I'm sure it has. Mr. Selden burned his letters in winter and tore them up in little bits in summer. Oh, you understand, I'm talking about the ones that weren't, decent. Well, sometimes he'd have so many, he'd just bunch them together the way the others did and tear the lot through just once. Like this one.
Oh, but this isn't... These are Judy Trenner's.
What?
Well, that is... these are not signed. How did you find me?
Oh, I saw you come out of Mr. Selden's and talk to Mr. Rosedale on the steps. And if you're wondering why I brought 'em, miss, I brought 'em to sell. Because I ain't got no other way of raising money. And because I know that you'd want 'em back. No need of telling you, it could go hard with a body who wrote those letters.
Yes. It could go hard, the person who wrote them. But no. No, I know nothing of these letters. I want to know nothing of them.
But that's not sensible, miss. Now, Mr. Selden...
Lawrence.
What?
I hadn't thought of him.
Well, as I was about to say...
What do you wish for those letters? I'll give you $100. I'm not rich, though you may believe so. $100?
Well, now, that's a fair price. I'm not unreasonable. True, I wanted a little more, but I was ready to take a lot less. Just as you say, miss. $100.
Lawrence Selden. Oh, come in.
Gertie, I've come to you for help.
It's Lily, isn't it?
Where is she, Gertie? They told me you might know.
I'm sorry, but I don't. I wish I did. Perhaps Carrie Fisher.
Carrie is still in Europe. And the others, they seem loath even to discuss her. I have learned that she took a position as a social secretary to a Mrs. Hatch.
That was her second position. The first was the same sort of thing with a family named Bry. She was forced to leave both by hints from Judy Trenner that Judy's presence would hinder their prospects of entering society.
The woman is remorseless.
And then the only thing she could get was a job in a millinery factory sewing hats.
Lily Bart sewing hats.
But she lost that more than 8 weeks ago. And since then, I've not heard from her at all.
I mean to find her, Gertie.
And if you do find her... Well, I know this is none of my affair.
Will I marry her?
Yes.
I don't know, Gertie. Actually, honestly, I think not. Not so long as her greatest want is to return to society. I know that is her want. But I mean to help her in some way, Gertie. The thought of Lily Bart living among shabby strangers in some dingy room, walking the dusty streets, dealing furtively with unsmiling tradesmen.
Here you are, miss. It's a queer acting drug. You don't want to increase the dose, you know.
No, of course not. You see, I don't sleep. It's merely...
I know what it's for, but I'm saying you don't want to add to the dose. A drop or two more and off you go.
Yes, thank you. I shall remember. Thank you very... Oh, I'm sorry.
It's quite all right, man. Lily Bart.
Mr. Rosedale. What are you...
What am I doing here? This is one of my properties. The proper question is, what are you doing here?
I live close by. But you look changed somehow.
I am changed, Miss Lily. If you've been reading the society notes, well, I finally made the steep climb. A person looks different when they're up where I've got and don't have to be humble anymore. But you... Miss Lily, what is it?
I don't know. I haven't been well.
Well, let me see you home.
I believe I can manage.
She's gone all white, Mr. Rosedale.
Quick, get me a cab. How do you feel now, Miss Lily?
I'm still weak, but I don't know if it's my illness or your...
My proposition? Miss Lily, I'm still a man who likes to call things by their right names. I know it seems wild on first hearing, my asking to marry you. Something I would never let myself dream before, but now I feel I can be of some real help to you. As I said, it can be any kind of marriage arrangement you say. I ask nothing of you, except one thing.
And that one thing?
Miss Lily, I'm going to be frank with you. The only thing that matters more than marrying you, well, perhaps they're even both the same thing, is my taste for society. Now, let me finish. Perhaps it's wrong, this taste of mine. Perhaps it's only a wish to get even with those who've laughed at me all these years. Whatever it is, I want it. I want the run of the best houses. I've got it now. But I know the quickest way to acquaint yourself with the right people is to get mixed up with the wrong ones.
Well, surely you must know that I am now decidedly one of the wrong ones.
And the reason you're one of the wrong ones, as you say, is that Judy Trenner, for reasons we needn't go into, Judy Trenner did you a rotten turn last spring. Well, the only way you can be made right again is for Judy Trenner to call off her battle and actually back you up in your return to society.
But that's unthinkable. Why should she?
You'll make her.
How?
With those letters of hers you bought last year.
The letters? But how did...
How did I learn about the letters? Perhaps you've forgotten I'm the owner of the Benedict, where Sylvan lives, and that char lady worked. Getting on to things is a more useful accomplishment in business. And I've simply extended it to my private affairs. But no matter how, I know all about the letters. Our char lady bringing them to you, thinking that you were Judy Trenner. And a natural mistake, too. For you were the only woman she'd ever seen leaving Selden's arms. Apparently, Mrs. Trenner was careful to see that the things she wrote about in the letters, that they took place away from the Benedict.
I'm afraid I...
Well, let me go on. How you got the letters is not important. But the letters themselves are. Well, and you might say, why do you need me if the letters will do everything for you? Well, the answer is they won't. They won't at all. It's one thing to get Judy Trenner into line, but to keep her there, that's the important thing. To keep her there, you've got to be as powerful as she is. That's where I hope to come in. Together, Miss Lily, together, you and I can be bigger than Judy Trenner and a whole set. Together, you'll be back up there ruling all the Judy Trenners. Back on the top of the only life you know how to live. And living it the only way you ought. From the upper stories. That's it, Miss Lily. That's my proposition. What do you say?
Lily Bart. Come in. Sit down.
Thank you. I mustn't stay long. I'm on my way to Judy Trenner's. I didn't intend coming at all.
Well, whatever the cause, I'm pleased you did come. Do sit down. Let me take your parcel.
No, I'd rather keep hold of it.
Are you returning Judy Trenner's letters to her?
Why have you said that?
Well, isn't that what friends are reputed to do when they've had a disagreement?
I came here to tell you that I may not see you again for a long time. And I want to say I have never forgotten the things you have told me about myself.
That you're too good for the society that torments you? That such a life could never really satisfy you? Those things are truths. I deserve no thanks for expressing them.
Yet you are the only one who has expressed them. And sometimes when I seemed furthest from remembering them, they have helped me. Kept me from really becoming what many people think I am already.
I'm glad to have you tell me that. But nothing I have said has really made the difference. The difference is in yourself. It will always be there.
I've tried hard. But when I dropped out of the one life I knew, I found I was of no use anywhere else.
Lily, you have something to tell me. What is it? Do you mean to marry?
You have always said that I should have to come to it sooner or later.
And you've come to it now.
There's something else I must come to first. Someone I must say goodbye to. The Lily Bart you knew. The one you have drawn for me so kindly. I'm going to leave her here. When I go out presently, that Lily Bart will not go with me. I shall like to think she has stayed with you. Will you let her stay?
Lily, can't I help you?
You have helped.
Lily, you mustn't speak in this way. You can never go out of my life. Can't you see?
Yes. I see that now. Now I shall feel safe. Whatever happens.
Whatever happens? What do you mean? What's going to happen?
Nothing at present. Except that I'm very cold and that before I go you must stir up the fire for me.
What? Well, that's very easily done. Poke two of the logs. What are you doing? Lily, your parcel. You've thrown it in the flames.
I shall feel much lighter without it. And now, goodbye, Lawrence.
Gertie, what a glorious morning. Faster, driver! Gertie, how insensible I've been. When she left last night, I seemed in a trance. She said goodbye and she was gone, and I found I had not said what I knew I felt.
And now you mean to say it?
Now I mean to say it as quickly as this cab shall get us there. You gave the driver the right address.
Yes, I gave him the right address. How fortunate Rosedale should have known it. And how odd.
We shall help her together, you and I. Gertie, what a magnificent day. I feel a sense of new adventure, a new course to be shaped by new stars. I feel that... Oh, this must be the place. He's stopping. Yes, that's the number, all right. Wait here, Gertie. I shall go in first. I'll call for you in a moment. I shall try to be a minute, driver. Lily Bart's room, please.
Yes, we've been expecting someone. It's just here.
Is it a friend of Miss Bart's, Doctor?
Doctor? What's happened? Where is Miss Bart?
She's in her room. You've been told, of course.
Told?
Told what?
I thought certainly someone had told you before I got here. She was sleeping badly. She must have taken a slight overdose of sleeping medicine by mistake.
Overdose? Well, how is she? How does she feel?
Oh, I thought you understood. She's dead.
All the rest have gone, Lawrence. Even the groundskeeper.
And I shall leave her, too, in a moment, Gertie. Goodbye, Lily Bart. Now perhaps you will rest, unharried by the ideals of a world where conspicuousness passes for distinction, and the society column has become the roll of honor. I could have helped you only by loving you. But the moment is gone, and I've let it go. Forgive me, Lily Bart. Forgive us all. Forgive even those who in a later time...
What a glorious way of life it must have been. This trip through Belmont has certainly borne that out, hasn't it, Mr... you haven't told me your name.
Selden. Lawrence Selden.
Well, Mr. Selden, your presence has been invaluable here today. I never thought I should meet someone who had actually been part of the tradition of this house. You must come visit me at my home and tell me more of the things you have touched on here. And you must bring your wife.
I have no wife.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, nothing like that. I just never did have one.
Well, then you must visit me alone. And will you join us in our next field trip to another house?
No, Professor Dixon. Thank you, but no. No more poking at the dead ribs of dying houses for me. Whereas a fallacy that houses speak to us. Their kindest virtue is their silence. Let them remain silent. They should crumble our ears if they would speak. So no, Professor. Let the houses fall as they will. Let their silences stand as they must.
You have been listening to The House of Mirth, an NBC theater production of the novel by Edith Wharton. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC Theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; and Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. So enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, be with us again at the NBC Theater for a dramatization of Theodore Dreiser's fine novel, Sister Carrie. And the following week for Ellen Glasgow's The Romantic Comedians. The House of Mirth was prepared for broadcast by Alan Sergel. Lily Bart was Virginia Gregg. Selden, Whitfield Connor. Rosedale, Sidney Miller. Trenner, Stephen Chase. Grice, Parley Bear. Carrie, Lois Corbett. Mrs. Trenner, Ida Reese Marin. Dixon was Charles Seal. Grace, Alice Backus. Gertie, Eve McVeigh. Mrs. Haffen, Noreen Gamil. And the young man, Tom Holland. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission essay was written by Isabel Bolton. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. Today is Sunday, and one of Broadway's top comedy dramas will be brought into your living room this evening by the Theater Guild on the Air on NBC. It's Burlesque with Ann Sothern and Bert Lahr, the star who played the lead in the Broadway revival of Burlesque in 1947. For an hour that will shine with good humor, be sure to join Bert Lahr and Ann Sothern on the Theater Guild on the Air this evening on NBC. You're tuned for the stars on NBC. This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, Dark Laughter, an hour-length adaptation of the novel by Sherwood Anderson. In Dublin, Ireland, some years ago, there lived a nearsighted man of letters who felt that the story of men's actions was less significant than the long rush of their thoughts. He wrote accordingly in what has since come to be known as a stream of consciousness technique. And the influence of that man, of James Joyce, that is, was widely felt among the young American writers of the period. It is an influence plainly discernible in today's story, Dark Laughter, by Sherwood Anderson. For this story takes place largely within the minds of three people, of Bruce Dudley, Aileen Gray, and Fred Gray. What they do is interesting enough, but more significant by far is what they think about what they do. We bring you the inside story as adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy of NBC. At intermission, we will bring you a transcribed commentary on the works of Sherwood Anderson by Harvey Webster, Associate Professor of English at the University of Louisville. Herewith, Dark Laughter. We begin in a factory in the town of Old Harbor, Indiana. The Gray Auto Wheel Factory in the year 1925. The whir of machinery, the smell of turpentine and varnish. A workman, Sponge Martin, brushes on varnish steadily with a heavy-veined, gnarled hand. Beside him stands Bruce Dudley.
Pass over the varnish, son.
Huh?
Pass the varnish over.
Oh, here. Sponge, how do you get the brush marks out?
Well, sir, it's practice. Takes years, Bruce. But let me tell you can't learn in no factory painting auto wheels. New wheel.
Coming over.
No, sir, I learned painting in my own shop. Carriage painting. Did I ever tell you the time I cussed out old Gray, the banker? Young Fred was there, too. Never figured I'd be working for him. You're dripping, Bruce. Hold the brush up. Well, there was this carriage, a real derby. And there was old Gray hollering at me. It's my carriage, he says. You gotta do what I say. Get it done in a hurry. New wheel. Well, it just happened that I had about 4 good shots inside of me that day, so I told him ain't nobody can make Sponge Martin turn out a bum job. Told him to get out of my yard before I booted him out. Let him haul the governor in a livery hack, I says. Then me and the old lady got a quart of whiskey and knocked off for the rest of the day and went fishing. She was good looking then, my old lady. Even nowadays, when she gets into a quart, she acts up just like a kid. Makes me feel like a kid, too.
Smooth on the varnish. Stroke. How many times has he told you that story, Bruce? It's a good story. Going fishing with a bottle. Lying on a sawdust pile down by the river. That's the river you used to swim in, Bruce. Bruce, Oh, that's my name. It's funny, Bruce Dudley. You got the name when you came into Old Harbor. Funny. I'm back in the town where I grew up. With a new name. Bruce Dudley. That makes you different from me.
New wheel. Bruce, new wheel.
Huh? Oh, okay.
That was the night I came home and found my girl, Bugs, we called her, only 15, and there she was. With this
varnish doesn't go on easy. Funny about Mark Twain. Why am I thinking about Mark Twain? The river, you remember? River in Huckleberry Finn. Old Harbor is on the Ohio. Big, slow, deep river, crawling down between the mud banks of an empire. Creeping slowly down past mud banks, miserable little towns. Rivers powerful as ever, strange as ever. But it's silent now. Not like it was for Mark Twain. What took you down the river, Bruce? Always wanted to, since I was a kid and read Huck Finn. What took you down the river, Bruce? Mark Twain. No, I guess it was Bernice. She wasn't to blame. You started things wrong yourself back in Chicago. She didn't want children, not by a man like you. You were flighty, that's what she said. Couldn't write. Drifted into newspaper work, but you couldn't write. Plenty of guys are making a mess with words, writing newspaper jargon, junk, trash. Like Bernice.
New wheel.
Coming over. If you could handle words like Sponge uses a brush, quick hands, deft hands, if you could handle ideas that way. Bernice wrote a lot of words. The back room in Chicago. But can you lay thoughts and images on paper the way Sponge Martin lays on varnish? Never too thick, never too thin, never lumpy? Bernice was writing a story about lovers back in Chicago. How did it go? This lonely man falls in love with a wax figure in a shop window. He thinks it's a woman.
How shall I finish it, John?
What would she think if she knew you were Bruce Dudley now? Painting wheels next to Sponge Martin.
How shall I finish the story, John?
Go ahead, smile at her. She can't stand that. You were sitting in the apartment in Chicago, smiling. She didn't like that.
John, you're not listening to me.
Supper?
The chops aren't done. I asked you about that story. I could end it a couple of ways.
Turn the chops over, they're burning.
I'm not sure how to end that story. You see, this pale man, he's a poet.
Why are they always pale? And poets?
Now, don't start that again, John.
Now, that guy, that painter who did that portrait
Never
of you.
mind.
Well, look at it. One ear twice as big as the other, your mouth all twisted to one side.
Well, that's distortion. All the work from the German school distorts. You can get effects you can't get in straight painting.
Why do you let him make you look like that?
The chops are done.
For the sake of art. Everything for the sake of art. Studio apartment for the sake of art. Pale young poets for the sake of art.
Sit down. They're already salted.
Yeah. You remember that guy at that artist party? Worked in a bookstore. Now, there's a hero for you. He writes poetry. He could fall in love with a wax dummy. Tell me something.
Why don't you stop it?
No, tell me something seriously. Now, do you really hate all men? Maybe you're afraid of them, huh? Is that why you make the heroes of your stories silly, pale poets? Well, that makes women larger. Now, there's a theory. The whole feminist movement is just... What's the matter? Sit down.
What are you grinning about?
Me? I don't know.
Well, you always look like that. What are you smiling
Sit
about?
down. Your chops will get cold. Yep. For the sake of art. Where are you going? Going to her room. Go ahead, smile. She won't get any writing done tonight. Maybe if she stayed, I could have got her to... Well, I could have told her... You come off your perch, I'll come off mine. Loosen up. Function as a woman, let me function as a man. Your chops are cold. Comes right down to it, Bernice always runs away. She won't stay in there and cry. No. Bernice isn't the crying kind. She'll get out of the house till you're gone, then maybe she'll work on that story. But she can't come out this way with you sitting here. What's the matter with me? Am I waiting for her to come out so I can punish her some more? Am I a sadist? Have a cigarette. Go ahead, light up. Now, folded hands, waiting for her. Smile. That'll get her. Smile. What's the matter with me? What am I doing? What's that? She went through. She went out and you didn't look up. Just sat there smiling. She thinks you're laughing at her. Laughing at her writings. Smiling at her. Why did I marry Bernice? She thinks you're dead. Cold and you stink. You drop behind, you're dead. Suppose she's behind. Suppose she's wrong. Well, it's better that way. Figure you're a chump now. You were a chump to get married. What did I do now? Did I sit in the dark? Look out the window? You went to see Tom Wills. He was down at the newspaper.
Fill it up, Herman.
What was the name of that speak across from the paper? Raw whiskey. Straight out of a backyard still.
Now listen, Herman. I steer a lot of people in here. Give me the good stuff.
He wanted to write a novel like every newspaper man I ever knew. Tom, why do you want to write a novel?
I don't know, John. Fill it up again.
Why do you want to write a novel?
You're a hard-boiled guy, aren't you?
Not tonight.
Yeah, there's a note I want to strike, John. Impotence.
Impotence?
Yeah. All the people you see on the street, tired out, impotent. Now, what's a newspaper? The most impotent thing in the world. And movies are 10 times worse. Guy from the Eagle was out in that place, Hollywood. He says all the people out there are like fish with their fins cut off. Impotence crying out to God that is beautiful and big and effective. The whole Pacific coast. And how about me? How do I do? Sit at the city desk and chase reporters around town. One day a murder gets 6 lines, and the next day, if they did the same murder, it'd get played up in every paper in town. What's it all about? That's what I ought to be writing a novel about. Impotence. Only who wants to read stuff like that? This stuff's worse than usual.
You don't turn art out like Hamburger, do you, Tom? I mean, you can't sit and spew up stories about pale young poets.
John, you can't touch it. It's beyond reality. You gotta sense things. Here, drink up.
Yeah. Look, Tom, suppose I came home one night and walked up to Bernice and cracked her across the face. Now, suppose I threw a typewriter out the window. Suppose I told her, no more driveling words here. Words are tender things. You leave craftsmanship to me.
You having trouble with Bernice?
Suppose I told her I'm going towards writing slow, careful, humbly. I'm a working man. You get in line and be a working man's wife.
You quit? You walk out?
I didn't even see her go. I was smiling. She never liked that. Tom, I'm setting out on a voyage of discovery. Thought I'd take a little trip into myself. Look around a little there. Maybe I'll turn out to be a poet. Maybe I can get to do something with my hands. Maybe I'm a lover of mankind. That's why I can't stand Bernice anymore.
This whiskey stinks.
She'll think I'm on a drunk, you see, Tom? Now, you call up in a couple of days, ask where I am. Give me a chance to get off. I got 300 I held out. And I'm heading downriver.
Herman, another pint.
Getting out of Chicago.
Herman, another pint here. Herman, another pint. Herman, another pint.
Getting out of Chicago. I'm getting away from Bernice. Where are you going? Away from Chicago, downriver. Get me a rowboat and drift. Maybe I can take hold. Is that what you did? I gotta get out. What's your hurry? Gotta get out, away from Bernice, away from Chicago. What's your hurry? Take it easy. Now, take it easy. The river flows easy. Slow work getting downriver. June, July, August, September in New Orleans. New Orleans. After a while, when cool days come, you mosey along up north again. When you're alive, a surge of thoughts and fancies in the mind. Now, if you could organize them, make them work through your body, you could use them then. The way Sponge Martin uses a brush, lay them on paper the way Sponge lays on varnish. You can varnish wheels in a factory, think of anything you want to. And the more skillful your hands, the easier it is to think. Stroke, stroke, get the varnish on easy. Pull the brush easy. The man got so he could use his own feelings the way Sponge uses a paintbrush. Stroke, smooth it on stroke. Easy with the
So
brush.
I told old Gray
Sponge is
to
talking
get
to him.
himself out of my yard.
How many times has he told you that story, cussing out old Gray, the banker, in the carriage yard?
You see, I'd had a couple of shots in me.
Get the
and-
varnish on even. Stroke, stroke, stroke.
Well, there it is. Quitting time. Saturday night and supper on the table. Man. Here, Bruce, get all the varnish out of them brushes.
This right, Sponge?
Clean 'em good. Messy men make me sick. I hate 'em. Come on, let's get going. Saturday night and supper on the table. Man.
Brushes are okay, Sponge.
Let's get out of here. I don't want no part of this factory till Monday morning. So long, old clock. Sponge Martin, number 64. And Bruce Dudley, 29.
So long, Sponge.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll walk you up the hill. Hey, get a load of that in the car.
Good looking.
Yeah. Fred Gray's wife. She's looking at you, Bruce. Listen to her hooting for young Fred. Say, why don't you come down for dinner Sunday, Bruce? Me and the old lady going to have a chicken or something. Why don't you come on down?
She's looking at you, Bruce. The woman in the car, she's looking at you. Why am I thinking of the Bible? And Judah said unto Onan, Go unto thy brother's wife and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. That's one book I never got tired of reading, the Bible. She's looking at you, Bruce. The woman in the car.
That woman's took a shine to you, Bruce. You better look out.
How many things can you think about at once? What are you thinking about when you walk? When you look at that woman in the car.
Well, how about it, Bruce? You gonna come down to the house for dinner Sunday?
All right. I guess I can get a bottle, too, huh? There's a young doc living down at the hotel. He ought to come across with a prescription.
Listen to her, Hunk. He's been coming down to the factory for young Fred real often. Been looking you over, too. Well, come on.
What does she think? What does she think of Bruce Dudley? What does she think about everything? What does she think?
He looks like someone. I can't remember. He looks like someone, though.
Someone in Paris? Rose Frank's apartment. You don't want to do anything crude now.
You can get anything subtly if you want to.
Just what is it you want? Remember, you're a lady.
Plenty of women go after a man openly. Drive straight at them. You got your husband that way.
Where is Fred?
I suppose I should be satisfied, but you can't help thinking thoughts.
If you can't keep your mind in order, keep it out of sight.
He's out of sight. That factory hand. Just for the sake of argument.
I don't want to be loved by a man like that.
But just for the sake of argument.
Well, suppose I did. Anyway, you made your choice. Add it up.
Look at me. Stuck in an Indiana town.
But on the top of the heap, marriage, a house, clothes, an automobile.
That laborer, he didn't look like the others. He's taller than Fred.
Taxicabs in Paris sound funny.
Beep, beep. I wonder if I could have seen that man in Paris.
Ridiculous.
At Rose Frank's apartment.
Oh, nice to see you, dear. You look lovely.
Rose had a queer, vacant look in her eye that night. And that man was there.
Him? I don't know, some artist or other. How do you like Paris, dear?
He didn't even look at me. He just sat there.
How do you like Paris, dear?
Oh, it's wonderful. I'm so glad Daddy could send me.
Have you been stirred, moved by the life over here?
Well,
Are you just a stupid, self-satisfied American girl looking for a man? Here, get me a drink, Fred.
Okay, Rose.
Fred Gray, nice boy. No, don't go away.
I've been up against something tonight. I've got to talk. Now and then something happens to a human being.
I don't understand,
It
Rose.
might even happen to a nice, rich American like you. And when it happens, you've got to explode. Here, everybody listen. What is it, Rose?
Do you mind if I sit down here? I'm Fred Gray.
I'm Eileen Aldrich.
Here, quiet, listen. I was there, you understand. The cat's odd ball.
No kidding.
I was there when the students kicked the roof off. Everybody goes to the limit.
Rose, maybe you better not...
Some American took me. It taught me something. Everything was whirling there. Everybody drunk, men, women, everybody. The one I went with. Everybody else was drunk but him. I felt like mud. Something primitive in me. Take a woman like me. A newspaper woman sees things, but not like this. It started at 12 o'clock. They locked the doors. I had a chance
I don't want to
leave,
think about
but
it anymore.
I decided
Rose was
to
sick.
stay.
She must have been sick.
You took me for a ride in the
She
park.
was laughing. Dark, dark laughter. But there must have been something in the air that night.
But you ended up with Fred. Driving through the park with Fred.
There was something that night. The night Rose Frank exploded.
Aline, I've something to say to you.
What is it, Fred?
I've seen too many things here in France like that Rose blowout. I've been up front in the war, you know.
Yes.
You're a nice girl. I spotted you. I want you to marry me. Live with me in America.
Oh, I don't know,
Hey, look,
Fred.
Aline. Look. Up there in the cathedral. You see those angels? White stone women walking on the sky.
White stone women?
There's an ideal, Aline. That's what I want. Well, I'm all right at home. Nice people, you know. Oh, Aline, I've got to have you. We've got to believe in things.
Oh, let go of my hand, Fred. Fred,
Huh?
do you feel something special tonight? Something alive? You know, like Rose said.
I don't know what you mean, Aline. There, look. The sun just breaking. Look at it light up the angels on the cathedral. White stone women. White stone women.
White
walking.
stone women. There was something that night.
There was nothing that night. Nothing. What am I complaining about? I was in something and I escaped.
But you'd like to be in something sometime. But you married Fred Gray instead. Fred.
Where is Fred?
Hey, stop honking, honey.
Oh, Fred, I didn't see
Yeah.
you.
You want me to drive?
No, that's all right. I just soon. Come on, get in.
Yeah. Oh. Hey, a big advertising man down today from Chicago. Wants me to sign a big contract.
Oh?
National magazines. Real big.
Yes?
Yeah, you see, the question is, does the average man who buys a car know where the wheels come from? It'll cost a lot of money, but the government lets you take that off the taxes. The newspapers and magazines have a lot of power.
Paris is far away from the Midwest.
They're going to the theater now in New York. Wine, lights, a swirl of people. You get caught up, carried along. No time to tangle up in your own thoughts.
Too many thoughts. Woman's thoughts. But you want the best of the lot. If you can get him.
There's that man on the sidewalk. The one from the factory that looked at me.
He doesn't look humble. Slow down.
I told him I'd
He's
think it over. You got to consider the whole thing carefully.
Fred,
Hmm?
those two men, you know, over there.
Oh, what about him?
Well, they work at the factory, don't they?
Yeah. That little one, he's Sponge Martin. A real card. I remember once when I was a kid, I heard him bawl out father.
Oh, really?
The other fellow's a fellow named Bruce Dudley. Why do you ask?
Oh, I don't know. I just noticed them, I suppose.
Yeah. You know, I was going to fire that Sponge a couple of times, but I figured you had to take
That man looked at me again.
You imagine it.
Suppose he thinks of you now, the way you are now.
That man in Paris got away, and I got Fred. That wouldn't happen again. When such a thing happens between a man and a woman, no one else really gets into it at all. Bruce Dudley.
What do you want him for?
I don't really. What do you want him for? I don't. That's ridiculous. Why am I thinking these stupid, silly thoughts? Forget it. Don't think about it. Forget it. Fred,
What is it, Eileen?
Henry quit today. I'll have to hire a new gardener.
A new gardener?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sure. I'll look around.
No, I think I want to hire him myself, dear. I think I know just what I want this time. I don't want to make a mistake again.
Sure, okay, honey. Anything you say. You pick out the gardener.
Fine. I know just the kind of man I want. This time.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a radio version of Dark Laughter by Sherwood Anderson. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Mr. Harvey Webster.
When Sherwood Anderson was 60, he made what still seems the definitive statement of his intentions as a writer. I think, he said, that writing or painting or making music is merely a tool a man can sometimes use to get at this business of living. It is all wrapped up in this other thing, a man's relationships, his handling of relationships, his striving, if you will, for the good life. Relationships, I should say, with the world of nature, too. The development of the eyes, ears, nose, fingers. It is even, I think, concerned with the way you touch things with your fingers. His intentions, and the way he accomplished them at his best, seem very important in a time when good writing is frequently an example of conspicuous waste for conspicuously few consumers. Good writing, as Anderson knew, is a way of getting at this business of living, of helping readers to a conception of the good life. It is a way to finding ourselves, to becoming more alive than dead, to becoming, in other words, what we too rarely are. In his books, Anderson shows us, most pertinently, how dead we are while we think ourselves alive. Things are in the saddle and they ride mankind. We spend our lives preparing to live, but we don't get around to living. We make money and we think. We hug virtues until we suffocate them. We strive to embrace God and kiss mammon. We become as mechanical as refrigerators and live lives of quiet desperation. Anderson tries to show us, at his best he does show us, that in striving to become more than human, we have become greatly less. The books in which Anderson vividly shows what we are and what we should be are fewer than one might wish. Winesburg, Ohio, profoundly demonstrates how the good too often becomes the grotesque. Poor White shows the danger in the machine made God. Tar, a storyteller's story, and Sherwood Anderson's memoirs, autobiographical volumes that are as good as any in our era, tell us what we are and what we could become. Many Marriages, and particularly Dark Laughter, Anderson's two successful novels, let us see how far we have strayed from primitive biological virtue, how we have descended to living without our five senses. Probably Dark Laughter is Anderson's best novel. Despite its apparent rambling, it gives us an artistically valid picture of women who strive not to be women, of men who rarely dare to become men. Lamentably, each of us is like Bruce Dudley, who knew that, in common with almost all American men, he had gotten out of touch with things. Stones lying in fields, the fields themselves, houses, trees, factory walls, tools, women's bodies, sidewalks, people on sidewalks, men in overalls, men and women in automobiles. Following Bruce Dudley's perplexed and wavering search for the good life, where man will live rather than exist, should help us all to become what we usually are not.
Thank you, Dr. Webster. Our radio version of Dark Laughter will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
The time has passed, and in the garden at the top of the hill, Bruce Dudley kneels at the row of flower beds. The gray house rises white behind him, and in the valley the black stacks of the factory stand out against the winding form of the river. The outer world is calm. Bruce kneels silently in the fresh-turned earth, but the mind rushes on. The inner story of the mind goes on.
Well, she's got you now. Which one of these things is weed? Pull 'em all up. What's the difference? What kind of gardener are you? Gardener? That's what the newspaper ad said. And you might as well do the job well. You're not artist enough to find an outlet in the arts. You write poems, or what might call poems. Maybe you're a poet. How would you like to be known as a poet? Something like being known as a lover. A professional lover. A professional gardener. Let it go at that. That's what the ad said. Well, newspapers have some use, I guess. Tom Wills didn't think so. Remember back in Chicago? 300,000 readers, he said.
Think of it, man. 300,000 readers. Think what that means. 300,000 pairs of eyes fixed on the same page at practically the same hour every day. Fixed on the same page at practically the same hour every day. 300,000 minds supposed to be at work absorbing the contents of a page. And if they really were minds, what would happen? An explosion that'd shake the world. Man is dumb, deaf, blind. Could Chicago or Akron or modern war or radio or governments, could such things go on blandly if all 300,000s weren't intellectual and emotional morons? Herman, you got another pint, will you?
Doesn't seem to matter to me. Mattered a lot to Tom. He was hurt by it. Well, anyway, she's got you now. Eileen Gray. It was simple, that ad. You play games like that. Make believe there's something between you and some beautiful woman. Most men spend their lives at just that game, imagining. Sometimes you win, though. Sometimes the woman you love wants you. How do you know? Never mind, I know. I knew when I first came into the garden. You took your hat off. Real humble. I'm Bruce Dudley, ma'am. I saw your ad.
Bruce Dudley?
I've been working down at your husband's factory, but I quit. You see, well, spring's coming, and I want to work out of doors.
I see.
I don't know anything about gardening. Matter of fact, I'm quite stupid with my hands. If you take me, you'll have to tell me everything.
You don't sound like a laborer, Bruce Dudley.
I'll try my best, ma'am. Look at the ground. Shuffle your feet. Go ahead. Try to look like a laborer. Play out the game with her if she's willing. It's a long game. 4 weeks now. I guess I'm in love. That's what it must be. How about her? That doesn't matter. At least she's willing to play with the thought of it. She's there now, by the garage door. I didn't see her come out. Coming down the path. A lovely woman. I've never really seen a lovely woman before. Bernice? Bernice threw the possibility of loveliness aside. She threw womanhood aside. Too busy. Too much like you, that was it. She's standing over you. Go ahead. Play the game. Play the game. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Bruce.
Go on weeding. You're a gardener. Don't look up. Is she looking at me? Does she know? Well, take it easy. Don't worry. You haven't done anything yet. Just play the game. She's playing it. That gown came from Paris. You don't usually wear that sort of thing for gardening. It's spring now. The earth is growing warm. Time for plowing. Does she know? That's the part of the game that's difficult. What is she thinking standing there?
I've got him now.
Does she know?
I've got him near me. But he's afraid. Afraid to speak for himself. What is he thinking of? He's trying so hard to be a gardener and bungling it so badly. Go on. You can't just stand there. Speak to him. It's a nice morning, Bruce.
Yes, ma'am.
What thoughts are going on in his head? And Fred. If Fred knew how sometimes I laugh at both of them. It's all right for a woman to play, but she must not play too long. You're still young. Stretch. ahead. You can feel your body like a perfectly made gown. Stretch. It's only when you're young that you may be a woman, really. Hurry. Hurry. When you've crossed the line, you can't turn back. You're growing older, Eileen. No. Doubts will creep in. You'll be moral and stern. I don't want to think about that. Stop. Something else. Think about something else. Say something to him. That will stop your thinking. Shall I help you, Bruce?
That's all right, ma'am.
You pulling up weeds?
I've learned that much of gardening. You'll get your gown muddy.
Oh, I don't care. You have to get deep in the mud sometimes. Life comes out of the mud. Now I'm myself. I've got my chance. He doesn't dare look straight at you yet. He will. When the time comes, he will. He can drop back into nature for a moment at least. Fred had his moment back in Paris that night. But he wanted a nice, firm, safe wall built around him. A white stone woman. He called you that. And he wanted a nice, strong wall all around you. Men don't believe in love. Not men like Fred. Not any civilized man. That's what civilization is. The process of finding out what you cannot have. What you cannot have, you make fun of. Throw mud at it. But you want it. He's touching the plants. Look at his fingers. It's warm. Very warm. The earth is warm. One can grow very tired and bored waiting. Waiting in a garden on a hill in Indiana. You'd better talk to him. Say something. You can't just stand there in the path. He has a new shirt. Blue denim. It's like a uniform. A workman's uniform. That's the way the day started. Fred putting on his uniform to march in the parade in town. Say something to him. You can hear the band from here. Listen.
Very pretty.
He's very straight. Taller than Fred. Fred looked boyish in his uniform. If you're going to do things like marching, you shouldn't grow a little paunch. Your hands are trembling. He's looking at you now. He's challenging you. You didn't even know that would be that way. You're dizzy. You're afraid. Of him? Of yourself. Go on. Walk along. Go inside now. He's following. Don't think of anything now. Listen to the music. Fred's marching down there. Don't think of Fred. Here's the door. Close it. He's following me. Listen to the music now. Listen. Fred's marching down there. Fred's marching. He's here now. Listen to the music. Fred. Forget it. There's nothing to be done. He's closing the door.
Rip, four, up, tup, rip, four. Great thing in Armistice Parade. You're out of step. Up, tup, thrip, four. Oh, it's like riding a bicycle. Comes back to you. Now, what was I thinking about? The parade. Great thing. Old Harbor, right in there with Paris and London and New York. Great thing. Oh, there's the mayor and the governor. And here I am, the richest man in town. All right, might as well be honest. Richest man in town, walking in the ranks with the common soldiers. The common soldiers, that's a good thought. Remember that. Aline should have come downtown. Get back in step. Hip, 2, 3, 4. I don't like that gardener, Dudley. Worked in my own factory. He wasn't around when I left this morning. Uniform's tight around the middle. It shrank. That's right, it shrank. That must be it. In a way, it was nonsense not getting a commission. Look, there's Charlie Traynor in his officer's uniform. Hardware clerk. But remember, it's a great democratic idea. The richest man in town walking as a common private. They're out of step again. Up, 2, 3, 4. Up, 4. There's the governor. I think he saw you. Sure he did. That's what they said to me, Fred, if you ever want to run for Congress. Not like it was in the Army, Private Gray. They have to come to me if they want Armistice Day off. Now take it easy, Fred, old sport. Remember, after all, you're just a servant. The man of affairs has a responsibility to property. Now take Teddy Roosevelt. Careful. Teddy was in there during the war. We'd have had the Kaiser on the run, all right. Teddy had the right idea. Man of property has responsibility. Man's factory is his castle. And there's a good phrase. A man's factory. Man's factory. Oh, that should be a man's home. Let's see, what was I thinking about? Your home? No, something else. That Chicago advertising man. Yeah, reminded me of Joe Walker in college. Giving me those books got me all balled up. Going to Paris for that year. What did you get out of Paris? You got Aline. Would be nice to be able to talk to her. What do you mean? Every husband can talk to his wife. Well, let's not kid around. She's something, Aline. She looks European. Somebody stepped on your heel, one of those factory hands. Drunk, probably. I can't trust those hands. You take Sponge Martin, take Bruce Dudley. Think of something else now. Teddy Roosevelt, take Bruce Dudley. All right. I don't like him. Why didn't Aline come down to the parade today? I don't like him, that kind of man. Just don't like him. Afraid? I just don't like him. Oh, forget it. Think of something else. Go on. That advertising man. Boy, national magazines. That Bruce Dudley, he's taller than you. Teddy Roosevelt, now there was a man. Why didn't Aline come down to the parade? No, I said think of something else. No. Dudley, he's up there. No. Up, 3, 4. Dudley. Up, 3, 4. Up, 3, 4. Aline, I'm back. Are you up?
Fred?
Yeah.
All right, come on in.
Oh,
is the parade over, Fred?
yeah. Oh, you should have been down, Aline. Oh. Belts are tight. I think maybe I wrapped the puttees too tight. The governor came up to me afterwards.
Oh?
Quite a parade. Hey, where's that gardener? I didn't see him when I came in.
Oh, he's gone.
Gone?
Mm-hmm, he left this afternoon.
I knew you couldn't trust those kind. Did he say anything?
No, he just left.
Oh, isn't it time you dressed for dinner? We're going over to the Wilmots.
Yes, I know.
What a parade. You should have been there, Aline. You got your hair different.
I combed it down.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You know, you are... Oh, you're beautiful, Aline. It's all right. I won't muss your hair.
I don't care.
It's all right?
It's all right, Fred. It's all right now, Fred.
Aline, you don't mind? I mean, well, your hair.
No, Fred, no. I don't mind.
smooth running. Some car. It always pays to get the best. An advertised brand for Fred Gray every time. You bet, runs like clockwork. Not a bit of trouble for 2 months. That long? Got it right after the Armistice Parade. 2 months. There's that billboard. Gray's wheels are go-getters. Smart idea, putting that billboard up in the old hometown. Well, it gets dark early. Stars out already. Remember that guy in the army back in France? After that battle, what did he say? Look at the stars. I'd like to reach up and get a handful. I'd like to eat them. They look so good. That's a funny thing to remember. You remember a lot of things from the army. Even a private has things to remember. That was some parade. Some parade. The richest man marching as a private. Everybody cheered. Too bad Aline didn't get to see that. Think about something else now. Wonder where that fellow went, that gardener. What was his name? Bruce Dudley. Can't remember his name. I wonder what we'll name the kid. Fred Jr., Fred Gray Jr. What a change in the old house, huh? Fred Jr. There's been a change around the house, all right. In Aline. Fella can talk to his wife now. Don't have to worry what I'm going to say to her when I come home. About 2 months. That's funny. Same time I got the new car. Oh, funny. She did change that day. The parade day. You came home and she was just waking up. From a nap. She was like that night in Paris. You could talk to her. Listen to that motor hum. Real happy. Happy sound, a good motor. Always runs smooth. Always run smooth now. Always. Add it up. Aileen, Fred Jr., advertising campaign starting. No trouble at the factory. No trouble with the men. How about the gardener? No trouble with the men. How about Dudley? How about the gardener? Well, what about him? He's gone. Why do you keep thinking of him? He walked off that day. Didn't even give notice. Fly-by-night. Completely irresponsible, that kind. No inkling of responsibility. He was up there all afternoon that day, and then he just lit out. If a man were to let himself go, he might think... Aline should have seen that parade. Some parade. If a man let himself go, he might think... Cut it out. If a man started thinking like that, where would he end? Forget it. Listen to that smooth motor. He might think... Oh, never mind. Here, you're home. Yeah, I guess you didn't hear me drive in. Must be around the back. What a night. She's probably out in the garden. Look at the stars. I'd like to reach up and get a handful. I'd like to eat them. They look so good. There she is, on the bench. Wait a minute. There's somebody else. Wait.
I didn't think it mattered enough to you.
You'll go? I haven't got any money.
Oh, Bruce, I'd be a fool if I said I didn't need money. But what's to be done? I need you more.
You will come away.
I've packed 2 bags. Bruce, it's something definite at last. There was a chance and I took
It's the gardener.
I had a chance
He's
once
back
before
again.
and I let it go.
Go back.
Not again.
Everything was all right. Go back. Live it over. It'll change. You knew from the beginning, didn't you? She's been waiting for something to happen to you. Well, it isn't what you do that counts. It's what you seem to do. I'm trying to be a civilized man. We men are what we are, that's all. Listen to them talking. They're waiting to tell you something terrible. The change that came over Aline that day, that parade day, it wasn't me. I have been a fool. I feel sick. I want to lie down. Look at it. Look it square in the eye. Suppose you lose Aline. I feel sick. Think. A Gray of Old Harbor, his wife running away with a common laborer. Men turning to look at you on the street. Women expressing sympathy. Something's changing in me now. You're afraid. No. No, I'm angry. That's it. You were doing your duty as a soldier and a citizen. That's right, and they were scheming. He'd go away, disappear, and then he comes creeping back. I'm angry. Fiery angry. Furiously angry. No, I'm sick. What does a man do? I can walk out there now.
Demand an explanation.
Then what?
You kill the man.
But what does that get you? The best thing is to avoid a scene.
Maybe it's a mistake.
That's it.
If I don't know about it. Eileen isn't a fool. She'll get over it. Why don't you go back and then come in noisily? Give her a chance. Don't let her know you know. Sure, she's just a foolish child. And if he makes trouble, there's that revolver in the desk.
That's the way. Into the house. Quiet.
Fred? Fred? Wait a minute, Fred. We want to talk with you.
I was going into the house.
Listen, Fred, listen. When we were in France, I thought of marriage as just marriage, two people living together.
I don't care. Stop talking,
After
Eileen. Stop
I found
talking.
Bruce, I thought... Understand this, Fred. I thought I could still go on living with you. It takes a woman time to grow up. We know so little of ourselves.
Look, Eileen, I don't want to
I was
talk
telling
about...
myself lies, Fred. But now he's come back.
No,
I can't go on lying, not to him or to you. To go on living with you would be a lie, Fred.
Don't stop, Eileen. Stop,
I can't help
please.
it, Fred.
Eileen.
We're going now. We were only waiting to tell you.
It's all wrong. No, don't go, Eileen. Stay here. Give me time. Give me a chance. Don't go. Don't do it. You can't.
Come on,
don't
Eileen,
do it.
it's
No.
time.
No, don't do it,
Goodbye,
Eileen.
Fred.
Don't. Eileen, you can't. You can't,
Come
Eileen.
on.
All
you
right,
can't.
Bruce.
I'll take the bags.
Goodbye, Fred.
Don't do it, Eileen. You can't.
Goodbye.
Don't do it, Eileen. Don't.
Goodbye, Fred.
Don't. I'm cold. I'm afraid. There they go. Eileen and... In a minute she'll turn back, that's it. She'll turn back. Sure. We'll start a new life. If Eileen goes away with him, she won't have any money. She's got to come back. Now. She's going down over the hill. If she turns back, she'll lose courage like Lot's wife. Then she'll come back. Then she'll have to come back if she looks back. Eileen! Look, Eileen! She's gone. It's a lie. She'll come back. She knows there'll be talk. She doesn't dare. She'll be coming back up the hill now. I'll take her back. But things will be different. No more foolishness. I'll be the boss. She'll be coming back. She's gone now. Go on into the house. Pick up the paper. Giants won again. Probably win the pennant this year. There's a gun in that desk drawer. Get it out. Go on. Get it out. It's cold. Listen. One who has been a soldier. A man who is really a man doesn't sit calmly by and let another man go away with his woman. You should be angry. I can't. What should I do? You should be angry with him. This Bruce Dudley. I can't. I don't know. You should be angry with him. That Chicago advertising man. What did he tell me about national magazines? I won't go into that advertising scheme. I don't care what they think. It's up to me. I make the decision. I do. What am I doing with this gun? She can't. She can't be such a fool. She can't. She can't. She can't. She can't. What did you do that for? Shut out the big window. Have to call Jack Tyndall tomorrow and get it replaced. Put the gun away. I'm tired. I want to sleep. She was sort of more like a mother. You could talk to her. Lie down on the couch. More like a mother. Eileen. Tired. Very tired. A mother wouldn't run off that way from her child. No. No, sure, she'll come back. She's just saying goodbye to him down by the river, that's all. She comes from good people. Her father is a man to be respected. What's the matter with you? You're crying. I'm just tired. Man has a right to be tired after a day at the factory. I'm just tired. Wait a minute. What's that? Voices. They're coming back. They're coming back. She'll see who's the man in the gray house. No. Nobody. You can say she's gone to Chicago. She's gone to Chicago. She's gone to Chicago. They'll have to stop asking questions. You're a pretty big man in Old Harbor. She's gone to Chicago. Go ahead. Smile. A brave man smiles. You're out of it now. Look on the bright side. You don't have to play a part anymore to be a man to some woman's woman. You're out of it. It's up to him now. She's gone to Chicago. That Bruce. Her shoes cost $20, $30, $50 a pair. A workman. A gardener. A factory laborer. Oh, that's funny. That's very funny. Why can't I laugh? Why can't I laugh? It's very funny. And why can't I laugh? Why can't I laugh? It's very funny. Very funny. And why can't I laugh? Why? Why can't I laugh? She's gone now. Why can't I laugh?
You have been listening to Dark Laughter, an NBC theater production of the novel by Sherwood Anderson. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater, in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. Let me repeat that. For full information, write to one of these universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; or Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. So enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, be with us again at the NBC Theater for a production of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis, and the following week for a very special adaptation of F. Scott Fitzgerald's story, Babylon Revisited. Dark Laughter was adapted for the NBC Theater by Ernest Kenoy. Whitfield Connor was Bruce, Vivi Janis, Aileen, Larry Dobkin, Fred. Parley Bear was Sponge, Helen Andrews, Bernice, Tom Holland was Tom, Gloria Hunter, Rose. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was Harvey Webster, whose commentary was recorded. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. You'll want to listen this evening when the Theater Guild on the Air on NBC will bring you Robert Donat in John Galsworthy's Justice. Supporting Robert Donat in this hour-long presentation will be Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy. Listen today to Theater Guild on the Air on NBC. Your tune for the stars on NBC. This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, an hour-length drama based on the F. Scott Fitzgerald short story, Babylon Revisited. Today's adaptation of Babylon Revisited has been prepared for the NBC Theater by Clarence A. Ross of NBC. Our intermission commentator will be the noted radio critic, John Crosby. The story we present today, Scott Fitzgerald's Babylon Revisited, is one of the finest of his short stories. It arises, in a very real sense, out of his own summing up of the period of years which was the most important in his own life. The story takes place in the early 1930s, but its motivation is in the lives led by its characters, and particularly by its protagonist, Charlie Wales, during the 1920s. The personal tragedy of Charlie Wales in 1931 is one possible arithmetical result to be obtained by adding up the years of the 1920s and dividing by the number of people present. One of the people very much present was Scott Fitzgerald. The decade of the 20s, the jazz age, as he called it, was his own. Some of his most perceptive and colorful writings are embodied in his essays on the jazz age, published recently under the title The Crack-Up. These thoughts of Fitzgerald's on the decade of the 20s form the significant background as well as the motivation for the story told in Babylon Revisited. Considering that a mirror is something of an abstraction when presented without the thing it is reflecting, we propose to introduce into our telling of the story those events and ideas which gave rise to it in the author's mind. Taking as our source material Fitzgerald's essays and notes in The Crack-Up, we allow Charlie Wales, as his story progresses, to remember, understand, and speculate on the reasons why things came to be thus and so. Herewith, Babylon Revisited, supplemented by Scott Fitzgerald's editorial notes on the jazz age. The next voice you hear will be that of Charlie Wales.
Once in the middle 20s, I was driving along the high Corniche road through the twilight with the whole French Riviera twinkling on the sea below. As far ahead as I could see was Monte Carlo. And though it was out of season and there were no Grand Dukes left to gamble, the very name was so incorrigibly enchanting that I could only stop the car and, like the Chinese, whisper, "Ami. Ami, Ami, Ami." But it was not Monte Carlo I was looking at. It was back into the mind of the young man with cardboard soles who had walked the streets of New York. I was him again. For an instant, I had the good fortune to share his dreams, I who had no more dreams of my own. And there are still times when I creep up on him, surprise him on an autumn morning in New York or a spring night in Carolina, when it is so quiet that you can hear a dog barking in the next county. But never again as during that all too short period when he and I were one person, when the fulfilled future and the wistful past were mingled in a single gorgeous moment, when life was literally a dream. You know the Hotel Ritz in Paris? It stands on the Place Vendôme and seems to gather around it all the elegance of that stately neighborhood. Well, the Ritz is headquarters for Americans in Paris, Americans with money. One look into the bar in the late afternoon and you can tell without reading the papers how things are going in the States. In the years when Americans treated Paris as though she existed for them alone in 1927 or 28, that room was always crowded, clamorous with voices that later at night would offer 1,000 francs to an orchestra leader for the playing of a single song. Now, it's different. You don't see 20 friends waiting to begin an evening that won't end until tomorrow. You don't see 5 or 1. Your glance travels uninterrupted along the 20 feet of green carpet, and you know it's 1931.
Monsieur wishes?
Scotch and water.
Certainly, monsieur.
Yeah, there aren't many people around these days.
Oh, business is bad. Very bad. It is so quiet here without any Americans. One is in danger of falling asleep. Shall I mix this scotch, monsieur?
Yeah, that's fine, thanks. Yeah, you always had 2 bartenders in here.
Ce n'est pas la peine, maintenant. Monsieur has been here before?
Oh, come on, Alex. 2 years isn't that long.
Pardon. It is foolish of me, but I do not seem to
The last
recall.
time you saw me was the night of George Hart's bachelor dinner.
George Hart?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Mr. Wales. How could one forget? Good to see you again, Mr.
You too,
Wales.
Alex, you too, but you not remembering me, I used to feel as if I owned this bar. Well, it goes with everything else.
1,000 pardons, Mr. Wales. It was only that I've never seen you so...
Well, go ahead, say it. So sober?
Have you been away from Paris all this time?
Yeah, I just got back today. I feel a little like a ghost.
Oh, you will not find the city you knew.
No, I don't want to. I don't mind being a stranger here now. Paris has gone back into France, hasn't it?
Paris is still here. You look around at it, you will see.
You know, Alex, we spoiled this city for ourselves, all of us in the old days. We never took what it really had to give. We just lived through one day after another, and it was all gone. Say, any of the old crowd still around?
Very few.
Mm-hmm. Fred Campbell?
Gone to Switzerland.
Oh.
Mr. Campbell is a very sick man, Mr. Wales.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How about George Hart?
Back in America, gone to work. And about time, too.
What do you mean by that?
Why, his last year in Paris, he ran up a bill of 30,000 francs here, and he finally gave us a bad check. Now, you know he was a fine man, Mr. Wells. He wasn't a...
By 1927, a widespread neurosis began to be evident. I remember a fellow expatriate opening a letter from a mutual friend of ours, urging him to come home and be revitalized by the hardy, bracing qualities of the native soil. It was a strong letter, and it affected us both deeply until we noticed that it was headed from a nerve sanatorium in Pennsylvania. By this time, contemporaries of mine had begun to disappear into the dark maw of violence. A classmate killed his wife and himself on Long Island. Another tumbled accidentally from a skyscraper in Philadelphia. Another purposely from a skyscraper in New York. One was killed in a speakeasy in Chicago. Another was beaten to death in a speakeasy in New York and crawled home to the Princeton Club to die. And still another had his skull crushed by a maniac's axe in an insane asylum where he was confined. Now, these are not catastrophes that I went out of my way to look for. These were my friends. And moreover, these things happened not during the Depression.
I never would have thought you would do a thing like that. What has happened to people?
Alex, we got waked up out of a dream, and daylight's hard on us. The whole race gone hedonistic, deciding on pleasure. I don't know what we expected. Well, so there's nobody here.
Oh, Mr. Schaefer is here. Mr. Duncan Schaefer.
Oh, is he? Well, look, Alex, if you see him, tell him I'm at the Bristol, will you?
Certainly. Another drink, Mr. Wells?
No more. I'm going slow these days.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. It was not good the way you were 2 years ago.
Well, that's over. Who else is here?
Let me think. Oh, yes, Mrs. Quarles.
Lorraine? How does she look?
The same. How do you find conditions in America, Mr. Wales?
Well, I haven't been to America for months. I'm in Prague. I represent a couple of concerns there. No, things aren't bad at all.
Well, I wish you good luck. Are you here for long?
No, just for a few days. I came to see my little girl.
I never knew you had a little girl.
Oh, yes. She lives with my wife's sister and her husband. Well, how much do I owe you, Alex? She's waiting for me right now. Ségur 2461, s'il vous plaît.
Hello?
How are you, Marion? It's Charlie.
Oh. Hello, Charlie.
Hi, I'm in Paris. You got my letter?
Yes?
Well, how's Honoria?
She's fine. She's expecting you.
Well, may I come right over?
I suppose you may as well. It's 42 Rue Palatine, you know. Same old place.
Right. I'll take a taxi and come right away.
All right, Charlie. Bye.
Well,
He's here. He's on his way over.
brave man, after the welcome you gave him.
I was perfectly polite. What am I supposed to do? Greet him with open arms?
Now, look, dear, I know how you feel. But it hasn't been easy for Charlie either.
Lincoln, I cannot care about whether anything's easy for Charlie or not. I hate him. I always will.
You always did.
If you're going to take his part in
There's
this...
no question of taking anybody's part. I just don't want you to upset yourself. After all, he's only here for a few days.
You won't... Well, you know what he wants as well as I do.
Well, it's only natural, isn't it? Honoria's his child.
And my sister was his wife. If he thinks I'll let him take Honoria after the way he treated Helen...
Well, he hasn't even asked yet.
But he will. What else do you think he meant by that letter? He wants to discuss Honoria's future, he says. After I've had her for 2 years. Loved her as if she were my own.
Well, and what about me? I always think of myself as a man with 3 kids, not 2.
Would you want him to take her? The kind of life he lived?
Well, they both lived it, and so did everybody else who could afford it. Now, give the man a chance. He's probably changed.
Lincoln, when Helen was dying, she begged me to take that child so she could die in peace. Charlie's not going to take her away now.
All right, Marion, all right now. Calm down.
She's legally mine, and I won't give her up.
Nobody's going to make you give her up. But there's no point in spoiling the evening. It means a lot to Honoria.
Well, I suppose you're right. I'll see if they're ready. Honoria! Honoria, hurry up, darling. Your father will be here very soon.
Numéro 42, Rue Palatine.
Oui, monsieur.
The 10-year period that, as if reluctant to die, outmoded in its bed, leaped to a spectacular death in October 1929, began about the time of the May Day riots in 1919, when the police rode down the demobilized country boys, gaping at the orators in Madison Square. It was the sort of measure bound to alienate the more intelligent young men from the prevailing order.
Il fait beau soir, monsieur, n'est-ce pas?
Ah, oui, vraiment. We didn't remember anything about the Bill of Rights until Mencken began plugging it, but we did know that such tyranny belonged in the jittery little countries of South Europe. If goose-livered businessmen had this effect on the government, then maybe we had gone to war for J.P. Morgan's loans after all. But because we were tired of great causes, there was no more than a short outbreak of indignation typified by Dos Passos' 3 soldiers. And presently we began to have slices of the national cake, and our idealism only flared up when the newspapers made melodrama out of such stories as Harding and the Ohio Gang or Sacco and Vanzetti. The events of 1919 left us cynical rather than revolutionary, in spite of the fact that now we're all rummaging around in our trunks wondering where we left the liberty cap we knew we had, and the moujik blouse.
Voilà, monsieur, numéro 42, Rue Palatine.
Oh. Ah, combien ça?
160 francs, monsieur.
160 francs. Bon. Alors voilà.
Monsieur, hein, monsieur?
Tout.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Bonsoir. Je crois que Madame et Monsieur Peters...
Daddy.
Oh, Honoria.
Daddy, it took so long.
My baby girl, my old pie.
Daddy.
Oh, here, now, get down, baby, get down. Let me have a look at you. Oh, what's happened to my baby? You're so tall.
Of course I'm tall. I'm a whole inch taller than Elsie.
Honoria.
Honoria, come on, you can't keep your father all to yourself.
Well,
hello, Link. Glad to see you.
Well, Charlie, it's been a long time. Come on in. Marion and the kids are inside.
Good. Fine.
Daddy, will you stay a long time?
Well,
You will, won't you? You'll stay forever, won't you? And you can come to school with me, and we'll go to the bar every Sunday.
Here, don't talk so fast, Honoria. You always get the hiccups.
Hello, Charlie.
Well, hello, Marion. You're looking very well.
Well, sit down, Charlie.
Sit here, Daddy.
All right.
So I can sit next to you.
Oh, say, I almost forgot. Here, look in this pocket, Pie.
Oh, it's a doll. Oh, Daddy, she's beautiful. Thank you. Aunt Marion, look.
She's very lovely, darling.
May I get my doll, Bucky? May I?
Sure, go on, get it.
Not now, Honoria. Dinner will be ready soon.
Oh, sure. Will you wait until later, baby?
Oh, Honoria, go in the other room and play now with Elsie and Richard so we can talk, huh? That's a girl. Tell us, Charlie, how are things in Prague?
Oh, pretty good, Link. There's quite a bit of business that isn't moving, but we're doing better than ever. In fact, I'm bringing my sister over from America next month to keep house for me.
Well, I'm glad to hear everything's going all right for you.
As a matter of fact, my income last year was bigger than in 28 when I had money.
You always seem to get rich. Don't you, Charlie?
Well, I wouldn't call myself exactly... Those are fine children of yours, Marion. I can see they're well brought up.
We think Honoria's a great little girl, too.
Yes. What do you think of Honoria?
Wonderful. She certainly has grown. All the children are looking well.
We haven't had a doctor for over a year.
How do you like being back in Paris, Charlie?
It seems funny. Doesn't it, with so few Americans around?
Well, I'm delighted. Now, at least, you can go into a store without their assuming you're a millionaire. Of course, we've suffered like anybody else, but it's still pleasanter.
Yeah, it was nice while it lasted, though, wasn't it?
What do you mean by it?
Well, we were sort of a royalty. There was a kind of magic around us. It was an age of miracles, an age of art, an age of excess, an age of satire. We were the most powerful nation. Who could tell us what was fashionable and what was fun? We were the greatest nation. There was gala in the air. It's all gone now. In the bar this afternoon...
Bar?
Yes. There wasn't a man I knew.
I should think you'd had enough of bars.
Although I only stayed a minute. I take one drink every afternoon and no more.
Oh, say, I'm a fine host, I am. Say, how about a cocktail now, Charlie? Before dinner?
No, not really. I take one drink every afternoon. I've had that.
I hope you keep to it.
Well, one cocktail isn't really a drink.
Don't urge him if he doesn't want it, Lincoln. It's too late now anyway. Call the children, will you? It's time to go into dinner.
There were the speakeasies of New York, the moving from luxurious bars which advertised in the campus publications of Yale and Princeton, to the beer gardens where the snarling face of the underworld peered through the German good nature of the entertainment. Then on to strange and even more sinister localities where one was eyed by granite-faced boys. And there was nothing left of joviality but only a brutishness that corrupted the new day into which one presently went out.
Elsie didn't know the answer at all. And then I gave it, and the teacher said I was very good.
Well, I think you're better than good. I think you're wonderful.
Daddy, will we go to see the clowns tomorrow, will we?
Of course we will. We'll have a good lunch, and then we'll see the clowns and the acrobats and the animals and everything you can think of.
I saw a clown once, and you know what he did?
What did he do? What did the clown do, honey?
Honoria, have you said goodnight to your father? It's way past your bedtime.
Daddy, don't go away. Stay here. You can have my bed, and I can go and sleep with Elsie.
Honoria.
We've said goodnight, Marion. Now, off to bed with you, Pie. Come on. I'm going now. I strolled toward Montmartre, up the Rue Pigalle, into the Place Blanche. Here and there, a familiar door that still showed lights. But most of the old places were closed down and vacant, the signs that had gleamed so brightly battered and falling apart. Here and there, a few people in evening clothes in front of cabarets. You know, it's sadder to find the past again and find it inadequate to the present than it is to have it elude you and remain forever a harmonious conception of memory. It was the half-forgotten familiarity that made it all so strange, and I could see it for the first time. All the effort and ingenuity of Montmartre, all the catering to vice and waste on such a childish scale. In this arrondissement, in this very street, so many hours. Or was it years? Helen, do you remember?
Chérie, do not walk so quickly. There is no hurry.
Huh? Oh.
You look so lonely. One should not be lonely in Montmartre, especially at these hours.
One should not be lonely anywhere, but one is.
You may walk with me if you like. I will help you to be gay, to enjoy life.
So many years.
A drink would be nice, a place to dance, yes? Here is Ellie's. The crowd will be just arriving.
Empty. How much does Ellie pay you to bring people here? You'd have to catch a man pretty drunk to get him in there.
Chérie, listen to me. I live not far from here.
Zellie's. Remember Zellie's? It was a place to throw money away. Money as an offering to destiny, so that I wouldn't remember what I'd ever had things worth remembering.
Why are you so sad? You must be gay. Live and enjoy yourself.
Everything gone, dead, faded into thin air, nothing made out of something, money into nothing, time into nothing, lives into nothing. Oh, Helen, do you remember?
Chérie, why do you call me Helen? My name is Suzette.
Oh, Suzette. You picked a bum date, I'm afraid. Run along now. Here's 20 francs. Go on home. Better luck next time. Finish your cauliflower, Honoria. Don't you like it?
Oh, yes, Daddy, I do.
Well, maybe you should have had 2 vegetables.
I usually only have 1 at lunch.
Now, let's see you get it eaten before dessert comes.
You don't have to tell me. I'm not a baby.
Oh, I know you're not. You're a young lady, and I want to get acquainted with you. May I introduce myself? My name is Charles J. Wales of Prague.
Oh, Daddy.
And may I ask, who are you, please?
Honoria Wales, Rue Palatine, Paris.
Oh, married or single?
No, not married, single.
Oh, but that doll, madame, isn't that your child?
Well, yes, I've been married, but I'm not married now. My husband is dead.
And the child's name?
Her name is Simone.
Oh.
That's after my best friend at school.
Oh, honey, I'm glad you're doing so well at school.
I'm 3rd this month. Elsie's only about 18th, and Richard's way down at the bottom.
Oh? You like Richard and Elsie, don't you?
Oh, yes. I like Richard quite well, and Elsie's all right, too.
And Aunt Marion and Uncle Lincoln, which do you like best?
Oh, Uncle Lincoln, I guess. Daddy.
What, dear?
Why don't I live with you? Is it because Mummy's dead?
Well, Aunt Marion and Uncle Lincoln take very good care of you, honey. You must stay here and learn more French. It would have been very hard for Daddy to take care of you so well.
But I don't need taking care of anymore. I do everything for myself.
Well, good for you. Now, through with your ice cream? Come on. We must be going. Come on.
All right. Oh, what are we going to do first?
Well, we're going to that toy store in the Rue Saint-Honoré and buy you anything you want. And then we're going to the vaudeville at the Empire.
Do we have to go to the toy store?
Well, why shouldn't we?
Well, you bought me this doll, and I've got lots of things, and we're not rich anymore, are we?
We never were rich. But today you're going to have anything you want. Here, let's go out this way through here.
Well, all right. Let's hurry then.
Charlie! Charlie!
Hey, Wales!
Daddy, those people are calling you.
Well, Duncan, Lorraine.
Well, if it isn't old Wales. Still alive and kicking,
Oh, Charlie, Paris hasn't been the same without you. And who is this beautiful child? Your little girl, Charlie?
Yes, my daughter, Honoria. Is Mrs. Quarles and Mr. Schaefer.
Oh,
Oh, how sweet. Oh, Charlie, it's been positively ages since we've seen
Sit down,
you.
Charlie. Sit down.
No, I can't do it. Where's your husband, Lorraine?
Oh, couldn't come. We're too darn poor. He gave me $200 a month and told me to do my worst on it.
I wonder what he meant by that, huh, Charlie?
No, Charlie knows my worst isn't so awfully bad.
L'appetit.
I can speak French.
Steigen de Kind.
Funny, Charlie, I never thought of you as the fatherly type. We all used to be so gay in the old days, didn't we? Honestly, sometimes it's just hard for me to believe
The uncertainties of 1920 were drowned in a steady golden roar, and many of our friends had grown wealthy. But the restlessness of New York in 1927 approached hysteria. The parties were bigger, the pace was faster, the catering to dissipation set an example to Paris. The shows were broader, the buildings were higher, the morals were looser, and the liquor was cheaper. But all these benefits did not really minister to much delight. Young people wore out early. They were hard and languid at 21. And save for Peter Arno, none of them contributed anything new. Perhaps Peter Arno and his collaborators said everything there was to say about the boom days that couldn't be said by a jazz band. Many people who were not alcoholics were lit up 4 days out of 7, and frayed nerves were strewn everywhere. Groups were held together by a kind of, a generic nervousness, and the hangover became a part of the day as well allowed for as the Spanish siesta. Most of my friends drank too much. The more they were in tune to the times,
Honestly, it
the more
just
they
makes
drank.
me cry not to see any of the old crowd anymore. Oh, Charlie, remember how gay we used to be?
You sound as if you're not sure. Personally, I can't remember an evening that ended on a high note. They all faded out vaguely in bars.
All I know is the time used to go so fast. There never was enough of it. Now it never seems to end. Every time I have a birthday, I feel 5 years older.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
You were supposed to say something gallant. What are you doing for dinner, Charlie?
No, I'm not free. Look, you give me your address and let me call you.
Charlie, I believe you're sober. Dunk, pinch him and see if he's sober.
No, you give us your address, Charlie.
Look, I'm not settled yet. I'd better call you. We're going to see the vaudeville at the Empire. We've got to run along now.
Oh, that's what I want to do. I want to see some clowns and acrobats and jugglers. That's what we'll do, eh, Dunk?
Well, we've got some errands to do first. Perhaps we'll see you there.
All right, you snob. You get sober for 6 months and can't stand any of the people you liked when you were drunk. How do you like that, Dunk? Guess we're not good enough for Charlie anymore.
Well, Pie, did the clowns come up to standard?
Oh, they were wonderful, Daddy. So was the lemonade.
Well, I'm glad. Here, why don't you put your head on my chest?
I'm not sleepy, but I'd like to anyway.
There we are. Darling.
What, Daddy?
Do you ever think about your mother?
Yes, sometimes.
I don't want you to forget her ever. Have you got a picture of her?
Yes, I think so. Anyhow, Aunt Marion has. Oh, why don't you want me to forget her?
And she loved you very much.
I loved her, too. Daddy.
What, dear?
Daddy, I want to come and live with you.
Aren't you perfectly happy?
Yes, but I love you better than anybody.
And I love you, Pie.
You love me better than anybody, too, don't you? Now that Mommy's dead.
Well, of course I do. Better than anybody. But you won't always like me best, honey. You'll grow up and meet somebody your own age and forget you ever had a daddy.
Yes, that's true.
Hello?
Charlie, darling, at last I found you in.
Yeah, I'm just on my way out, Lorraine. How did you find the hotel?
You gave to Alex at the Ritz Bar.
Oh.
Charlie, what's wrong? I done something to offend you?
No? No, of course not.
But you acted so strangely today. Oh, Charlie, I've thought about you so much, so often. It's been so long since we've been together.
Well, it was nice we got to say hello.
Charlie, what's the matter with you? Don't be like that. You used to have so much fun fun, don't you remember? Oh, Charlie, remember the Riviera?
Yeah, fun.
I can't hear you.
I said, I'm sorry, Lorraine. I can't talk to you. I'm expected somewhere. Goodbye. The Riviera. Yeah. You could get away with a lot on the summer Riviera, and whatever happened seemed to have something to do with art. From 1926 to 1929, the great years of the Cap d'Antibes, this corner of France was dominated by a group quite distinct from that American society which is dominated by Europeans. Pretty much of anything went at Antibes. By 1929, at the most gorgeous paradise for swimmers on the Mediterranean, no one swam anymore, save for a short hangover dip at noon. There was a picturesque graduation of steep rocks over the sea, and somebody's valet and an occasional English girl used to dive from them, while the Americans were content to discuss each other in the bar. Now, this was indicative of something that was taking place in the homeland. Americans were getting soft. In the spring of 27, something bright and alien flashed across the sky. A young Minnesotan who seemed to have had nothing to do with his generation did a heroic thing. And for a moment, people set down their glasses in country clubs and speakeasies and thought of their old, best dreams. Maybe there was a way out by flying. Maybe our restless blood could find frontiers in the illimitable air. But by that time, we were all pretty well committed. And the jazz age continued. We'd all have one more.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a radio version of Babylon Revisited by F. Scott Fitzgerald. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, John Crosby.
F. Scott Fitzgerald died at the age of 44. 3 days before Christmas in 1940. I wrote his obituary for the New York Herald Tribune, and I'm afraid it wasn't a very sympathetic one. In fact, in its next issue, the New Yorker magazine took me rather severely to task for that obituary, declaring acidly and quite correctly that I must be a very young man, with no understanding of Fitzgerald's work or of Fitzgerald's time. Well, none of us who were brought up in the Depression understood or cared much about Fitzgerald then. And it's a sorrowful fact that at the time of his death, the novelist was in almost total obscurity. Now, 9 years later, with another world war behind us, Fitzgerald is being rediscovered, or if you prefer his own word, revisited. His short stories, his fragments, his letters, his diaries, they've all recently been published. His best novel, The Great Gatsby, has just been made into a motion picture. And, of course, here, Babylon Revisited, probably his finest short story, is on the radio. Certainly we understand Fitzgerald better now. We're much closer to him than we were in the dark Depression days of the 30s. We are not at all the same type of post-war generation as the one Fitzgerald so sensitively described, but we are a war generation, and there are certain similarities. But what makes this writer so appealing today, on this 20th anniversary year of the stock market crash, are not the similarities, but the grotesque dissimilarities. I think it's very appropriate that NBC Theater selected, of all Fitzgerald stories, Babylon Revisited. Here the novelist tells a story of a man of total irresponsibility finally coming to grips with responsibility. And that pretty well sums up the difference between the two post-war generations, his and ours. We all got waked up out of a dream, says the hero of this story. Daylight's hard on us. And he discovers that the irresponsibilities of the past still demand their terrible penalties in the responsible present. Fitzgerald has often been described as sort of permanent sophomore. But he isn't a sophomore in Babylon Revisited. He's an old grad returning to the old campus, a wise, hurt, and very lonely man. I think this is the loneliest story Fitzgerald ever wrote, the most revealing of himself and of his later years. In fact, if I'd read it before I wrote his obituary, I'd probably have been much more understanding and a great deal more sympathetic.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby. Our radio version of Babylon Revisited will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
It all ended 2 years ago because the utter confidence which was its essential prop received an enormous jolt, and it didn't take long for the flimsy structure to settle earthward. And after 2 years, the jazz age seems as far away as the days before the war. It was borrowed time anyhow. The whole upper tenth of a nation living with the insouciance of grand dukes and the casualness of chorus girls. But moralizing is easy now, and it was pleasant to be in one's 20s in such a certain and unworried time. Even when you were broke, you didn't worry about money because it was in such profusion around you. Charm, notoriety, mere good manners weighed more than money as a social asset. This was rather splendid. But as the eternal, necessary human values tried to spread over all that expansion, things got thinner and thinner and thinner.
More coffee, Charlie?
No. No, thanks, Marion.
Did you see in the paper where Henry Ford has just produced his 20 millionth automobile?
There's a lot of automobiles, all right.
Yeah.
I suppose both of you know what I wanted to see you about, why I really came to Paris.
Go on, Charlie.
I'm awfully anxious to have a home, and I'm awfully anxious to have Honoria in it. I appreciate your taking Honoria for her mother's sake.
Charlie, we love her for her own sake.
But things have changed now with me. They've changed radically. I want to ask you to reconsider the matter. It would be silly for me to deny that about 3 years ago I was acting badly. No, Marion, that's over now. As I told you, I haven't had more than one drink a day for over a year, and I take that drink deliberately, so the idea of alcohol won't get too big in my imagination. You see the idea?
No.
Well, it's a kind of a stunt, don't you see? It keeps it in proportion.
Sure, I get you. You don't want to admit that it's got any attraction for you.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes I forget and don't even take the one. Anyhow, I can't afford to drink in my position. The people I'm with are more than satisfied with what I've done.
Well, that's good to hear, Charlie.
Marion, my sister's coming over from Burlington to keep house for me, and I want so much to have Honoria, too.
Just your wanting
You
her...
know that even when her mother and I weren't getting along too well, we never let anything that happened touch Honoria. Now, I know she's fond of me, and I know I can take care of her, and... Well, there you are. And how do you feel about it?
I'll tell you how I feel about it.
Wait, Marion. Charlie, we've been talking it over ever since we got your letter last month. Yeah. We're happy to have Honoria here. She's a fine little girl, and well, we're glad to be able to help her. But, of course, that isn't the question.
And, how long are you going to stay sober, Charlie?
Permanently, I hope.
How can anybody count on that?
You know I never did drink much until I gave up business and came over here with nothing to do, and then Helen and I began to run around
Please leave Helen out of this. I can't bear to hear you talk about her like that.
Look, my drinking only lasted about a year and a half, from the time we came over until I collapsed.
It was time enough.
Yes, it was time enough.
My duty is entirely toward Helen. I'm only trying to think what Helen would have wanted me to do. You see, Charlie, ever since the night you did that terrible thing, you haven't really existed for me. I can't help that. She was my sister.
Yes?
And when she was dying, she asked me to look out for Honoria. If you hadn't drunk yourself into a sanatorium then, it might have helped matters.
Yes.
I'll never in my life be able to forget the morning when I found Helen standing at my door in the snow, soaked to the skin and shivering.
And she said you'd locked her out.
You know what happened that night. We'd been quarreling for hours, and she was with that Webb fellow. I never thought she was coming home. I was furious. I wasn't
Don't
thinking...
go all over it again. I can't bear it.
The point is, Charlie, that you want Marion to set aside her legal guardianship and give you Honoria. And, well, you see, it's just whether she has confidence in you or not.
I don't blame Marion, but I think she can have entire confidence in me. I had a good record up to 3 years ago. Of course, it's within human possibilities that I might go wrong any time, but... Well, if we wait much longer, I'll lose Honoria's childhood and my chance for a home. I'll just lose her, don't you see?
Yes, I see.
Why didn't you think of all this before?
Oh, I suppose I did sometimes, but Helen and I were getting along badly. And when I consented to the guardianship, I was flat on my back. The market had cleaned me out. I knew I had acted badly. I'd have agreed to anything to bring a little peace to Helen, but... Well, now it's different. Don't you see? I'm functioning. I'm behaving well.
Please don't.
Now, another thing, Marion, I can give her certain advantages now. I'm going to take a French governess to Prague with me. I've got a lease on a new apartment. I've got...
Yes. Of course, you can give her more luxuries than we can. When you were throwing money away, we were watching every 10 francs. I suppose you'll start doing it again.
No, I won't. I've learned. I've always worked hard until I got lucky in the market, like so many people. Didn't seem any use working anymore, so I quit, but it won't happen again. I've got plans now for me and Honoria, lots of plans.
And what about Helen and her plans? She didn't plan to die.
Hold it, Marion. Take it easy.
I can't help what I think. I don't know how much you were responsible for Helen's death. You'll have to square that with your own conscience.
Now, look, Marion, that's Charlie. Charlie, I know you were not responsible for that.
Helen died of heart trouble.
Yes. Heart trouble. You do what you like, Charlie. She's your child. I'm not the person to stand in your way. But if she were my child, I'd rather see her. You two decided I can't stand this. I'm going to bed.
Well, Link?
Oh, it's been a hard day for her, Charlie. You know how strongly she feels. Well, what can you do with a woman when she gets an idea in her head?
Yeah, of course.
Now, it's going to be all right. I think she sees now that you can provide for the child. We can't very well stand in your way.
Oh, thank you, Lincoln.
Oh, I better go along and see how she is.
Yes, well, I'm leaving. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking of Helen, how much we loved each other, until we began senselessly abusing each other's love, tearing it into shreds. I thought about that February night, the long quarrel, and the horror afterwards. And towards morning, I felt as though Helen were very near me, talking to me. She said I was perfectly right about Honoria, that she wanted Honoria to be with me. She said she was glad I was being good and doing better. She said a lot of things. Very friendly things, but she was in a swing, in a white dress, swinging faster and faster, faster all the time. At the end, I couldn't quite hear everything she said. Right? Those 3 dolls, and the tricycle, and that stuffed elephant. No, the big one. Good. Now let me see some pretty dresses. Let me see them all.
I believe you've spoken to every governess in the agency, Monsieur Wales. You have not found one to satisfy you?
No, not yet.
Mademoiselle Bayou?
Oh, she's rather slow, don't you think? My daughter is very bright and intelligent.
Naturally, monsieur. But Mademoiselle Armand, she has the highest recommendation.
No, I'm sure she'd be cross with the child. Madame, will you try again? I want to get someone who's just right. And bring all pictures of Helen you can find. Want Honoria to see them. Love, Charlie. All right, how much is this to Burlington, Vermont, USA? You think I can count on taking her when I leave for Prague?
I'm sure of it, Charlie.
Good.
Oh, about the legal guardianship, though. Marion wants to keep that for another year.
What for?
Well, you know, she's upset and all. It'll just make it easier for her.
Oh, sure, surely. Anything to make Marion feel better, as long as I've got Honoria.
There's nothing like your own child. But you understand how Marion feels.
She can't think of anything but that one night.
She doesn't want to. Don't you know that?
What do you mean by that?
Well, she knows you've got your feet on the ground now, and she knows it's only natural for you to want Honoria, but... Well, all that's logical. This other idea isn't. It's kind of hard to explain. She was sick and things weren't too good for us. I don't think she wanted to believe that Helen was ever very happy with you. She wasn't having much fun herself, poor girl, and, well, you know how sisters
They
are.
rode through those early days in an open car with the sun on their foreheads and their hair flying. They waved to people they knew, but seldom stopped to ask a direction or check on the fuel. For every morning there was a gorgeous new horizon, and it was blissfully certain that they would find each other there at twilight. They missed collisions by inches, wavered on the edge of precipices, and skidded across tracks to the sound of the warning bell. Their friends tired of waiting for the smash and grew to accept them as sempiternal.
When you and Ellen weren't getting along, Marion probably thought it was worse than it really was. And when something finally did happen, it just proved what she'd already convinced herself anyway.
Yeah, I get it.
And after that one night, the villain's mustaches were pasted on you to stay.
You know, Link, looking back, I can hardly believe those years. There we all were, supposedly mature men and women, working night and day to pile up nightmares for ourselves. All in the name of fun, excitement, and living with a capital L. I remember a perfectly contented wife and mother asking my wife's advice about having an affair right away because it would be undignified if she got much over 30. Oh, there was a kind of awful justice about the way we were all brought low. All but you. You never got hit.
Well, I never got high enough to get hit. That was another thing.
What?
Well, while you and Helen were tearing around Europe throwing money away, we were just getting along. I didn't touch any of the prosperity because I never had any money to play with. I think Marion resented it. You not even working toward the end and just getting richer and richer.
Well,
and
it
richer.
went just as quick as it came.
Yes, but a lot of it stayed in the hands of waiters and saxophone players. Well, the big party's over now. I was just trying to explain Marion's feeling about those crazy years. Oh, Charlie, if you'll drop in about 6 o'clock tonight, before Marion's too tired, we'll settle the details on the spot.
I remember an afternoon alone in our apartment, eating olive sandwiches and drinking a quart of Irish whiskey. Then out into the freshly bewitched city, through strange doors, into strange apartments, with intermittent swings along in taxis through the soft nights. At last we were one with the city, pulling it after us through every portal. And I remember riding in a taxi one afternoon between very tall buildings under a mauve and rosy sky. I began to bawl, because I had everything I wanted, and knew I would never be so happy again.
The flowers are lovely, Charlie. Thank you very much.
I'm glad you like them.
These are the fanciest handkerchiefs I've ever had. And all the things for the children. Say, I guess the Peters family will never forget this visit of yours, Charlie.
Well, I'll never forget any of you. You've been so good to Honoria.
Thank you, Charlie. I just hope this is all going to be for the best.
Oh, our children are going to miss Honoria. You'll have to bring her back to visit, Charlie. Oh, say, how about a drink?
I'll take my daily whiskey if you don't mind.
Sure thing. I'll have to go out and get a fresh bottle. It won't take a minute.
Marion. There's something I'd like to say.
Yes, Charlie.
Family quarrels are bitter things. They don't go according to any rules. They're not like aches or wounds. They're more like splits in the skin that won't heal. I wish you and I could be on better terms.
Some things are kind of hard to forget.
It's a question of confidence.
Yeah, I know. But I'm sure I can prove myself to you this time.
When do you intend to take her?
Well, as soon as I can get a governess. I hope the day after tomorrow.
Oh, that's impossible.
Why?
I've got to get her things in order. Not before Saturday.
Oh, well, Saturday is just as good, I guess.
Here's your drink, Charlie. I hope it's the way you like it.
Yeah, looks fine, thanks.
Oh, the parade of dolls and soldiers is in full swing out there. I doubt if we ever get those three into dinner.
And Charlie, I was going to tell you, it's hard to get Honoria to drink milk, so if you'll just have your
Oh, who can that be, I wonder?
Faintest idea. I'm certainly not expecting anyone.
Pretty unlikely, if anybody'd be calling.
Oh, well, it's probably a pneumatique or delivery. But why they'd come to the front door,
I told you we'd find out. Oh, persistent, patience, that's all.
There he is. There's Charlie.
Marion, Lincoln, may I present Lorraine Quarles and Duncan Schaefer and Mr. and Mrs. Peters?
Pleasure, Enchanté. Any friend of Charles.
Come on, Charlie, come on.
What do you mean, come on?
Oh, we came to take you out to dinner, boy.
That's right, dinner.
Yeah, we decided all this cagey business has got to stop.
Yeah.
Come on to dinner.
No, I'm sorry, but I can't. Look, tell me where you'll be, and I'll phone you in half an hour.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, you know what I want to do. Remember the night you stole the butcher's tricycle and pedaled me all over Paris in it? I want to do that again.
Oh, wait, you can't do that. It's impossible. Three people on one tricycle. It's impossible. Now, come and dine, Charlie. Sure your cousins won't mind. We see you so seldom.
Yeah, I see you so seldom.
I can't. You two have dinner, and I'll phone you.
All right. We'll go. But I remember once when you hammered on my door at 4 a.m., and I was enough of a good sport to give you a drink. Come on, Doc.
Hey, what do you mean, come on? We can't go without old Charlie.
I'm going. Are you coming with me?
Well, sure. But, gee, I don't want to go without old Charlie.
The door's over this way. I remember.
Good night.
Good night.
What an outrage. What an absolute outrage. People I haven't seen for 2 years having a colossal... Marion, don't go. Please let me explain.
Let her go, Charlie. Let her go. She's not well. She can't stand shocks. People like that make her physically sick.
But I didn't tell them to come here. They wormed your address out of somebody that deliberately
whatever it was, it doesn't help matters. Now look here. I think we'd better call off dinner for tonight. Marion's in bad shape.
Do you believe me, Link? I haven't seen these people. I've steered clear of them.
I believe you, Charlie. It doesn't make any difference to me, but Marion...
Do you think she's angry with me?
I don't know.
Link, look, don't let this make any difference to Marion about Honoria.
Well, she's pretty bitter right now. I don't know. Well, I tell you, Charlie, you phone me at the bank tomorrow.
You should explain to her. I never dreamed they'd come here. I'm just as sore as you are.
I couldn't explain anything to her right now.
Daddy.
Yes, sweetheart, what is it? What's the matter?
Daddy, what's the matter with Aunt Marion? Daddy, she came in and picked me up, and she held me so tight she hurt me, and I ran away.
It's all right, Honoria. Now go back. Eat your supper. Daddy's going now. Night, darling. The standard cure for one who is sunk is to consider those in actual destitution or physical suffering. This is an all-weather beatitude for gloom in general and fairly salutary daytime advice for everyone. But at 3 o'clock in the morning, a forgotten package has the same tragic importance as a death sentence. And the cure doesn't work. In a real, dark night of the soul, it is always 3 o'clock in the morning, day after day. There wasn't anything to be accomplished by tearing over to the Ritz to find Lorraine and Duncan. I didn't find them anyway. But through it all, it kept spinning in my head that I, Charlie Wales, had once spent the quiet hours of a Paris dawn pedaling around on a stolen tricycle. And it fitted in with things. It fitted with a lot of things. But how long had it taken me to get that far? How long would it take me to get away? Link, Charlie, I'm sorry to call again tonight, but this thing's on my mind. Has Marion said anything definite?
Marion's sick. Listen, Charlie, I know this isn't altogether your fault, but I'm afraid.
You're afraid what?
Well, I can't have her going to pieces about it. We'll just have to let it slide for 6 months, that's all.
I see.
I'm sorry, Charlie.
Sure. Good night. So here's a toast to Babylon victorious, to the unreality that lived to turn real, to the men who locked their wives out in the snow because the snow in those days wasn't real snow. If you didn't want it to be snow, you just paid some money and it wasn't snow.
Another drink, Mr. Wales?
No more, Alex.
So you're in Prague now and doing well. That is good. But it's a great change here, and we do about half the business we did. So many fellows I hear about back in America lost everything. If not in the first crash, then in the second. I heard that you lost a lot in the crash.
Yeah, I did. But I lost everything I wanted in the boom.
Oh, selling short, huh?
Something like that.
I would like to buy a drink to your success.
No, thanks, Alex. No more. I'm going.
Comme vous voulez. Good night, Mr. Wales. Come back soon.
Don't worry, Alex. I'll be back. I'll be back. They can't make me pay forever. Helen, you can't want me to be so alone. The watch is past the hour, and I've barely reached my thesis. If you've had enough, say so, but not too loud. Because I have the feeling that someone, I'm not sure who, is sound asleep. Someone who could have helped me to keep my shop open. It wasn't Lenin. And it wasn't God.
You have been listening to Babylon Revisited, an NBC theater production of the short story by F. Scott Fitzgerald. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC Theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; or Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. Enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, be with us again at the NBC Theater for a new and exciting adaptation of Ernest Hemingway's great novel, For Whom the Bell Tolls. And the following week for J.P. Marquand's Point of No Return. Babylon Revisited was adapted for the NBC Theater by Clarence A. Ross. John Daner was Charlie, Ann Whitfield, Honoria. Michael Ann Barrett was Marion, Don Randolph, Lincoln, Don Diamond, Alex, Gloria Hunter, Suzette, Doris Singleton, Lorraine, Jerry Hausner was Duncan. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was John Crosby, whose commentary was recorded. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. Theater Guild on the air. It's today on NBC. Two great stars, Helen Hayes and David Niven, will appear in Noel Coward's Still Life today on Theater Guild on the air. Be sure to hear Helen Hayes and David Niven in Noel Coward's Still Life today on Theater Guild on the air on NBC. You're tuned for the stars on NBC. This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, we bring you an hour-length drama based on Ernest Hemingway's great novel, For Whom the Bell Tolls, adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy of NBC. And at intermission, a recorded commentary on one of the greatest and certainly the most emulated writers of this century, on Ernest Hemingway, that is. Our commentator is the distinguished author and literary critic, Diana Trilling. And now, Ernest Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. These are the words of John Donne, born 1573, died 1631.
No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
This is a story of the war in Spain. We fought in the mountains behind the fascist lines, and our leader was Pablo. We lived from the land, and we were much fighters. And there was the day the dynamiter came. He came over the mountains from Madrid, and on his back he carried sacks of dynamite. And he carried papers with the writing of generals. And he told us of the orders from Madrid and how he received them.
This is the bridge, Jordan. You'll have a truck to the front, then you walk.
I know the country, General.
To blow the bridge is nothing. A failure. You understand that, Jordan?
Yes, General.
But when I attack, I must know that bridge is gone. But it must blow at the moment of attack, not before.
How do I know when the attack has started?
There will be a full division and an air attack. You're not deaf, are you?
I don't like it much, that far behind the fascist lines.
You don't have to like. It's necessary. Look, I'll show you on the map. This is the only road on which they can bring up artillery.
I would rather not know. Then, no matter what can happen, it was not me that talked.
Sufficient. Jordan, they tell me you are very American with the blowing of bridges. Very scientific. You really blow them?
Sometimes.
No sometimes on this one. After the attack, nothing must come over the bridge. That is absolute. So, enough of explosions. Drink this. Tell me, Jordan, do you have many girls on the other side of the lines?
So he came over the mountain with the dynamite on his back, guided by the old one, Anselmo, to the cave of Pablo. I remember Pablo he was then, his eyes small and set too wide apart, his nose broken and his mouth cut at one corner, and the line of the scar showing through his beard. He was a strong man, Pablo, and a brave man. Once. And he stood before the cave as the dynamiter came near.
Salute, camarada. Salute. You again, old one? The fascists will hang you by the heels one day. Yeah. What have you in the packs?
Dynamite. Last night we crossed the lines and carried it over the mountain.
I can use dynamite. How much have you brought me?
The dynamite is for another purpose.
For the bridge.
Bridge? You cannot blow up bridges where you live. If you make a disturbance here, we will be hunted. It is the principle of the fox. We will be dead.
All men end dead.
Ah, they are very strong, the fascists. I am tired of being hunted. If you blow a bridge here, they will bring artillery in. What right have you, a foreigner, to tell me what to do?
I haven't told you to do anything.
You will, though.
I have to do what I am ordered. The general's in Madrid.
I spit on the general is in Madrid.
Are you the leader of guerrilla fighters or old woman?
You talk too much, old one. You will not live long.
I will live till I die. Go on, guerrilla leader with a sad face. Lead us to something to eat. Here, Roberto. I will help you with the pack.
Hola, dynamiter. More wine?
Oh, enough for me. How are you called, Gypsy?
Rafael. Maria, more wine for the dynamiter.
More wine? Oh, half the skin is gone already.
Salud, camarada.
Say salute to the English dynamiter, Maria.
You don't have to stare at my hair. They shaved me in the prison at Valladolid. It's only now growing back.
I wasn't staring, camarada.
Why not, dynamiter? A pretty girl like Maria, eh?
Go on. Eat. Don't stare at me.
Who is she? Pablo's woman?
Pablo's woman? No. She's a little plucked chicken we found when we blew up the train.
You blew a train?
Oh, it was a rare thing, the train. Very brave.
Pablo was brave in the beginning.
He killed more people than the cholera. That was before the train.
But now, he's very much afraid to die.
See.
He drinks too much. He would like to retire like a bullfighter. But in a war, you cannot retire. And now he has horses.
Ah, the horses. There is the difference. Pablo is now a capitalist with his horses.
The old one spoke of Pablo's woman.
Oh, she is ugly. Most ugly. She is against gypsies.
What an error.
She ought to know. She has gypsy blood. But Pilar has a tongue that bites and scalds like a bullwhip. She is of unbelievable barbarousness.
But brave.
Oh, you should have seen Pilar, dynamiter, when we blew up the train. Now, there was something rare, the train. Maria, where is the wine?
Who calls for wine?
Now you will see, Pilar. Very ugly.
You call for wine, you lazy, drunken, obscene son of a piebald gypsy goat?
Pilar, this is the dynamiter, Roberto. An Inglés of talent with explosives. And my friend.
Go relieve Fernando on guard, gypsy.
Oh, I haven't finished eating.
You've eaten 3 times. Go. Well, how goes the Republic, Roberto?
Good.
Do you have orders to blow another train?
The bridge.
Good. Let us blow all the bridges and get out. Sick of this place. Here is stagnation. Look, Pablo over there in the trees with a wineskin. Drunkard! Rotten drunkard! He drinks all the time. He was a very good man, but now... Drunkard! Listen. Can you get the young one back through the lines away from here?
Maria?
You understand, Pablo has a sickness for her already.
We can take her through after the bridge if we're all still alive.
That manner of speaking never brings luck. Here. Let me see your hand.
Well, Can you read the future in it?
I can see many things.
Tell me.
Nothing. I saw nothing in it. Forget the hand.
What is it? You won't scare me. I do not believe in such things.
Then forget.
Doesn't matter. Tell me. What did you see in my hand?
No, I saw nothing. Go now to your bridge. I will look after your packs. Forget the hand. Go with the old one to your bridge. It will be a rare undertaking.
There. The dynamite will go there, Anselmo.
Keep down, Roberto. They will see you from the bridge.
Is there always a sentry at both ends?
Always. They will have to be killed.
You have killed?
Yes, but not with pleasure. To me, it is a sin to kill, even a fascist.
But still, you kill.
But not with pleasure. Will there be a battle at the bridge, Roberto? I do not know if I could be at a battle and not run.
Don't worry, old one. You will not run.
I wondered. Well, come, Roberto. It grows dark, and we will lose the path to the cave of Pablo. It will be a rare thing, the bridge. Most rare.
Here. Dynamiter. What are you doing?
Bringing my pack in.
I do not like dynamite in the cave.
It's far enough from the fire. Here, Pablo. Cigarettes from Madrid. You want them?
Leave them on the table.
Well, how goes it, Gypsy?
Good, Dynamiter.
How's business, Pablo?
We should do another train. Another train.
After the bridge.
I will not go for the bridge. Neither me nor my people.
Then the old one and I will do it alone, eh, Anselmo?
Without this coward, Roberto.
You will blow no bridge here.
No?
You will blow no bridge.
Hey, Pilar. You.
I am for the bridge.
What do you say, woman?
I am for the bridge. And against you.
I care nothing for the bridge. I am for the woman of Pablo. Fernando is also for the bridge.
I am for the Republic. And the Republic is the bridge. After, we can do other things.
You with your head of a bull and your heart of a devil. You think there will be an after from the bridge? It means nothing to you to be hunted like a beast after this thing in which there is no profit, nor to die in it.
Do not try to frighten me, coward.
Coward. It is not cowardly to know what is foolish.
Neither is it foolish to know what is cowardly.
You, old man, do you want to die?
No.
Then watch your mouth. Am I a leader for nothing? For the good of this foreigner, we must be sacrificed. I am for the good and safety of all.
Safety? Do you still believe that you command here?
Yes. Here, I command.
No. Here I command. No one commands but me. You can stay if you wish and eat of the food and drink of the wine, and not too bloody much. But here I command.
I should shoot thee, the foreigner, both.
Try and see what happens. Maria?
Yes, Pilar.
Outside and fill the water jar.
But it's cold.
Outside. It is not for long. Go.
Roberto, your pistol.
I'm ready.
Listen to me, drunkard. You understand who commands here?
I command.
No. Listen. Take the wax from your hairy ears. Listen well. I command.
All right! You command. Good. I shut up. You command.
All right. Now we will eat. Maria, serve the food from the pot.
Roberto,
Yes, Gypsy.
Why did you not kill Pablo?
Why kill him?
You have to kill him sooner or later.
You speak seriously?
What do you think we waited for? Why do you think Pilar sent the girl away? We waited for you to kill him. Pablo has no friends. But kill him now.
That is to assassinate.
Even better, less danger.
I cannot kill that way.
Provoke him then. But you have to kill him. There is no remedy.
Now the moment has passed.
Provoke him or take advantage of the quiet. Kill him, Roberto.
Somebody comes from the cave.
It is a beautiful night. We will have good weather. That you, Ingles?
I am American, not English.
No difference. Listen, Ingles. Do not pay any attention to the woman. She's difficult sometimes. Pay no attention. You are welcome here. Now, excuse me now. I go to see how they have tied the horses. Pay no attention to the woman, eh?
You see? The moment has escaped. I go after him.
To do what?
At least to prevent him from leaving.
Oh, you can see in the moonlight he tests the ropes.
Too bad, English. The time has passed to kill him. But you will have to. You will have to. It becomes cold, English. The fire is inside and warm.
Up, you lazy dogs! The fascist airplane!
Tankers, German planes.
Will they see the horses, Ingles? Will they see the horses?
Anselmo.
Si, Roberto.
Go up by the bridge and watch the road. Make a note of all that passes. Trucks, tanks, you understand?
I do not write, Roberto.
Make a picture, and then mark each thing. Understand?
It is ingenious.
The gypsy will relieve you. Go now.
Adios. Adios, Roberto.
They will see the horses. I will hide them in the wood. You, Fernando, help me.
Pilar. Last night the gypsy said I should have...
No. He is mistaken.
But in weakness a man can be a great danger.
No, out of this one has passed all capacity for danger. I have wounded him much, Roberto. Kill him, yes. Curse him, yes. But wound him, no. Now he is finished. The plug has been drawn and the wine has all run out of the skin. Listen, Ingles. Last night I said to him, Pablo, why did you not kill the foreigner? He's a good boy, he said. Later he was awake and I hear him crying, short and ugly as a man cries when there is an animal that is inside shaking him. What passes now, Pablo? Nothing, Pilar, nothing. The people. The way they left me. Pablo said that. Then he was ashamed and was quiet. But, man, he is a ruin.
Maybe the gypsy was right.
The gypsy is an animal. You have seen the ruin that now is Pablo, but you should have seen Pablo in the first days of the reunion. We assaulted the army barracks in our town. He blew the wall open, and there were 4 of the Guardia Civil who surrendered. He lined them up before the wall. You murderers of peasants, he said. You who would shoot your own mothers. And they knelt by the wall, and Pablo passed behind each of them and shot them in the back of the head. And then he said, Pilar, let us go get coffee. But remember, Ingles, these were evil men he killed.
What happened to the others, the other fascists in the village?
There were 20. Pablo had them beaten to death and then thrown over the cliff into the river. Listen, Ingles, and I will tell you of that day. Pablo organized it as he did the attack on the barracks. Pablo is very intelligent, but very brutal. He had them seized, the fascists, and held in the city hall, and then he ordered the priest to confess them. Think of it, Ingles. See it in your mind. The plaza in the sun with the city hall and a great crowd outside. Pablo placed all the men in 2 lines between the door of the city hall, across the plaza to the cliff. They were armed with flails, such as are used to beat out the grain. And some had ox goads or pitchforks. And at the end of the line, the men were carrying sickles and reaping hooks. A few were already drunk and shouting, but most of the people were very quiet and respectful.
Will there be women? I hope for the sake of Christ, no. Pilar, will there be women?
No women. Why should we kill women?
I never killed a man. You will learn. That is the beauty of Pablo's plan. Each man will have responsibility.
Why are you crying, Joaquin?
I cannot help it, Pilar. I have never killed anyone. Here comes the first one.
It was Don Benito Garcia, the mayor, and he came out bareheaded, walking slowly from the door and down the porch. And nothing happened. He passed 2 men, 4 men, 8 men, 10 men, and nothing happened.
What's the matter, cowards?
And still Don Benito walked unsteadily, his fat face gray. And then suddenly a man raised his flail high and let it fall. And they beat him till he fell, and they dragged him through the dust to the plaza, to the edge of the cliff. And then came Don Federico Gonzalez, and he looked very short and angry, and he spat on the ground. He could spit actual saliva, which in such a circumstance is rare. And he cursed the peasants. So they clubbed him to death very quickly because of the insult. Then there was Don Faustino Rivero, who was a great annoyer of girls and a dandy and a coward. Pablo pushed him out with a shotgun, and he walked with his hands before his face. And he fell to his knees and held the grass and screamed, "No, no, please, no!" And the peasants pushed him from behind, and he cried out loud and high as he fell. It was then I knew the lines had become cruel. The insults of Don Federico and the cowardice of Don Faustino had made them so. And then came Don Guillermo, who was a poor man and only became a fascist to be a snob. And his wife called to him from the balcony of his house, but he could not see her, for his eyes were weak and his glasses had been broken. And they hooted at his wife and hit him across the face. But Don Guillermo sat there, crying to himself. Not from fear, but from sadness. Then many men left the lines, but their places were taken by the drunkards. And then I was sick and went away for wine. And men killed in the hot sun in the plaza. They rushed the hall then, and I saw them flailing with clubs and striking with sickles and pruning hooks. And that was the end of the killing of the fascists in our town. And that day, Ingles, was the day of the flails. And it was the worst day of my life until one other day.
What other?
3 days later, when the fascists took the town. Someday, Ingles, I will tell you of that. For it is also a day to remember. It grows cold.
It'll pass.
It will snow before night.
Now? Almost in June?
Why not? These mountains do not know the names of the months. We are in the moon of May.
It can't be snow. We'd never get away from the bridge. It can't snow.
Just the same, Ingles. It will snow. The gray sky cuts off the tops of the mountains. It will snow by night.
Wine, Maria. Bring wine.
Drunkard!
Bring wine. Ingles. Ingles.
Well?
We will have much snow.
Well...
You do not like the snow, Ingles?
No.
The Ingles does not like the snow.
Shut up, drunkard.
With this goes your offensive, Ingles. With the wind in this direction, there will be much snow. Much snow.
Fernando returns from sentry.
It is cold to freeze the wings off a chicken. Give me wine, Pilar.
It snows and snows and snows. Inglés, it is still falling.
Drunk again, Pablo, huh? Here, give me wine.
Here.
That is what kills the worm that haunts you. If we could feed that to the fascists, they would all be dead.
There are dead fascists in the town of Pablo.
Do not talk of that no more.
Now you wish it had not happened.
No, but it was barbarous. In those days, I was very barbarous.
And now you are drunk.
Yes, with your permission.
I like you better when you are barbarous.
You are a woman, and you do not understand. I'm drunk on wine, and I should be happy. Except for those people I have killed. All of them fill me with sorrow. I would bring them back to life. Every one.
Tu madre. Those were fascists that you killed.
I would restore them all to life.
Listen, Inglés. Pay no more attention to him. He's drunk. What were you before you came to Spain?
I teach Spanish in a university in Montana.
You do not look like a professor.
He has no beard. He's a false professor.
Pay no mind, Inglés. He is drunk.
I'm not so sure. You, Pablo, will the snow last?
Ask the woman. She commands.
I asked you.
Go drown yourself in your own spit.
He is drunk, Inglés.
You, Pablo.
I am very drunk. That is what is important. I am much drunkard.
Not drunkard. Coward.
Your pistol, Inglés. Be ready.
No, Inglés. Do not provoke me. It is not thus you get rid of me.
Coward. Foul-smelling drunkard.
It is very possible, but I am not to be provoked. It is not worth the trouble. I do not provoke.
You're a rare, crawling, mangy dog.
Very rare, yes, and very drunk. To your health, Inglés. To do away with me, Inglés, you must assassinate me, because I do not provoke. And to assassinate me, you have no guts.
Let me, Inglés.
Yes, listen to Fernando Inglés, an exemplary patriot.
Tu madre, let me have him.
A patriot.
I will shut his mouth.
It makes no difference. I am not provoked.
God! He bleeds, Inglés. Have your pistol ready.
I am not a fool. I do not provoke. I do not... Leave it alone. No one here has guts to kill me. And this with the hands. It is silly.
Fascist. Judas.
Nor words either. I am far past words.
I cannot stand the stink of him.
And I will be alive when you are dead. I drink to the professor, to the Senora Commander, to all the illusioned ones.
You drink to no one.
Ah, that is a waste. It is silly. I am drunk. An intelligent man must be drunk to live with fools.
You go drown in the filth of your cowardice.
Well, I will go to see to the horses. I care for the horses very much. Go on, Inglés. Tell them about your bridge. It is still snowing, English.
What will he do?
Anything. He could toss a hand grenade back in here.
Last night, Roberto should have killed him.
Kill him. I am for it now.
We could sell him to the fascists.
None of that filthiness, Gypsy.
We could blind him to make it easy and sell him to the fascists.
Shut up, Gypsy. You, Fernando.
He is a danger. Kill him.
All right, then. I'm ready to do it. Tonight. It's all decided.
You are speaking of me? I am interrupting, perhaps? Maria, go draw wine from the skin.
Give me your pistol, Ingles. I have had enough up to here.
Not here, camarada. There's dynamite in the sacks.
It is snowing less, Ingles.
It is?
So, we will have good weather for the bridge.
We?
Yes, we. In this of the bridge, I am with you now.
What drunkard? After what you said?
I was drunk. Now I have changed my mind.
Do not trust him.
Trust me or not, there is no one able in the retreat from the bridge as I can.
Is this right?
Yes.
Then you are with us now for the bridge.
Why not? Have you no confidence, Ingles?
Yes. Yes, I have confidence.
Then I drink to the bridge. to the snow. To the snow.
Brother is bringing you a radio version of For Whom the Bell Tolls by Ernest Hemingway. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Diana E. Trilling.
Ernest Hemingway is that rare phenomenon in present-day fiction, a writer whose stature and reputation have increased with the appearance of each new volume. For a contemporary American, his production has been uncommonly steady, and what is more remarkable, it has been increasingly solid. And it has been unique in the influence it has had on younger authors. No writer of our day, not even the early James Joyce, has been so persistently copied as Hemingway without being equaled. For his style, while it may look easy to imitate, is actually inseparable from the content of Mr. Hemingway's books. The swift directness of his narration, the visual perfection of his descriptions, the bare understatement of his dialogues, are one artist's inimitable way of dealing with a world in which action comes before reflection, in which the eye sees more than the heart or mind can encompass, and in which people are too pressed or weary or disillusioned to wish to engage in discursive talk. Like so many of his generation who began their writing careers after the First World War, Hemingway for some years considered politics outside his purview. Even A Farewell to Arms, which was a war novel, dealt only with the romance and personal tragedy of war, not with its issues. It was not until the mid-30s that Hemingway became openly concerned with social questions. Then, his sympathies captured by the Loyalist cause in the Spanish Civil War, he went to Spain to help fight this first large-scale battle against fascism. For Whom the Bell Tolls is the result of his Spanish experience. While the earlier novels of Hemingway have but a single narrative line, For Whom the Bell Tolls is a complicated dramatic structure. It is many stories in one, the story of Robert Jordan, a young man who has to learn his small, expendable place in the universe. It is a love story, not as authentic perhaps as the love story of A Farewell to Arms, but nonetheless capable of exciting the imagination. It is a story of adventure and of the outdoors, such as Hemingway excels in. It is a story of two sides of a fierce battle, each animated by its own idealisms and prey to its own weaknesses. Despite Hemingway's allegiance to the Loyalists, some of the most compelling scenes of the novel, which ask our pity as much as our terror, take place among their enemy. Most importantly, For Whom the Bell Tolls is a story of the interdependency of man's fate. The novel takes its title from a sermon of the 17th century poet and preacher John Donne. No man is an island entire of itself. Any man's death diminishes me. Never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. No man, that is free while any other man is enslaved. We are all of us, by very reason of our individuality, members of each other. Hemingway is telling us, even with his title, what proved to be all too true, that the Spanish War was our war.
Thank you, Mrs. Trilling. Our radio version of For Whom the Bell Tolls will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Here, Anselmo. You can see by the pictures I've made where the dynamite must go on the bridge.
It is very clear, Roberto.
Here, you keep the paper. If anything should happen to me, you will blow the bridge.
Will something happen, Roberto?
Something always happens.
Drinking again, Pablo?
Woman, I'm working on the problem of the retreat out of these mountains.
Oh? You have thought of something?
Various things.
Where did you find them? In the wine bowl?
Perhaps.
Deal the cards, Gypsy.
Maria, fill the bowl.
In the wineskin itself, there should be some fine ideas. Why don't you crawl in and look for them? Deal from the top, Gypsy.
Of a certainty.
I search for ideas in the bowl. I see the future in the wine bowl.
No man sees the future. That is ignorance and superstition.
I have seen death burned on the face of a living being with a branding iron. There is a smell of death. I have been with bullfighters before they go into the ring, and there is a smell of death on them.
A smell of fear, maybe.
Of death.
You believe in this, Pablo? This gypsy music of the smell of death?
I am more of your opinion. No supernatural thing has ever happened to me. Fear? Yes. Plenty.
In the last season of the bullfighter, Ignacio Sanchez Mejia, he smelled so strongly of death that many refused to sit with him in the cafe. All gypsies knew of this.
After the death, these things were invented.
What she says is true, Ingles. It is a well-known thing among us.
I do not believe it.
Where are you going, Ingles?
Outside, to sleep.
In the snow?
I'm used to it. I would not offend delicate gypsy senses with the smell of death.
You're a rare one, Ingles. A rare one.
Who's there?
Anselmo. Listen, Roberto.
Huh?
Listen. A horseman.
Where?
Beyond the woods. There. He turns into the field.
He's got an automatic rifle.
Fascist cavalry.
Slide over, old one.
Don't miss, Roberto. Roberto, he has seen us.
Go catch the horse, old one.
Who shot that gun?
I did. There's cavalry out. Go get your machine gun set up.
Fernando!
What passes? What passes?
Gypsy, you go up to the edge of the wood. Fernando, mount the machine gun.
What happened?
Never mind. Get the gun set up.
There. The old one has the horse now. See? By the wood.
That is much horse. Yes, we will put him with the others.
Oh, he made tracks in here. He must make them out. They'll follow the tracks in the snow.
True. I will ride him out and hide him till the snow melts. Ingles, you have much head today.
Better hurry. There may be more.
Here, hold one. Hold the horse there. Hold him there. See.
Where are you going, Ingles?
Down to search the body.
For money?
For papers and his gun, a machine gun.
A machine gun, huh? That's modern cavalry.
There's modern cavalry on his face in snow.
There will be more horsemen, Ingles.
I know. They will follow the tracks of this one. Pablo may be riding straight into their mouths.
He will get away. He is clever in the woods. Pablo is a man on a horse.
You saw no other horseman, Pablo?
None. By the tears of heaven, I am thirsty. No other horseman.
Where did you leave the horse?
In the canyon upstream from here. They will not find him.
And you, Anselmo, what passed on the bridge by the road?
There was much movement there. Cavalry riding into these hills.
Many?
Here, I have marked down how many on the paper.
A squadron.
So, they will hunt us.
This picture shows guns, rubber-tired guns.
4 trucks passed. On each such a gun. And 6 men in each truck.
I'll have to write a dispatch. Is there anyone to carry it over the lines?
Primitivo. He is on guard above.
Good. Here, Aldwin, claim me a place at the table.
Ingles, I have admired your judgment much today.
Quiet, I'm writing.
That of the tracks of the horse. It was great judgment.
Will the attack be stopped, Ingles?
What then of the bridge?
I can't tell. If the attack starts, there must be the bridge.
I think then we might as well eat well tonight. The gypsy has caught 2 rabbits in the snow.
Yes, Ingles. I have great confidence in you. Great confidence.
Ingles, wake up. Wake up.
What?
Wake up and put up your pistol. It is Pilar.
What passes with you, woman?
Pablo is gone.
What? When?
It must be an hour.
Where's my boot?
He has taken something of yours.
What?
I do not know. It was from your pack in the cave.
Come on.
Careful. The men sleep.
Is it time, Roberto?
Sleep on, old one.
Here. From the pack.
Nothing going from here. Dynamite's all right.
It was the other pack, Ingles.
Slit it with a knife. Detonator's gone and the fuse and the percussion caps. Is this guarding woman?
I slept with my head against them and one hand touching them.
You slept
Listen,
well.
he got up in the night. And I said, "Where do you go, Pablo?" And he said, "I am sick, woman. I go outside." So I slept again. When I woke again, he was not here. And I felt of the sacks and found the slit places, and I came to you.
Can he get out of the valley?
Yes.
Then that's that. Go back to bed.
Oh, Ingles, there is nothing I would not do to bring back your property. We have both been betrayed by Pablo.
We have work to do today, Pilar.
What did he take?
The exploder that works on wires from a distance. But there are other ways to do exploding. Did not Pablo have caps and fuse?
He took them with him. I have looked.
Well, get some sleep. We're better off with Pablo gone.
I have betrayed you.
Get some sleep, woman. We start for the bridge at 4.
I have failed you. And I have failed the Republic.
Get some sleep, woman. Get some sleep.
Take more of the stew, Fernando.
I cannot eat on such a morning.
Come eat, Ingles.
In a minute.
What are you doing, Ingles?
Mixing hand grenades.
You will throw bombs today, Roberto?
No. Tell me, Fernando, have these grenades of yours always exploded?
With a deafening roar, with a flash to blind the angels of heaven.
How do you know, Gypsy? You never threw one.
They always blow, Pilar?
There is no always on munitions. Ours or theirs. But they blow.
We'll use them for dynamite somehow.
Eat, then.
How do you feel, woman?
In the teeth of the grave, but good. How does it seem to you?
We are too few.
Very few. Maria will have to hold the horses at the bridge, and I will take the post of Pablo. One other thing, Ingles.
Yes?
In the thing of the hand.
What thing of the hand?
No, listen. Do not be an angry little boy. Seeing the future is all gypsy nonsense that I make to give myself importance. There is no such thing.
Leave it alone.
It was lying nonsense that I make. I would not have you worried in the day of the battle.
I am not worried.
When do we go?
Anytime. You take the second pack, old one.
I am ready.
How you doing, huh?
Well, so far so well. Look, I can keep the outstretched hand steady.
Anyone can keep the whole hand steady. Point with one finger.
He trembles.
Mine, too. Always, that is normal.
Not for me. Look, my hand is steady.
A lion of courage. But can you spit, Fernando? That is rare, most rare.
You filthy mule! Spit in the fire if you must vaunt your courage.
Pilar.
Huh?
At the entrance.
Pablo. You...
Me. Hola, Inglés. I have 5 men from the bands of Elias and Alejandro with their horses.
And the exploders and the detonator and the fuse?
Oh, I threw them down the gorge into the river. But I have thought of a way to detonate using a grenade.
So have I.
Have you a drink of anything?
Here.
I have come back.
So I see.
Listen, Inglés. At bottom, I am no coward. I have ridden since I left here. There were not enough of you to do this bridge, so I have brought 5 men. When I left and took your material, I thought you would know it was impossible and would give it up. But after I had thrown away your material, I found myself too lonely.
Tu madre.
So I rode for the others so it could be successful. I left them down the valley.
So you have come back, eh?
Yes, woman.
Well, I did not think you could be the ruin you appear to be.
Do not mock me, woman. I have come back. I do not like to be alone. Last night, man, the hours they passed evilly.
Your predecessor, the famous Judas Iscariot, hanged himself.
Do not talk to me that way, woman. I am back.
You? I suppose if a man has something once, always something of it remains.
I am ready now for what the day brings. Lend me another swig from your bottle, Inglés, and then let us be going to your bridge. Inglés.
What, man?
We do not have enough horses for the retreat.
Enough of the retreat. Is the plan clear?
With the 5 men of Elias, I deal with the guard post down the road.
Yeah. This is far enough.
Pilar, get the grenade sack while we hobble the horses.
Listen, woman.
What is it, Inglés?
There is to be no attack on the guard post till the falling of the bombs in the offensive.
I understand. Go about your business.
And after the destruction of the bridge, you cover the road from above.
All right, Inglés.
The horses are tied, so one pull of the rope will free them, see?
Do you understand the plan?
Why not? Destroy the guard post. Cut the telephone. Fall back on the bridge when you blow it. But you will cover us with the machine gun when we come back, eh, Inglés?
Don't worry.
There is still a lack of horses. Well, good luck, Inglés.
Luck, Pablo.
Gypsy! Fernando! Agustín! Primitivo! With me!
Goodbye, Roberto. Guard well.
Goodbye, Pilar. Fight well. Well, old one.
I am ready, Roberto.
Walk slowly. Yeah, time. Smoke, Anselmo?
See. Thank you, Roberto.
Yeah. Far enough. I have the glasses. Get down now, old one. It's light enough to be seen from the bridge.
See.
We'll have to deal with the sentries.
I know.
And, old one.
See, Roberto?
When you fire, do not think of it as a man, but as a target. You will have to go down to make sure.
Roberto, listen.
Bombardment. The attack starts. There goes Pablo. Go! Go! Hold it! Sentries!
Still the bridge, Roberto!
All right. All right now, fella. Come on. Out from behind that pole. Come on. A little more. A little more. Now.
Come on, this way!
I come!
To the left side of the bridge.
It is done, Roberto. I had to finish him with a knife. I am ashamed.
I killed one.
am crying.
I killed one.
We have to kill them, and we killed them.
Pablo fights by the guard post. All right. I swing under the bridge, and you hand down the packages. Don't drop any.
No, Roberto.
Better not look down. All right. Old one, the first of the dynamite and the wire.
See, here, Roberto.
Lower. All right. More dynamite.
I hear.
The wooden wedges now.
See, the wedges.
That slimy dog hadn't dumped my detonator. All right, the hand grenades.
Be careful with them, Roberto. Be careful.
Don't worry. More wire.
See here.
All right. Anselmo,
See?
take the wire loosely. It is attached to the grenade pins.
I have it.
Let's get out of here. All right? Now, walk backwards with me, paying out the wire from the spool.
I understand.
Loosely, though.
Yeah.
If you pull, she blows. Don't let it foul.
I understand, Roberto.
Let's go. Careful with the wire.
See.
All right. I have to go back to wire the other charge. When you pull hard. If tanks come, blow.
I will not pull with you on the bridge, Roberto.
Blow it if you have to. I'll wave my hand.
Hold on, Anselmo. What a bastard.
Stay down, gypsy, down.
Oh, Pablo fights like a demon below. And Pilar, the killing.
Killing is bad, gypsy. A sin. I killed the sentry just now, and it was a sin.
When English blows the bridge, will the fragments come back this far?
I do not know.
I'll get behind that rock. When we blew the train, the fragments sailed past my ears like wash tubs. What does he wait for?
Patience, gypsy, patience. Here he comes.
Listen, that's not Pablo's gun.
Tanks! Blow it, Anselmo! Blow the bridge!
Get down, Roberto!
I'll be all right. Blow it! Blow it!
I hear you, Roberto, I hear! No!
Hola, Dynamite. You dropped the bridge into the gorge like a bird cage.
Where's Anselmo? Anselmo!
He's dead, Inglés.
Anselmo?
A piece of the bridge, Inglés. A fragment as big as a wash tub. Why, he...
Shut up, Gypsy.
Ah, Inglés!
Come on, Gypsy.
Where is the old one?
Dead.
The bridge is blown, Inglés. Remember that. We lost 2 at the guard post.
Let's go.
Pablo is still below. You are to cover Pablo.
Let Pablo cover himself with mud.
No, Inglés. He came back. He fought much below there. There. Listen, Inglés. He is coming back now.
If I had the exploder, the old man would not have been killed. I could have blown the bridge from here.
Come on now, over to the horses.
He must be firing at a tank.
Oh, Maria! Loose the horses!
There he is. What's he firing at?
Over here, Pablo!
Tanks! Inglés! A tank!
There it is, coming around the bend.
Is that a tank? If I had a bottle of gasoline, I could set it on fire.
We'll have to chase it back. Gypsy, hold the legs of the machine gun.
See?
The tank pulls back.
Get the horses.
Get the horses ready.
Where are your men?
All dead.
Dead?
Yeah, we have plenty of horses now, English.
That tank covers the road. We'll have to ride past.
What were you shooting at around the bend, Pablo?
Did you shoot all of them, you scum?
They were not enough horses. With a little luck, we'll be all right now.
You killed your own men?
Oh, they were not of our band.
All right, let's get out. Mount the horses. We'll have to go across under fire. All right, Gypsy, you first.
They didn't shoot.
They will. You next, Maria.
Together now. They will be shooting. Hey! Blow! Keep blowing the saddle!
Inglés!
Oh, he's hit.
How goes it, Inglés?
Left leg's broken.
We'll bind it up.
Oh, get out of here. They'll be coming.
Does it hurt much?
I think the nerve is crushed. Get out of here. I'm done anyway. Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry you have this, Inglés. But there is no time.
I know. Get out.
Do you lack anything, Inglés? Do you want me to shoot you, Roberto?
No. Leave me the machine gun. Go on. Go on, there's no time.
Salute, English.
Salute, Pilar.
Come on, woman. There is no time.
You better get down. Set up. Oh, I hate to leave it now. Take it easy. You've had a life already. Remember Pilar in the hand, A lot of bull. Come on, Jordan. The fascists will be coming up the road. Jordan, come on. Get the gun set up. He must be masked. With the gun, dying is only bad when it takes a long time coming and humiliates you. That's where you have all the luck, Jordan. You're through all at once. A gone goose. Oh, I wish they'd come. This leg is beginning to hurt. What's the difference? Keep it up, boy. If you pass out, you're done. You're not so good at this, Jordan. Come on, finish this up right. There they are. Coming around the bend. Do it right. Get the officer. Do it right, Jordan. Finish it up. One thing done well can make the difference. Here he comes. Come now. Come on. Come on.
Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
You have been listening to For Whom the Bell Tolls, an NBC theater production of the Ernest Hemingway novel. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC Theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. Enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, be with us again at the NBC Theater for a production of J.P. Marquand's Point of No Return. And the following week for William Faulkner's highly dramatic The Wild Palms. For Whom the Bell Tolls was adapted for the NBC Theater by Ernest Kanoy. Louis Jean Height was Jordan, Georgia Backus was Pilar, Donald Morrison was Pablo, Nestor Paiva was the Gypsy, Ramsey Hill was Fernando, Lester Sharp was Goltz, Rolf Sedan was Anselmo, Consuelo Young was Maria. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was Diana Trilling, whose commentary was recorded. Guitar interludes by Jose Barroso. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. Tonight, NBC presents the American theater's foremost acting couple, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne, in the whimsical comedy The Great Adventure on Theater Guild on the Air. And for another great adventure today, listen to Sam Spade. Remember, Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontanne on Theater Guild, and Sam Spade, today on NBC. You're tuned for the stars on NBC.